The mic of my man. Boop, boop, boop. What's up, be sublime?
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. We are northeast, probably. B. Mitch and Finley, we are live in the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, PA. Good morning, Brian. How do you do? I'm good. I'd like to set the record straight. I came to the cigar bar and I hung out.
You did.
We had fun, man.
I said last night that I give you credit.
The best part is I had to deal with some technical stuff. That was my only real hurdle last night.
You're always doing stuff that you shouldn't.
What did I do that I shouldn't do?
Just bring that damn corn every time.
You could have brought it. We were standing there together.
It's not my corn.
Yeah, it's our cord.
It's like me taking your. No. You check that out. I didn't check that out.
They gave me a new cord. Said, "Hey, here's an extra cord." I was like, "Cool." I brought it. Well, all's well. We're up and running.
Don't work.
It was. I don't know how an electrical cord just doesn't work. I'll never understand that. But regardless, we've made it. We've made it this far. Really good dinner. I don't know if people didn't see your Instagram post.
I am the Bronicon, not Budokan. I'm Bronicon.
That made me die laughing. So we had dinner at this place, Budokan, that B. Mitch really likes. Food was fantastic. I could tell. Now, we were there on a Wednesday night, which isn't exactly when it bumps. Yeah. But, like, it was still pretty crowded.
That place is happening.
I could see, like, a Friday or even tonight.
Thursday.
Yeah, I could see that.
Crazy.
And the food was great. But, like, I could see that bar scene being a bit of a scene.
Yeah. The special ones come out for those nights.
I can see it. And then we went to the cigar bar, which was a lot of fun. My only thing with cigar bars, and they are the vibe at cigar bars always elite because dudes generally just want to chill out. You know what I mean? And have some cocktails and hang out. But your clothes, your body, your eyeballs just are so overpowered by cigars, man.
Yeah.
Like
they don't have a good
like that's why my clothes are all just in a bunch over there because they stink.
Yeah.
But so here's what was wild last night at the cigar bar. So we had a good crew. Bram was with us, CJ was with us, Mitch was with us, Fletch was with us when he left. Like we had a good crew of guys, right? And there was this one wasted moron
who almost got his ass whipped.
Dude. So Landfill's out today. We got Jeff and Heavy Metal back in the aquarium. Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up, fellas?
On what planet, listen, remove me from this crowd, but if you're at a cigar bar, let's be real, cigar bars are primarily just dudes. There's not a lot of like women in there, unless maybe you're on a date or something. Last night, I feel like it was 90% men in this place. And everybody, it's built for like a very chill, loungy vibe. Like we were on these like couches looking out, overlooking the window on like that walnut chestnut. Like it was just a cool vibe of a spot. They have music playing, but it's not too loud. There's TVs, but it's not exactly a sports bar. You know what I mean? It's all like dark leather, chill. And I don't know if this guy was from Mars or what, but the guy was kind of jacked. And
man, that was his problem. See, he got Jeff, you've seen these guys. They got their little muscles. You know that they came out of a jar. And they think they can beat everybody. And he kept like flexing. And I'm like, I was ignoring him because if I even engage, the guy, Steve, always told me, said, man, it's a long way down there. It's a big pane of glass. And Mitch wanted to throw him through the window.
Yeah, big Mitch was getting fired up, man.
But I'm like, dude, you're tripping, dude. You are not. And the brother who was sitting on the table with him looks like Hugh Douglas. He kept looking. I say, he good right now. But then once he's not good, he got a problem.
Yeah, it was remarkable because the first time he came over, and dude, the first time he came over, I thought he was like an autograph guy. I thought he was going to be like, I loved when you played for the Eagles, right? Like that
he wasn't even from this area.
That was the first time he came over. I was like, all right, this guy's just excited. And then you realize he's speaking Chinese. Like you couldn't understand what he was saying.
Yeah, he was belligerent.
And
that's the word.
Yes, he was belligerent. And the first time we all just kind of laughed it off. But then he came over again and again. And then he sat down with Mitch. And that was a really bad idea. And it was just like finally his buddies dragged him out of there. But it was just such a weird reminder of, and I feel like most of our listeners like are probably dudes that have gone out over the years. And I'm sure all of us like in our 20s had like a terrible evening out where they were the belligerent one. But don't be that dude at the bar, dude.
I've never been that dude last night.
I believe you.
I am not walking up on a bunch of dudes. All of them look like they could probably whip my ass.
What a bad idea.
Like flexing.
It was.
He had on his, what's the shirt, the t-shirt you wear? True what?
The classics?
True classic, yeah. he had on the shirt to make his body look like he was jacked.
I mean, and he had like weird, like, what's the like physical therapy tape on him? It was. The only negative of last night was that dude. Everything else was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Now we left Ashburn at about 3:00 and got to Philadelphia at about 7:30.
Yeah.
It was just traffic, but all good.
Takes a while, baby.
Yeah, man. What was cool though was pulling into Philly. So we ended up coming a different route just because of traffic, where we
dude Sam Myler said, "Hey, I'm still in my 20s."
Well, go fight.
Well, he's probably that dude in the
bar. I'm sure we have plenty of listeners in their 20s. I'm just saying, don't be the belligerent guy at the bar. That guy sucks.
There we go.
We ended up coming up 95, but then we did 76 into the city. So I guess we went east and then came west. And what was really interesting, coming in at night, every building, and Philly seems like it's exploded with tall buildings. I know that new Comcast building, but there's a lot more like skyscrapers than I remember at least.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all green. Like the lights on all of them are just all green. I get into the room and I'm dealing with some of this technical stuff. So I had like time to kill in the room. I throw the TV on and it was all Philly pregame shows for tonight's game. It was John Clark, Ike Reese, Mike Quick, all guys we know. So it was kind of fun to watch. Then just walking around the city, it's like Eagles mania. It is cool. And I always love and respect this about Philadelphia. They are Philly first all the time and all in on these sports teams.
Yeah, they're that.
And it just makes me think the atmosphere tonight should be pretty damn awesome. So
you left before these three guys came to talk with us last night. And the one guy was like, "Man, you my favorite player all the time." He said, but you a traitor." I said, "What you mean?" "Man, you wearing that, you're going to be wearing that W stuff tomorrow." I said, "Dude, I was with Washington before I came to Philly. What the hell are you talking about? You never played in Washington." That shows you right there, like the internet era, when social media popped up, people, they don't know. If I played 14 years, I played 3 years here, 1 year in New York. I must have played somewhere else, right? He could not believe I had played in Washington.
Well, that guy's, I mean,
he's an idiot.
Was that the guy that Mitch almost threw out the window?
No. He was a cool dude. But he was crazy.
Well, that dude is, I mean, you got to be kind of a moron. Like,
I would say,
if somebody has watched your career,
but like I told you,
Washington's a pretty big part of it.
People do not go back and look at stuff. They only look at what they are dealing with and forward. They like life started when they began to pay attention.
I think that is really true of like everything in life. It's fascinating how people just don't look back at really much. You know what I mean? And kind of going forward, that's a problem for like, I don't know, sociologists or something. But looking at this game tonight, watching all the coverage last night, they're trying to bill it as Jaden versus Jalen. And I just don't think that's what it is.
It isn't that. It actually is never the quarterback against the quarterback. I don't care how people present it, what the league does. Quarterbacks are not on the field at the same time. It's that quarterback against that defense. But I understand how they promote the league based off of that position, because that position has become the top-notch position, okay? And if you got a good one, they're going to use everything they can. That's why quarterbacks get paid so much money. More or less, it's not just because of how good they are, because the league is using you to promote this league. But Jalen and Jaden are not facing each other. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's whoever that defensive guy is over there. What's your boy? Jacoby Dean.
Sure.
Him against Jaden.
Right.
I'll go with that. Bobby
Vaughn.
Wagner against Jalen. I would
Right.
go with that. You know?
The kid, I mean, they are playing really good defense on the middle level. Both their linebackers have been excellent. The kid, Zach Bond, I think, was just named NFC Player of the Week. Zangaro was talking about him, Defensive Player of the Week, I should say. And I think it's going to be interesting because Patrick Queen was so effective last week at really limiting Jaden. I don't know. I mean, Queen's a different player than what, Bond and Dean are. But do you think in some capacity the Steelers provided a path for these other teams to watch and try to slow Jaden down, at least in the run game?
Does the other teams have a Queen on their team? Do they have a linebacker that can run like that?
I don't know, but they got
don't.
two that are really good.
They may be good, but do they run like Queen does?
He surprised me with the lateral speed yesterday. Yeah. I thought he played excellent yesterday.
But the thing about it is when you got Queen sitting there spying on Jaden, that helps when you don't have a battering ram running in his chest all day.
Right.
And Brian Robinson is going to be playing, so that may change up that little mindset a little bit. We look at this whole thing, and I got some phone calls from you yesterday about certain people having discussions. Everybody works hand in hand, okay? Brian Robinson makes a lot of people's jobs easier. But let's not be fooled. The straw that stirred that damn drink is number 5.
Sure.
Okay. And if you have Brian with number 5, other teams have to decide which one am I going to try and do, which one I'm trying to take out. And if you make the wrong decision on the wrong play, you're screwed. So ultimately, it's not one or the other. It's the combination. And that's what people don't understand about football. One person does not make anything go. It's a combination of people. When you got a damn good O-line, then you can do multiple things. When you got a running back that's very effective and a good quarterback and another receiver, now you keep people off balance. And that's what they had success with early in the season. And we'll see how that goes as we continue on.
For sure. You're going to need another receiver to step up tonight. I think this kid, Quinyon Mitchell, the corner for Philly, is really a player. And that's not to suggest that he's shutting anything down, but it'd be a great night. Whether it's Noah Brown going for 75 or we see, the emergence of Luke McCaffrey or it doesn't even necessarily have to be a receiver, but you need a secondary receiving threat, I think is pretty vital tonight. And I don't know necessarily where it's going to come from, but I know they need that to happen. Like if you look at just kind of the last few weeks, is your internet cutting in and out?
No, I seem to be okay right now.
Mine is messing up. I wonder if it's my computer. If you look at the last couple of weeks, it's been Terry and then like a drop off. And I think Terry's a stud and you love for him to get heavily involved. But I think offensively, they're going to flow better when there's more than just Terry. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I think tonight that's got to be a goal. There was, the Commanders didn't play last night, but there was plenty of Washington action last night. Wiz and the Caps were both in play. Did you see the Wemby highlights?
I just saw the scores and things of that nature. He had over 50.
He dropped 50 on him.
Mm-hmm.
Basketball has just changed so much, so dramatically, so fast that it's like wild to take in. I want to pull up his box score. Do you know how he dropped 50?
He had a lot of 3-pointers.
Yeah.
He had over 6. He had 6, didn't he? Something like that?
I'm trying to pull it up right now. I don't know exactly what it was.
I saw that at 3,
I watched the highlights
this morning. Yeah.
I mean, what do you do with a 7'4" dude that just rains threes? Like, seriously, what do you do with that? If he can consider it, also now I watched the Van Pelt Sports Center, whatever that, I think it's just SVP Sports Center, whatever that's called. And he hinted that there was something in play that like Wemby was particularly motivated for this matchup.
Why?
I don't.
SARS.
I don't know.
Well, they all from Europe, so
Yeah,
it
they're
could
all
be that
French
he could
dudes.
Be motivated.
Well, and Bilal was his teammate, I think.
That's probably why. Listen, man, friends go at each other harder than they go after enemies, because bragging rights is more important than anything out there.
B. He was 8 of 16 from 3. Hit 8 threes. He's 7'4", and watching his ball handling, I was like, damn. And I'm not going to pretend to have watched a ton of Wemby, but I don't know how you defend that when you've got a 7'4" dude handling the ball, shooting 8 threes is just crazy. And
yeah,
it just shows how much
he shot more than 8. He hit 8 of them.
Who was the dude with his our guy Steve last night was telling me the story. He was in college when Manute Bol was in college, right? And at University of Bridgeport, I want to say is what he said. And he was telling me some wild Manute Bol stories that are not fit for radio. But think about that. Now, that is 40 years ago, roughly, mid-'80s. I don't know, somewhere in there, right? Manute Bol got to the Bullets in the late 80s, I want to say. So he's probably in college about 40 years ago. But, like, imagine if the development of basketball players now was what it was then. Manute would have been a three-point shooter. Like, it's just bananas. You imagine George Murasan just chucking threes? Like, it's just a different sport, man.
Nah, I just think when you're that big, you go down in the blocks, man.
Right, but that I have the same mindset.
Yeah.
That mindset is over.
It may be over, but everybody that's 7 feet can't shoot like that. If you can, I understand it. But most people cannot.
I hear you, but it sure seems like if you can't, then you don't make the league. Like, I have long felt as the NFL got more and more pass heavy, right? And you've seen it, and they've changed the rules to make it such, all of these things. I've always thought there'd be some sort of pendulum swing back to, we're just going to run the ball and control the clock and grind this thing out because people care about winning games.
There are a lot of teams that do it that win a lot.
Right. And I think, I mean, you're almost seeing that with the Chiefs. Like, the Chiefs are a defensive first team now, and football allows for that pendulum swing. I don't see a pendulum swing in, especially professional hoops, coming back, where it's a big man on the blocks playing with his back to the basket. Like, I think that era is just
if a big
over.
Man comes into this league right now like Shaq, and that's what he does well, you mean to tell me they're going to just pass up on him? You got to have somebody who's dominant at it to make sure it happens.
I agree with you, but I think the Shaqs that are 10 years old, the 9, 10-year-old kids, aren't being taught to play that way anymore. They're just being taught to play from the wing and chuck it.
Sure.
It's different sport. Also, disappointing loss for the Caps last night. We were checking. We tried to get that game on TV at the bar, and it was impossible to get that game on.
Oh, yeah.
Dude,
well, let's think about it, Jay.
Well,
they weren't trying to get you no game.
Sure.
From any place else in this town.
But it was there was like a ESPN Plus issue because it was an ESPN Plus game, and I saw Barstool Nate tweeting about this, that it was just blacked out. Like, people in Boston, people all over the place just couldn't get the game, and it was a serious pain in the butt for a while. So we didn't get to watch it, but then CJ was following on his phone. They were up 3-1, I think, in the third, or maybe Bram told me that it was 3-1 in the third, and then they go on to lose, I think, in OT, so you still get the point, but it's kind of a tough result. Obi did not score, but Caps are chugging along. I mean, they're still in prime position kind of seeding-wise, but it's far too early for any of that stuff. But as we kind of get into our day, we're going to focus, shocker, on the Commanders, especially with this game tonight. And I think it's going to be pretty damn awesome in that stadium. I think the vibe, the crowd noise, everything is going to be pretty darn rowdy.
Oh, yeah.
You think there's people tailgating already? Because they open those lots early.
In this town, probably so.
What? Because
I remember Monday Night Football. That's back when it started at 9 o'clock. And I would be leaving the hotel that morning to go back to my apartment. and they will be there at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Because what people that haven't been up here might not realize is it's a pretty cool setup. It's like South Philly, I think, and they have all the stadiums in one place, so they share all the parking lots, and they've built this like big bar, Xfinity Live, whatever it is. And I feel like because it's just a bar, you can go there all day, or so like the access.
And they probably do.
The access to the parking lots would strike me as kind of always being available compared to like a Northwest Stadium where they kind of have it all chained off most of the time. Here's what we're going to do. Quick break. We're going to run through the injury report, think about what we're going to see tonight. Shawne Merriman joins us at 11.
Good morning, everyone. While the Capitals lose a late lead in a 4-3 home loss to the Maple Leafs, Alexei Protas with a goal and an assist for Washington. The Caps next in Colorado Friday at 9. Listen to it here on The Fan. The Wizards drop a sixth straight, this time 139-130 to San Antonio. Victor Wembanyama had 50 for the Spurs. Washington in Atlanta Friday at 7:30. Listen on Bloomberg 99.1 FM. Local college hoops last night. A late 3C Central Michigan beat George Mason 70-69. Mount St. Mary's winning in double overtime. A thriller 93-89 over Bucknell. And the Commanders and Eagles in a huge Thursday night football matchup this evening. Marshawn Lattimore and Austin Seibert both out for Washington, but Brian Robinson will be active. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
We get hot tonight.
Killer Cam. Ladies' night. What's your age and type? You's a baby, right?
Sound just like Jeff.
Needs a man that's polite, listens, and takes advice. Brian.
Yes.
All right, we are live, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. What part of town is this called? Center City? Old City?
Downtown.
Downtown.
Yeah.
Got it. The dinner last night was Center City.
Yeah.
Center City was cool. There was a lot of it seemed up here is kind of corporate. Down there it seemed like a lot more kind of low key. Yeah.
That's where I used to live.
Okay. It was cool over there.
Right in the middle.
It was like 10. How far of a walk would that be from here? 15 minutes?
A little longer than that.
Okay. Because it was like a 5-minute Uber. Yo, did you see the video?
1.3 miles.
Did you see the video of my Uber last night?
No.
I posted on Instagram. I get in the Uber to come meet you guys for dinner, and it's a Nissan Pathfinder, which Pathfinders at once upon a time were probably my favorite SUV. They have turned those things into like weird minivan looking things. They're like, they've kind of bastardized the Pathfinder. Regardless, I get in. The guy was very nice. It was a straight up club. He had lights. He was blasting dance music. And I was like, all right, dude. He's like, you want me to turn it down? I was like, nah, do your thing. And he's like, dude, I work all night, so I got to stay hype. And I was like, terrific, man. It was a vibe for sure. But get a ride over there. And it's funny. I was texting with somebody and talking with somebody here at the hotel. Brian Robinson is now completely off the injury report. He is a full participant all 3 days of practice. Schefter yesterday tweeted out Brian Robinson ready to go. When Schefter is tweeting that out, he is someone.
He's ready to go.
Yes.
Very ready to go.
Do you have any? Perhaps concern's the right word. It's a hammy. And as much as they've tested it, like, is there any possible he warms up and it tightens up on him tonight? You know what I'm saying?
I'm not worried about it. Listen, man, if they held him out these 2 weeks and then they think he can go now, he's ready to go. That's all I look at.
I think the fact that he hasn't played and now somebody somewhere is telling Schefter he's good to go, like they're quite confident in his ability to go tonight.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's exciting. I think that's really good news offensively. I think, yesterday we ran through all the numbers. The third downs over the last couple of weeks have really started to struggle. And that's not as simple as, they're not executing on third down. It means they're getting out of their rhythm offensively. In the last 3 weeks, they're 5 of 15, 5 of 12, 5 of 14 on third downs. That's a problem, right? And I think a lot of that is getting out of their flow of down and distance on first and second. I think B-Rob can help a ton with that. I do wonder, B, who's your starting right tackle tonight? I'll tell you what the injury report says. So Ballore, Lattimore, Seibert are all out. So you got the only kind of name replacement there is Gonzo, right? Gonzo's gonna be kicking instead of Seibert. Lattimore hasn't played yet, so they're not replacing him technically. Ballore is a loss on special teams. I think they'll probably lean on Percy Butler more there, who's already playing, but maybe you need him to make plays for you. Coleman is on the injury report, questionable with a shoulder. That's your left tackle. He's playing. I saw him every day this week. I'd be quite surprised if he's not playing. Lucas, we haven't seen in a couple of weeks dealing with that ankle injury. He's definitely made progress. He was wearing the walking boot. I've seen him walking around now. There's no more boot. He looks like he's moving around better. He's questionable on the injury report. Wiley, questionable on the injury report with the shoulder injury. Last week, he dressed but didn't play. Scott played. Wiley was basically like an emergency if something goes wrong, right? Who's your starting right tackle tonight?
Probably Scott, and Wiley be emergency again.
You think? You don't think Big Luke could go?
I don't know. I'm just saying, Lucas, which ankle is hurt? See, that makes a difference for left and right tackle.
I want to say it's his right, but don't quote me on that.
So if it's his right, that's the one he has back. If he's on the right side,
he'd be on the right side. Yeah,
it's a possibility, but I'm gonna go with Trent Scott.
Well, it's interesting, and this may seem kind of counterintuitive, but I think it'd be easier for an O lineman, and maybe any position, but certainly an O lineman, to play through a shoulder thing than it would be an ankle thing. But
they get caught in a lot of.
I know, but you just can't plant with your feet.
Yeah, but you got to stab with that arm, and you got to have the shoulder right. And if your shoulder's not strong, and somebody plays off that edge, you got a problem.
Tell me what you learned from this quote, okay? You tell me what you've learned from this quote. I understand. So yesterday when Dan Quinn spoke and we took it live on the show, we were out there in the trailer in Ashburn. The PR staff asked that it be quick, not a lot of questions. I mean, they literally, we watched when DQ got done, there were guys going to their cars to go to the airport to fly to Philly. It's a short week, it's condensed. Part of being a credentialed member of the media is a privilege. You have to apply for it, you have to get granted the rights, all those sorts of things. And part of that is understanding the operational flow. And yesterday was a reasonable request that everything goes fast, right? But one of the questions that needed to be asked was about this right tackle situation. So DQ was asked about Wiley and Lucas for this game. Both are questionable. You tell me what you learned from this, B. Dan Quinn asked about Andrew Wiley and Cornelius Lucas, a pair of tackles. Yeah, they both had good work yesterday. We did kind of some individual, and then we got really more today at full speed. Not full speed, but enough where he could punch and go and be aggressive. And so Cornelius and Andrew both did a good job today.
I'm not telling y'all nothing. I'm not telling y'all one damn thing. That's
Bro,
what that means.
That is a word salad that illuminates nothing.
Exactly. Because they don't want you to know that.
I think organizationally, they would love to not have Scott, but I think organizationally, they're okay if it is Scott. And I think from the pass game perspective last week, TJ Watt got loose late in that game. That's kind of what he does. They call him the closer.
TJ Watt gets loose on everybody.
Totally.
Yeah.
But I would say organizationally last week, considering you had your fourth tackle, that's just straight depth chart wise. It's Coleman, Lucas, Wiley, then Scott in whatever order you want to say there that is. You had your fourth offensive tackle. Now they helped him a lot. Tight ends, backs, they helped him, and that's what you're supposed to do.
Think about the years where we never helped the tackles.
I know, but I think he did okay.
Yeah.
Now, I think the run game, the interior had some real trouble. I wonder about the interior tonight because we're talking about the tackle injuries. I think Biotish is really beat up, and that's just how he's wired.
Everybody is beat up at this point in the year. So, I mean, it's not a problem or concern on your team because everybody else on the other teams are hurt too. They're beat up, especially offensive linemen at this time of the year. Everybody got to deal with it.
Agreed. And the O-line is going to be beat up from sea to shining sea, like all over the country, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's just kind of what happens to that position. My concern for tonight is not necessarily offensively how they're able to move the ball because, dude, we're 10 games in, and whether they score at the clip they want to. I mean, Pittsburgh's got one of the best defenses in the NFL. They put up 27 last week.
Yeah.
Like, I think they're going to be able to move the ball. I think the concern's on the defensive side of the ball. Let's dig into that. Shawne Merriman at 11. Coming up at noon is going to be really cool. We're doing a crosstalk with WIP Sports Radio here in Philly. Don't miss that. It's going to be kind of nuts, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley, live in Philly.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Get ready to tackle the NFL action with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Listen, as we build the same game parlay tonight, let's go all commandments. Anytime touchdown, I'm going to go with Terry McLaurin. Over rushing yards, Brian Robinson. Over passing yards, let's go with our guy, Jaden Daniels. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. This sounds like Jeff picked the song. But Heavy Metal Chris is in the building. So
I think Heavy Metal told him to play that one.
Heavy Metal, what was that, dude?
That's King of the Road by Fu Manchu.
You got that on your phone, B?
Yeah.
You got a lot of Fu
That's
Manchu on there?
My frequently played.
I'll just tell you, that is like the funnest song to listen to when you're cruising down the freeway and you're just passing people, because in the chorus, he's just like, King of the Road says you move too slow. So fun to pass cars.
Speeding. When you listen to that song, you're speeding down the damn freeway.
Heavy Metal Chris does drive a Mustang, I think. Heavy Metal, you like to press the gas, buddy?
No, never. Never. I like to go super slow,
Lie.
Yeah.
A few things I want to clear up and perhaps make clear. First off, we got to say good morning to whoever our first commenter was, or whoever paid Jeff off to be the first commenter. We got a new one, I think. Another new name in the record books. Jarrell B. First person said good morning at 9:59 a.m.
Jarrell jumped the gun. Show hadn't even started.
I mean, shout out to Jeff for maybe Chris did it. I think that's the first time I've ever seen the stream live before the show starts. 9:59 a.m. That's an early start. Who started the stream today, boys?
That was me.
Yeah, now we know.
Also, this is my first time looking at the stream. It really does look like B Mitch is like hiding his identity.
Yeah, I am.
Like when they interview somebody from like a third, like a dictator country, and they have to hide their identity.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
I mean, I guess we can close the curtains. I can't turn that light on because we only have two power switches over here.
I'm full. You can turn it. You got to unplug it.
All right. Well, everybody in the stream, let's see if this helps. We're going to plug the lamp in and see what it looks like for B Mitch now. Although this lamp plug's kind of funky, so it might take a second. You got to find the right hole, B.
Yeah, you got to always do that.
All right. Oh, look, let there be light.
There we go.
So
Still look a little weird.
Jarrell B was at 9:59 a.m. Then Cody Seabolt at 9:59 a.m. Just behind him, he said good morning also. So good morning to everybody on the chat. Good morning to the boys in the stream. Jeff is running the show today. So Jeffrey, how's it feel being in the big chair, buddy?
Feel good, man.
You got this. You do a good job. What I always find remarkable is Jeff's ability to stay for the whole show on the days he's running the show. I applaud you for that, Jeff.
He might disappear even today. You know how Jeff is.
And Jeff, we have a hype song in about an hour.
Yes, sir.
There we go, Jeff.
I love it. I'm going to clear something up real quick, and I don't want to make a whole big thing out of this, but perhaps I'm going to. There's a senator from Montana. His name is Steve Daines. I applaud Mr. Daines for the work he's done trying to make sure the Wetzel family that came up with the old logo for the Redskins, which is an iconic logo. It's a beautiful drawing. That logo has meant a lot to me over the course of my life. I used to draw it on every book I had as a child. Like when I was a kid, you had to cover your books, like your science book. You put these covers on them. Mm-hmm. And all of my books, I would just draw the Skins logo. I've owned countless amounts of clothing and hats and artifacts that have that logo on it. The logo is beautiful. And Montana Governor Daines, or Senator rather, Daines has worked hard to make sure the team has worked with the Wetzel family to properly honor and pay tribute to that logo. And it's my understanding that the team has done that. They have talked to the Wetzel family.
Get the hell out the way.
Now, this dude needs to get the hell out of the way. Sir, you are from Montana. This is Washington. I understand this is federal land, but you are doing nothing but political grandstanding and pearl clutching for no purpose but retweets and clout. Like, you have no business holding up a bill to build a stadium that will impact the millions of people that live in the DMV, and there is no sense in what you're doing now beyond political grandstanding. I know I have spoken to people at your office. They're all very nice. They're all very polite, and you've reached out to me to try to not say what I think, but I'm not doing that because what you're doing is complete grandstanding nonsense. It is nothing but politics, and all you're doing is bringing these people in that are not fans of the team. They do not care about the team. They want this to be a political issue and a political football and culture war nonsense. Please stop. Go back to your home. Ignore this issue. Montana's a beautiful place. I don't want to be involved in the politics of Montana whatsoever. Let us get our stadium built. Please get the hell away from this issue. Thank you. We'll be right back. Shawne Merriman joins us.
Good morning, everyone. Well, so much is on the line tonight as the 7-3 Commanders head up 95 to match up with the 7-2 Philadelphia Eagles. The Commanders are going to once again be without the services of newly traded for cornerback Marshawn Lattimore and also kicker Austin Seibert. But after missing the last two games, running back Brian Robinson will make his return to the lineup for Washington tonight. We have coverage all day leading into the 8:15 kick, and then join Doc Walker for the Burgundy and Gold postgame show following the Thursday night football tilt. Victor Wembanyama's first 50-point game in his young NBA career, well, it comes against the Wizards, Washington falling to San Antonio 139-130. Wembanyama hit 8 threes in the contest. Jordan Poole had 42 points in what was a 6th straight defeat for the Wizards. And the Capitals fall in overtime 4-3 to the Toronto Maple Leafs at Capital One Arena. A goal and assist from Alexei Protas helped build a 3-1 Caps lead heading into the third period. But Washington could not hang on. Toronto scored the equalizer in the final minute of regulation before John Tavares netted the overtime winner for the Leafs. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. What do they say about that, B?
If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
All righty. Somebody that has unlimited cooling power is our friend Mr. Shawne Merriman. Joins us now. Mr. Lights Out. Shawne, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing well, man. How about yourself?
We good, brother.
We are good. We're up in Philly getting ready for this game tonight, and it's going to be a doozy. Before we get into any of that, I want to start with something that's actually important. And, dude, so impressive. I just looked. I didn't realize you've been doing this for 22 years. You have your annual coat drive this weekend in College Park for the Maryland Rutgers game. Tell folks how they get involved.
Yeah, man, I got my 22nd annual. I can't believe I'm saying that, but
That's crazy.
22nd annual winter coat drive this Saturday at the Maryland Rutgers football game, and I'll be out there collecting along with a few other volunteers an hour and a half before. So if you guys got any coats out there, hats and scarves, gloves, anything you can help, man, during this winter. You guys know how cold it gets during the winters, man. So it's been fun, to do it this long and also see it still going like it is. And, we're over 30,000 coats now collected, man. So I want to give a huge shout out to DTLR for coming in big this year again. Also, Little Blue Menu by Chick-fil-A is also going to be donating gift cards to everyone who drops off a coat, man. So I think that was pretty cool for them to step in and do that this year.
Dude, that is so great. And I'm just going to be honest, as a guy that went to Maryland, and I know you're a Terp and you're from the area, but your life has been based on the West Coast for probably close to 2 decades now, right? Like, I mean, between San Diego, LA, it's very cool that you still come back home and do this.
Yeah, man. At home, look, I tell people this: that DMV area is a special place, and there's nothing like it in the country. Growing up in PG County, not too far, walking distance from the Commander Stadium. I still got 301 number. That's never going to change, and it's always going to be home because that area raised me. That area made me who I am today, man. So it's important to not only get back, man, but also just so people see you and know that this is still important to you. And also, too, I didn't know, AJ Francis, who played years after me, he started his canned food drive, which is the following weekend, because he saw me doing the coat drive. So when you're doing things like that, giving back to the community, you're kind of enlightening these young and up and coming guys to start giving back. That's important. All of it's important.
Yeah, for sure. I love AJ. That dude is hysterical. He's a wild dude.
Is he in wrestling some type? He's not in your type of.
No, he's in like pro wrestling.
He does.
But AJ and I, we did a pay-per-view wrestling match with TNA Wrestling about 4 or 5 months ago. So
okay,
I wouldn't mind getting back in there.
There you go. Hey, well, let's talk some football. Obviously, it's a huge game for the Burgundy and Gold tonight. First place in the NFC East on the line, playing in Philly. I don't think we've talked to you, yet this NFL season. I think we talked just before the season kicked. What have you thought of Washington and Jaden Daniels particularly?
Man, I'll start just from the leadership and the culture that started at the top. They went in a clean house, and you can see it resonating throughout the whole organization. That's what you have to do. If you really want to turn a franchise around, you have to start all the way at the top. So, having new ownership come in trickles down to new coach and Dan Quinn, trickles down to new excitement to the players, bringing in some key vets. Because you got a star quarterback that's going to be good for a long time, man. And one thing I really want them to see, and first of all, I'm happy to see that stadium full again. Growing up right there by the stadium and realizing those years they had when they were competitive and people came out, it was so important to the area. And now, having a young quarterback, man, it's going to be great for a long time. It's going to keep people in the seats. They're going to keep, winning these football games. In little areas, they got to get better, and they got to play the run, man. That's probably, I would say, that the biggest thing that's hurt them the most right now, stopping the run, because you don't want to keep having to rely on a young bull to go out there and put up, a lot of points a game for you guys to win.
Yeah. So let me ask you this question. When you were playing, is it a difference when you're rushing a quarterback that's basically like a Tom Brady and a quarterback that could be like more of a Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I call the Tom Brady's and Peyton Manning's and those guys the Statue of Liberty. I love those guys. Stand there and let me get you. And now it's the game has changed because these guys aren't just like running quarterbacks. They're like mobile, right? They can stand in the pocket and deliver a great ball. I remember that ball in his first Jaden Daniels' first ball when he threw it over the top. His ball placement, man, is just for to be somebody so young and just getting his feet wet in there. He is accurate. He is smart. A great decision maker. And, these guys can take off and run and beat you just like a running quarterback with their pocket passes. And that's where the game has changed. The game wasn't like that back when I played. You were either one. You were a stand-up guy back there to deliver a football down the field, or you were a running quarterback that was looking to run most of the time.
Well, it's funny. The throw that I think really put the country on notice for Jaden, and that's the segment of people that ignore college football, but whatever. When he hit Terry for that touchdown on the Monday night game in Cincinnati, and he got blasted in the pocket and put that ball in the perfect spot, back right corner of that end zone, I feel like that was a moment where the country's like, oh, wow, look at this kid. Is that the throw you were talking about, Shawne?
Yeah, 100%. And so those type of things is why I think he is far in advance. And I said this before the season started. I still believe Caleb Williams was probably the most talented as far as the excitement and razzle dazzle, but the most NFL ready quarterback was Jaden Daniels. Somebody who's going to come in and turn that team around right away. He's doing just that. And the crazy part is, I'm looking at his game. He has so much room for improvement as well as he's playing right now. He has so much room for improvement. So it's kind of scary on what he's going to look like 2-3 years from now. Because we've seen a lot of guys come in and have these big successful first years, and you're like, okay, that guy made peak. We've seen everything out of him. Jaden Daniels, man, I'm looking at him like, man, if this dude do this, like if he does that, he's going to be unstoppable. And so to watch him kind of unfold over these next couple of years is going to be fun.
We're talking with our friend Shawne Merriman here. Of course, you can follow him on X and Instagram at Shawne Merriman, SHAWNEMERRIMAN. This weekend, go join Shawne in College Park at CQ Stadium in advance of the Terps versus the Rutgers Scarlet Knights, doing a coat drive, one of the great events he's done for 22 straight years to help out families in the DMV as winter is approaching. He's also got all the stuff. I don't know, Shawne, our fun-loving, jolly, kind of Santa Claus-looking producer, Jeff Walker, always claims he wants to get a fight in your Lights Out Fighting League. When he brought you in, he was playing LL Cool J, Mama Said Knock You Out. He said he was playing that on behalf of Lights Out. I don't know if you got to hear that or not.
Whatever he has to do to get mentally prepared to run out the cage. So whatever he has to do for that. I'll do something for Christmas, man. I'll bring him in the cage, man. And one of our amateurs, not even one of our pros, just go a couple rounds. That's all. Just go a couple rounds with one of the amateurs. Let's see if you want to keep fighting.
I'm
Jeffrey?
with it.
Jeff?
Yo, I'm with it. And look, I don't care. Hey, Shawne, look, let me tell you something. I'll get knocked out before I run out of a cage because I'm not running from nobody. You feel me?
Then you're going to get knocked out.
You're gonna get knocked out.
It's all the same thing, man. I heard when you get knocked out, your body starts floating. So I think you're floating out the cage.
Jeff won't run out of the cage, but he'll have to be carried out of the cage.
I'm going down fighting.
Jeff, I believe you. Like, I know you well enough. I know that you will do it. I just think it's a really bad idea, buddy. I just think these are professional fighters.
He said amateur. I have a chance against an amateur. It's like I know how to fight. It's like I don't know how to fight or defend myself. I think I could take on an amateur.
There's only one way to find out. Christmas came early.
Let's go, baby. I'm with it.
All right, let's get back to the football field in advance of this game.
Lord.
The Eagles started rough, and it seemed like they had some serious discord in that locker room. Then they had the early bye week, and they've been on fire ever since. They're 5-0, really winning the turnover battle, playing good defense. And then you look at that offense, Shawne. In your days when you were winning Defensive Player of the Year and sacking every quarterback in sight, when you look at an offense that has the mobility and the accuracy at quarterback in Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith on the edges, and then a back like Saquon Barkley, who's almost at 1,000 yards through 10 games, or hell, they've only played 9. How do you try to limit this Eagles offense?
Yeah, well, the problem is with them is that they can hurt you in so many facets of the game, right? So if the Commanders' defense do step up and they put a hamper on Saquon, then they got wide receivers on the edge. That is where it can get tricky, right? Because you want to go out there and stop the run. That's first and foremost. If you can't stop the run, you won't be able to stop anything at all because everything's open at that point. But if you stop the run, you got to go out there and start putting clamps on those two guys that can go out and hurt you in any given play. And the thing is with the Eagles, they're a momentum team, right? They're a momentum team. So like if you look at the crazy play with Saquon jumping over and just look at that momentum and the team and how they start to rally. So you have to take the momentum away from them early on and put some doubt in them early on in the game because when they start rolling, they can really roll you over.
Saquon, that backwards jump. Have you ever seen anybody try something like that, Shawne?
I was at home grabbing both my ACLs and meniscuses watching the game. I said, man, I would have came down there. That would have been the end of me for that season. So, these guys are different. I mean, and even outside of being athletically enough to do something like that, just how fast your mind has to operate, right? To go from a juke, go from a shake, turn around and have the mental capacity to do something that fast. He's a special guy, man. So that's one person I would not let get going. I mean, I would stuff that box and I'll say, A.J. Brown or Smith, one of you guys go out. One of you guys beat me, but we know if Saquon gets the rolling today, we're in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Saquon's been averaging about $110 a game on the ground. That is just crazy production. Talking with Shawne Merriman here. Got his coat drive coming up this weekend at University of Maryland. And, I mean, Shawne, you did it at a really, really high level for a long time. 17-sack season in 2006. One of the coolest stories, I think, in Washington is Dante Fowler, who's a guy that was a really high draft pick years back, but has kind of bounced around a lot. He has settled in. He's got 8.5 sacks through 10 games, on track to probably have his best sack season ever. What is it about a pass rusher like that maybe later in his career has unlocked something, or maybe it's just the right situation? How do you see that level of success arrive for a dude, not early in his career, but later?
Coaching matters. And I say this all the time, and coaches can make or break your career. When I came into the Chargers, I was fortunate, man. I walked into the locker room where, you got Wade Phillips as D coordinator. You got Greg Minuski as the linebacker coach. And as an assistant linebacker coach, you got Pagano, John Pagano. So, when you walk in the locker room like that to these great coaches, they're going to put you in situations to win. And unfortunately, you got these coaches out here that say, you know what, this is the system and I want you to play. I don't care whether you are good in it or not. This is what I want you to play. I never thought those guys were great coaches. Because one thing Wade Phillips always said, you're going to do 80% of what you're great at and 20% what you're not, right? And they knew our haters were dropping coverage. So they'll have me covering the flat sometime or maybe a tight end down the seam, but that was 20% of the time. They wanted me getting after the quarterback. So I'm happy for them because you don't get drafted that high for no reason. There's too many eyeballs when you're scouts and guys that really evaluate talent to get drafted that high and you can't play, especially on the defense side of the ball, man. So I'm happy for him. Because he's looked like he's come back around. He looks like that high draft pick that we saw some years ago.
Pagano's on the commander's staff now.
I do. I text him once in a blue moon to see if I can get me 12 to 15 snaps against the run. I can still play the run. I can't come off the ball, but I can play the run.
I bet. So looking at this thing tonight, what do you think happens? Are you in DC yet? Where are you?
Yeah, I'm headed to DC today, and
okay.
I'll get there tonight. So I'll just miss it. But I definitely wanted to go to the game. I think this: if they let Saquon get started, it's going to be a long night. That's going to be the key. I think they have a big opportunity, if they can stop him and not stop him, but limit him. He's going to make his runs. Yeah. He's going to make his plays. But you can't have him having 100+ yards tonight because it could be a long night for him.
Now, tell me what you think about this. Saquon's going to get, if we set a floor on it, he's going to get at least 75 rush yards, right?
I would think so.
Are the explosive plays not what's more dangerous for Washington if they're able to get A.J. Brown, 3 for $125 and 2 touchdowns? It seems like they're going to have to pick something to try to stop because I don't think they have the corners to play man on the edge.
Brown has the same game he had last year because I don't think they're going to just sit one guy out there and say, go handle it.
I mean, the plan last year to put Forbes on him one-on-one was really stupid. And, it's funny you talked about the coaching there, Shawne, because Joe Witt is the D coordinator in Washington now. And he said something a couple weeks ago that really stuck with me. He said, it's players, not plays. And I think defensively, they're trying to put their guys into the best situations. But if they have to pick, Saquon goes off or these receivers beat us, you think they've got to commit to slowing Saquon down?
No, 100%. I would stack the box or crowd the line of scrimmage, bring those corners up, and, give them opportunity to make plays one-on-one. I would always take a wide receiver beating us before a running back because there's nothing worse. There's nothing more demoralizing when a team is running the football and you can't stop it. And that it brings down the morale. It just opens up the big plays down the field. The pass rushers can't get off the line of scrimmage because they don't know if they're going to run or some kind of play action. The run opens up everything. So you have to stop Saquon. If A.J. Brown beats you tonight or Devontae Smith, if one of those guys beats you, you know what? And Pagano would say this. He said, hey, those guys get paid too, right? That's what he would say. Those guys get paid too. And you can't stop everybody, but at least stop their strength and what can really hurt you down the stretch.
And if you're running the ball, it takes time off the clock and it puts pressure on your offense. So they get your offense get more one-dimensional trying to catch up, and you play into the hands of another defense.
Yeah, I mean, look, as a pass rusher, you can never pin your ears back when people are running football against you because you have no idea. Yeah. They may, throw it on second and third. They may throw it on second, so you or third and second. They're looking at these things as a cadence. And so if you don't know, you're always on your heels. Those pass rushers have no chance of getting after the quarterback.
Shawne, real quick, just while we have you, I feel like you're a unique kind of expert for this question. Obviously, we're talking with our friend Shawne Merriman here. He's got the coat drive this weekend in College Park. Head out to the Terps game, bring a coat, help a family this winter. You're in the fight game, and the real fighting that you manage and have your own league, the Lights Out Fighting League, is very different than what's going to happen this weekend in Dallas. But this Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight is going to be on Netflix, and Jake Paul, whether it's real or contrived, has become this huge figure in the sort of boxing world. Tyson's 58 years old and probably hasn't lived the healthiest life for a while. What do you make of this fight?
Well, look, I'll watch Mike Tyson in the ring till he's 80, right? I mean, it's
Right.
Mike Tyson. You know, it's when people say they're not going to watch this fight, they're not, but they are. I mean, it's, you know, regardless of what they think about Jake Paul or not. I'll say this: regardless of his age or not, Mike Tyson can still hurt him within those 3 or 4 rounds. It's after those 3 or 4 rounds that if Mike Tyson doesn't do any damage to Jake Paul, it's going to get real ugly. And I think that, you know, a lot of people who love Mike and grew up watching Mike is just going to turn their head, maybe even turn it off, because we don't want to see a 58-year-old Mike Tyson get beat up. We just don't. But again, if you look at him now sparring and the way he is, even at 58, now trust me, I've sparred older guys before, older boxers. You know, the stamina's not there. They can't go for a long period of time. But those punches still hurt, right? So I think that if he could get inside and start, you know, hitting Jake's body and catch him with something in the first 3 or 4 rounds, he got a real shot. But I if you're a Mike Tyson fan after the 4th round, I don't know if I would sit there and watch that.
Is it a full 10, 12 round fight? I think you're.
Are they 2-minute rounds, something like that?
I think it's 8. I think it's eight rounds, if I'm not mistaken, and that helps Mike. But again, those first 3 or 4 rounds, I think he's going to look great. I think he'll come out, you know, head movement, the power's still going to be there. He's actually going to look like the Mike Tyson of old those first couple rounds. It's after the 4th round where your gas tank is just not there. And, you know, people always say this, you know, every athlete, we retired not because we can't play anymore, because we can't get healthy and we don't have the endurance as these younger guys. Yep. Right? The bounce back is not the same. We don't retire because we can't do it. I right now can probably go out there and give you 10, 12 plays and look like I did 10 years ago, 12 years ago. But after that, you're like, okay, yeah, it's time for you to go back to retirement. And that's what happens with all athletes. We don't lose it for quite some time. We just can't consistently do what we did.
Totally.
It's going to be fascinating. You just need Netflix to watch it, right? Like, it's not a pay-per-view. It's just a Netflix purview.
I think you're paying for this one.
We'll
it's Netflix, and I think that's why everybody's going to watch. Because I think most of the world has Netflix, and you know, Netflix has gotten more into live sports. They're going to continue to get into live sports. They got the football game, I think, during Christmas this year.
Yeah.
Or did we drop? Okay.
All right, we're good.
Yeah.
That was Shawne Merriman, lights out. Check him out at Shawne Merriman. Just a really good dude. The fact, dude, he lives in LA, San Diego, Vegas. Like, he's splitting time. And the fact that he keeps coming back to College Park to do this coach drive really says.
I always say you got to take care of home.
Says a lot about the person. Mike Tyson, Jake Paul. That's gonna be wild. I think I will watch that. Let's do this, B. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, maybe we have time to open these phones up. We have Jeff's hype song at 11:45. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Caps let a 2-goal third-period lead slip away in a 4-3 overtime loss to Toronto. The Wizards drop a 6 straight in a 139-130 defeat at San Antonio. And first place is on the line tonight. The Commanders meeting the Eagles in Philly Thursday Night Football at 8:15. Marshawn Lattimore and Austin Seibert will be out for the Commanders, but Washington will have the return of starting running back Brian Robinson. Looking to get ahead and save money? Winter registration at Prince George's Community College starts October 28th. 4-week fast-track online courses starting December 16th. Perfect to fit your busy schedule. Give yourself the gift of education at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Can't stand it. I know you planned it. This Watergate. Crystal ball ain't so crystal clear. So, shout out to the legend, Drew Cohen. Me and B are doing the show from the hotel, and Drew brought us some cheesesteaks. Appreciate you, Drew. Thank you.
Yeah, Drew.
B, I'm trying to get my brain around what's happening at noon. Anybody's going to listen to the show today at high noon, it's going to be me and B Mitch and Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio that host the midday show for WIP in Philly. Yep. WIP is the equivalent of the Fan in Philly. WIP
been around for a long time. Brother.
What do you think is the more like iconic sports radio? Probably WFAN still, the New York one. They kind of invented it. But WIP in Philly is a powerhouse of like
Angelo Cataldi was
pretty epic proportions, man.
Angelo got George Michael into this stuff.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, that's crazy. And maybe it's similar in sports, right? Like very few people really get to retire on their own terms. You kind of just run out of jobs where people like just won't pay you to do it anymore. Media is kind of the same thing. Very few people get to really retire on their own terms working in the media.
True.
This dude, Angelo Cataldi, did. Like, he got to walk away.
30-plus years.
Yeah, man. And I don't know that the DC audience understands what WIP is in Philadelphia and to Philadelphia fans all over the world.
They are the voice. Talk about the voice of the fan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
they listen. They will take the teams to a task.
And then you combine Hugh Douglas with that and how
he was a little crazy.
Yeah. So this segment at noon is going to be fun. Jeff called me this morning, and I'll confess I was still asleep. And I answered, and he's like, "Yo, do you want to run this crosstalk with Philly?" I was like, "No, let them run that thing." Do you think that's the right decision?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would stay tuned because who the hell knows what is going to happen at noon. Right now, though, we're about 10 minutes away from Jeff Walker's hype song, which should be fun. I really liked last week's. I don't know where you go from that, Jeff, but
just show that talent you have, dog.
Right now, though, it's a fairly simple question. I'll start with heavy metal, Chris. Chris, how confident do you feel that Washington wins tonight?
Let's see. I would say they've got 60 to 40. 60% likely.
60-40 that Washington wins.
Yeah. Yep.
How do you arrive there?
First, I'm a homer. I'm gonna admit I'm a homer, and so that's part of it. But I'll tell you, I just think Jaden seems like one of those kind of guys that, like, when the spotlight is on him on like national games and stuff, he steps up. And some players have that, and some don't. And it's like that Jordan factor. Like when the spotlight is the biggest, he plays his best. And I feel that's going to be a factor tonight. So,
all right,
sounds good.
Heavy metal homer, Chris. 60% chance Washington
Move
wins.
to the next homer. What he says.
Dude, we got some homers in that room today. Landville might have been the voice of reason. Landini, if you're listening, text us your confidence level. Jeffrey, what's your confidence level tonight?
You really want to know?
Yeah.
Really
When it starts like that, I definitely want to know.
I ain't going to lie, JP. I got us at an 80% chance winning tonight.
80%.
Yes, 80%.
I like it, Jeff. Go with it, baby.
Don't stop at 60. Go to 80.
80, bro, because look, and the other 20 is I don't know how the refs going to act, and I don't know if it's going to be a situation where we got to rely on our DBs. But let's go 80%. I got confidence in. Matter of fact, you know what it is, JP? When we were standing in that tunnel last week, right? And we watched them dudes come off that field. You could tell they was ready to get back on. So let's go. Ashburn syndrome riding high today. We up, baby. 80%.
Damn.
80.
Where you at, Jay?
I don't think I'm at 80, B. I worry
My confidence, my level went up when they said B-Rob was healthy and was going.
I think that makes a big impact. I really do. I'm with you on that. I think the Eagles have a lot of weapons offensively. I think Washington's defense is going to need to play probably their best game of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked what the Commanders did against Baltimore defensively. They really limited Henry right up until they didn't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they had a good game plan against Derrick Henry right until the fourth quarter where he iced that thing away. And Derrick Henry finished that game with $130 and 2 touchdowns.
Uh-huh.
And, like, if you approach it with, okay, we really got to limit this guy, and he still finishes with $130 and 2 touchdowns, problematic, right? A.J. Brown has historically killed this team. I worry that will continue.
But
I worry about the
Jalen
edges.
this year gives defenses opportunities.
He has. So, like, one thing I keep going back to, they started rough. They started 2-2.
Mm-hmm.
They were turning the ball over like crazy. In those first 4 games, they had 8 turnovers. Now, on this 5-game win streak, they've only turned the ball over 3 times in 5 games.
Okay.
However, all 3 of those turnovers happened in the last 2 games.
Okay.
So, like, what edge of that trend are you catching? Where, hey, the turnovers are coming back, or they've slowed it down over 5. If they can, Washington all of a sudden has created a defense that isn't great, but they're at least opportunistic.
There you go.
And, I mean, last week against the Steelers, they generated 2 turnovers in the second half.
Yeah.
And the offense did nothing with it.
Yeah.
I think you need a real complete game in this one if it's going to work.
I ask this question.
Washington's won the turnover battle the last 5 games.
But I ask you this question. How do you compare the Eagles' defense to the Steelers' defense?
It's really interesting because statistically, the Eagles' defense is right there. If you're just looking at stats, I like stats and numbers. I reference them frequently, but I'm about players and elite players. And I think, TJ Watt has been a defensive player of the year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I think Watt, I really like Highsmith. I think he's wildly underrated. He's not as good, but he's close.
He's very close, dude.
Minka's a star. I like the kid, Beanie, the rookie they have as a corner. Patrick Queen played really, really well last week. I think that Steelers defense is loaded. But, dude, the Eagles, like we've talked about the backers they have in Dean and Bond. What about the 2 D tackles, the 2 Georgia boys, the big fella, and then Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, I believe, are the 2 names, the 2 Georgia D tackles. They're loaded, man. And I don't know how this goes. And B, I sound like a broken record with it, but I just know how it feels in that locker room. It's easy for there to be juice in a locker room tonight, right? Like that room should be juiced up because you're playing Thursday night. I would still call it national TV, but it's Amazon, but whatever, right?
Still national.
When the locker room has juice on a random Wednesday, when the energy level is there on a Thursday in October, you know what I mean? That to me is a team that has bought in, and being around this team, they have bought in. And, I can be a skeptic or a cynic at times, but this team, this organization is all in. And to Jeff's earlier point, watching those guys walk up the field last Sunday and then talking to them and then seeing them this week, there is a real thought of we let one get away and we're not letting another one get away.
Yeah, and I think that's the whole thing about it. Like, I would say every game this year, even the ones they lost, they were never just outmanned and overwhelmed. And as I look at the Ravens, I think the Ravens is a better overall team than the Eagles. I think the Steelers' offense played well enough, but our defense was able to take some stuff from them. We struggled offensively. If we're playing effectively on offense, I think the game it jumps way into the side of this team. Because I feel this offense can move the ball on any damn body. We talk about TJ Watt and all that. They scored 27. Okay? And didn't have their best game. Imagine if they were on.
And didn't have their best runner.
Yeah. Imagine if they were on. Can you see 32, 40 points close?
It's silly, but what the players will tell you is how poised and composed Jaden Daniels is and how there is a belief in their quarterback that permeates the entire organization. And when you have that, you always got a chance.
He's not selfish.
You always got a chance.
And man. I think when you have a quarterback that's not selfish, teams normally can come together quicker. Because normally when the quarterback is selfish, the teams separate. Some people like him, some people don't.
Dude,
but they all like him.
We've seen that.
Yeah.
We have seen fractured locker rooms. This isn't one of them. I think straight up talent on the field, evaluation, where are the blue chip players? Philly's got more of them. It's a team game, man. And nobody knows what's going to happen once they kick that ball. Nobody go anywhere. Jeff Walker's got a new hype song next. Uh-oh. It's game day when you got DMX just cranking.
What's his hearing? What's your hearing? What's your hearing?
Hey, B, before we get to Jeff's song, do you know who Pro Football Focus rated as Washington's best performing corner last week?
No.
BSJ.
They did?
Yeah.
Well, but the thing about it is that one play stands out more than that's all people remember. But you can't, like I said.
It's like what Drew was saying about trying to weigh your analytics rather than just putting all the numbers in a pot.
It's when you make the bad plays that matter.
Or the good ones. I have breaking news on the Fan. We know that our dear friend Chris Russell at times struggles with timeliness, and traffic always seems to get him. Mm-hmm. So breaking news on the Fan. You ready for this, B? Rooster is already at the stadium.
Wait. Wait. Did he not know the time?
Maybe he thinks it's a 4:00 kick.
No,
bro.
Way.
The game is tonight. What the hell is wrong with him?
Roos texted me at 8:44 a.m. Hey, bud, where are you guys doing the show from today? And I said, the hotel. He said, gotcha. I said, you're welcome to come here, but I'm not sure how we make that work, because he has show prep from 1 to 2, and we're on the air from 1 to 2. Mm-hmm. He says, no worries. They say the press box will be open. Thanks. Just parked at the stadium.
What time?
11:48 a.m.
That's ridiculous. That makes no sense.
He won't be late, B. Early bird gets the worm. And shout out to the Philly press box. They do it right. Always good food. I imagine tonight they'll have cheesesteaks. But they do breakfast really well in there. I worked a lot of Sunday 1 o'clocks. The Eagles is a very good stadium to work. I like the link from a work perspective. Giant Stadium has the omelet bar. The Giant Stadium is never going to blow you away, but they keep things simple. They play the classics, and it works. Speaking of the classics, Jeffrey, the floor is yours.
All right, JP, last week we had a close game out there, and it came down to who wanted it more. Unfortunately, the Steelers wanted it more, but it's time to bounce back. So we got week 11 right here.
We left a lot of opportunities out there on the field. When these opportunities come, you gotta take it. But how bad do you want it? Who 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 want it? Man, you gotta go and get it. I need the defense here sticking. If they throw the ball, pitch it. Who want it? 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 Offense gotta go and take it. If it's a play, you gotta make it. These opportunities can't be wasted. It was a very close game, man, I couldn't believe it. It was ours for the taking, but we chose to leave it. A couple drop passes, plus that spot was a grievance. Now we gotta go and take our anger out on the Eagles. This a very big game, but this team is bigger. From the look in their eyes, I know our boys will deliver. Hit them, wrap them, make the damn tackle. Jada throw some dimes, receivers gotta catch them. Who want it? 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 Man, you gotta go and get it. I need the defense here sticking. If they throw the ball, pitch it. Who want it? 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 Offense gotta go and take it. If it's a play, you gotta make it. These opportunities can't be wasted.
And that's week 11, man.
I like it, Jeff.
Yep.
I like the receivers got to catch it. I thought that was funny.
Good stuff, brother, man.
Yeah, dude, Jeff,
Thanks,
that's good.
man.
So I think we will play that a few more times today, get everybody into game day mode. Obviously, a ton of excitement for this thing. Understandably, the people up. What has happened a lot is Washington fans have been excited about games in Philly, and Eagles fans have largely been dismissive. Like, all right, fine, they're here.
They even are thinking about it.
This is a different vibe now.
Oh yeah, totally. And I think as I talked to Ike talked to Anthony Gargano. We're gonna talk to Hugh them, and then talking to some fans last night. They were like, "Man, normally this game is just we don't look at it, but now we got to pay attention to it." So
different ball game, folks. Yeah. All right. Speaking of a different ball game, when we come back, we're going to do a crosstalk live with WIP Philadelphia, Joe Giglio and Hugh Douglas. Next, it's going to be wild.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It feels like it's been a long time, but it's a huge game in the month of November for the boys in burgundy and gold. As tonight, the Commanders head to Philly to take on the Eagles with first place in the NFC East on the line. Washington will be without the services of newly traded cornerback Marshawn Lattimore and their kicker Austin Seibert, each missing a second straight game. But after missing 2 games, we will see the return of running back Brian Robinson. The Fan is the place all day to catch coverage leading into the big game. Also remember to join the DOC Doc Walker postgame following the Thursday Night Football matchup. The Caps fell to the Maple Leafs in overtime 4-3. Washington does earn a point. The Caps now head out to Colorado for a 9 o'clock puck drop tomorrow night against the Avalanche. Listen to that right here on The Fan. The Wizards fall for a 6th straight time. This time a 139-130 final to the San Antonio Spurs. Victor Wembanyama had 50 for the Spurs. The Wiz now head to Atlanta for a 7:30 tip tomorrow with the Hawks. It's part of the NBA Cup. You can listen to it on Bloomberg 99.1 FM. And one local college hoops game tonight, 0-4 Coppin State visiting 2-1 UMBC, a 7 o'clock tip. From the Crump Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, high noon on the East Coast. We're live in Philly and being joined now in progress, WIP in Philadelphia. What's up, fellas?
Answer was a darn good one, Ricky Ricard. All right, let's go down to 106.7 The Fan. Our friends down there, Brian Mitchell, JP Finley, joining us right now to talk some Eagles, Commanders. Brian, JP, how we doing today?
B. Mitch. We're good, man. How y'all doing?
Great,
What's up,
man.
you? What's up?
How you doing, man? Hey, B. Mitch, I gotta
man.
ask right out the gate, man. Do
What
you
you got?
feel in a game like this? I know you're a Commodore, but are you a little torn, man, when it comes
No
to
damn Commodore's a commander, man.
I know they gave you the nice varsity jacket when they broke it out and everything, but are you torn between the Commodores and the Eagles, man?
I'm not necessarily torn, man. Listen. I have love for both teams, but you know what? I pull for the Commanders. I work with them. You know, I'm there 24/7. It's kind of hard to not pull for the team that you're working for. Put money in your pocket.
Yeah, they put that.
I mean?
You know that bread. You know that bread is butter. No question about that.
Oh yeah, but like the question I would ask y'all. I know in previous years you were not concerned about Washington coming in.
No, I'm gonna tell you, be honest with you.
How are
I
things
wasn't
now?
concerned. I wasn't concerned about you in this year until Joe kept telling me, he's like, "Hey, man, the Commodores, they look like they're gonna be all right." He said they look like they're gonna be all right. I'm like, man, no, they're not.
They laughed at me, guys.
No, I laughed because I'm like, they got a rookie quarterback, but now, hey, B. Mitch, now I'm looking
Listen,
like, damn.
hold on now.
He looked bona fide. He looked bona fide.
Joe, see, he's yapping now. Last year he was scared as hell when the Commanders came up and played. And this is a better team than it was last year.
What are you doing, Hugh? You were scared of the Sam Howell
I don't know
team?
what he's talking about.
That team stunk.
I don't know what B. Mitch talking about,
I believe
man.
B. Mitch. All right, so let me ask you guys. So in the summer, I had you guys on my radar because it felt to me like it had some elements of last year's Texans. Rookie quarterback, new coach, some vets you guys brought in. So I thought you guys could be pretty good. Now you're better than I even thought. But when did it hit you? Did you guys realize you had something in September? Was it in training? Like, when did you realize, like, oh, wow, they might be good now?
Well, I felt Jaden was showing a lot, but still, I'm the type of guy, JP will tell you that I'm always like, well, you got to show me a little more. But after the 4th game, I was like, okay, this dude's special.
For me, I mean, we learned a lot about Jaden just kind of through training camp, watching him.
Yeah.
And you really notice, damn, this kid does not turn the ball over. And I've seen enough rookie and young and bad quarterbacks, covering this burgundy and gold team over the years, that what always happens with rookies and young guys is they turn it over, even in camp, right?
Yeah.
And so you notice, like, wow, this kid really doesn't do that. And then to me, where you realize they might really have something was the week 3 Monday nighter in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
When he made that throw late in that game to McLaurin in the corner of the end zone, you're like, damn, this kid is legit. When did you guys think Washington might have something?
That was the one, right, Hugh? When they went down, they beat the Bengals, and he threw that not pretty pass to McLaurin back of the end zone. That was like, whoo.
Yeah. No, you know what it was for me is like, because I haven't really seen too many full games. It's like in the small sampling sizes. Like he gets the ball out of his hands quick, and that's the first thing that I said to Joe. I'm like, damn, he get the ball out quick. Like he's not indecisive where he wants to go at the football. And when it almost looked to me, B-Mitch, like when he reads the field, he reads it quickly, he processes the information quickly, and the ball is gone. And as a defender, I'm looking like, damn, he doesn't look like a rookie. He's getting that ball out of his hands quick.
Yeah, it's called virtual reality.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that
Yeah.
he like virtually plays the games in a headset or something.
Yeah.
He started doing it
In college.
last year at LSU en route to the Heisman Trophy, where he was just incredible and has continued to do it. I think you also got to credit Cliff Kingsbury, the play caller, and I think they've built a really friendly system for him. But dude, another guy that frankly I think Sirianni scapegoated him.
No, you better not say it. Don't you get on this radio station.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Don't be trying to get nobody they flowers and we just
you guys try to run Brian Johnson out of town, and I think he is absolutely helping. He is absolutely helping with Jaden Daniels. And if you look at his track record with young quarterbacks, it speaks for itself. And I think he's a big factor in this.
So
what you saying?
Is it the Brian Johnson revenge game tonight? Is that what you're setting up on us?
Wait a minute. What you saying about our quarterback, though? What you saying about the quarterback up here? Because
he's a great player. I'm not saying anything about Jalen.
Well,
I'm saying Sirianni tried to scapegoat Brian Johnson for last year's problems. That's what I'm saying.
So you say Sirianni is the problem. Okay.
Well, hell, y'all thought so just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Hey, B-Mitch. He had a Britney Spears moment, but hey, you know just well as I do, B-Mitch. Hey, if it works and if it gets the team winning, then hell, why not? Why not? If you got to cut your hair off and act the damn fool and put your hands on some fans in order to win some football games.
Let's not do that. Let's not go there.
Damn it, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Hey, well, you know, if he mess with the fans up here, he may not win that one.
Yeah, they kind
of. Well, that's true.
So I think somebody called him into the office and said, "Yo, don't do that anymore."
No, he definitely
what
got called
happened,
into the office.
That was an uncomfortable. We're crossing over with the guys down at 106.7 The Fan in DC. Brian Mitchell, JP Finley. All right, guys, we've had fun for minutes. Can we be serious now? Like,
we gonna be serious now?
Well, yeah, I just want to know, like, is the cute story over tonight? Like, this is cute, right?
Oh, you mean the cute story, the Commodores?
Like, this isn't real, right? Like, you guys.
So
are
now we're being
here.
serious.
I believe it's real.
3.5 point underdogs. Like, this is the night the Commanders season goes back to reality, right?
Back to life, huh?
No,
they say it turns into the pumpkin.
Yeah,
tonight,
the real NFC East champion emerges tonight, right?
Well, I think we're going to find out. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I look at this team when they play. They are far more together than I ever thought they would be. And if anybody on that team is thinking the same thing you all are thinking, then for a rude awakening.
Well, and I'd also add of this Eagles 5-game win streak, which is impressive. I mean, it stands on its own. But it's not exactly murderer's row in that 5-game win streak.
I could tell in your voice you was about to give us a backhanded compliment.
It's what I'm good at, Hugh.
I felt
you
that.
You guys still haven't played the Ravens and the Steelers, which are two of Washington's losses.
Yeah.
So, and what I'm fascinated by, and I'm asking this sincerely, the first 4 games where everything was tenuous and people wanted to run Sirianni out of town, Eagles are turning the ball over like crazy. The turnovers have settled down, but in the last 2 weeks they're back. I know that those have been wins, but what is up with Philly kind of giving the ball away a little bit?
Well, it's been the Hurts issue. I mean, it's really been him. I mean, I know they had the fumble 2 weeks ago that you're referencing against Jacksonville. Saquon. It was a weird play. It was almost like he was down, but they didn't rule him down, and he just popped out. It's been Jalen. I mean, Jalen Hurts has had way too many turnovers this year. In fact, you go back to week 1 in Brazil, he threw the ball to the Packers probably 4 or 5 times. They caught 2 of them. So it could even be worse. But, yeah, Hugh, it's been much better with Jalen.
Yeah.
Last week he had 2, but he had a month where he didn't have any. It seems like it's hot or cold. Like, guys, it wouldn't shock me tonight if he's perfect, clean, no turnovers. It also wouldn't shock me if he throws a pass right at a commander and it's a matter of if they catch it or not.
Yeah, and I will say this. He has made a conscious effort to try to protect the ball a lot more. But a lot of times when you look at most of those turnovers, it came when he was trying to force the ball somewhere. Yeah. And I think when you look at the way he's been running and the fact that Saquon's been running so well, he hasn't had those moments where he has to force the ball into anywhere, and that's probably been to his benefit.
We talked about it a little bit last year. I remember when they played here. Was Jalen hurt last year? Because this year he's a different quarterback. Last year he refused to run the ball.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Because we were trying to figure that out because there was a stretch where he just looked slower. And then it came out. I forgot. Was it his knee or something?
Yeah,
it was something he was dealing with last year.
I think they framed it as a bone bruise in his knee, but Jalen hates to be on the injury report, guys. So I think they try to downplay things. And last week they had him out for last Wednesday for rest, and then on Friday the coach kind of slipped and said he had a sore ankle. So there's always something it feels like with Jalen, but he plays through almost everything. But Brian, he didn't look right last year running the football. You could tell something was bothering him. He looks much faster this year.
From a straight talent perspective, this Philly team is loaded. Like Brian and I were doing kind of our preview of tonight's game, and I don't know that it's probably premature to say this now. I don't know that there's a lot of positions where you point to Washington being better than Philly from a straight up talent perspective. I wonder if maybe down the road you could say quarterback. But I mean, for you guys as people that live, breathe Eagles, is this the most talented iteration of this team in years? I mean, adding Saquon to that offense is pretty bananas.
It is. I would say it's night and day better than last year. Like, they're just way more talented. Now, 2 years ago, they made the Super Bowl. They were really talented. But, guys, what's different is on defense, they were a little bit older. It was kind of like 1 year, 2 year guys, and you could tell it was going to flip over. This defense is young now. I mean, guys, I think we're going to have these Eagles Commanders big games that we might be doing these crossovers for a few years now because the Eagles aren't going to go anywhere. I think you guys are set up now with a young quarterback and Quinn and Kingsbury if he stays. The Cowboys look like crap. The Giants are lost in the wilderness. So
Cowboys are crap.
They are terrible. Brian, they are terrible.
You're not going to get an argument
Hugh,
over
what's interesting about this team is they are talented. And Hugh, I think the Eagles are set up for a while. I mean, these two young corners you're going to see tonight, one of which I believe you helped us get right in the draft with DeJean with the trade in the second round. These guys are really good. I mean, Quinyon Mitchell locks everyone down, and DeJean is
well, look
at
the last name. What you expect?
That's true. We
Come on, the Creole. Yeah, I caught that.
Now, Hugh, this is a very talented Eagles team.
No,
no
question
those
about
linebackers are loaded, right? The Dean and Bond.
Yeah, Bond. You know what's funny? I mean, I know you know this, but he was a special teams player last year. And he's an off the ball linebacker, and he's balling out there, man. We're gonna have to figure out because we up here for whatever reason we don't. There has been speculation, I should say, that we don't value linebackers.
Yeah, I think it's more reality.
Well, yeah, I know.
It goes back to 2000.
Yeah, we're talking to Commanders. I didn't want to, say, I didn't want to put Fanny Billings too far out there. But yeah, it's been speculation. It's been speculation that we don't value the linebackers. But still, he's been balling. No question about that. I have a question for you guys. What is the overall? I know you guys are winning right now, but what is the overall feeling about Dan Quinn and how he's been able to transform this team so far?
I don't think anybody's complaining about not getting Ben Johnson anymore. I think I talked with Adam Peters earlier this year, right, at Super Bowl, and he was saying that all these coaches on this staff, and they have a loaded staff, they came because of Dan, not anything else anybody else put out. So a lot of times people look for the young, sexy thing. You got to find a motivator, and right now in this day and age, it, Hugh, coaches don't have to be completely hands-on. You can get they have to be more of like these CEOs where they oversee things.
Mm-hmm.
And Dan has done his motivational thing, got the right people in the right positions and let them do their jobs. Just like Big Red did.
Well, he's done. I mean, it's funny you brought up the Ben Johnson thing because I thought that was the perfect fit. And then obviously he turned them down and I was like, oh, they're screwed, but it's worked out. So guys, besides
that's the story they put out. He probably was turned down before he put that message out there.
You're probably right about that. Maybe not. So guys,
see, JP wanted Ben Johnson. I wanted Dan Quinn.
All right, well, you're looking good right now.
I think DQ's done a great job. I think DQ has the team completely bought in. All I'm saying is they were on a flight to Detroit when he said, I'm not taking the meeting.
Yeah, because he already told me he wasn't going to get the amount of money he thought he was going to get.
That's a different matter.
There we go.
To suggest they weren't interested or something.
No, they were interested, but interested.
But it also doesn't matter.
He priced himself out of it.
Dude,
then again, that's stupid. If you want to be a head coach, be a head coach.
I don't think he wants to. Seriously.
He might be
there's stories out there now that maybe he's going to, wait again. And he might not want to be. All right, guys, let me ask you this. We all see the Jaden Daniels thing.
Yes.
And obviously Dan Quinn is a motivator. And, he's been head coach before he's been the Super Bowl. I'm not surprised he's doing a good job. What else? Like, why has the turnaround happened so fast? Like, when I'm watching the game tonight, What am I looking for? Where else are they good? Or is this really just the quarterback carrying things?
Well, I think the quarterback is good. All right. He's proven what he is. And I think other people who they added onto this team has come in on the defensive side. They got more leadership. The offensive line is far better than what anybody thought.
Tyler Biadasz is the center they got for
badass
Dallas.
in the middle. That's what we call him, badass. He's special.
He's changed a lot offensively.
Yeah.
The new ownership group really got their hands around the organization this offseason because they bought last year a week before camp opened and everything was kind of just a scramble drill. Like the entire organization has changed so dramatically that kind of being there every day, you see the impact every day. But specifically on the field, I think just about every free agent move, and it's a ton of one-year deals for veterans, has hit by Adam Peters.
Yeah.
You look at Dante Fowler, who's kind of a journeyman that's bounced around. He's got 8.5 sacks. He's top 5 in the NFL in sacks. He's been really good for them. Bobby Wagner, veteran, going to the Hall of Fame someday, but didn't have a really robust free agent market, has been fantastic for them. Players to watch tonight on the defensive side of the ball. Frankie Louvu was a free agent they signed from Carolina. He's a pass rushing linebacker, but kind of does it all. This kid, Jeremy Chin, if you go back to 2020, Jeremy Chin was runner-up defensive rookie of the year. For his size to have the speed he has, and he's kind of a box safety, he makes plays. Last week he had a pick, was in on a forced fumble. Chin is all over the place. So their defense last year was dead last in everything. Yards allowed, points allowed, everything. They're not a killer group right now, but they're now in the top 15 of just about everything. And I think a lot of that is better coaching and then bringing in some of these veteran free agents. The worry that Brian and I both have tonight, you guys saw they just traded for Marshawn Lattimore from the Saints. They need help on the edges at corner. Lattimore's not going to go tonight. AJ Brown has killed Washington since he's landed in Philly.
Yeah.
I worry about that matchup tonight.
Oh, he kills everyone. He's a great player. So what's the expectation with you guys then? Because our callers today, our audience expects a win. Most people here are very confident. I have some nerves because I'm usually just a nervous guy. Hugh's confident. Is the Commander fan confident tonight, or is it almost like a hope that they could do something like this, come up here and win on a short week?
Most fans are confident. And I think when you get Brian Robinson in the field, they are very confident.
He's a difference maker, and they haven't had him for 2 games, and their time of possession and third down efficiency has really suffered as a result. Having him back tonight makes an impact. I think most Commanders fans are excited if they're not confident, if that makes sense. There's an entirely different feeling in Washington, and at its core is Jaden Daniels and the no fading Jaden movement.
Yeah.
Well, guys, it's going to be fun. Listen, this was fun to have you guys on. Something tells me we're going to do this again because I think Eagles Commanders is going to be a thing now in the NFCs. It's remarkable. We haven't had both teams finish with a winning record since the 90s in the same season. That feels like it's about to change and change for a while. Guys, appreciate you hopping on. Enjoy the rest of your show, and we'll catch up. I think that game in December is going to decide a lot, so maybe we'll talk then. Thank you, guys.
I think that's going to get
Y'all be good,
flexed,
man.
too. So
Have a good
it'll be
one.
another prime time.
All right, Hugh.
That's a good guess. All right, there we go. There they go. JP Finley and Brian Mitchell, 106.7 The Fan, down in D.C.
We're still here. We're coming right back after this.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. And right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. It's game day for the Washington Commanders against the Philadelphia Eagles. Brian Robinson is good to go tonight. Head coach Dan Quinn.
Good sign to see him and the rest of his teammates really get running. It was a kind of a ramp up as you go. Think of a slower on Monday, a little faster yesterday, but today's the day you hit the marks to go up, and so he did a good job with that.
Our Burgundy and Gold pregame show begins 6:30 on the Fan with Denton Day and Toby Altizer. Capitals fall 4-3 to the Maple Leafs in overtime. Nick Dowd did sustain a broken nose last night in a collision. Tomorrow night, 2 high-profile returns with Lars Eller facing off against Val Nichushkin. The Wizards drop a 139-130 decision to the Spurs. They've lost 6 in a row. Tampa Bay Rays are planning to play the 2025 season at Steinbrenner Field. Ready to chase your dreams this spring at Prince George's Community College. We've got over 200 programs designed to fit your schedule and your goals. Registration has already begun, so don't wait. Register today at pgcc.edu. Your future, your freedom. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. That was a really fun segment with the WIP fellas, Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. I hope I'm saying that right. Jeff, do you know how to say that? I think I got it. I enjoyed that. Now, I feel like a lot of Commanders fans got in their feelings a little bit about the Philly crowd making fun of the name and kind of just a general air of disrespect. 2 things. 1, they're Philly. What the hell do you expect? 2, making fun of the name's kind of funny. I don't even care because the name stinks. 3, you know the best way to shut them up? Win the game tonight. Here's a promise, because I've gotten this on Twitter. I've gotten this in texts. I've gotten this in the chat. People are saying this. If Washington wins, I think we should do that again before the Week 16 game against the Eagles regardless. If Washington wins this game tonight, we will effort, Jeff, and I don't know the engineering kind of acrobatics involved, the sex aerobics, if you will, but we will effort to get those fellas back on and see what they have to say then. But we'll definitely do it before Week 16, a game I'm pretty sure is either going to get moved to Sunday or Monday night, by the way. So if you have tickets for that Eagles-Commanders game, be prepared to be up very late. What'd you think, Jeff? Was that harder, easier for you? Like, how is that from a work perspective for you?
Oh, it was cool, man. We've been connected since yesterday. Landini made sure some stuff was set up yesterday. Me and Kyle connected last night. So it was pretty cool, man. I'm looking forward.
It's just like potting up mics, right?
Yeah,
Basically?
yeah, just potting up mics, making sure everyone's in on time. It's all good.
I like it. I thought that was fun, for sure. They didn't like when I brought up the Brian Johnson thing, a guy that completely got railroaded for something he didn't do wrong.
That
happens in the NFL, but what's that, Jeff?
I said I loved it because they was trying to go in on us at first. And when you shot that back at them, they needed that.
Yeah, man. It was prison yard. They were trying to establish dominance. We had to fight back. It's awesome having this much juice for a night game. And I think it's only going to continue as this season goes on. So here's what we're going to do. We have Patrick Peterson joining us at 1 o'clock, an all-time great corner. It's going to be a lot of fun to talk to Pat Pete. So 1 o'clock on Thursday is generally when we do Bleep You Thursday. Today is a Thursday, but it's also a game day. So you got to audible. Life's about evolution, right? So I'd like to offer, I suppose Jeff's in the big chair. So Heavy Metal Chris, hit the button. Oh, was that on purpose, Jeff?
Yes, because I forgot to play it in. So I had to make sure we heard it.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. Because Bleep You Thursday is obviously damn near a religious holiday in the DMV. Everybody gets their chance to speak to their fellow man about what is wronged, what is bothered, what has annoyed them. But I think we have a special Bleep You Thursday Philadelphia edition. So everybody can call in with their normal bleep views. Phone lines are now open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. But particularly, if there's anything you don't like about Philly, now is the time to say it. Jeff, Chris, certainly the door is open here.
I got it.
Jeff wants to lead
I'm
off.
ready.
I'm proud of you, buddy.
First, bleep Philly for being the Eagles. Bleep them just because I don't like them. Bleep them for existing. Second, bleep them for taking B-Mitch from us. I want to keep my boy here, but thank y'all for giving him his money. But bleep them. Two, I want to bleep every Philly person who says cheesesteaks are better than steak and cheese. That is absolutely false. If you want to go taste some seasonless beef on bread, that's when you go get a cheesesteak. If you want something that's you want some savory beef with on a nice warm roll with all the toppings, you go get a steak and cheese. That cheesesteak crap is trash. I don't care who hates me. Cheesesteaks are trash.
Okay. Jeff, I love the passion. I love where you're coming from. What the hell's the difference between a steak and cheese and a cheesesteak? Isn't it just vernacular?
No, there's a big difference. The taste is the difference, JP. Like I said, a cheesesteak is just with that cheese whiz that they put on there, overrated.
It's kind of banging.
It's
That's
overrated.
fine.
Look, JP,
I'm not here to judge.
If I take you around,
at them.
look, get you a cheesesteak. Matter of fact, bring a cheesesteak from Philly. I see
Drew
you the
just
bread.
brought us one. It was awesome.
I'll send you the bread. Bring one here. I guarantee you, if I take you around my way and get you a nice steak and cheese from Jerry's, you would never eat a cheesesteak from Philly again.
I love you, Jeff. You know what? Because I'm just not going to engage on this topic. That's fine. Your opinion is you are entitled to it. B, we're doing Bleep You Thursday. It's a special Philly edition.
All right.
We're encouraging everybody to call up and just say Bleep Philly for whatever they want to discuss. Everybody knows me.
So what did Jeff bleep?
He's very angry about cheesesteaks.
Jeff, I am too.
B might have just had to run upstairs because he's angry about a cheesesteak.
Boy, that cheesesteak wasn't sitting well just now, Jeff.
Oh man, y'all
Bro.
talking about me.
Oh my Lord.
You know what I've learned, dude? You know how like whenever me and Landfill are cheesesteak, steak and cheese, whatever the right term is, fans, right? And B's always like, nah, man, I'm out. Whenever we say that for lunch, he's like, nah, man, I'm out. I've learned why.
Yeah. I was hungry as hell. I just had one. I'm like, God. Yeah, this is what I got to deal with every day. I don't ever want another one.
Jeff is starting a riot claiming that Jerry's Subs and Pizza. I love Jerry's. I'm cool with Jerry's Subs and Pizza.
No.
But Jeff says Jerry's Subs and Pizza cheesesteaks are better than Philadelphia cheesesteaks.
Stop. Not Jerry Subs and Pizza. There's a difference between the food chain, Jerry Subs and Pizza, and Jerry's, the Chinese carryout. That's where you go to any, matter of fact, go to any carryout in DC. I guarantee you'll have a better steak and cheese than Inley cheesesteak.
I love little Chinese carryout cheesesteaks. Like, you don't have to preach to me.
I like the wings.
I lived on 8th Street before it was gentrified. Like, Danny's World's Greatest Cheeseburger. Like, I know what you're talking about. Of all the things I hate about Philadelphia, and it's a long list, cheesesteaks aren't on there for me, is all I'm saying.
They're on there for me. Man,
Bill Burr famously hates Philadelphia. There is no city. The walk from the cigar bar back to the hotel is maybe 5 minutes. B, the walk last night to and from the bar.
Yeah, that's not far at all.
It's not far at all. You just constantly feel like you're going to get stabbed. It's well lit. This is a nice part of town, and you want to walk in the middle of the road because you just feel like every person might be on meth and they're going to stab you. That's my beef with Philly. So bleep you, Philly.
That's actually Hagerstown, Maryland.
Damn, Hagerstown taking shrapnel.
I'm just saying, dog.
Is Chris using the Google Doc? Because that's what I have open. But regardless,
he's working on it now. He don't
perfect.
got that.
We got Rusty calling from Delaware.
What's
line
up, Russ?
1. What up, Russ? Rusty, we got
Rusty,
you,
what's
buddy?
up, brother?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, man.
Hey, big game day here. And by the way, my bleep you is for the city of Philadelphia. Bleep you to Broad Street. Bleep you to Packer Avenue. Bleep you to the Philadelphia Phillies, Flyers, and most of all the Eagles. And lastly, bleep you to Hugh Douglas for all that crap he was trying to pull when you guys had him on the phone. All I got to say is my teenage years, I could not stand Hugh Douglas. My heart was broken, Brian, when I saw you put on that jersey. All I got to say is I love the way you shut him down, JP, but bleep him for trying to start all that Commodore stuff. Let's go get this dub.
Thank you, Rusty. Appreciate you, buddy. Can I add one?
Go ahead.
Bleep you to Bryce Harper for pretending he loves this town, because he doesn't. It's all an act. He uses 2 blow dryers on his hair every morning. It's all an act. Don't believe it. Bleep all that. Nobody. 13-year contract in Philadelphia sounds like a jail sentence. That does not sound. That does not sound like something people strive to get. Let me know about the phones, boys. I can't tell what's happening there, but. All right, our guy Jupe on Jeff. You just take the callers. Jupe on line 4. Let's go.
Hey, listen, I missed that call. I was getting busy with work, but hey, bleep them. Bleep Philly. Bleep Philly cheesesteak. Bleep the cheesesteak that B. Mitch ate that's giving him the double guts. I hope he got that white Mitch. I hope he do. Bleep Meek Mills and Diddy because they're associated now. Just bleep them all. Bleep Quentin Mitchell. They keep thinking they're going to shut down Terry. We all know what happens when he talk trash to Terry. That's when he gets scary. So if you don't know by now, you're about to find out tonight. And with him having Timothy Daniels back there, hey, it's on and popping, baby. Let's go.
Thank you, Jupe.
Hold on. No.
I hope we get a call from Jupe tomorrow.
Quinyon came out and said something?
What's that?
He came out and said he's going to stop Terry?
Mitchell did?
That's what he just said. Because if he did,
no, it's the Eagles fans. Eagle fans keep saying,
okay.
Mitchell about to shut him down. I'm like, okay, we about to find out tonight. Let's go.
I will be honest. I am really excited to watch Quinyon Mitchell in person. In Indy last year at the Combine, there was real buzz about him. Obviously, he was a first-round pick. Saban said once the portal and everything was going, that he tried to get Mitchell to come to Bama, and he turned him down just because I think he went to Toledo or something. I don't remember the small school he went to, but he wanted to stay loyal there. Mm-hmm. There aren't that many good, pure corners because the position is just so hard. But when you get to see a good one, it's cool to watch. Obviously, I hope he sucks tonight, but I am curious about his game in general.
All right. Well, I want him to say something to Terry because I know Terry plays great then.
All right, let's go to Justin on the line for a Bleep You Thursday.
What's up, Jess?
Hey, what's up? Guys?
Chilling.
Hey, long-time listener, first-time caller. I've been listening to this show for a long time, and at the end of it, I always hear that JP owes me a free beer, and I did some math. Been listening for 2 years. That's 522 days during the week, so he owes me 522 beers.
That's not how it works, sir. I'm sorry. You got to check with the legal. You got to check with the lawyers. It's I owe you a beer. It doesn't multiply. It's a beer.
Okay. Gotcha. I'm just messing. Yeah, thank you all. Great show.
All
right, bro. Peace. You say it every day, so that means you owe him per day, JP.
Commander Hef via Twitter is asking for a favor, Brian.
What's that?
He wants to know if we could say bleep you to Zach Caddio, who's a huge Philly fan.
Bleep you, Zach Caddio.
Bang. Jeff, tell me who we got next.
Let's go to Jackson, Calvert County.
Jax, what's up?
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for taking my call. HOF, future HOF. How you doing?
Doing good, brother.
Hey, I want to bleep Philly and on everything, period. And JP, hey, you kind of a little negative on Jeff on the steak and cheese, man. You know.
I don't think I am. I'm just saying cheesesteaks up here are still pretty good. Like, I hate this city. I hate coming here. One of my best friends moved up here. I hated having to visit him. This is not my kind of place. But the cheesesteaks are pretty good.
Yeah, we lost them. All
right.
Let's go to Mary and Chevy Chase.
Mary.
What up, Mary?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So basically, I was in Philadelphia 10 years ago for a work trip, The Philadelphia Flyers game just got out. I'm driving down the highway. Next thing I know, there's this car flying at me. Got hit by a drunk driver. My car flipped 2 times. Thankfully, there was a guardrail. I landed on the guardrail. My car was totaled, and I was hospitalized. And so, bleep you, Philadelphia.
Wow, that's serious.
You got a real reason
yeah.
to bleep him.
Thank you, Mary, and I'm glad you're okay.
Definitely.
Yeah, and guess what? I still have like PTSD from it, and I can't even drive on highways because I freak out anytime someone's merging because I keep thinking someone's going to hit me. So it's been terrible.
All right,
Mary, take care of yourself.
Hope you feel
Thank
better.
you for calling, and
thank you.
bleep you to Philly.
Yeah.
Stay off the roads, you drunks. Here's what we're going to do. Phone lines remain open, 800-636-1067. Why do you hate Philly? Starring Bleep You Thursday. Patrick Peterson joins us at 1 o'clock.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Big changes are happening in the DMV, and just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, trust me, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV, and if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Shout out to Jeff for checking if me and B-Mitch said anything during the break when we didn't. And shout out to Jeff for playing the Bleep You Thursday music after we done the segment. But
he said we were still here.
We're still here, so let's keep it going. I have no idea if there are callers. If there are, let's go to them.
Let's go.
Yeah, fire away, Jeff.
I was gonna say we got 8 callers on the line. Let's start with Alex.
Let's go with it.
Alex from the stream.
What up, Alex?
Hey, what's up? I got to give a bleep you to everybody on Sundays from 12:30, from the time church gets let out to the 1 o'clock kickoff. You guys drive nuts. You guys make it like a Daytona 500. You guys go on the shoulders. You guys make it crazy. So bleep everybody with a car. Bye.
Why? Is he mad at people that go to church?
He bleep everybody with a car.
Well,
he just bleep too. Everybody with a car.
I have a car. Wait a second. Is he bleeping me?
Bleeping everybody. Yeah.
My guy Johnny Hecht says, bleep you to the Eagles head coach who acts like he's 17 and bleep you to the tush push. For everybody that said that, talked about the tush push, you got to change the rules, this and that. Sure ain't as effective without Jason Kelce.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost like they had a Hall of Fame center and figured out the way to best use him.
Yeah.
I'm not getting involved here. I don't have a dog in the fight, but I need people to stop asking me about blue sky. Please.
What's blue sky?
I don't know. I guess they're trying to invent a new Twitter. Is that it? Bleep you, man. Just let me chill. Let me live. I'm trying to get through this Thursday night game. I got a very busy day. Are you on blue sky, Jeff?
I made a profile just because I wanted to see what it was like. I'm not going to be on that app like that.
Okay. Well, I only go where Jeff takes me. He's the Sherpa. Jeff, who's our next caller?
I kind of figured I know where this call is going to go, so I'm going to go with Big B in D.C.
Big B,
Big
what up?
B, what's up?
What's going on, fellas? So, first of all, I want to send a bleep you to this jerk that's called himself an Eagles insider that was on the Junkies this morning, Elliott Shore Parks. He's not an insider. He's a homer, and he just wants to be down. A nerd that never plays sports just wants to be down. So bleep him. And I think I'm going to have, for the first time ever on Bleep You, a Bleep You pardon. I'm going to pardon Jeff Bleep You for once again standing me up at the game that he was supposed to lead that. Hold on. I'm gonna give him a pardon, and the only reason why he's getting this pardon is because my man B. Mitch came out and waved that flag like that flag said something about his mama. Got me fired up. So please, you pardon the Jeff.
All right, gotcha.
Yo, who sent us the video of you waving the flag? That needs to be made into a GIF on Twitter or Blue Sky, whatever you got, because B-Mitch was waving that thing.
They told me wave it, go crazy, and I went crazy.
Put it in the group chat, JP. We're going to get that made.
I got to try to find it. All right, hit us with another caller, Jeff.
All right, let's go on down to Jared.
Jared, what's up, buddy?
I'm doing fine. Hey, listen, my blank use to both your damn cities. I hate both of your asses. I hope you all get in there and kill each other. I can't stand anybody. I can't stand your fan base, the Commando Drunko or whatever the hell his name is, Commandant my ass. How about this? I hope you all just kill each other. And then there's one, though, that has nothing to do with the game is mine. This multi-millionaire CD Lamb crying about some damn sun glare? What the hell are you crying about? What if you were outside, you dumbass? My thing is this, get some damn shoe polish, put the damn lines under your eyeballs, and quit excusing dropping the damn touchdown pass. Now, I hope to God a bomb drops on your asses and both your teams are eliminated from casualties. Kiss my ass, the whole DMV.
I got to be honest with you. It sounds like Jerry's on edge. I think there's a lot going on in Dallas right now. I think Jerry's having a pretty tough time.
He got problems, dog.
He sounds on edge, to say the least. He sounds like you did moments before you decided to run up to your own bathroom.
Yeah.
Jeff, give us another one.
Let's go to Uptown Mo.
All right, Mo, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up with y'all? Hey,
Man.
bleep Philly. What type of city has a trash receptacle right before you enter into the city. That's where their landfill is. Their houses are so small, you can go to the bathroom and touch each other. Houses. Bleep Philly for having cheese whiz on cheesesteaks. Also, hey, newsflash, Rocky is a movie. You got a statue of a movie. He's not a real person, Philly. Rocky is not real, bro. You know what I mean? He also played in several other movies. So bleep Philly and also bleep Joe Biden for reminding me of Weekend at Bernie's every time I look at him. That's what I think.
Oh, man.
Man, Joe trying to chill, man.
By the way, when are we, now that, I'm not even going to ask. Jeffrey, do we have more callers?
We got 5 more.
All right, let's do it. Don't take any more, but let's run through these 5. Everybody go
Dave
quick.
and
Jeff,
Reston.
just bring them up.
Dave and Reston.
Hey, how's it going,
What
y'all?
up,
Hey, how's it going, y'all? I don't hate Philly, the city. I've seen a great metal show up there. They've got some good stuff, but I do hate the Eagles, and I love to hate our division. And I just want to say, if they ever had realignment in the NFL, it would devastate me because I love to hate it.
All right, bro.
Thanks, buddy.
Yep. Bye.
All right, guys. Next guy, Charlie in College Park.
All right, Charlie. What's up, brother?
Gentlemen, I got 5 quick ones. I know that's a lot. I got 5 because I had to add one because you let Gerald on here. In order of importance, from the least important to the most important. Number 1, London Fletcher, shut up. You talk too much. Not after every play. Number 2.
Fletcher's our boy, dude. Relax.
Yeah, I know he's my boy too. Great player, Hall of Famer, but not every play. Number 2, the people who leave scooters and bikes in the middle of the street in College Park instead of parking them somewhere. If you're going to rent them, be responsible. Number 3, Philly. After all these years and your reputation, why is nobody speaking up about the behavior in Philly? Bleep you big time. Number 4, Jaya. You guys let Jaya on the air. Big bleep you guys. I keep telling you, don't let that turkey on the air. You see how he is. And number 5, and most important, and this goes for your 2 radio personalities on the Fan. You doubting Terry McLaurin now, you blasted him earlier in the season for not getting open. When are you going to realize he's a top 10 or 15? I'm out.
Charlie, all fired up.
Yeah, we might have to have Charlie and Gerald for a charity
boxing match.
Yeah, let's do that.
Also, you got the wrong show if you think people doubted Terry McLaurin. There may have been shows, but it wasn't the one on in the middle of the day. Now,
let's go to Dom in DC.
Dom, what up?
What's up, buddy?
B. Mitchell family, what's good with y'all? Hey,
Pretty good,
first
brother.
of all,
What's happening?
man, let me run it down. Bleep you to whoever that was I was talking to earlier, that supposedly Philly radio personality. Man, bleep you to Rocky. Bleep you to Buddy Ryan. Bleep you to Randall Cunningham. Bleep you to Jalen Hurts. Saquon Barkley. Brown. All of them. We gonna see about them tonight.
All right, bro.
Man, and Rocky and Randall. That's deep cuts. I like it. All right, what do we got? 2 more here?
Yep, Garrett in DC.
Gary, you there?
Garrett,
what's up, brother?
Hello?
Garrett, what's up?
Garrett or Gary, we're about to hang up.
No, this is Terrence.
Terrence, what's up?
Great job, Jeff.
No, I did not put his call in.
What's up, Terrence?
That was heavy metal.
Fire away, buddy.
All right. Bleep you to the Philadelphia Smeagol's, the Lords of One Ring. Look, they got a lot of arrogance for all the little success that they've had. The city smells terrible. Their accents are horrible. You walk around, you step on needles. Their transit system's named the SEPTA. I mean, the city's disgusting. We hate them. Let's go Skins. Hail.
I like that.
All right, brother.
Damn. City stinks.
Last but not least, we have Tonic in Waldorf.
Tonic. What's up, Tonic?
Where's Jen?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, JP, I'm with the Big Ear Club too, bro. So I'm on your side, man. I'm
Gives
on
the
your
lady
side.
something to hold on to, buddy.
Hey, that's only part of the. Hey, you know what? That's not why I called, JP. Stop, man. Hey, look, look. Hey, I held on to this for over a year, y'all. I've been listening. I've been holding on to this for over a year, man. I got season tickets. I've been in that stadium ever since
the inaugural game against the Cardinals with the Westbrook catching the corner in the end zone. Man, last year, these wet kitten Philly fans got me kicked out of my season seats for whistling outside at a football game. And then on top of that, I'm going to give a double bleep you to the ignorant security guards that did the deed, escorting me away from my seats. So the whole city can, well, you know where the bleep goes after that. Hey, y'all, love y'all. Have a good one.
All right, bro. Take care, man.
Appreciate you, buddy. We got a break. Patrick Peterson joins us next.
This update brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Washington Commanders and Philadelphia Eagles tonight. Marshawn Lattimore and Austin Seibert will not play, but Brian Robinson is back and good to go. Head coach Dan Quinn scouts the Eagles' offense.
Run game-wise was similar to what we have seen. The line coach staff there has done a fantastic job through the years in the run game, and they've added an explosive player to the mix in Saquon. Kellen, I thought, added probably different his flavor and elements to the drop-back game to go, but the addition of Barkley has really been, as it's been proven, a big addition for them this year.
Our Burgundy and Gold pregame begins at 6:30 on the Fan with Denton Day and Toby Altizer. 8:15 kickoff tonight from the Link. Capitals lost to the Maple Leafs in overtime 4-3 off to Colorado tomorrow night. Wizards drop 139-130 decision to the Spurs. They've lost 6 in a row. Victor Wembanyama had a career-high 50 points with 8 3-pointers. Friday night, the Wizards travel to face the Atlanta Hawks at 7:30. The Capitals against the Avalanche at 9 p.m. on the Fan. Tampa Bay Rays are going to play their next season at Steinbrenner Field. It has a capacity of 11,026. Lindsey Vonn is returning to the U.S. ski team, and 4-star Florida State quarterback pledge Tramel Jones has decommitted from the Seminoles. College hoops, LSU Tigers at Kansas State Wildcats at 9 p.m. This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. Byron Kurt on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1-0-6-7 the Fan. We're fired up. We're joined by Odyssey NFL insider Patrick Peterson, host of the Odyssey original podcast, First and Pod. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. Patrick, what's up, man? Thanks for joining us.
Man, thanks for having me. How you guys doing?
We're doing good, brother.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, we're live in Philadelphia in advance of this Commanders-Eagles game tonight. For a guy like you that played in a ton of big games, what is a big matchup like this late in the year? What's the buzz for you as you get ready to watch this thing?
Honestly, man, going into week 11, this is like the turning point, not necessarily the turning point of the season, but this can be the turning point on who can separate themselves in the division. We all know the Commanders are leading right now, but the Eagles are right there behind them, and they're playing each other tonight. So there's a lot at stake right now, and this is where you want to start to separate yourselves from your divisional foes. So this is a great opportunity for both teams to do that, being the first step on this Thursday night football game.
Pat, you go into a game like this, and you got receivers on like Terry McLaurin on the Commander side, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith on the other side. As a cornerback, what would be your mindset going into a game against those receivers that are really having those good years?
Man, both of those receivers have different playing styles. Like A.J. is more like a Julio Jones type receiver. He's big and structure-wise. As far as his body type, he got great speed, great hands. He can run routes. So with those type of receivers, I wanted to be a little bit more physical with those type of guys, because those bigger guys, not necessarily saying that they wasn't good getting off the line, but they wasn't as agile as the smaller receivers like McLean getting off the line of scrimmage, because McLean reminds me of a D-Jack, like a guy who used to have a smaller frame but can make all the catches, has world-class speed, a fierce competitor. Like he meets those requirements, and when I had the opportunity to go up against those type of receivers, it was more of a finesse game, because those guys' offenses didn't allow you to be physical with them. So you had to pick and choose when you wanted to press. You had to pick and choose when you wanted to be physical with them, or in the run game to try to get them tougher in the pass game when the ball is time to come their way. So it's different games that you have to play with those type of receivers.
both of those receivers are great in their own right, but they have two different game plans that you have to prepare for.
All right. Talking with Patrick Peterson here, Odyssey NFL Insider. Played 13 years in the NFL, 36 career interceptions, 8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro. Patrick, obviously he's a young quarterback, but what have you thought of Jaden Daniels since you've been watching him?
Jaden Daniels seemed like he's the real deal. You know, I'm not just saying that because he's an LSU Tiger.
I was wondering.
But for the most part, the proof is in the pudding what has been able to do throughout, you know, the first half of his NFL career. You know, leading the NFL in pass completions, turning the frowns upside turning the frowns upside down from last year to this year. This is a total different team, you know, with a rookie quarterback. You don't really necessarily see that, you know, with the organization going in the transition that they're going in with the head coach, new ownership, you know, new quarterback, now sitting at the top of the division, was dead last year, you know, or, you know, third place. I don't know where they finished last year, but they was the bottom tier team in their division, and now they're a top tier team, and it all is riding on their shoulders. I don't think all of it, but the team's success is riding on the quarterback's shoulders right now, and he's just proven that he was worthy of that number 2 pick.
He sure is. And what do you think about the quarterback on the other side for Philadelphia in Jalen Hurts, who's been quite good, obviously?
Yeah, Jalen Hurts is talent as well. He's in a very unique situation, just like Jaden was. He's he's pretty much running the same plays and the same concepts that he did in college. I think that a real deal when these college quarterbacks are making that transition into the NFL on getting a good marriage with the offensive coordinator. And both of those guys are having that. And I will say this, Jalen, when A.J. Brown is in the lineup, he's a total different quarterback. Like, he's good, but you can see the difference when A.J. is not in the lineup versus when A.J. is in the lineup, because now you have those deep shots, you have those 50-50 balls that's being caught now versus being broken up with Smith out there. Smith is a great receiver as well, but he don't give you those. And granted, he made some great 50 catches the last 2 weeks, but it's more in A.J. Brown's benefit on making those catches versus Smith. You know what I mean? So
yeah. Jeff, why don't you throw Patrick on hold real quick?
Say it again.
We're just having a real tough time with the connection, Pat. I'm sorry, man. You were talking about Devontae Smith there and kind of the different type of receiver he is from A.J. Brown.
Yeah. What I was saying was with Jalen Hurts is a different black and A.J. Brown is in the lineup versus when Devontae Smith is in, because like I said, A.J. is a great 50-50 ball catcher, you know, so when you see him in the lineup, you see Jalen, because 9 times out of 10, he's coming down with it versus when he's chucking those 50-50 balls up to Smith. And mind you, he has come great when he catches the last 2 weeks, but the percentage of that is very low going to Smith versus going to Brown. So when he's in the lineup, he just looks like a total different quarterback.
We're talking with Odyssey NFL Insider Patrick Peterson. All the insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store and add deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Pat Pete is just an incredible football player. Yes, he made the 2010s Hall of Fame. I think we're just going to check and see if we can tidy up that connection a little bit. But one thing he said there that was certainly accurate, B, is you are matching up with two very distinct receivers in A.J. Brown versus Devontae Smith, and that is going to be problematic for this secondary. Patrick, if you're there, have you watched the Washington secondary at all? And I'm curious kind of your thoughts. A dude that played corner at such a high level versus a group that has probably underperformed.
Yeah, I think it just comes down with experience. Just like last week with that play with Mike Williams, I saw the interview with St. Jules. He was talking about understanding, the situation that he was in, and he was absolutely right. As far as understanding who's in front of you, what type of ball the quarterback likes to throw, which is in Russell Wilson, and which is the fade ball, the moon ball, which everybody's calling it now, the moon ball. But with him understanding the situation, he have to play to what the situation is giving him. And I think that's what it's coming down to, is just those guys understanding, the circumstances that they are in, what they can possibly get, what can hurt them. And I think with the signing of Lattimore, I think that's going to help the room, because this is a guy who has played a lot of meaningful football, who is an all-pro, that understands how important it is to study and know your opponent, know the quarterback that you're facing. So I think with this signing, it gives this defensive back room an opportunity to learn from one of their generation's greats.
And we obviously know he's not going to play tonight, but when Marshon Lattimore gets back on the field, what is Washington getting from him?
Man, they're getting a true cover corner. They're getting a true cover corner where you can be able to manipulate coverages, roll coverages from him. Put him on the inside as a nickel back sometimes. You have the ability to really put him on a significant receiver now, and let the or even put him on a number 2 receiver and double your number 1 receiver.
Yeah.
To force the quarterback to go to their number 2, and now you have your best guy on your number 2. And 9 times out of 10, I'm putting my money on Lattimore to make plays on any team's number 2. You know what I mean? So it's so many things that you can do now when you have like a true cover corner, and not only that, a guy who has experience in that field. So this should definitely make their coverage defense a lot better.
And Patrick, last one. Obviously, it's a big game tonight. You played in a ton of big games in your career, a career that's probably eventually taking you to Canton. What do you think happens, Commanders, Eagles in Philly?
Man, this is going to be a great game, and I really think this is going to be a tester for Philadelphia Eagles, because this is the first team that they're going to be playing that really have real playoff intentions. So it's going to be very, very unique to see how Philly responds to that. But I'm taking Washington Commanders, man. They looking really good. They played the Pittsburgh Steelers really, really tough last week. Just a couple plays where they could have made, especially on the defensive side of the ball, to help them win that ball game. But I really, really like what the Washington Commanders have built over there within the last 4 months with Dan Quinn in the game. So I'm taking the Commanders tonight on the road, a big win that's going to finally separate them from the bunch.
That
All
will
right,
be
bro.
a
We
very,
take that.
very big win. Patrick, thank you very much for the time, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, man, I'm sorry for the connection, guys, but we got it done.
All good. It,
All right,
it got way better. So thank you very much.
Yeah, appreciate it, brother.
Trying that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Take care.
All right, man. That was Odyssey NFL insider Patrick Peterson, host of the Odyssey original podcast, First and Pod. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day, be delicious. It was funny talking to him, and obviously the insight is significant across the board, right? Yep. But the insight on the corners, talking about BSJ and the fade route and how he's got to know that's coming and he didn't.
Yeah,
that is an expert in the craft saying where a young player didn't get it done.
Yeah, true. And I think you got to know that, man, because when you see the play early and he backs off and he drops inside and you're like, what the hell is he thinking? Anybody that played football for a long time saw you just gave them what they wanted. Free release, tall receiver, up the sideline. Got to know the situation.
Got to know the situation. Patrick Peterson, that was cool to get to talk to him.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I was kind of surprised he took the Commanders tonight.
Why?
It seems like most national pundits expect the Eagles to win at home.
Because people they look at the player, the team. They don't look all the time at things that are going on. A lot of people, that team is already ready to go. That team ready to go might just be looking past somebody. The mindset is different here in Washington now. I'll tell you that.
I agree with that. I think they've got a real shot tonight, man. I think Jalen Hurts has just been turning the ball over. This defense has become very opportunistic.
Yeah.
They've won the turnover battle in their last 5 games. I really like what Chin's doing a lot. You do really wish they had Lattimore for this one. I feel like he's the type of corner to match up with A.J. Brown. Not that anybody matches that physicality, but he comes damn close.
But as Devon said, Mula, he said Patrick Peterson is in that locker room now. He's in the meeting rooms. Something he says, not Patrick Peterson, in Lattimore, something he may have said this week or some of his experience can help some of those young guys as well. So he's not playing, but his experience can help him out a little bit just this week too.
Sure. You'd love to see it. You hope it happens. It's unclear to know until they play the game. I mean, that's why we all invest all this time and effort to get up here and watch.
Totally.
It's a fascinating opportunity tonight for Washington. And we were talking about this last night. Like, this is going to be a major swing. The winner,
one way or the other.
Yeah. I mean, if Washington wins this, then they get to 8-3, 3-0 in the division, and a head-to-head win over Philly, right?
Yep.
If Washington loses this thing, though, all of a sudden they're 7-4 and Philly's 8-2, and that's a 1.5 gap.
Yep.
Good news, they get another crack at him. So even if tonight doesn't go right, you see him. You see him in 6 weeks. At your place, where you sure as hell hope it doesn't turn green. We got to play Jeff's song again. We got to make some bets again.
It's game day for the Commanders at Philadelphia on Thursday Night Football. Head coach Dan Quinn on Vic Fangio's Eagles defense.
Their 5 down fronts, the 4 down fronts. I thought the safeties down when they're back, the disguise. I thought Coach Fangio does a very good job and has for a long time, Kendi, into that space. I love the aggressiveness of their corners, playing tight coverage onto people. So there'll be a lot of contested throws and catches. Interior part of their guys, big guys with size and guys that can rip off the edge. So a good challenge that way.
Our Burgundy and Gold pregame begins at 6:30 tonight on the Fan with Denton Day and Toby Altizer. 8:15 kickoff from the Link. Capitals lost 4-3 in overtime to the Maple Leafs. They're off to Colorado. Should be a great high-profile return for 2 players. Lars Eller versus Val Nichushkin for the Avs. Tampa Bay Rays are planning to play the 2025 campaign at Steinbrenner Field. The field has a capacity of 11,026, the largest spring training facility in Florida. Free agent reliever Justin Wilson and the Red Sox are in agreement on a contract. Boston College quarterback Thomas Castellanos has left the team, and Grayson James will be the starter. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
It's your birthday. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performances. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit Rude.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
All right, Jeffrey, let's do a little live traffic report here. When do you want to play your song again? Because we got to give the people what they want, and they want the tunes.
Let's play it to close the show out.
Okay, we will play Jeff's song again to close the show out. Everybody got that? Because our guy Nate texted me and B and said, please tell Jeff that song was dope. This Bama managed to fit the word egregious into a hip-hop track. My dude, Jeff Walker.
Hey, yo, I'm glad somebody caught that because I was like, somebody going, you never heard the word egregious in a rap song. Somebody going to catch it.
Yeah.
I don't, off the top of my head, I can't think of hearing that in another spot. So I give you a lot of credit there.
You pulled out the thesaurus, didn't you, Jeff?
If you missed Jeff's Week 11 hype song, we'll play it again in about 15 minutes. We're going to play it. What?
Pause. When I got that, when I thought of that word, I thought of you, JP. Because, like, when you say egregious, it'd be so funny. You'd be like, that was just egregious.
Why'd you have to do your nerdy white voice to do an impression of me?
No, because JP is like, you got that like raspy, cool voice. So you'd be like, yo, it was just egregious. And I just was dying laughing in the booth. I was like, I got to put that in there.
All right. I appreciate it, buddy. I'm looking at, so the Junkies had this dude, Elliot Shore Parks, on this morning. I've met Elliot. I think he works for WIP. I think he works for all of Odyssey, maybe. Mm-hmm. But it got me on the Junks, made their official picks for today. JP, Bickle, and Lurch Papa all took the Eagles. Cakes, Drab, Valdez, and White Mike all took the Commanders. Jeff, how are things with you and Drab? It seems like Drab's got the Commanders winning 47-12. Is he coming around?
I don't know.
I'll leave it at that. All right. Elliot Shore Parks is, let me get the official title, Eagles reporter for WIP, and he hosts the Go Birds pod. He put together this list of like a position preview, right? And I want to show it to you, B. You know, people on the stream, this might mess you up for a moment. Forgive me. So he's got position by position by position, the best versus, and I think he's got Jalen Hurts a little bit ahead of Jaden Daniels at quarterback. He's got Saquon ahead of the Commanders running back situation. I think that's fair. The tight end, Goddard versus Ertz, probably fair. Wide receiver, you've got Terry, but then the other side has Brown and Devontae. Mm-hmm. O-line differences, that seems a little bigger than it should be, but I think this is all kind of accurate. Where I would disagree, Coach.
Hell yeah.
He's got Sirianni significantly ahead of Dan Quinn, and I recognize Sirianni's like win percentage is going to be high.
Yeah. But the thing about it, listen, man, you don't expect him being from here to ever give anybody from another town any credit, right?
That's silly. I'm from D.C. and I can recognize talent on different football teams.
But you could be from D.C. all you want, but you know people in D.C. that would never, ever give anybody else credit, just like that fool didn't do.
I mean, let's go to...
It happens a lot.
Yeah. It seems kind of nuts to me. It was 5 weeks ago they wanted to run Sirianni out of town.
But, you know, like I told you before, people that do radio and do things like that, what they do is they don't ever think anybody remembers what they say. True. They just keep going on. They'll say something today, and on 2 days later, they'll go completely opposite of it because they don't expect anybody to remember what's said. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think that is why, and it happens a lot in the media. Guys, they have this memory where, I don't think they remember what I said. Someone just go on the other side. I remember a lot of stuff what people say.
You have a weird memory.
Mm-hmm.
If you had to pick one area Washington has to win tonight, what do you think that is?
Trenches.
Both sides?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's what you got to win at. You know, as much as we've gotten so analytical and so much in the passing game, whoever dominates the line of scrimmage in the run game is winning the football game. Still, even in this day and age.
How much better do you feel having Brian Robinson involved?
Much. Brian Robinson makes me not be concerned because when Brian's not there, you watch them either have other guys try to do something that they're not very it's not their job. Let's say it like that. They can still do it, but it's not what they do. And when Brian is there, it allows everybody to just fall into their position and play as hard as they can as they do. Or they go away from it too quick.
Sure. Jeffrey, is there one thing you think Washington has to do tonight to get this done?
They have to finish their breakfast. They have to capitalize on every opportunity. We cannot, like I said, 2 weeks ago, we in a part of the season where we have to finish drives with touchdowns. Field goals are cool, but we have to finish. That's it. Whatever we put together, we have to finish it. If it's a strong defensive drive on the first 2 downs, that third down got to be finished. We got to get them off the field. If we in the red zone, we got to put the ball in the end zone. Simple as that.
I think, similar to you, Jeff, they're going to move the ball. Like, this offense moves the ball. Last week they scored 27 against the Steelers, and that was without taking advantage of 2 second-half turnovers. I think you be opportunistic. Dan Quinn, Joe Witt, coach to go get the football. The ball is life, right? Like, that's their motto. Your offense has got to do something with it when that happens. True. I honestly think Philly's going to turn it over tonight, and I think the game will be won or lost to what Washington does off those turnovers. It's a game of multiple possessions, right? Like, Washington's going to have possessions no matter what. But on the way you win a tennis match is you break serves, right?
There
like
you
you score when you're not supposed to. If Washington's able to generate points, not just offense, but points off of Philly possessions, that's how they win this game.
True.
Because I think the Eagles are also going to move the ball. Hurts, Saquon, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, they got talent, and they're going to be able to move the ball. But I think specifically Washington is trying to generate turnovers. That's what they're being coached. That's how they're being taught. And offensively, it's got to be a complementary effort that you score, dude. Not to like overly simplify that, but
it's facts. I mean, you're not saying anything that's wrong. And if they can go out there and they can get points off of those turnovers, makes the game much easier for you. You know, you go out there, the defense have a great play, and you go 1, 2, 3 and give it right back to the other team. No. And if you watch games, when you get turnovers, you don't get points. You watch that all comes back. It starts to flip the momentum. You know what I'm saying? It changes it up a lot.
Can I read you something that just crossed my timeline?
Mm-hmm.
Spike Eskin. I think he might be like the CK of WIP here in Philly. I'm not sure what his role is, but he's with WIP, the big sports station here in Philadelphia. Quote, I quote Brian.
Mm-hmm.
We are making the same mistake with Nick Sirianni that we made with Andy Reid. There will be one day when we look back and we think to ourselves, man, we had a pretty good head coach, and all we did was think about the two things he didn't do well.
Yeah.
That seems premature to me, man.
Yeah, it's very premature. Nick Sirianni is nowhere close to Andy Reid. Andy Reid had gone to a Super Bowl and
like 3 NFC title games?
4 of them, I think. And what has Sirianni really done?
They went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They went to the Super Bowl.
He immediately last year lost his mind. So 2 years, you can't put 2 years. Andy was here how many years? Almost 20 years.
Andy was here a long time, man.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, Sirianni in their second year, they went to the Super Bowl. Maybe Jalen Hurts doesn't fumble, they win that game. I mean, they were right there.
He was close, man.
I would be alarmed by last year's collapse, and it was significant. And to me, I would pause on that. I want to let my man Heavy Metal get a chance. Heavy Metal, Chris, what does Washington have to do tonight to get the win?
I think you have to score early and stay ahead. I think that is going to be a big thing. If they can stay at least, tied or ahead the whole game, I think if they get themselves in a hole early, it's going to be real tough to come out of it.
Hey, Chris, if you're still ahead the whole game, you're going to win it.
Yeah, I know. But early, I'm talking first half, you got to be up early.
I got you, bro.
Very, very important to win the game. You take a lead. That much we know, we understand. I think you need big games from Fowler and Chin. I think those guys are really starting to assert themselves, really starting to kind of understand the role, the situation, and how to play in this defense. I think there's a reason those guys were identified pretty early in the process of free agency and Peters and Quinn building out their roster.
I think the guys that smell like bacon got to win.
You think they can?
The guys that smell like bacon that wear burgundy and gold needs to win. If they win, good things happen.
And they've been quite good all year. They're just a little bit beat up, man. When we come back, we'll give you game predictions, maybe look at a couple props, and Jeff Walker's Week 11 hype song. Sure. B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, wrapping up all things from Commanders at Eagles, Week 11, looking ahead to the NFL weekend on tap. Don't miss it. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Game day, baby. Every day is game day, and today is certainly one of them.
It is.
This is exciting, man. If you are a Commanders fan, this is the real deal, dude, and folks should be fired up. It's a big game. The Eagles are favored by
3.5.
3.5 is what I'm seeing. We'll start with heavy metal Chris. Oh, it's moving. It's up to 4 now. FanDuel's still at 3.5. Everywhere else you shop, it's up to 3.5. It's up to 4 rather. Heavy metal, you start us off. Eagles Commanders predictions.
Here you come. Hold on.
Where the hell's metal?
He was working, man.
Yeah. Prediction for tonight. Let's see here. Let's say 30-24 Commanders.
30-24 Commanders. Heavy metal has spoken. Jeffrey?
Yo, it's crazy because he took where I was about to go. Let's go. I want to do this. Let's go 35-21 Commanders.
Damn, Jeff, you got a whooping going on.
Yeah.
It'd be awesome if you're right.
It will be.
Brian.
24-21 Commanders.
B's going a little lower. Okay. Man, I said this on the podcast. I think Gonzo hits a game winner tonight. I think this is a funky game. I got Washington 29, Philly 27, which what does that add up to? B 54, 29, 27, 56. One thing that's quite interesting.
This dude here,
the total has gone up. The total was 48.5. It's all the way up to 49.5 in most places now.
Mhm.
So the money is going on the over and the Eagles, which makes me think to take.
So when they zig, you zagging?
It would make me think to take Washington and to take the under, frankly. And the fact that you said 24-21, these Thursday games tend to be kind of ugly. Now, last week's Thursday game cruised way over. But I just wonder if you're actually betting this thing tonight, I wonder if you don't just chill all the way till kickoff, see if the number keeps going higher, and gobble as many points as you can at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
If it's up to 4 right now, I think it's possible it gets to 4.5. My advice would be to wait that one out if you really want to take the Commanders and the points, because it ain't going to go down. But you do you. I think
we will see.
We will see. Do you think Philly has any impact on Jaden? Crowd, the scene.
The crowd and the scene is not going to affect him at all.
Now the defensive line might. Something like that.
He played against some crazier fan bases in college.
When's the last time you were this excited for a ball game?
In a while.
Yeah, this one feels really cool, and I think it could be pretty fun.
I think it will be fun.
Me too. And I just can't wait to get it going. The person that gets us going in these situations is good old Jeff Walker, man. Jeff, tell the folks about the hype song, play it, and after us, it's going to be Grant and Danny. Everybody enjoy their program. Enjoy the ball game tonight.
Enjoy it, babe.
Jeffrey, hit it.
We got a big game tonight. We can't leave them opportunities on the field. Let's go get it.
We left a lot of opportunities out there on the field. When these opportunities come, you got to take it. But how bad do you want it? Who 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 want it? Man, you gotta go and get it. I need the defense here sticking. If they throw the ball, pick it. Who want it? 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 Offense gotta go and take it. If it's a play, you gotta make it. These opportunities can't be wasted. It was a very close game, man, I couldn't believe it. It was ours for the taking, but we chose to leave it. A couple drop passes, plus that spot was egregious. Now we gotta go and take our anger out on the Eagles. This is a very big game, but this team is bigger. From the look in their eyes, I know our boys will deliver. Hit them, wrap them, Make the damn tackle. Jada throw some dimes. Receivers gotta catch him. Who won it? 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 Man, you gotta go and get it. I need the defense here sticking. If they throw the ball, pick it. Who won it? 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 Offense gotta go and take it. If it's a play, you gotta make it. These opportunities can't be wasted.
It is game day. Eagles versus Washington Commanders. Marshawn Lattimore and Austin Seibert are out, but Brian Robinson is back for the Washington Commanders. And the Eagles starting quarterback Jalen Hurts is impressed by their defense.
They're a disciplined football team. They have great coaches. Obviously got a lot of familiarity with them, and they got great players playing hard. The way they are able to create problems up front. Their linebackers are really good players, smart players, instinctual players, fast players.
The Burgundy and Gold pregame show begins at 6:30. 8:15 is the first kick. Head coach Dan Quinn says Robinson had a good week of practice.
Good sign to see him and the rest of his teammates really get running. It was a kind of a ramp up, John, as you go. Think of a slower on Monday, a little faster yesterday, but today's the day you hit the marks to go up, and so he did a good job with that.
The Burgundy and Gold pregame show begins at 6:30. 8:15 is the kickoff tonight from the Link. Capitals fall to the Maple Leafs in OT 4-3. Nick Dowd suffered a broken nose. Tomorrow they're in Colorado beginning a 3-game set on the road in 4 nights. Wizards drop a 139-130 decision at San Antonio Spurs. They travel to the Hawks tomorrow. Tampa Bay Rays are planning to play 2025 campaign at Steinbrenner Field, where it has a capacity of 11,026. Free agent reliever Justin Wilson is going to the Boston Red Sox. Boston College quarterback Thomas Castellanos has left the team. Grayson James now their starter. 4-star Florida State quarterback pledge Tramel Jones has decommitted from the Seminoles. Byron Curp on the Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. We are live. We're at the Bayou Bar and Grill in Philly, about 15 minutes away, right time of day, from Lincoln Financial Field, and we are getting ready for football. If you're coming to the game, if you're in the area listening on the Odyssey app, swing on by and see your pals, hang out with us, eat some buffalo wings. They've got award-winning wings here, and we are going to put that to the test.
That's something we'll do.
Just a few minutes from now.
It's a quality control issue. We need to make sure that the award still holds up, that it's still good. I'm with that.
Everyone here is very nice.
Yes.
They're actually decorating for the holidays. They were putting a big Santa inflatable up outside, and they told you, Darius, something to the effect of that they're doing like a lights event tonight on the street to kick off the holidays.
Yeah, tonight at 7 on up this entire street is going to be a light show, a light festival, essentially, which is something that you would normally do in December. So Philly does it different, I guess.
Today's the holidays, as far as I'm concerned. My wife texted me while I was on the train up here about a Christmas tree that she wants to buy. And she said, can we get this Christmas tree? And I'm like, sure, go ahead. She's like, do you want it up before Thanksgiving or after? I said, the answer is always before. I'd like my Christmas tree up before Halloween, but we already missed that deadline. Now, didn't we? So it's the holidays now, officially. They said so in Philly. But more importantly, Danny, we got a big football game tonight.
Big one. This is a divisional matchup. This is the divisional matchup, as far as I'm concerned, for Washington. It was always going to go through. You thought Philly and Dallas, a team that won 12 games in a row, or 12 games a year for 3 straight seasons in Dallas. They're imploding. Sorry about it. I will dance on that grave happily. But Philly's good. They come out of that bye week where they needed it. At the time you look at the schedule, you go, man, that's bad luck. Their bye week is so early. Turned out to be very fortuitous for them because of the injuries they had at the start of the season. Now they've got all 22. I'm not talking about the film that a couple of alleged scouts are watching on Twitter and telling me that who did what on when. No. All 22 of their starters, normal starters, are back playing in this game as Washington is now as a bit of a walking wounded.
What I love about tonight is on here, November 14th, right, week 11. Since probably week 4, this was the game I've been looking forward to, which is not to say that there haven't been other fun moments along the way, whether that was at Baltimore. Last week against the Steelers was huge, but this has been a little bit of a collision course, honestly, because this is the most important one. And it's not because it's today, right? It's because this is a 2-horse race, to your point. One of the 2 teams playing tonight's going to win the division. And after tonight, someone's going to be sitting in the driver's seat and someone's going to be in the back of the Uber really cramped next to Darius and Danny. And I hope it's not me. I'd like to be in the driver's seat. All you got to do is win tonight. You set yourself up to have a really good opportunity moving forward. But it is a tall task. You mentioned that Philly's healthy with the 22 starters, offense and defense, who are going to be chomping at the bit tonight, 100% ready to go. They've also won 5 in a row. We talked about this yesterday. They're the number 1 defense in the NFL over those 5 weeks and 5 games. I think that has a little bit to do with who they've played. Cleveland, New York, Cincinnati, Jacksonville, Dallas in that time post-bye. But their defense is playing at an elite level. And since they got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith back, who Washington, from a personnel standpoint, doesn't match up that well against on paper, they've been a different offense as well. Look at Jalen Hurts' last 5 games. He has a chance tonight to be the second quarterback in league history to string together 6 straight games with a quarterback rating of 115, meaning a lot of touchdowns, no interceptions, high completion percentage. He has, since the bye week in 5 games, 16 total touchdowns and 1 pick, 8 passing, 8 rushing, 1 interception. He's protecting the ball. This is the best he's played since the Eagles got to the Super Bowl a couple years ago, and he was an MVP candidate. And the buzzsaw that the Eagles have become is now the matchup tonight for Washington. Short week, quick turnaround, travel, no pressure. Go play.
Except all of it, right? I mean, especially because Pittsburgh didn't go your way. Had a couple things broken differently, maybe it does. You don't drop the passes you dropped, you don't jump off sides, yada, yada, yada. If they'd won that game and were 8-2, you wouldn't feel the import. But all of a sudden, a 2-game losing streak is normal around these parts. I don't mean Philadelphia, I mean Washington, but not in a year where you're good. And you are good. How good, I think, is up for debate, and tonight goes a long way as a data point in either direction, right? What you've proven, both these teams have proven, if you are an inferior opponent to Washington or Philadelphia, respectively, you're going to get smacked around probably. You're going to get beaten up because this group, both of these groups have enough talent, are coached well enough, or disciplined well enough to not play down to an opponent. So here you're both facing a good team. And Philadelphia's talking about the same thing Washington is, right? This is your toughest test to date, maybe outside of that first game against Green Bay in a weird stadium and environment, sort of almost throw those results out. But as the season has progressed, this is the best team Philadelphia's played, and I think vice versa. The opposite may be true here for Washington, depending on how you feel about Pittsburgh.
We're live all over DC on 106.7 The Fan. You can watch us, and you'll be able to watch us all the way through 6:30 on our stream on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Logan Paulson is going to be joining us at 6 o'clock to have the last word on this game. We're going to X and O with him and break down why Philly is favored, what the areas of concern are for Washington offensively, defensively, but also why they have a good chance and why he likes them to play really tight in this game, even if he's not picking them. That's coming up at 6 o'clock today on Grant and Danny. We'll scout the opponent in about 53 minutes with Hugh Douglas. You remember how good Hugh Douglas was?
Yes, I do.
I think he wore number 53.
He was in the 50s. Yeah, that sounds right to me.
53 feels right. It was like Hugh Douglas and Brian Dawkins and Troy Vincent, that era of the Eagles where they just made me so angry and sad all the time, twice a year, every time they played Washington. Hugh Douglas was a baller, really good edge rusher who just had so many big games against the Commanders. But we'll let him go, let him know that, and then forgive him for it when he joins us coming up at 3 o'clock to preview the game to help us scout the opponent. But we are in Philly. We're excited about it, man. It's a little chilly. Got the door open at the bar. By the way, this is my kind of bar. I don't know how to describe it other than it's like a wood bar that looks like it hasn't been updated since 1982. Like it's just my kind of vibe.
Classic. Yeah, it's if you know it in DC, it's like a Nanny O'Brien's kind of a vibe, right? Where it's like the whole point is it's not like modern fresh takes on cuisine and chefy sweet potato avocado blend. No. We're here for the fryer gets turned on.
Chefy sweet potato's not here.
Yeah, we're not doing that here.
Like, a guy with a Philly accent who did radio like 22 years ago, rolled up in jeans, and he's like, I got to turn the fryers on. Give me 5 minutes, this is my spot.
This is that kind of a
I am steamed up for this spot, the Bayou Bar and Grill. But we're here. We got on the train this morning. I was a little nervous myself.
You were, dude.
So it occurred to me while I was preparing to go to the game late last night that it might rain. I don't know if you guys ever looked at the weather once.
I did.
I did not. And it was about 11:30 last night. I'm driving home from the Caps game, and I'm going, it might be cold tomorrow. It's mid-November. And I look it up, and it's like 45 degrees at kickoff. And I go, you got to be kidding me. It's freezing. And I was like, well, at least it's not going to rain. So I then go, I'm going to go home and ask Alexa. And she tells me rain in the forecast. I look it up, 90% chance of rain. Now, it sounds like that's dissipating. We'll get a weather report from our meteorologist, Ryan Clary, who knows Philly weather better than anybody, I would say. I mean, if he knows anything, Danny, it's Philly weather.
He's a long-time Philly weather guy. He wears a lot of hats, Yankees hats, different color Yankee hats that are like new, older, classic Yankee hats. He wears a lot of hats for us.
But also,
he
Philly
knows
hats.
Philly weather.
Yeah. So I asked Alexa, and she said it's going to rain and it's going to be freezing. And it dawned on me, I only have one silly warm coat that I like to wear, and it is Eagles green.
It's that puke green.
I mean, it couldn't look more like it was an Eagles coat if you put that bird emblem on the chest.
Somebody had a starter jacket in the early 90s that was an Eagles jacket.
Yeah.
That's the only jacket that's slightly more Eagles than yours.
Now, are we talking like not the Kelly Green Eagles? We're talking like their current.
We're talking like Jalen Hurts is going to wear this jacket into the locker room tonight.
Yeah.
Like it just looks like only if his jersey's on under it would it match better than whatever he's going to be wearing. So I'm saying I think I got to get a coat. That or I'm going to wear this and everyone's going to Joan on me and tell me I'm an Eagles fan and I'll never hear the end of it from some random guy on Twitter who's got an egg avatar. So I got in my own head and I'm like, I got to go buy a coat that's not green. I can't sit there at the link in a green coat. So I'm rushing to go do that. I forget my wallet. Next thing I know, it's 9:15. I'm still at Target. And finally, I get out of there and I text you guys like on the way at like 9:40.
We're going, oh no.
the train's at 10:30. That thing leaves.
You know what trains don't do is wait.
So I made it.
They just go.
I think I made record time. I don't know if I got any camera tickets. I probably did. We'll see. They'll come in the mail or they won't. But we made it just in time to get on the train. And just in time for someone to spill something all over Danny's lap.
So this is great. We
had fun.
It's one of those booth type seats, if you know it. So it's like there's four of us. There's three of us, Darius, Grant, and myself. And so we've got the three. And it didn't occur to anybody. Well, it occurred to me because obviously I'm an adult, but it didn't occur to anyone else that someone else might be coming onto the train at some point, right? Where it's a packed train, it's sold out.
Well, it's like a plane, right?
Yeah.
You take off and no one else is going to join you.
So there's all sorts of stuff. And when this Baltimore hipster with sleeve tattoos, who is very selfish, showed up, Grant looked like stunned that somebody would like, how could you possibly be trying to go here? Like, that doesn't make any sense at all. Like, there's no way.
So we had our own little table
Little
cubby
booth,
area.
little booth.
And I thought, three amigos, it's a work trip. You know, we got our little area of the train. And yeah, there were 4 seats. One of them was inside of me. I was on the aisle. You guys were side by side.
Yeah.
But then guy shows up and he's like, I'm sitting there. I don't know that there's assigned seats on trains, by the way. I do a lot of training.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody does more training. There's not an HR department that does more training than I do. Okay.
Come on, this guy.
And I'm just telling you, I've never had an assigned seat on a train. Not one time in my entire life.
It's the new bit. It's the Acela bit. They do the assigned seats.
So this guy wants to sit next to me. Old Two Thumbs over here.
I don't know how many wanted to sit with us, but like, that's my seat. You know?
So I'm like, you sure? He's like, yeah. So I hop up and he gets in and he kind of angles in and he sits there.
Yeah,
and
there's like 17 things on the on the deal. Like Grant moved his laptop almost like if you're looking at the camera, he moved his laptop about that far, like a millimeter once from one side.
There's
the guy's
a
like working
computer.
around, and he puts his coffee down and then like kicks a bunch of stuff. Anyway, long
he
story
meaning
short,
the guy.
Yeah,
I don't drink coffee.
Right, the dude spills a lot of his hot coffee on me. Okay, now I'm pointing. It's my right leg on my thigh and on the side of my right leg, on the table in front of me and on the seat, etc. So it's almost dry now.
I would say a lot is aggressive, by the way. Darius, rule on this. Did he spill a lot?
It's hard to tell because it didn't.
Your pants are actually still kind of wet.
Yeah, from the coffee he spilled on me. Plenty spilled on me. Is the point.
It didn't look like a lot, but I guess because it was at the edge by the window, we probably couldn't see how much.
We could only
it was.
see what was on the table,
Yeah, exactly.
which was a little.
Right.
Well, I'll say
there might have
this.
been more on your pants.
More than a single molecule is too many. I'll tell you that. So the hot coffee spills all on me on
Was
my
it
right leg.
hot?
Yes.
To the touch?
Yes. And this hipster doofus goes, oh, sorry. No need to prostrate yourself before me and beg for forgiveness. No need to have me to anoint my feet. Oh, you don't hurt yourself as you bow and make sure that your sins are forgiven. Sorry to bother you and put you out. Sorry, my pants got in the way of your coffee, hipster. Thank God they didn't singe off your stupid tattoos.
It's so
you chotch, you horse's ass. immediately puts these little Bluetooth things in and is like pretending to look at his phone, like brings out his portable mouse, just on his computer, say, quick leg strip later. Grant's trying to do bits the whole time. I'm like, I don't want any bits. I want the hot coffee off of my leg.
So
I want to feel dry and
things.
comfortable again.
Couple things. I think the reason that I thought barely any coffee spilled on you was his reaction.
Yeah.
His reaction was so nonchalant that I assumed he knew or saw no coffee really came out of this cup. So there's no reason for me to make a big deal about this.
He couldn't have been less apologetic about it.
So the level of apology, and I'm not even doing a bit, was like, so I have a water bottle. If my water bottle was on your side of the table and I went, oh, sorry about that. Yeah. That's the level of apology. Not as if I took this water bottle and spilled it on you and went, oh, sorry. You'd be irate. Because that's not an apology. That's I just bumped that. I'm sorry about that. It's not a minor inconvenience. You spilled hot coffee on me. One woman sued McDonald's for $1 billion for that. What do you like? I could not believe the lack of remorse from this self-centered goon who spilled coffee on me. Like, first of all, say you're sorry so loudly. Offer to do something. Anything.
In fairness to him, he was pinned inside of me. He's not getting past me.
Offer. Yeah. I'll decline. Darius is marching up and down the aisles looking for a couple of paper towels, thank God. But
I think that he thought,
moved on so fast.
He had to have thought nothing spilled or that nothing got on you, just that a little bit was on the table or something. But what was amazing to me, other than that, this is, and I'm not exaggerating, like Danny's 100% right. He goes, oh, sorry. That was like the end of it. I thought there's normally a follow-up, like, you good or?
Did any get on you? Was said by someone else. And you know what I said? Yep.
That was me, by the way.
I know.
Yeah.
I remember that. I'm waiting. The door's wide open for you to walk through it, hipster. The door's wide open. Put that sleeved arm of tattoos right through there first and go, hey, man, so sorry. Did any get on you? Let me do something.
So when Darius, I didn't realize that Darius was going to have to walk across like 3 train carts to go find paper towels.
Because he was, I was landlocked and he was on his
So I was sitting facing you next to the hipster. He's to my left, shoulder to shoulder. Yep. Danny's across the little table. And so Danny's like, can someone get me a paper towel? Can someone get me a paper towel? And Darius and I are like looking at each other. And I got my bag and a bunch of stuff. And Darius is like, has easier access.
It's actually funny. Greg goes, I think Darius will do that.
No. I just said, I was like, you got it? And he's like, yeah, I got it. Because I literally, at that point, I had my bag. I'm packing up. This guy just ruined my time by taking over all my space. Mm-hmm. So I'm like packing up. And Darius is just kind of smiling and happy-go-lucky. So he's like, yeah, I'll get it. I thought he was just going to go right behind where we were because we were in the back of the train cart and go like right to the bathroom and grab him. He ends up, hopping cars like he's Indiana Jones over snakes and stuff. And he comes back with napkins for you. And Danny's rubbing his leg like no one's ever had to rub their leg more, by the way. A little bit dramatic with the rubbing of the leg, if I could say that. Because I think now that I know this, you were looking for your I'm sorry. But at that point, that's when I was stunned officially that the guy didn't say something like, you good, man? Or something. Because now there's this elephant in the room where it's obviously on his leg. I asked him too. I said, Danny, did something get on you? And he's like, yep. But also, I wonder if he thought you were a jerk a little bit. Because I thought your reaction was a little jerkish.
Let him wander away. Yeah. I'm not the a-hole who spilled coffee on somebody and never asked.
So if he asked me, or like when he says, hey, sorry, man, I would have been like, dude, don't worry about it at all. Like, seriously, it happens all the time. Like, no problem. And you went, let me think what you said.
I think I muttered no worries. I matched his energy with my own thing. But
you definitely didn't say no worries. You're like, like you did it. You were like a guy in a pea coat that you just bothered, who's a lot to deal with, kind of level back at him. You like look down at his hipster.
Yeah.
And I think at that point, it's a stare down of he doesn't like you. You're the man. You don't like him. He's the hipster. Mm-hmm. And who's going to win this stare down of being rude to the other?
Which I hear you on that, except that there's one thing that tips the balance is that he spilled coffee on me. See what I'm saying? So if we're just at a regular sort of situation socially, and it's like, ooh, a little tete-a-tete, man, a non-establishment versus regular awkward suburban dad, totally fine. That's appropriate. He spilled the coffee onto me. He's the jerk. Simple. This is a very simple equation. All you have to do is show some level of human concern beyond your stupid computer, which is an inferior brand and costs $19, with your dumb Bluetooth mouse and your stupid little earbuds to go to your work lunch in Philly, you fraud. Promote some other dumb band somewhere, you zilch. Oh, what a jackass.
The only thing better on the trip than that, to me, was when I just kept trying to do a bit. And if you want to check it out, it's fun. At Grant H. Paulson on Instagram, it's my latest story. I recorded it, luckily. I've had a couple of people hit me up like, why is Danny so mean? Like actually thinking that Danny's angry at me, which he's not. He's just out on the bit. But the bit was that I have this email with some data on each generation and how much they consider themselves a sports fan. And I thought it would be good for the show to go over those numbers. Hey, we got a changing environment. How are we going to attack this, right? Millennials versus Gen X versus Gen Z. And I was like half serious, like we should talk about this as a show, but also obviously half doing shtick. You're on a business cart and you're like, I got Chris's metrics. Let me slide them across the table for you. Printed these off. Let's look at the metrics. Danny immediately puts his buds in. Cannot be bothered.
I want no part of the bit because to me it's like let's do a bit surrounding hipster guy that's here, who I hate, who I passionately despise.
It didn't have anything to do with hipster guy.
Of course it did.
I would have done the bit with or without hipster guy.
But it's like everyone pay attention to us, but don't it's so out on it. It's like when you're talking to the cab driver, you're like, who lives in that house? No one. It's a boathouse. You know what I mean?
I'm
like
sure.
it's a house
I'm
for
sure who
docking
lives in
and
that
boats.
house.
You did.
No.
You're like, I wonder if Joel Embiid lives there. And I'm like, oh, it's a house for boats.
Forgive me for having a nice discussion with the
It
cab
wasn't.
driver.
You're doing some sort of make fun of him, but pretend
No,
not
I'm
to.
sure I'm making fun of him.
Pretend
I'm
to not
having
know.
a conversation
It's
with
not
him.
what a combo is. A combo is like what we're doing right now.
Yeah,
Maybe
we
like,
did that too.
Grant, who do you think lives down there? There's a hole in the ground. Do you think an elf lives down there? That's not conversation.
That's not what I did.
That's precisely what you did.
I didn't
You
do that.
pointed at a boathouse, and you're like, I bet you 76er lives there. It's like you're like pretend ignorance. You know, it's
literally not
it is
what
a
I did.
house for the boats. They're docking right there so they can row in the stupid
I
river.
said those are lovely homes. They're massive $10 million homes on the water with boats. I said, do you know anything about that community? Who lives over there? Is that where the 76ers live? It wasn't like, hey, Joel Embiid's car is a Buick, and that's a Buick. That's not what I was doing. I wasn't like connecting the dots. Clearly, that's his home.
You're going.
By the way, it was 8 minutes into our conversation. We had a nice
You
conversation.
had a great conversation.
I found out where he's from, what kind of sports he likes.
Sure, you did.
He's into cricket.
Big cricket fan.
You know what? You didn't find out anything because you were ignoring him.
Not interested. And I'll never will be. I don't get that. I don't get what. Now you know that about that guy. What are you gonna do with it? What are you gonna do?
Darius, I did pull off one bit that got a little run today. I feel good about this. You no-sold it. Shocker. Thanks for that. But Darius, I got a pop from you. We're walking down the aisle to our seats before Danny got spilled on. And there's an Eagles fan headed up to Philadelphia for the game. I know this because he was wearing lots of Eagles gear.
So much Eagles gear.
Bright Eagles.
But I stopped.
Kelly Green.
Yeah, Eagles and St. Patrick's went into a seedy motel room.
So I stop, and I'm like right next to this guy, and I look at him. I start rubbing my chin like that one emoji that I hate. You know what I mean? Where you do that.
Of course
like,
I do.
The thinking face.
The L fingers on your chin. Yeah. And so I was like kind of rubbing my chin, and I look at him, and I'm like, there's something on your shirt. He's like, what? And I just point right at the Eagles logo, and I go, there's something on your shirt. Something's on there. And then it takes him a second, and he realizes I'm joning on the Eagles.
Yeah.
It was a great moment for both of us, I thought. Darius enjoyed it. He enjoyed it. He's like, oh, that's the best football team in the East. And then we jaw a little bit. We'd be separated. We got nose to nose.
He's like, that's winning.
Just trying to mix it up with the people, Darius.
See, I think that plays.
Yeah, I agree.
The cab driver bit, I kind of wasn't in on. Like, I was more on Danny's side.
You don't like getting to know the cab driver.
Yeah, I just want to be driven to the place where I'm supposed to be driven to.
Okay.
But that bit I thought worked out perfectly.
Good.
Yeah.
So I'm batting 500 with you.
I'll take it.
Sitting 0 with Danny.
That's right.
But we'll get there. Or I'll spill something on your pants.
Just spill something on my left leg. Even it up.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are in Philadelphia. One pair of jeans, coffeeed up later. The Commanders and the Eagles tonight. The Commanders will win if. Let's open up the phones on that. The MGM National Harbor listener lines, 800-636-1067. Let's fill in that blank. How do the Commanders win this football game and upset the Eagles on the road? This is the Fan.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Previewing Washington Commanders versus Philadelphia Eagles tonight at 8:15 from the link. Eagles starting quarterback Jalen Hurts respects linebacker Bobby Wagner.
Yeah, there's a respect factor to that. You know, he's done it for a very long time. He's one of the best to do it, you know, competitively. That's a great advantage for him. That's something, you know, with his experience and everything that he's able to lean on. That's something that pops off.
The Burgundy and Gold pregame show begins at 6:30 right here on The Fan. Capitals fall 4-3 in OT to the Maple Leafs. They're off to take on the Avalanche tomorrow night in Denver. Tampa Bay Rays will play at Steinbrenner Field in 2025, a capacity of 11,026. Free agent reliever Justin Wilson going to the Boston Red Sox. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Curb on The Fan.
Yeah, today was the day to get speed, and so that was good sign to see him and the rest of his teammates really get running. It was a kind of a ramp up, John, as you go. Think of a slower on Monday, a little faster yesterday, but today's the day you hit the marks to go up, and so he did a good job with that.
For the second time this season, we are on the road with the Commanders. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan. The last time we traveled, Washington hung just about 40 points, looked amazing offensively, and that's when we found out things were different because they beat the Bengals on Monday Night Football. Hopefully, tonight is equally as successful for the program and for the football operation.
Yeah, everything about it. This is a huge one, right? I mean, this is a chance to, I think you said it very well in the opening segment, to kind of put your stamp on things, right? Everyone knows you're good, right? Yeah, you're going to have the people chirping from other fan bases or on the shouty shows, and they'll say what they want. But this is a way to kind of make people think about you differently. Not just, hey, nice start to the season. Hey, good for you. You beat up Carolina. Hey, that's neat. Cleveland was on the ropes and you knocked them out. That's adorable. You beat a quality opponent in their building on Thursday Night Football in front of the whole country with Al Michaels not raising his excitement above a 1.5. You do that, and people start talking about you differently. That Cincinnati win, to your point, went a long way towards changing the narrative. This is another chance to turn a few pages.
The Commanders win if. Filling in that blank is the task here on the MGM National Harbor Listener Lines. Hit us up at 800-636-1067 to interact with us on the phones. You can also tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. So why don't you start, Danny? The Commanders win this game if.
At least 2 turnovers are forced by this Washington defense. And it can't just be arm punts. It can't be a turnover like last week that when Russell Wilson threw it all the way down the field and it was as effective as a punt and a fair catch. It's got to be a meaningful field position changing, maybe even a defensive score. Something huge has to happen for this defense. Because if this just plays out where you punch the middle of the ring, Rocky Balboa style, I don't know that you win the fight. To me, something's got to change. It's got to change the equation a little bit here. So one of those pressing, meaningful field position flipping or even better turnovers. I think a couple of those are essential tonight for Washington to win.
The Eagles have given the ball up 11 times this year, but that's pretty misleading.
Only 3 in their last 5.
Yeah, 3 out of their last 5 is the tell because that's post-bye week while they've been 5-0. Early on, that was a major problem. But to your point, if Jalen Hurts wants to get back to throwing the ball up for grabs or they want to lose a fumble or 2 tonight, you'll welcome that because they were a different football team when they were turning the ball over. By the way, Washington did give the ball away on special teams on the Alameda Zacchaeus punt return that never was when he put the ball on the ground last week. That was only their 4th giveaway. They had 3 over their first 9 games of the season, which was a record. You know, that had not happened in decades and decades of football, dating back to 1933 when they started tracking that statistic. They're now tied with the Chargers, who also don't turn the ball over, 4 giveaways so far offensively this season for both Washington and LA, which is best in the NFL. In terms of takeaways, that's certainly not a strength for the Commanders. They're middle of the pack. They have 10 takeaways this season. They have 6 fumble recoveries, but only 4 interceptions. There's teams in the league based on scheme that get those all the time. Brian Flores and the Vikings, 15. Detroit, Aaron Glenn, interviewed for the head coaching job here, 13 interceptions. The Texans have 13 picks. The Saints have 12 picks. Washington on the season, just 4 interceptions. Very, very low number.
Yeah, I think it's partly the way they've had to cover. Now, I'm hoping Lattimore changes that, where you can press a little bit more and be able to take some chances. I mean, that's what Dan Quinn's defenses have done for so many years is we're going to bump you. We're going to play physical, and we're trying to disrupt some timing on some routes and make you hurry up a little bit. And then you get some of those errant throws, some of those ones that sail, or you guys can jump them a little bit. They've basically been playing a lot of shells, a lot of things to not expose their cornerbacks. And I don't expect that to change tonight. So to me, the interception's got to be that tip pass at the line of scrimmage that lands in Bobby Wagner's hands interception. I don't trust a cornerback jumping around making a play or anything like that. Maybe something sails and a safety could come up with it, but I don't think this is you jump the out route because A.J. Brown's running it because you're terrified of the out and up. Like I just don't see that.
Lattimore, who you mentioned, out tonight, of course, hopefully makes his debut at home against the Cowboys. Next Sunday, a week from this weekend would be nice, but that's still to be determined. I think that's how most interceptions come too anymore, if you think about it. I think it was Jay Gruden on our show last week said something to that effect, which is, most of the time, if you go back and actually go through every interception, it's very rarely at this level that a quarterback just makes a terrible throw. That happens. The bad quarterbacks do it 10 or 12 times a year. The really good ones do it 2 to 5 times a year or whatever. But most interceptions, to your point, are that batted ball or the ball off of receiver's hands.
On a timing play, the receiver went left and it should have gone right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Somebody misread something. Those happen way more often where it's more than just the quarterback making a mistake. Again, the question for you guys, Danny's answer is a couple takeaways. How do the Commanders beat the Eagles and pull off the upset tonight? I'll answer the blank and fill it in this way. The Commanders win if, I don't know if this is lazy. This is really how I feel. If Jaden Daniels is spectacular. I think that this feels to me a lot like the Bengals game. Maybe because it's primetime. Maybe because it's a night game. Maybe because it's a standalone game. Maybe because we're on the road. I don't know. But it feels to me like going into that game, my takeaway was they're probably not as good as Cincinnati. And I didn't realize the Bengals were as bad as they would be. But I thought to win, they've got to score a ton of points and win a shootout. And Jaden Daniels has to just be the best guy on the field. And he was. It feels like that to me again tonight. You're going up against an Eagles team that is ahead of you in the standings, probably a little bit better than you because they're at home on the short week and they're fully healthy. And it's either Jaden Daniels balls out or he doesn't. He ends up putting the team on his back or he doesn't. And this is anecdotal, but you go back to his college career when he played at night, when he played in Death Valley, when he's playing against Alabama, when he's playing some of these huge games in the SEC, he seemed to always level up. Like he was that guy. The bigger the stage, the brighter the lights, the bigger the moment, the better he played. He has been that dude for them this year. In the standalone game, in the Monday night game, part of the reason for his early season reputation and the talk about him, in addition to just that he's been terrific, was that when everyone's watched him, he's been at his best. If you remember the Hail Mary against the Bears, that came right after all the 4 p.m. games had ended, and it was the only game on TV at that point. You might as well have been playing, one of those windows at night or whatever, or the Germany game where nobody else is on, so the whole country's watching you. He has thrived in those moments. I think he gets back to being the star, making the dynamic plays. It's not a Daniels knock, but the last few weeks offensively have been a little bit more pedestrian. 12 points before the Hail Mary against Chicago. Their worst statistical performance of the season against the Steelers. He was pretty solid, made a couple of huge throws against the Giants to Terry down the field for a touchdown. But for the most part, it was just a more normal outing. I think we could see a special Jaden game tonight. And I think you have to if they're going to win.
I do too.
Because it's going to take upper 20s or more in points.
Yeah, I think it's got to be exceptional. It's got to be one of the ones we talk about after the season, right? When you're going back over the highlights. You know what a couple of those games are off the top of your head right now. That Cincinnati game was beyond epic. Some of the moments have been incredible. This needs to be one of those on the highlight reel, I think, right? Like, again, I always hate to bring it back to Griffin, but I don't have another great comp for it. When you think of Griffin's highlights and those amazing games and some of the things that Washington won, you think of New Orleans, you think of the run against Minnesota, you think about in Dallas on Thanksgiving. This needs to be that version of that right tonight, I think, for them to win.
I will hit the phones next. What needs to happen for the Commanders to beat the Eagles? Fill in that blank. Commanders win if. You're listening to G&D live from Philly at the Bayou Bar and Grill. If you're coming to the game or you're in the area, stop by and say hello. We would love to hang with you before we go over to the link tonight to see the most important NFC East game FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Love FanDuel. Love watching some night games, sitting on the couch, live betting on FanDuel. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's right, you're betting $5. If it hits, you're getting $150 to use on the site, which is as good as it gets. Let's put together a little parlay for tonight, shall we? Let's go over in rushing for Saquon Barkley because he torches Washington. His best numbers against any opponent are against the Commanders with different names. Let's go over in receiving yards because A.J. Brown is going to go ham sandwich. And let's say Jaden Daniels goes over in rush and gets back to moving with his legs, picking up first downs. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia. First online Romany wager only, $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. With Danny Rouillet, I'm Grant Paulson. This is the Fan G&D out and about ahead of the Commanders and the Eagles. Thursday night football, the good guys trying to get to 8-3, trying to get back to first place. They were in first place from week 2 up and through their game starting week 10. And as of right now, they're looking up at the Eagles by 1/2 of a game. After this weekend, they will have the Cowboys in a week. The Titans, both at home, very winnable, a situation where they should go 2-0. So one way or the other, they're going to be well-positioned going into their bye, going into the stretch run for a playoff spot. But tonight's going to be a determining factor in whether or not it looks like they're a division champion.
Yeah, how it happens is going to matter, right? Are you on the road for a wild card game or, you're hosting at home potentially? A lot's on the line.
Let's go to Peter, who's in Wilmington, listening on the Odyssey app. Are you in Wilmington because you're making your way to Philly, or do you live in Wilmington?
I'm in Wilmington, North Carolina.
Oh, well, I am off by a lot of
That's okay.
states.
Listen,
I'll be honest.
Last week we lost that game. That we made mistakes, we lost it. They didn't really beat us, number one. Number two, this is a good week, I think, to get the 2 rookies on offense, Sanat and McCaffrey, involved in the game. Trying to get the ball to them. They really haven't been passing much to them, and they've been open, especially McCaffrey. And I think that's important to spread it around a little bit more, because they're going to be focused on McLaurin. And another thing, I totally agree with you. Daniels has to have a spectacular night for us to win. And if that happens and he can get maybe these 2 rookies involved, I think we got a good shot at it. But
it is stunning to me. Thanks for the call, buddy.
Thank you, bud.
I'm shocked that Sinnott has not been more of a factor. As a second-round pick with 3 catches, and it's not like, he hasn't caught the ball or he's not really getting open. He doesn't play a ton. He blocks more than he goes out for passes. He's never targeted. And so you can't say, well, he's not doing something right. I mean, he's doing what he's being asked to do. I know that they're not a pass-first offense. They don't really throw to, have 2 tight ends running routes a whole lot out of 12 personnel. They've obviously got Ertz as what they call their F, the guy that runs around as a tight end and moves. They've got John Bates as their blocker. But you would think as a second-round pick who had the preseason he had, I just can't stop thinking about how dynamic he was in the preseason. You'd think that they would ask him to do something at some point.
That's my theory exactly. And it turns into, it sounds like a bash Zach Ertz session. And that's not the intent here at all. He is a useful player, talking about Ertz. There's a lot that he does well, right? Like in terms of finding the soft spot in the zone, separating in man, the safety blanket for the rookie quarterback. I'm all in favor of Ertz getting targets and looks.
Well, and let's be clear. He does things a lot better than Sinnott does, based on his experience, how long he's been around, just reading in the room, basically.
Without a doubt.
So I get that. But there's still a dynamicism after the catch that he lacks that I think Sinnott has. That you think, like, you could go into a game and just have 2 plays for Sinnott where you go, I'm going to run a throwback tight end screen to this guy to see what happens against the right defensive
This
block.
is my point exactly. You go against type here. Now's the time to do it, right? Where nobody's seen it, no one knows about it. What better game to break it out than against a really good opponent on the road, right? Think of those Chris Cooley short screens that were so effective. Despite him not moving all that fast, he's still getting a bunch of extra yards, giving people the stanky leg, working his way forward. Sinnott's got some of that bulldozer in him. He can move.
Let's go to Jermaine, who is in Bowie, home of the Bay Sox. Jermaine, what's good?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Hey, man.
Here's the key. I think the key is we've got to be able to run the ball. With B-Rob back, that is a key to us winning. If we can rush, hold the ball, long sustained drive, we keep their offense off the field. A good defense is offense. So if we keep their offense off the field, we have a good chance to win. And you think about it, the last couple games that we lost was Jaden Daniels didn't have a great game. So I'm thinking Philly is thinking, hey, let's line up to stop the pass. They're probably going to stop the running lanes for Daniels. So I think the run is going to be open. And then once we suck them in, looking for the run, they're going to look for the run the second half. They're going to line up, 7, 8 in the box. Then we can throw it over the top. That's going to open up the pass. But I think
little Robinson early over the top late. I can see it go. I mean, to me, the way to do this is to kind of out Eagles the Eagles. Like, I want them to feel. I appreciate the call, man, as always. I want them to feel those body blows, right? Where they have to constantly cover, constantly deal with Brian Robinson, downhill. As long as it's working, as long as you're getting positive yardage in those running spots, then you don't need necessarily a ton of success running to open up play action. We have enough data that proves that. But I want them to be more on the balls of their feet, sort of moving forward, thinking. Then you get some of that stuff in behind. I think your shots may be able to come later.
It is not lost on me that as their offense has fallen off a little bit, and I'm not saying it's perilous or some major issue, but their offense has gone from number 1 in everything to top 5 in everything, right? As their offense has come back to the pack, which was naturally going to happen inevitably at some point because they were doing things that hadn't been done in 20 years. Brian Robinson has not been on the field that much. He missed the second half of the Carolina game, right? Now, they hung 40 in that game. They had no problems against the Panthers. But he's missed 2 football games in total now, both against the AFC, luckily, in the 2 losses. But he has not played in 2 losses. Like, when he's played, their record is 7-1. When he hasn't, they're 0-2. I don't do quarterback wins and losses. I'm certainly not going to do running back wins and losses. But I don't think it's a nothing burger to suggest that their battering ram, their best running back as a run-first team, as the complement and read option with Jaden Daniels. Like, clearly he's been a factor.
Yeah.
When he hasn't been there, that they've had a worse chance. Let's go to Ahmad in Upper Marlboro and Grant and Danny. Ahmad, the question is, I think he just dropped, 800-636-1067. The question that we're asking you guys is, what needs to happen for Washington to win, and how do they win the football game tonight? You're filling in the blank. Commanders win if. Where are you at on my Daniels take? Which you could say every week, like the quarterback's got to play well. That's not what I'm doing. I'm saying I think this is a game where you need to win a shootout. You've got to be spectacular. He always protects the football, so I'm really not that concerned about that. If tonight goes sideways, like he throws a couple picks, whatever. But by and large, what I'm saying, though, is I need the big plays with his legs. That was gone against Pittsburgh. He hasn't really had the same kind of seeming hunger to run post-rib injury. I don't know if he's turned a corner or not, or if he's still feeling that, like Jay Gruden suggested this week that he is. But I think if you're going to beat the Eagles, you need an A game from Jaden Daniels. I don't think his B game does it, and I know his C or worse doesn't do it.
To me, it's not even just, he's got to play well, because to off the distinguishing point that you're making, I think this needs to be the game that we remember, right? Where you think of the
Bengals 2.0.
Yeah, the highlight of his rookie year, the highlights, the special games where he's been awesome for the majority of the time he's been the quarterback. That's why we're all so damn excited, rightfully so. The kid's special. But when you look back on the highlights of this year, in 5 years from now, when you and I are, God willing, at a bar in some different city, we're going, what's the key to the game tonight? Remember that Philly game on Thursday Night Football when Daniels just put the team on his back and was incredible? He did everything, and everyone in Philly was hanging their heads in shame because they couldn't stop him. He was hitting people in stride, the long passes, the runs, nothing but highlights. We need that tonight, in my opinion. I'm with you.
His best game has been the Bengals game by far.
Mm-hmm.
Second best game, would you say the Arizona game probably?
That's in the convo, certainly. I thought he was pretty great against Cleveland. I know he threw a pick in that game, but the rushing totals were ridiculous. He had a sack. It should have been an easy sack, turned into a 60-yarder to Jeremy
that was you know what? Now that I think about it, I was not as impressed. That play was amazing. But if you remember the Cleveland game, the narrative was that he actually struggled a little bit passing the
early.
ball
They did, yeah,
in that game.
Yeah.
The Arizona game, I think he had like 3 completions. What were his numbers in that game?
26 out of 30.
Yeah,
I guess that's pretty good.
So
was that pretty good?
That was probably his second best game. I needed to be in that ilk. Like in that conversation, your podium game, top 3 game of the year for you to beat this Eagles team. Let's talk to Hugh Douglas next. He torched Washington for years as a pass rusher. Luckily, he can't hurt you guys anymore. He can't hurt us, but he is going to join us to preview the game and help us scout the opponent right at the top of the hour. We're Grant and Danny. We are live at the Bayou Bar and Grill in Philly. We're going over to the Link tonight with the unwashed masses. We will be in the crowd. We don't know why we're doing this, but we're doing it. And hopefully we have a good story to tell and no blood is shed. You're listening to The Fan.
This update brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. It's the Commanders on the road in a key NFC East battle against the Philadelphia Eagles. Eagles starting quarterback Jalen Hurts on a Dan Quinn coach team.
Yeah, he's versatile. You know, he has a multiple approach to how he does things, and it's always available in there. So, like the best of them, it's about adjusting and being able to do what you see fit in that moment, you know, and that's what they've done a really good job of doing.
Our Burgundy and Gold pregame will begin at 6:30 on the Fan with Denton Day and Toby Altizer. The Capitals fall 4-3 to the Maple Leafs in OT at Colorado tomorrow night. Two high-profile players return with Lars Eller against Val Nichushkin. Nick Dowd sustained a broken nose against the Maple Leafs, but should be good to go. Wizards basketball lost again to the Spurs, 139-130, taking on the Hawks tomorrow. Tampa Bay Rays are planning to play the 2025 season at Steinbrenner Field. The field has a capacity of 11,026, the largest spring training facility in Florida. Free agent reliever Justin Wilson and the Boston Red Sox are in agreement on a contract. Four-star Florida State quarterback pledge Tramel Jones is decommitting. Boston College quarterback Thomas Castellano is going to leave the team after he found out that Grayson James will be the Eagles' quarterback. Winter is coming, and so are cold drafts right through your old vinyl windows. Save energy and add comfort with superior fiberglass windows from thewindowman.com. Now $250 off every fiberglass window. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. $250 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan in Philadelphia. Thanks to our buddies Condori and Murad. That law firm is the exclusive sponsor of this show, and they like sending us on the road to watch football out and about. We were in Cincinnati, now we're in Philly. We'll be kicking it with those guys tonight. I called them earlier. They were on their way up 95. We will be seeing them at the hotel, and then we are headed over to the game with them this evening. They want to take care of you like they take care of us. They want to help you upgrade your last will and testament. Set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com.
Those guys are fantastic. Pumped to see them tonight as we brave the cold here in Philadelphia. Just as a quick side, we're at the Bayou Bar in North Philly, and I am poning a cheesesteak, and it's fantastic. This place rules. This is the vibe, right? Like if you're thinking about, I want my local bar, this is your local bar.
How did you do the cheesesteak? It looks like the cheese is in the meat. You're not doing the terrible cheese whiz thing?
Well, again, it's not terrible. It's excellent. But
it's awful.
It's, again, tremendous. There's a reason they serve billions of them. I went provolone because that was the mood I was in, and that was recommended to me by the chef. So what we shouldn't do is substitute things because that's what children do.
I would do provolone as well.
Grown-ups go places and get it how they make it there, right? Because otherwise you should probably just stay at home.
I'm considering getting that.
You should do that. They're really good.
I came in planning on a burger. But that looks fantastic.
It's fantastic.
It's kind of like a burger. It's just turned sideways.
It's turned sideways and chopped up.
It's like a guitar, and now it's like cello.
Hello, cello.
Jack Black and what was the movie where he turns the guitar sideways? School of Rock.
School of Rock.
We're looking for School
Let's rock.
of Rock. Commanders, Eagles tonight from the link. We are jacked up to talk to Hugh Douglas right now to get you ready for the game. Let's go scout the opponent. Hugh, I told our listening audience that before we talk to you, I would just remind you of all the terrible things you did to Washington, D.C. in those 2 games a year and forgive you once and for all on behalf of our show for the things that you've done to this organization over the years on the football field.
Forgive me? What you mean? Y'all need to be apologizing, man. Chris Samuels was a whole beast over there playing offensive lineman. So y'all owe me an apology. What you talking about?
Well, here, your career high year of 15 sacks, I think I remember this right. I think 13.5 were against Washington. Does that sound right to you?
Nah, man, no. Listen, you know what I remember about playing Washington? Every time we played you guys, it was always physical. Like, after you played that game, I remember feeling beat up. Like, those are some physical games, man. No question about it.
Chris Samuels was such a stud.
Really good.
What a player.
Man, he was a monster. He was a monster.
Our buddy, Hugh Douglas, now he's our friend. He's in the media, so he's one of us.
Yeah.
He wasn't our buddy when he was playing for the Eagles.
Mean for so long.
Part of the midday show, 94 WIP, joining us here on Grant and Danny. All right, so let's get into tonight. It is a massive game. We've been waiting for this one for weeks. Feels like a collision course. First place on the line. I saw a poll you guys did as a show where you were asking people, are they confident or are they nervous? And I got to say, it seems like Eagles fans are very, very confident about tonight.
Yeah, they're confident, but at the same time, a little nervous. I'm confident because, like, I'm pretty sure you know this, and I'm pretty sure you're probably not dealing with the same thing, but we haven't really played opponents. We've only played a few opponents that have had winning records. So when I say I'm confident in knowing that when we play you guys, whatever the outcome is, we played a good football team. Because I think my co-host caught it before the season started. He thought you guys were going to be a good football team. He thought Jaden Daniels was going to be a special quarterback. And it turns out he was right. He looks like he's the real deal, man. And I know you guys down there in Washington, you haven't had a quarterback of that caliber in a long, long time.
So just outside looking in, what do you make of that, Hugh? Go into that. What do you think makes him special? What have you seen? And what challenges does he present for this defense tonight?
You know what's funny? The first thing that I noticed, because I haven't seen a whole lot of Commanders games, but the first thing that I noticed is that it looks like he's making decisions very, very quickly. And a lot of times when you have young rookie quarterbacks, they don't really process the information that fast. And it just looks like the ball's coming out crisp. It looks like he knows what he's doing. Every time he throws the football, he drops back. And it's not a whole lot of time that passes before he finds the open receiver. And that's something that if he does that well, and the more he plays, the better he's going to be. And I think that has been the case. But that was the biggest thing that stuck out to me. All the other athletic ability, he has that. He can pull the ball down and run it. But the fact that he got the ball out of his hands quick, that's what I was surprised about.
When you played young quarterbacks, certainly rookies, but just guys that you thought were rattleable, if you will, how did you play them differently?
Rattleable.
Did you play? Yeah, I like that word. I make up words all the time, so I'm at to steal that one.
We're in lockstep there.
Yes, the one thing that you like to do against young quarterbacks, man, you always want to try to confuse them. You want to try to make them see one thing, and especially when you talk about coverages, and then it's something totally different. You change it on the fly. Doesn't look like he's having that problem. I think the toughest game that he played was the one that he played last week against the Pittsburgh Steelers, where he didn't decide, but even you played that one tough. So it looks like he has that part of his game down that, you know, you're not showing him a whole lot of looks that he hasn't seen yet. I mean, that remains to be seen, but that's the one thing that you try to do when you're playing against a young quarterback.
Hugh Douglas on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. And I ask you that because that was the point I was going to make is he has not been fazed by seemingly anything in terms of disguising coverages. He just doesn't put balls in harm's way, doesn't give the defense a chance to get their hands on it, and he generally gets the ball out. But I'm wondering if there maybe is a blueprint we've been trying to figure out. Was the Steelers' plan any different than anybody else's, or were they just better at executing it because they're so good defensively?
I think when you look at the Steelers, the one thing that they try to do is get a lot of heat on him, get heat on the quarterback, try to make him hold the ball as long as possible so that pass rush can get there. I think that's probably going to be the key. Try to disguise it in the secondary as much as you can. And the one thing that I know about the Steelers secondary, they have a really good front four. They get after the quarterback with T.J. Watt up there and everything. So that was one of the things that I saw that probably was working in their favor a little bit.
Hugh Douglas with us. 8.5 career sacks against Washington, more than he had against any other opponent. Joins us here to break down the Philadelphia Eagles. All right, let's get into this Eagles team. I feel like when I looked at the schedule before the season, Hugh, I went, oh, bad luck for the Eagles in early bye week. I think that kind of turned out to be the best thing that could have happened to them. Not that you would know that in advance, but since the bye, this feels like it's a different team.
Man, listen, no, I think it's that coupled with which I like to call Coach Sirianni's Britney Spears moment, where he cut his hair off and, you know, he started yelling at the fans, and then this team went on a tear. I think this team is rallying around their coach, man. You know, he was under fire for the last couple weeks because a lot of people felt like he was incompetent and he was in the way. I think that his squad looked at that and they realized that his coach was under fire. So they rallied around him, man, and they've been playing well. Whatever Coach Sirianni has been doing and has done to get this team on the right track is working, man, and I'm all for it.
So is he liked by the players? On the outside, the narrative we seem to have heard is It doesn't seem like him and Hurts are always on the same page. Maybe there's some friction there. Is he popular in that locker room?
From what the guys that I've talked to, he is. And it's a weird thing, right? Because I heard the same things you heard, that, outside of that locker room, people consider Coach Sirianni a bubblehead. But in that locker room, they love him to death, man. And it's obvious by the way that they're playing. They're playing much better. They're playing so much better, and they're rallying around him. So I'm in the camp to think that the guys really do like Coach Sirianni.
All right. On this offense, as again, kind of thinking from the bye week on, Jalen Hurts has been so good. Kind of looks like that MVP candidate self of a couple years ago when Philly got to the Super Bowl. What's clicking? What's working? And where might they be vulnerable, if at all?
You know what? I think what's working is the fact that Saquon Barkley has been so much more than he ever was when he was in New York. I think that has helped out Jalen tremendously. I think with any quarterback, when you talk about a good quarterback, is mostly coupled with a good running game. I think if you want to try to attack the Eagles, you probably want to start there because he's been the tip of the spear for the last couple of weeks with the running game. But the problem with that is you still have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. These are two guys that, a few years ago, Devontae, he can play. And A.J., you know him personally because he's kind of lit it up against you guys over the last couple of years that he's been here.
Yes.
So it's one of those situations where if you're the Commanders, I would think that in order to stop them, you have to stop the run first. Because if you've noticed over the last couple of weeks, when the Eagles tend to bog down a little bit offensively, they tend to turn to the running game to get them out of a rut, so to speak. And then they come back to the passing game. So if I was attacking the Eagles, that's probably where I would start. I would try to stop the running game first and then, get after them in the passing game.
Saquon Barkley, by the way, just to back up Hugh's point there with some numbers, second in the NFL in rushing yards, 991. Second in the NFL right now in scrimmage yards, 1149. And against Washington, he has played 9 games. This is game number 10 for him. He's got more scrimmage yards, 1164, more touchdowns than he has against any other opponent. When he was with the Giants, he feasted on the Commanders. So hopefully that changes this evening. Hugh Douglas is with us on Grant and Danny. What about on the other side of the ball defensively? They are the number 1 scoring and yardage defense in the NFL since the bye in 5 games. I'm giving them their flowers, but I also have to acknowledge, Hugh, that they have not played anybody other than the Bengals. The quarterbacks that they played are like benchable Jags. I mean, they're bad.
like I like to say, we played a bunch of tomato cans. But at the end of the day, you got it. Like they're all NFL teams, but it feels like.
But is their defense actually good? Like it seems like they're awesome, but how good are they?
Well, we're going to find out tonight because I feel like playing against this offense that you guys have down there with Terry McLaurin and that young quarterback that you have, that this is gonna be a good measuring stick for him because you talk about a quarterback that, like when you talk about stylistically, they haven't seen anything like this. Like Jalen would probably be the closest comp, but I don't even think that's a fair comp. I think the fairest comp, when you think about what he's able to do, he's Michael Vick when Andy Reid, he was here with Andy Reid. He can beat you with his legs and he can throw the football. So I think, we're going to get a good test this week. And to your point, I basically said the same thing about this defense, but unfortunately in NFL, you got to play who you play. And it looks like Vic Fangio, Coach Fangio, the defensive coordinator, has got the personnel on the field that he feels gives them the best opportunity to win. I feel like they've gotten comfortable in the defenses that he's calling, and he's gotten comfortable in knowing that the guys that he has on the field can go out and kind of execute his game plan. So it's twofold. His coach is much better, and the defense is buying into what he's selling.
Hugh Douglas with us here on Grant and Danny. So, Hugh, let's jump into a little further down on this defense. Like, I think if there were vulnerabilities, I don't think Cleveland or the Giants or Dallas last week without Dak could take advantage of those things. But to your point, Washington is a better offense. If there are vulnerabilities, something that maybe hasn't been exposed yet, but maybe a good offense could, where are those for Philadelphia on defense?
I would probably say in the secondary. I would say probably the secondary first, because you got Cooper DeJean back there and Quinyon Mitchell, and they've been playing extremely well. And, I would say they've played against some good receivers, but again, Terry McLaurin's a different animal. CeeDee Lamb last week, when you talk about him, he was a little banged up, and you talk about the Cooper Rush, the quarterback. So, you're talking about two guys back there for the Dallas Cowboys that really couldn't connect. I think a smaller sampling size would be when you saw them play against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Baker Mayfield and Mike Evans and Chris Godwin when they were healthy. So if I was trying, and on the flip side of that, Cooper DeJean wasn't out there. So on the flip side of that, I think that's where I would probably try to test them to see how those young quarters stand up against some pretty good receivers and a good quarterback.
Yeah, watching him, DeJean looks really good in the slot, playing the nickel.
Yeah.
He's a rookie from Iowa they drafted. Obviously, Quinion Mitchell, for our listeners that don't know, was a rookie they drafted out of Toledo. He's been outstanding out on the boundary. But to your point, he hadn't faced a whole lot of guys like McLaurin, who's top 5 in the NFL. I think he's 3rd right now in receiving yards. And you don't get to play a lot of McLaurins at Toledo. You don't have a McLaurin on Duquesne or UMass. So tonight should be telling in that regard as well. If Washington wins the game, let's just say you're doing the show tomorrow morning with your crew and the Eagles lost. What do you think happened?
Oh, the sky's going to be falling. It's Philadelphia. The sky's going to fall. And then I'm going to have to break out, the couch, and I'm going to have to calm everybody down and let them know that we're going to see the the Commanders again. We're going to see them again, and there's going to be a chance for us to, to make this right. But you know how it is in Philadelphia. This is going to be the toughest matchup by far that we've had over this winning streak that we've been on. So if it comes out and the Commanders wins this game, yes, Eagle fans are going to be totally upset. And you know what? We're going to have a couple of days to stew on it. And Monday, I'm going to sit everybody down. We're going to talk about this. We're going to have a therapy session, and we're going to get right and get ready for the next one. But to be honest, fellas, I don't think that's going to happen.
You're feeling good.
Give us your prediction.
Man, I think it's going to be a good game, but I think the Eagles come out on top. I know as well as this young quarterback that you have has been playing, I think when you talk about from a pure talent perspective, we're way too talented offensively for you guys, man. We're gonna rush out all over you guys down there up here in Philadelphia. Gonna beat the brakes off of y'all tonight.
Unless you don't.
No, I'm talking trash because I ain't got to play, so it don't make no
I know. and we can never play, Hugh, so it works out great.
We don't have much of a rebuttal. You guys have worn the pants.
I'm just up here trash talking. What I say carries no weight. But seriously, guys, all jokes aside, I think this is going to be a good game. This is going to be one of those games that, you got two young quarterbacks playing. You got one established star that's having a really good season, and you got a young up-and-coming star. Man, I would not be surprised if this is a close game, to be totally honest. All jokes aside, this is probably going to be a close game.
Yeah, I think we're picking. We haven't given our predictions, but I think we're both, just based on the tone of the week, I would guess probably leaning Philly in a tight game. But look at the line. I mean, it says as much. I think it's been 3.5 points pretty much all week long. So,
yeah, man,
we could be headed.
This is going to be one. This is going to be a good game. I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see what his defense is. I'm excited to see this young quarterback play. I'm excited to see all of it.
5 hours away, man. Can't get here soon enough. Hugh, you were awesome. Thank you for joining us. We
Thanks,
appreciate
Hugh.
it.
Hey, thanks for having me, fellas.
Yeah, you got
Appreciate
it.
you,
Be good. There's Hugh Douglas, former Eagle, Falcon. He's been on the radio in Atlanta and Philly for years. Great having him on the show.
You get 80 sacks in the league, including 30 in the NFC East and a whole bunch against Washington. You wouldn't shut me up. I'll tell you that right now. Like, talk your talk, buddy.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. You heard what he said there. He thinks that there's too much weaponry for the Eagles, for Washington to bow up defensively. Do we agree with that? Let's get into that next on Grant and Danny. We are 5 hours from kickoff. We're in Philly at the Bayou Bar and Grill. If you're in the area, come on by and say hello. We are on the road on G&D ahead of Thursday Night Football on the Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. The NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Right now, FanDuel is giving everybody 3 months of NBA League Pass with your FanDuel subscription and just a $5 bet on the NBA. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on hoops. Then you're getting 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. Pretty amazing. Watch whatever team you want to. We're in Philly right now. I can watch Embiid when he plays, which is like half the time, I think. Anytime I want to with League Pass. All I got to do is bet $5 on an NBA game. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code is GP at FanDuel.com. Got to be 21 present in Virginia. If you're 21, you're in Virginia, you get the 3-month free trial, full price League Pass, automatically charged monthly. Afterwards, cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders. ITCadre.com. The countdown is on for Eagles and Commanders. Our burgundy and gold pregame begins at 6:30. Denton and Toby. 8:15 is the kickoff from the link. Head coach Dan Quinn scouting the Eagles offense.
Run game wise was similar to what we have seen. The line coach staff there has done a fantastic job through the years in the run game, and they've added an explosive player to the mix in Saquon. Kellen, I thought, added probably different his flavor and elements to the drop back game to go, but the addition of Barkley has really been, as it's been proven, a big addition for them this year.
Boston College quarterback Thomas Castellanos has left the team after he found out Grayson James would be the team starter. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre. Your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit ITCadre.com. That's ITCadre.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Back live from the Bayou Bar and Grill. We're Grant and Danny. We are in Philadelphia with our friends Condori and Murad, out and about and on the road. The Commanders are good. That's awesome. We're happy about that. We're going to see them in person for the second time this season away from home. I was thinking about this today, by the way. One of the reasons that you swore off going to Northwest Stadium,
yes,
was how much you hated being surrounded by opposing fans, and you just didn't want to feel that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And you've gone to Cincinnati and to Philadelphia this year. I think we're starting to chip away just a little bit.
I appreciate you saying that when we're not, and here's why. It's the indignity of at my home stadium.
Okay.
The thing that I've signed up for, that I paid money for, and there were no, at the time, Redskins fans around me, except for my buddy and I, who went to the game together. And there was a row of how many seats per row in a section? Is it like 20,
25.
22, 25? Yeah. 25 in front. Dallas, 12 to one side, Dallas, 12 to the other side, Dallas, 25 Dallas behind me, screaming at me the whole time. So I'll never go again voluntarily. If I have to go for work, I'm not going to make up a federal case out of it. I'll do what I'm supposed to do. I have no interest in going. I don't want tickets. I'll never go to that stupid stadium again. It's a failure. But there's a difference. So is it the difference
between a share and a pre-share almost?
Kind of, yeah. It's like this is a, fun road trip with the buddies. That's cool. I've gone to New Orleans, had a great time watching Drew Brees set 7,000 records on the first possession. Alex Smith almost got Patrick Peterson killed. I had a great time. Ate all the food. Had digestive issues because I ate, I think it was 4 adult, it was 16 servings of that pie. What was that pie that I ate a bunch of?
Bread pudding.
Bread pudding, thank you, yeah. I ate 16 adult servings of bread pudding. In the form of 4 bread puddings.
They still talk about that in New Orleans.
Yeah,
we're going back next month.
It's legendary to a degree.
1 month from today, I think.
How about that?
We'll be in New Orleans.
Anyway, I lost my train of thought. But the point is, yeah, there's a tremendous difference to me between just sitting there watching a football game on the road, understanding. Like, it'd be different if there was 100 of my friends and some poor guy who didn't have any money bought a ticket for his home team, and they were so much worse than you thought, the league joke, 2 weeks after the swinging gate, and everyone's screaming at you the whole time. Like, If I was one of the screamers at this poor person, I go, yeah, I don't blame you if you never want to come here again.
We'll be screamed at all night tonight, but I understand your point. It's the share versus the pre-share.
Yes.
You're opting into going to a better stadium, a better environment, experiencing all there is to experience in Philly, leading up to it after the game, coming back with some fun stories to tell, and then just going to the home game where that happened anyway.
Yeah. So I need it at the home stadium where my team is supposed to be at home. It's not a road game. A road game, you understand what you're opting in for. The home game, I've been double-crossed. I won't have that again. That'll never happen to me again. I'm not doing it.
Atmosphere's getting better. I'm just saying, whereas at one point in time, I would have written in Sharpie, you will never see Danny Rouillet at Northwest Stadium again. I'm no longer writing it in Sharpie.
Wow, I would. That's a terrible bet by you.
I'm just writing it in pen. It is still in pen, and I'm underlining it.
Yeah, and then circle it, draw arrows.
To pen and underline, and then pen without underline, and then really firm pencil, like hard enough that you tear the paper a little bit. And so we're moving in the right direction.
If I was a tattoo guy, I could get that tattooed. Like, I'm not going to voluntarily go.
Then would you spill coffee on yourself?
Like, yeah, not a great tattoo. Yeah, then it'd be inconsiderate when I spill coffee on people. I would mutter an apology like this. Oh, my bad. You spilled coffee on me. The hot coffee's on me.
Tomorrow, Danny, we will be out and about again.
Third
this time
Hill Brewing.
Back in the DMV.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a live show, our Friday field trip. So all season long, these Friday field trips have been ramp-ups to games. This is the only time this year where we will be doing a post-game show for our Friday field trip from Third Hill Brewing.
Yep.
Please, please, boys, help us to do a post-game winning show when the Washington Commanders are back in first place.
Wouldn't it be nice?
That would be cool. One way or the other, though, come on out. We'll make you feel better if they lose, and we will celebrate if they win. Third Hill Brewing Company, as Danny said, Georgia Avenue, Silver Spring, Maryland. We're live from 2 to 6:30 tomorrow in the DMV. We're hopping on the train first thing in the morning, coming straight back, and I think going quite literally from the train station to the bar at this point. It looks
Pretty
like.
much, yeah. It just depends on how much time we've got. It won't be a ton, but if all goes smoothly, maybe a quick change of clothes, maybe not. Maybe we just go straight to Silver Spring.
If we look like we're still in our pajamas from the hotel, then we probably didn't get to change.
Then that's why, yeah.
I was just saying, though, you're planning on maybe doing like a change and a shower at the station. Your coffee, or like, don't bother me, I haven't had coffee yet, is my hot shower and getting my day going. So I have to shower. I'll do my change of clothes, all that, before we get on the train. Whereas you're like, yeah, but the train's gross and there's germs there, and I'll do all that when we get home at the station.
Yeah, I associate travel with griminess. You know what I mean? Like,
I guess I'll wash my hands and
my
my face and feel fine. Like, I don't care if I'm sitting on a public seat or whatever. I need the hot shower to be ready for my day 5 minutes after I woke up.
But it's different approaches. To me, I need my shower to be as close as I can to the thing that I'm doing, if it matters. You follow me? So, like, if I'm going to a public event or I'm going to somewhere where I'm going to dress nicely, like if I have a nice dinner, for example, that I'm going out to tonight, the reservation's at 7:30. If I've showered first thing in the morning, I go, I have a day's wear and tear of uncleanliness.
No. If I'm doing something important, nice, if I'm dressing up, if I'm going out and about to an event, it's a double shower day.
Yeah, you're going to do it. You do it again.
I mean, there's a lot of 2 shower days. My wife gets so mad. There's some 3 shower days.
3
occasionally. Not a lot, but occasionally.
Like so you wake up, you do wake up shower, then you're like your hit burner workout. Shower,
because there's
and
none
then
of those. There's not a lot of working out.
You do the what is it called? The Dad Bod Blaster that you sent us?
Not that either. No. PSX.
PSX.
PSXLR 90.
Yeah.
That's by my current.
The one the Navy SEALs do. You do that one?
I only do the one the Navy SEALs do. The rest of the stuff is just for,
that's
frankly,
the show, right?
It's beneath me.
Yeah.
But yeah, showers are fun. First thing in the morning to start your day. Superior to coffee. That's the way I feel. But we will see you in Silver Spring tomorrow, and I can't wait to be hanging with our listeners, hopefully after a win. Speaking of which, we are now well under 5 hours away from kickoff. So you just heard Hugh Douglas saying the reason for the confidence in Philly, and by the way, they are very confident. Eagles fans, saw a couple of them on the train coming up here, have, on the Odyssey app, listening to IP the last couple of days, just seeing all the predictions of all of their media members on the websites that they write at. Everybody's picking an Eagles win, which for a 3.5-point spread in a division where you were chasing a team that you're playing tonight for the last 8 weeks, it does seem a little lopsided. Like, you'd think there would be more people going, hey, Washington's actually been wearing the pants in the East for most of this year. Hey, Washington's actually had the better offense, for most of this season, but there's not a lot of that. And Hugh's point is there's no answer for the Eagles skill group on Washington's defensive huddle. And I actually think that makes sense.
Yep.
Because I look at this game and I go, who defends A.J. Brown? How do you make sure Devontae Smith doesn't get going? And how are they going to stop Saquon Barkley? And ideally, if you can answer all 3 of those, you're going to beat them handily. If you can answer 2 of those, you might be able to squeak out a win. If you can only answer 1, you're probably in a little bit of trouble. I don't have an answer to any of the 3. And that's where my nerves come from tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that's whatever I do, I keep coming back to that part of it. I keep coming back to that's where the advantage is. That's where the issue is going to be and is for Washington tonight. They don't have an answer. With Marshawn Lattimore, they have something. They have a response. They could take something away. I don't think they can take anything away. I think they're just going to have to deal with gut punches, deal with some bleeding, deal with some problems, and then ultimately lose in a TKO. Like, I know I'm overusing boxing analogies, but that to me is how this whole thing peels out. Is
You're
that
like 30 seconds away from talking about Jake Paul and Mike Tyson.
the southpaws and you move your feet in the ring there, Rock. No, it feels like when we were talking last week, would you take 1-1 sight unseen or take your chances? The biggest reason I said, let me take 1-1 was because I hated this matchup. I just hate this matchup for Washington.
Yeah, I had the Steelers as the game they needed to win because of the same reason. This isn't a fun matchup on paper. But can I say that we're subscribing or prescribing a lot of effectiveness and dominance and just dynamic play to the Eagles offense as if there's some juggernaut. And they're good. They scored 37 on the Bengals. They scored 34 on the Cowboys. But it's not like they have not also had moments where they could be stopped. I know that earlier in the year when they were 2-2 before their bye, they didn't have A.J. Brown. They didn't have Devontae Smith. Jahan Dotson was their leading wide receiver. He was still not being targeted. Couldn't get any catches even at that point. But if you look at the last 5 weeks right now and these 5 wins, while they've been better, the Cleveland game is only a handful of weeks ago. And that was probably the last time they played a defense.
that was sloppy. Sirianni's yelling at people.
They scored 20 points. They won by 4. Sirianni's trolling fans after a bye week when they squeaked out a win over to Deshaun Watson, who stinks. I mean, are we sure that this is the 99 Rams on offense? I know that it's a bad matchup, but they might drop a pass. They might miss a block.
Sure, of course.
Jalen Hurts might miss someone. Of course. This is not the number one offense in the NFL.
Well, they've scored 32 a game over their last 4. And Washington's defense is a lot like the defenses that they played. Now, the offense is a different story. Washington, if they're winning, we both agree, and I don't want to speak for you, but I think if they win, they put up 30-some points, right? This is a shootout win if they win this game. Now, of course, because it's Thursday, weird stuff happens. Maybe it's like 6-3 or something weird. But for the most part, on paper, when you look at this one, you go, if Washington wins, it's because their offense was transcendent and won the day, and the defense didn't kill them, and the special teams didn't kill them, and they did just enough to give that one extra possession. Right, that one penalty-ridden drive where Philly had to punt, and then Washington gets a winning score. Like that's your formula today. It's a tighter tightrope to walk that you would say. So part of this is on paper. Yeah, I understand that Philadelphia's offense isn't perfect. That's not like this, as you said, this unstoppable juggernaut. But just in terms of who Washington is, what they have, and what they've been vulnerable against. If you made a list, every one of those attributes is in the personnel that Philadelphia has. And that's why I'm so scared.
Yeah, that's the problem. I want to play a little devil's advocate.
No, I'm not yelling.
I'm arguing with myself some too, but they're number 10 in the league in offense. And I do get that post-bye week, they've been better in every area, including offensively. But this idea that, there's not going to be a single punt tonight, and we're never going to see Jake Elliott because they're never going to have to kick a field goal. And every time they touch the ball, they're just going to go get 7 points. I think we're building that up a little bit in our own heads. Benjamin St. Juste has defended passes this year. He has made tackles of guys in the open field.
3rd and 7, he's one-on-one with A.J. Brown. You feel good?
No, I don't. And that's coming.
And that's it, yeah.
But does Hurts miss a throw on one of those drives and they have to punt? Does A.J. Brown drop a pass at some point? That's possible. By the way, A.J. Brown has 3 100-yard games this season. He's played in 6 games. 3 times he hasn't. He had a 2-catch, 36-yard game a couple weeks ago against Jacksonville. It's not like every time. He's not Justin Jefferson, right? He looks like it when he plays Washington.
Yes.
But luckily, Emmanuel Forbes will not be on the field tonight. Remember that little matchup last year? That was a good time.
Really good idea, whoever thought of it.
That was the moment when I knew with Emmanuel Forbes, oh boy, this will never work. It was at that moment that the narrator in my voice went, in my head rather, that voice in your head goes, they got this wrong. This guy, not going to be able to do this at the highest level. 9 catches for 175 yards and 2 touchdowns.
It honestly felt like more than that.
More than 9 for 175 and 2?
Not even joking.
It's pretty good.
If you'd asked me, what did he do? And in my mind, it's grown now to 10 for 220 and 2 touchdowns.
Last year, second time he played Washington. Do you remember what he did, A.J. Brown?
I think it was 125 yards.
Oh, you're close. 8 for 130 and 2 more touchdowns. So in 2 games last year, just a casual 17 catches for 300 yards.
Oh, no.
And 4 touchdowns.
Oh, no.
But at least Devontae Smith, who is designed in a laboratory to give them fits, the type of receiver they cannot defend. The shifty, smaller, faster, twitchier, diminutive wideout that just torches them. At least they got him on the other side. And then there's Saquon Barkley, who has had some of the biggest games of his career against Washington. It is a tall order, but if they can make some stops and make some plays, then tomorrow's Joe Witt day, right? Then tomorrow we're talking about Dan Quinn and we're turning our hats backwards, and we're shaving goatees, and we're painting them white.
Yeah, we're Feisty Friday or Tell the Truth Tuesday.
Brotherhood Friday,
yeah,
brother.
Like,
Darius, are you ready for Brotherhood Friday tomorrow?
Be where your feet are Thursdays.
If this defense bows up, this is Secret Sauce Friday on Grant and Danny.
Are we leading the league in nicknames for days?
Oh, of course. I mean, no one else would have one.
I don't think anyone has one.
I mean, other than kindergarten classes, nobody does that except the Commanders. So, yes, names for days, we're number one in that.
What was the Wednesday one? Was it Back to Work Wednesday?
Wacky Wednesday? No,
No, I think it was. It was like Back to Work. Like,
yeah.
It's not Whip 'em Out Wednesday, right? That's
no,
on radio.
It's not Walk Through Wednesday, but it's something about going fast again. Because that was the whole point is you ramp up and go fast.
Yeah.
Ramp it up Wednesday.
No. It was
Is it Back
Up
to Work?
to Speed Thursday.
Back to the Grind Wednesday? No,
Back
that's
to
not
the
it.
Future Friday. Something like that.
Taco
Grant and Danny
Tuesday. I know
on the
for sure.
Fan. We are at Bayou Bar and Grill in Philly. Got some listeners in burgundy and gold gear coming out, which we love. Check in with them and see how they're feeling about the game as we go. Logan Paulson's going to preview the matchup for us at 6 tonight. We're with you until 6:30. Game time coming up quickly here. We are about 4.5 hours away from an important NFC East game. You're listening to the Fan.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here. It is November. It's freezing outside. The train up to Philadelphia this morning, super cold. I was freezing this morning walking my kids to school. Winter is coming. Buying windows today and having them installed before the middle of winter, that's essential. It's getting cold out. I mentioned that. Your heating bills are going to start to rise, and your house is old and damaged windows will let all that heat and your money go right out the window. Energy costs are going to be at least 10% higher this year than last winter.
Yeah, I'm a Window Nation guy, just like you are, Danny, because, as you know, they've taken great care of us, and because they save you so much money. And because it's going to be colder, they're going to save us more money this winter. You can get 50% off all styles of windows, including double hungs, bows, bays, the sliders, whatever you want. Window Nation's windows come with a lifetime warranty. We love Window Nation. You got to call them at 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, and tell them we sent you.
It's an outstanding company. They are so good at this. I have had 2 different homes over the years. They put windows in both of them. Energy bills go down. The house looks better. You know what to do. Call 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny at the Bayou Bar and Grill in Philadelphia. We're getting ready for the Eagles and the Commanders tonight. We will take a look at some of the player props and go over and under in just a bit here on G&D, try to play out this game in our minds, how it's going to work out, look at game script. But it is time right now for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Danny, couple of quick reminders. We will be out and about tomorrow for our Friday field trip.
We are at Third Hill Brewing in Silver Spring, which is an awesome spot. I've been staying up there years ago. Haven't been back since, but that is a really, really cool place. Kind of a little oasis in the heart of Silver Spring downtown. I love that spot. So we're pumped to go there tomorrow, 2 to 6:30.
We're fired up because we're out here in about 15, 20 minutes from the Lincoln Financial Field without traffic. When there's more traffic later, it's going to take us a little longer to get there. But a couple of our listeners have found us from the DMV area, listen to the show on the Odyssey app, and come by, said hello. But what's really funny is there's a guy named Steve who's sitting down with us now who just walked in. He had no idea we were going to be here. And he just sat down and we went to break, Grant and Danny on the Fan. And he gets up, he goes, no chance. This is not Grant and Danny from DC, moves like Paulson back when I would call on the chat show. And I'm like, yeah, you had no idea we were going to be here. And this is the crazy part. This is why I wanted Steve on the show. He's lived here his whole life from Philadelphia. He's wearing a 76ers hat, which means he gets to watch Joel Embiid in 8% of their games.
Once a week you get to see him, Steve.
Hates that much, huh?
But I'm like, so why do you know anything about DC radio? He's been a fan of the Redskins and Washington with all of its names his entire life, despite being from Philadelphia.
Wow.
And you explained to Danny the story because I thought this was fascinating.
Afternoon, guys, and your national radio audience. It's pretty simple. I went to school up here, and we did an exchange program with a school in D.C. by the name of Sidwell Friends.
My daughters go to Sidwell Friends.
Every time.
Yes.
It's pitch perfect. That
Barack Obama's daughters went there.
Yes,
so that's my Obama impression.
Everybody's famous. I know.
Yeah.
Right away, right? Everybody up here didn't even know what the school was because we have a French school up here, Abington Friends. Shout out to my class of 1980. I did exchange programs, so they sent me down to D.C. to stay with this family that lived in Georgetown. And my first live football game, get out the history books, was the 1972 NFC Championship game.
Can you believe that?
Wow.
Redskins 26, Dallas 3.
How old were you?
11.
I mean, you're 11.
Hooked.
You're
I'm 11.
I'll go to a game. Son, it's the NFC Championship game.
So I call my parents back, when you call collect, wait for the operator and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, I'm staying in this beautiful brownstone, which here were row homes because they started to cost $2 million. And they took me to my first game. It was Mr. and Mrs. Matthew Fry. I remember their name to this day.
Wow.
And I have
they had tickets to the NFC title game.
They had season tickets. They lived in Georgetown. They have season tickets to everything.
If they'd like to go, they can go.
Exactly.
If the Fries would like to be there, they'll make it.
They're
Exactly.
you can come with us.
Exactly.
Wow.
And I've been a fan ever since.
So what do you remember? I mean, obviously that game, we could look up the box score or whatever. What do you remember about that experience? Because here you are now in 2024 after all of these awful seasons in Philadelphia, surrounded by Eagles fans, and you are still a fan of this football team.
I am. I'm older than the scotch I drink. So that lets you know, that lets you know how long I have been around.
That's a good line.
And the memories were that teams were different then. We were much more colloquial, tell university word there. Much smaller, much close-knit. So no matter where you were from, you'll walk into the parking lot, hail to the Redskins or whatever, and you could have been from Bethesda or Buffalo or whatever, but what made the team iconic was winning. It's not the name, it's winning. If we were a bad organization, nobody would care what we're called. Nobody would care about the band and none of that. Winning makes the name, not the other way around.
Yeah.
And that was the difference between being a fan of that team versus being a fan of the new teams that we bring in now. They got to have 14 uniforms and 16 mascots just to get you to notice them. Winning gets you to now. Like you see, I'm wearing a Sixers hat here, right? Buying a ticket to see Allen Iverson once or twice, you can do that once or twice. But to keep you coming back, you have to win. Nobody's going to pay $180 to watch Iverson score 39 points and they lose 118-80. That's not how it works. But the new fan wants all the gimmicks. Us old school guys just want to win.
Did you ever think about at any point, because even being in the DMV, it's been so hard. Like here in Philly, there was no point where you said, this isn't worth it to me anymore. I'm just not going to keep rooting for this team.
Well, that's happened here. A good friend of mine who grew up here by the name of Phil Walker was on your 1978 Washington Bullets championship team.
Ooh, okay.
His only year in the NBA, he wins the title. How about that for
Pretty
luck?
good.
That's not bad.
Right? And we're friends. We go to the same barbershop. I mean, we all sit around and talk about the same things. Like he said, the guys down there, apathy is not what you want. I'd rather have you call talk radio and scream about my team than just not caring at all.
But for you, I mean, as a Redskins fan all those years, did you ever think about going, I'm out?
This ain't worth it anymore.
No, because we weren't wired that way. We were wired, the teams that I have, and I got different teams from different parts of the country. Those are my teams. I got them when I was 10, and I have them now at 62. They didn't change because the guy got traded. You didn't go run off and get a Shaq jersey, or a Sidney Crosby jersey, or
definitely not a Sidney Crosby
right.
jersey.
We're not doing that.
The nerve.
Right, nobody.
Yes, we have a universal hate for those guys here in the orange and
So we're
black
bonding
nation.
together. That's nice.
The organization, as they say in hockey. Yeah, that's not how we're wired. The latest internet poll doesn't tell me who to root for, or the old man in the three, or the arenas, or whoever podcast. Those guys don't tell me that. But the younger ones, because they're so more into individual rather than team. Well, there's a whole group of people. There's a whole generation of people who don't like LeBron, and they can't tell you why. Some podcast says he sucks, so we don't like him now.
So that's it.
That's it.
This is Steve, who's from Philly, born and raised, been a fan of the Commanders, Redskins, his entire life. Told me why, and has now told you guys, and I thought it was fascinating. So before we let you go, how are you feeling about 2024? I mean, this is new. This is different.
There's an old saying by a guy that in this town who none of us particularly care for. He always says, if you're scared, get a dog. You know what I'm talking about, right? I'm not scared. I think this is different. This is not, we're going to get to a game and then Jalen's going to throw 4 picks and this guy's going to fumble. This is a different combination of things. And it starts from the top, from the owner to the GM. These guys are like, listen, they're acting like they've been here before. How many times did they ask DQ, are you afraid of this game? And he's like, no, we've been here before. We know what we're doing here. We got to go out and play. We got to go out and execute, and then we're going to win. And if we win, we on to Cincinnati, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I like the way that's the attitude you have to take if you want to be a champion. You have to act like this is something you're used to doing. You expect to succeed as opposed to waiting to fail. And that's the difference.
Yeah, it's a cultural thing. You can feel it. It even makes its way up to Philly.
1972.
For fans on an island. I love it.
Yep.
How about that? Awesome. Thank you for stopping through.
This is awesome.
Good to meet you, man.
We
I
appreciate
guess I've had my 15 minutes of fame like Nick Foles. I could just go off into the sunset now.
That was your Super Bowl.
That was your Philly special right there.
You got it. Your BDS, I think, is your nickname now, right? That's what they call Nick Foles. Thank
Right.
you, Steve. We appreciate you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. This is awesome.
You got it. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are taking you up to 6:30 this evening. Logan Paulson's going to join the show at 6. We'll X and O with him. How can Washington move the ball on the best defense in the league over the last 5 weeks? This offense is pretty elite. They're going to give them a run for their money. We will dive into that as we continue on the Fan.
This update brought to you by Verizon. It's the Washington Commanders and Philadelphia Eagles getting so close now. 8:15 is the kickoff at the Link. Our Burgundy and Gold pregame show begins at 6:30 right here on The Fan with Denton and Toby. Eagles starting quarterback Jalen Hurts previews the Washington defense.
They're a disciplined football team. They have great coaches. Obviously got a lot of familiarity with them, and they got great players playing hard. The way they are able to create problems up front. Their linebackers are really good players, smart players, instinctual players, fast players.
Capitals day off after a loss 4-3 to the Maple Leafs in OT, traveling to Denver to take on the Avalanche tomorrow night. Wizards day off after a 139-130 loss to the Spurs, 6 losses in a row. They're going to take on the Hawks next. Tampa Bay Rays are planning to play the 2025 season at Steinbrenner Field. The field has a capacity of 11,026. Free agent reliever Justin Wilson and the Boston Red Sox are in agreement on a contract. Mercedes-Benz Stadium will sell alcohol to all fans for the first time at the SEC Championship game. Boston College quarterback Thomas Castellanos is going to quit the team when he found out Grayson James will be the new team starter. Lindsey Vonn is coming out of retirement to rejoin the U.S. ski team. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon's got you. Trade in any phone at your local Verizon store in any condition. Guaranteed. And get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Getting ready to go blitzing on Grant and Danny. Welcome back to Bayou Bar and Grill in Philly. And it's filling up with some burgundy and gold. Our guy who's helping us out here today says, I'm now surrounded by Commanders fans. Not the way he drew it up coming to work today.
Listen, I mean, you invite a bunch of hooligans like this into your bar, it's going to happen.
That's how it goes down. Washington is building a foundation for success on and off the field this season. It is time for you to plan for your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kondorian Murad, can help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. They'll give you a good discount if you mention the show. We're going to the game with them tonight. I believe we're a party of 5. Me, you, Darius, and then Kondorian Murad this evening, going to watch Eagles Commanders at the Link. We're meeting up with them as soon as we are done. It's been funny, though, because we've had people walk into this bar that didn't even know we were going to be here who listened to the show. And we just had a young lady come in who's rocking a Sean Taylor jersey.
Uh-huh.
And she's like, so this is kind of random, but my husband, they used to be from D.C. and now they live in Philly. She's like, my husband told me you guys were broadcasting live in Philly from a random bar, and I should try to find you today. And it turns out you're literally across the street from my office.
Yeah, so I've had those kind of conversations before with my spouse where I go, hey, I think this is close to you. She's like, it's 45 minutes away.
Exactly.
You're a clueless idiot who shouldn't be trusted
and
to go outside.
Respectfully, because I'm a Bayou Bar and Grill guy. Like, nobody's more of a Bayou Bar and Grill guy than I am.
Whoa.
I don't think we're close to anything, if that makes sense.
Right. If you're in Manayunk,
yes,
then you're close to us.
Right.
Like that's the summary.
But like
and it turns out she is. That's her office. I'm pointing to it.
Right. We're like 25 plus from the stadium without traffic. We're 20 plus from the hotel without traffic. But we are positioned directly across from her office. She's like, I don't think this is real. There's no way. And then she walks in, and here we are. But it's a good-looking Sean Taylor sweater. That's my favorite jersey, by the way. It's the throwback 75th anniversary, I think it was, with like the yellow trim, the yellow collar and sleeves. Really, really good look for the old burgundy and gold. That was before the colors changed, even though we were told they didn't.
Right. Remember, they are the same colors, not.
Beltway Blitz time. Commanders, NFL, Commanders. We're getting ready for football on Thursday afternoon. Let's do this thing. Michael Phillips, the Richmonder and Odyssey in Richmond, joins us now on Grant and Danny. Michael, are you going to be at the Link tonight up here in Philadelphia?
Gentlemen, I'm at 17th Street in downtown Philadelphia right now, soaking in some atmosphere. I don't know where you are. I'm not going to walk around trying to find you. It's been enough of an issue trying to find my car, which is its own story. But I have the car. I'm headed to the Link. I'm ready for some football.
Scale of 1 to 10. 10 being worst idea ever, 1 being, oh, that sounds amazing. What do you think of our decision to sit in the crowd tonight at Lincoln Financial Field with the unwashed masses?
Unwashed is a great term for these people in Philadelphia. I don't think I can do it after the things I've said about them on my radio show. This is the worst crowd in football, and they're going to be liquored up because they've been getting after it all day at various establishments. How overtly burgundy and gold is your party going to be?
Yeah, so we're with 2 guys that'll definitely be in Redskins jerseys for sure. I don't think they'll be Commanders, but I think normally like a throwback Redskins jerseys. And then Danny's got his face painted burgundy and gold, and he's in full on Chiefs-y headdress.
I've actually tied my left hand down just to make sure I don't inadvertently hail a cab or something to acknowledge that.
I will tell you that the 3 of us have nothing on that looks like we're from Washington, D.C.
You got a fighting chance then. I think, just be prepared for some friendly banter from the locals.
Keep my head down, and I'm not going to pay. I'm not even look at the game while the game's going on. I just look at my phone or something and just maybe read a book. How do they do this one tonight, Miguel? This to me is a daunting challenge. Short week, tough game in the recent rearview mirror. Really good opponent that's getting healthier and playing their best football of the year. Matchup on paper in terms of the weapons, etc. How do they win this game tonight?
Brian Robinson's the start, obviously, and Terry McLaurin's got a great history against these guys. And, it's funny how quickly national perception shifts and changes because, those are people who don't watch all the games. There's 2 narratives about this team. One is this is a really good football team, and they didn't have B-Rob, and they're playing really good teams in Baltimore and Pittsburgh, and they came close but didn't win. But this is a solid, legitimate playoff team. The other narrative is these guys only beat bad teams, and they're soft, and they're going to get exposed, and they're finally, going to get pantsed on national television, and it's long overdue. I'm actually camp 1 on this. I think this is a good football team, and I think as long as you got number 5, you got a chance to win football games. Brian Robinson coming back tonight, Terry McLaurin. I am scared to death of the Eagles' offense. I don't have any answers for you on that front, Danny, but I don't think I'm crazy to think these guys can put up some points tonight.
Michael, I'm calling my shot here. I think Jaden Daniels balls out tonight. I think this is a 2.0 version of what we saw against Cincy. And you're not going to replicate that performance. It was immaculate. But what he did against the Bengals, to me, is indicative of what he is in these primetime standalone situations where the world's watching. We saw it in college. Like at some point, it just what you do becomes who you are. I feel like this is a big Jaden Daniels as a baller spot. What do you think?
I actually completely agree with you. He plays his best in the biggest moments. This is a big moment. Winner of this game is going to have the lead track on hosting a playoff game and winning the NFC East. He has risen to these moments consistently. I think the one question mark we've got is we haven't really seen him run in a couple of weeks. And is that the ribs or was that the game plan on the opponents, right? The Steelers made a very concerted effort. Make sure Jaden Daniels doesn't run the football. If the Eagles do that tonight, Brian Robinson's going to gash them and win the game. So they're not going to be able to do that. So it's all on 5. Is he able to run? Is he capable of running? Is that still in the game plan? If he can put 50 yards together on the ground, I really like their chances offensively.
Michael, enjoy the game tonight, and you stay safe.
Take care, guys.
We will see you, buddy. Hit that NFL sounder, please. Our pal Mike Jones will go around the league in a moment, but the NFL, all the eyes are going to be on Philadelphia at Lincoln Financial Field, where Washington and Philly are battling for tops in the division. Mike, outside looking in, big national perspective. What do you make of this one?
It's going to be a good win. I think it's going to really set the tone for as far as this division because obviously the Eagles have a slim lead right now. If Washington can win this game, then the leapfrogs, and then it actually shows even more weight in their rematch. But if, Philly wins this right here, I think that this is probably a win that they could use to continue to build their momentum. They've been kind of looking like their old selves. They've gotten healthy. They're figuring things out. And so Washington needs to stop the momentum, and obviously Philly's going to try to keep on rolling.
How sold are you on the Eagles being really good after these 5 wins, mostly against bad teams?
I'm sold on them being solid. Really good as far as the NFC. It's the Detroit Lions and then a bunch of other teams. The Lions are the only really good team in the NFC right now. There are quality teams. There are teams that I think there's a lot of teams that can, beat each other. I don't see anybody that's really capable of, going toe-to-toe with Detroit, maybe you can give them a little bit of trouble, but I don't see anybody being better than them. So it'll be interesting to see who the challengers are. And it's going to be interesting to see if maybe San Francisco, what kind of momentum they get as they are continuing to get healthy. They are obviously got to catch the Cardinals in the standings there in the NFC West, but all their goals are still in front of them as they're starting to get healthy. And then this second half of the season could be big for them.
Let me sneak in a couple national ones here, Mike. Did the Chiefs get their first loss this weekend in Buffalo?
It's very possible. Only thing, though, is that it's going to ride on their defense, I think. Buffalo's defense is not as dominant as what it's been in the past, and so that could kind of hurt them. Their offense is they are capable of going toe-to-toe. Obviously, every time Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen face each other, there's a shootout. Josh Allen is 3-1 in the regular season against Mahomes, but 0-3 in the postseason. So we'll see what happens here. But this is the best that the Chiefs' defense has ever been. So I think it's possible that they could give Buffalo some trouble. And again, it might not be a huge light up the scoreboard thing, but last year I think it was like 20-17. Kadarius Toney lined up off sides, and that took away that touchdown, and the Chiefs lost. So we could see another game like that. But this Chiefs team finds a way to win games, and I wouldn't be surprised if they win another squeaker.
Mike, what's the state of the union on coaches on the hot seat going into Week 11 here? Who would you not want to be?
You obviously don't want to be Doug Peterson. I'm not saying that he's going to get fired right now, but he's, the guy that has lasted the longest, even though his seat seems like it's been hot the longest. Obviously, Kevin Stefanski's another guy that I think because of the injuries, he'll get a benefit of the doubt, but it's, kind of questionable. Brian Dable, they said that he's going to be there, but he's another coach that his seat is definitely hot, even though, maybe he's not going to get fired in season. There's pressure on a lot of teams. Jeff Ulbrich isn't going to get fired in season, but, if he was hoping to turn this thing into an audition for a head coaching job, he's not doing a great job of that either. And, Antonio Pierce is another guy that I've been told it'll be a big surprise if he makes it to year 2.
Mike, thank you as always, but enjoy tonight and enjoy the weekend.
All right, see you guys.
See you, my friend. Hit that local 53 sounder again, Rhino. Our guy Mitch Tischler joins us to talk about that very football team whose name should change, but we'll deal with that another time. Huge one tonight, Mitch. What's your gut feel?
Yeah, it is a big one. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. You can feel the atmosphere, the intensity. Folks are getting excited for this one. I think the Commanders are going to come out with a win. I think it's going to be a big night for Jaden Daniels. He does such a good job on the national stage. I think it's going to be one more data point for his offensive rookie of the year tonight.
Wow. If he balls out and they win, you're not kidding about him as rookie of the year. You're actually the first person, I believe, from either the Philly or DC market all week long that we've had on that has predicted a Commanders win. Is your confidence solely in Jaden Daniels being the best?
That makes me feel better about the whole thing. When the whole world is zigging, I like to zag. Everyone picking Philly, that makes me love my Washington pick. Listen, I think Jaden Daniels is the best football player on the field. And quite frankly, I think this Commanders defense is going to come out and do everything they can to make sure that Saquon doesn't go off. And quite frankly, if it turns into, up and down games, up and down the field, I'd rather have Jaden Daniels than Jalen Hurts. I think Jalen Hurts is prone to make some mistakes. I think we're going to see that tonight. We're going to see a lot of points on both sides of the board, I think. But I like the idea of Jaden leading these guys.
You can talk me into Daniels being excellent. I'm predicting that, or the offense having a field day maybe even. What I can't figure out is how does this defense shut the Eagles' offense down? You mentioned Barkley, who has better numbers against Washington than any other opponent he's played against in his career. Number 2 in the league in rushing and in scrimmage yards. But then A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. Draw that up. How do they do it?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to stop Philly's offense. I think we're talking about an up-and-down game here where I think both teams are going to score plenty of points. You don't have to stop Philly every time. Hopefully it's a little bit more than what they did against the Bengals, but I see a similar game to what happened when they played Cincinnati. And that's both teams to score a lot, and if you're able to hold Philly for a couple field goals or a 4-and-out, or you get Jalen Hurts to make one of those mistakes that he's prone to making, get a turnover, and you can win a game 31-28, and that counts as a W in the book, and you take over first place in the NFC.
So, Mitch, I'm going to give you my little take here, and I want your response to it. Like, we can go shouty show style here, right? So here's my thought when I'm looking at this. The offenses of these two teams, roughly equivalent, pretty close. I'd probably say edge goes to Washington, but not by a lot, right? I think it's a slightly better offense. I think Philly's defense is way better, especially without Marshawn Lattimore. And that's the difference to me. I feel like they might be able to trip you up a couple times. Washington's defense is a speed bump at best, and that's why I've got Philly winning. Where am I wrong?
Yeah, I know. I think that you are entirely correct. I think the only thing that you're understating is one team has Jaden Daniels and one team doesn't, and that's the difference maker.
Let me write that down.
Getting Brian Robinson back is a huge part of this offense. I think we've seen what this offense looks like without Brian Robinson. The fact that it sounds like he's going to be out there and playing tonight, I think, gives Philly a lot more to think about in the middle of that defense. And the more they concentrate on Brian Robinson and having to slow down that running game, that interior running game, you're going to give Jaden Daniels its opportunity to get to the edges. Because I think that's what's been missing with this offense the past, last week and then against Baltimore when they played over there. I think, Brian Robinson is a difference maker for this offense. And as much as Jaden is the straw that stirs the drink, I think B-Rob is the ice that keeps it cool and refreshing.
Ooh, I like that symmetry there. Analogous from our guy, Mitch Tischler. He spins a yarn. That's what we like about Mitch. Before we let you go, offensive line, do we think Lucas is up and Wiley starts? I mean, it certainly was trending positively.
Yeah, I mean, think about this. Would you have ever said that you were praying that Wiley was going to get healthy to make a difference on this offensive line? Because I do think that's a massive piece of this puzzle is how they handle the offensive line. With Trent Scott out there, they had to send so much help his direction that they ended up leaving Brandon Coleman on island quite often, and then also just had fewer guys out in routes because they had to chip and double and help him out that much. Getting Wiley back tonight would be huge. I think the shoulder is going to be good enough to go, and he'll get the start out there. Lucas has that ankle injury. I don't know how much they're going to get out of him tonight. I think he might be, kind of that Andrew Wiley role from last week where he's up, but, only kind of comes in an emergency situation. But at the end of the day, the protection of Jaden and being able to open up some holes for B-Rob is going to be, the difference maker here, and not having to send all that extra help to one side of the O-line is going to be big.
Mitch, give me a sneaky Washington football team player from Local 53. I just won't say the name, who has a good game tonight. Give me a sneaky player to watch for.
I mean, listen, there's a lot of choices here. I think Zach Ertz is an easy choice just coming back to Philly. But I'm gonna throw you with an Olamide Zaccheaus. We know how much Dan Quinn likes the redemption arc. He likes to give guys a second opportunity. Obviously, what happened last week can't happen again. But I do think Zaccheaus also coming back to Philly, where he played last year, is going to be a focal point of the offense, and I think he might even sneak into the end zone tonight. So there's your long shot anytime touchdown score.
Mitch, as always, buddy, we appreciate you. Thank you, pal.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys.
See you, bud.
Yeah, there's your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. I just got a text from the wife, and it actually leads me to want to take some calls on this, do a little topic on this. So she was listening to the show. She said, I think we're going to get an interception off of a Josh Doxson, I'm sure.
That would be incredible.
Jahan Dotson target. So a Jahan Dotson target turns into a pick. Where her dream is, as she's kind of made the point to me, like a ball bounces off his hands and Washington intercepts it. And Washington got a third-round pick for him, and Adam Peters does a little jig in it.
And they got an interception from him.
It's like, what would be the one thing tonight that could happen that you most want to see? What's your one dream for this game tonight? Beyond winning, I don't want to hear about that.
Sure.
Like something that could happen during the game that would be the best. You get to make one wish that comes true during those 4 quarters. What is your one wish for tonight?
Yeah. By the way, we all know that Dotson's catching a touchdown tonight. Like, put it in.
She's saying the opposite.
I hear that.
She's saying the ball bounces off his hands and is intercepted by Benjamin St. Jude.
Your wife is wonderful. Tonight's Jahan Dotson's night to catch a touchdown.
You think he's going to catch a touchdown?
Calling that shot. Now, in terms of my one wish, my one Christmas wish.
Yeah, think about that. We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines on this right now at 800-636-1067. So that's her one wish. She wants a Dotson drop turned into a pick. The beauty of that moment for Adam Peters. What's your one wish for tonight? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Game day, Washington Commanders and Philadelphia Eagles counting down to 8:15 kickoff from the link. Our pregame show, the Burgundy and Gold pregame show, begins at 6:30 with Denton and Toby. Eagles starting quarterback Jalen Hurts knows that Bobby Wagner's essentially the quarterback of the defense.
Yeah, there's a respect factor to that. He's done it for a very long time. He's one of the best to do it. And so, competitively, that's a great advantage for him. That's something, with his experience and everything that he's able to lean on. That's something that pops off.
Winter is coming, and so are cold drafts right through your old vinyl windows. Save energy and add comfort with superior fiberglass windows from thewindowman.com. Now, $250 off every fiberglass window. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. $250 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Well, I thought number one, with Adam, we said this best decisions, for the team at that time, Ben. And so whether that's, a trade or whatever that looks like, that's going to be kind of the driving force behind it. As you guys know, we didn't really talk about who's the two in that. We had a big, deep crew at receiver. Now that you've seen, kind of how the guys are used and where we're at. But that was the best op for the team. And John did a great job. He was here with us, and look forward to seeing him.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back at Bayou Bar and Grill in Philadelphia, hanging out with some Commanders fans. We're getting ready to head over to the link tonight with our buddies Condori and Murad. At some point, Danny, I would like to take the temperature of you and Darius on your nerves about the game, our experience, and how you plan on conducting yourselves. I just want to know what I'm getting myself into.
Okay.
Exactly. I know you're big on like the Justin Jefferson pointing in the direction that we're headed after a first down. I know you're very vocal and you plan on painting your face. So we need to get to the bottom of exactly
figure out what you're going to do. Yeah.
Just how active and over the top you're going to be tonight at the link with Eagles fans. But the phones are full, so let's get to them. The question at hand here is, what is your wish for this game? Commanders Eagles tonight, first place on the line. Victory means you're in the driver's seat down the stretch of the season. The only other game with the Eagles to try to sweep them would be at home. It would be a catbird seat situation for a team nobody thought was going to be in first place. You'd be 8-3. You got Dallas coming up. They're terrible. They're a peewee football team now. Then you've got the Titans after that. Will Levis stinks. Really good chance to be 10-3 going to the bye, which is a hilarious thing to say out
Isn't that
loud.
funny? Isn't that funny?
But before we get ahead of ourselves, what's the one thing you want to see tonight? My wife texted me, said she wants to see Jahan Dotson drop a pass that goes for an interception. And that's kind of what got us thinking about this.
So does this have to be realistic?
I think so.
Okay.
Because other than Jahan Dotson have a pass thrown to him, because he doesn't get targeted.
Right.
Because he's so buried on the depth chart.
Oh, man. Couldn't get on the field when there was injuries.
Gave him a third-round pick for him.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Turned it into Marshawn Lattimore.
That's funny. That's funny.
Other than that, it's fairly realistic.
Yeah, so realistic, there's a stadium announced in Virginia, so nothing like that, realistic stuff.
Oh no, this is just the football game.
Realism, okay. Yeah, obviously my wish is the Eagles get shut out and the whole stadium boos and we get to drink it. But realistic things. I want the Jaden Daniels highlight run tonight.
Oh.
I want he should be Al Michaels barely almost raises his voice.
I was gonna say, would he show any excitement at that?
So
point?
Here's Daniels. There's 7 people almost tackling him. There's Daniels, and still hasn't gone to the ground.
An 82
so Daniels,
touchdown.
and he makes all 11 guys miss at least once, some of them twice. Runs forever and days, and we go, that's the highlight. That's the one. That's his. Dick Stockton. RG3 is going to outrace everybody, and everyone thinks about it, and they got chills. You could play it for a decade to come. I want that one to be tonight, where the whole crowd goes, I don't know what to do about that.
And the call on that electrifying, that thing, it would just be Al Michaels going, and Daniel scores.
A rushing touchdown.
I'll give that one to you. I like that one.
Okay.
I'm going to raise you a little bit here. I'm going to say, if I have a dream scenario tonight, Washington's down. They get the football back. They need a touchdown on the final drive, no timeouts on the move. Jaden Daniels takes the boys down the field and delivers a game-winning touchdown at the horn to walk off against the Philadelphia Eagles and has his signature moment that, he's had the Hail Mary. Obviously, he's had some other things that are great, but this is that drive where you just put the boys on your back in a shootout and you go, it's okay. We got the ball last. You got number 5. You're going to be okay. And he just takes them down the field and goes and gets them.
He has his There's John Candy moment.
Let's take some calls. And I want to come up with a wish on defense since we both went offensive there. Let's go to Ben in Bethesda on G&D on line 1. Ben, what's good? How are you, brother?
It's 4th down. The Commanders are up 4. It's 4th and goal. Eagles have the ball. A touchdown wins the game. Hurts takes the snap, jumps back, looks left, looks right, throws the fade to A.J. Brown in the corner of the end zone, and it's spoken up by St. Juice. He knocks it out of his hand. His confidence is sky high. He's the best, number 3 best corner in the league. He's amazing. St. Juice, big game. Let's go. Commanders, go!
His wish, to be clear, is a
Good
Benjamin St. Jude
That was
pass
good.
breakup.
That was good.
Well done. I
By the way.
like the energy. I like the play call. That guy's got a PBP future. He's calling the game. By the way, I haven't done my Merrill Reese impression. I need to work on it. I haven't worked on it in years, but here it is. Ready? Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles are marching into Washington territory.
So I think it's like a regular voice, but underwater, kind of, is what he's doing. Yeah.
How's that?
That's the bit.
And Jahan Dotson is going to play his first snap of 2024. How's that?
That's pretty good.
That's not terrible.
I need a pitch pipe there on Merrill Reese at some point to compare, but it sounds good.
Okay.
If we're going for guy who lost his voice and is also underwater, you're crushing it.
Clary, find me some recent Merrill Reese, not early career Merrill Reese, but find me some recent Merrill Reese, WIP Eagles. Kenny in Greenbelt, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up, Kenny? How are you?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Man, I just got to say that last call, he was on it. That was a nice call. But outside of a win, of course, a win is definitely what I want to see. One or two things I want to see happen. I want to see a bomb finally hit home. We've been having some nice bombs, but they haven't been getting into the end zone with them.
Oh, you mean like a home run for a tutty, a major tutty?
Yeah, like they did to us on that Monday night, first play. Yeah, I want one of them. Either one of them or that Jaden Daniels signature run, that 50-yard run by Jaden Daniels. One of those two things I'd love to see happen.
Oh, I just thought of something. And by that, I mean he said it, and I'm just going to take it and say it again now. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, I'm going to repackage Kenny's thing and make it my own.
I'm just going to make this my own here. Do you remember the first play of the Monday Night Massacre at the hands of the Eagles?
Play action fake. Michael Vick rolls around, spins back to his left. Deep pass over the middle. LaRon Landry dives. Deshaun Jackson catches and can't go to the end zone normally. He jogs, walks in for a touchdown, and that's the first of 50 more to come.
88 yards for a touchdown.
Yep.
Now, you'll remember pregame, LaRon Landry, Deshaun Jackson get into it at midfield. They're chirping. They're being separated. They're like face mask to face mask. The two teams get into this big fight. And then the most humiliating, most humbling, just you've never felt smaller, you could fit in someone's pocket moment ever, was the first play of the game, play action shot, 88-yard deep post touchdown. And as you said, he backpedals into the end zone. What if first play from scrimmage, the kickoff out of bounds, 1st and 10 from the 30, Jaden, play action, deep shot, deep post, Terry McLaurin, 70-yard touchdown. Open the game with that. Right after Danny looks over at me in the crowd and says, they're going to get mud stomped. You have to say that again to keep the streak going.
I'm going to say that again.
You might actually.
When it's like they turn the lights down, like Welcome to the Jungle plays, whatever they're going to do to start the thing, or maybe it's the Rocky theme and all the Mamalukes and the Goombas and the Bogoyeviches are going to stand up and start yelling, and the lights are going to flicker, and then they'll take the field, and it's like this is a terrible environment. We're going to get mud stomped. I'll feel that in my soul.
There's going to be a silly fireworks show tonight.
Of course.
It's going to be so cool.
And also there'll be some explosives. Come on, we're talking offense. Talking offense. Having fun.
Let's go to Philip in Laurel.
Phil?
Grant and Danny. Philip, what's your dream for this game tonight?
Outside of a W, Luke McCaffrey, 2 touchdown catches.
Oh, Luke season.
2 tutties? That's
he
2
has
lava cakes.
0 so far. To have 2 in one game, that's 2 lava cakes.
2 lava cakes.
Do you get 2 scoops of ice cream with that lava cake?
I sure do. I
Oh,
surely do.
scoop of vanilla a la mode. I think Ryan found some Merrill Reese for us. Ryan, go ahead and play that Merrill Reese.
It is 2nd down and 5. Do they keep it on the ground with Saquon Barkley? They do. He breaks free. He's at the 50, the 40, the 30. He's going to go. Touchdown, Saquon Barkley. The 40, the 50.
Yeah.
He's going to go.
Yep.
Touchdown,
That's pretty good.
Saquon Barkley.
That's it. That's
not
No,
bad.
it's legit good. That's a hard impression to do.
Not if you're me.
Well, I was going to say for rubes like me that can't really do impressions. That was
When you listen to play-by-play all the time, you got some random ones up your sleeve.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying it's like the silliest, but I got
no,
some,
but
like,
you're taking an element of what he does,
Yes.
turning it up. That's an impression. That's good.
Give the ball to Saquon and get out of the way. I'm Merrill Reese.
Yeah, because it's this thing that you're doing.
Yeah,
It's
it's
totally
that,
right. Yeah,
But it's also I've got some things in my throat that I
Yeah.
can't clear. It's just how I speak. There's
He
nothing
can't
actually there. I've
clear his
always
throat.
sounded like this.
Now, have you ever seen this dude in person?
Merrill Reese?
Yeah.
He's the nicest guy in the world. Yeah.
Does
He's
he
like-
make
He
the-
looks nothing like he sounds.
Oh, I was going to say, does he make the face that you're making when you do the impression?
No, if you're watching on the YouTube, I've got to make a really weird face to
Be-
sound like Merrill Reese.
That was kind of what I was going for. Because like if he doesn't look like that, then like I would be real careful.
No. Well, I would never do a Merrill Reese for Merrill Reese. I would never. You kidding me? If Merrill Reese asked for his birthday for me to do a Merrill Reese, I would say, I can't do that. I'm sorry. There's no way I'm going to do a Merrill Reese for Merrill Reese. What's your one wish for this game tonight? 800-636-1067. Caps. Lose last night. Commanders got to bail them out tonight. Ovi didn't score. It was ugly. They gave up a late lead. The entire emotion of our listening audience, the entire mood of our listening audience going into the weekend hinges on this evening, and so does first place. You're listening to G&D on the Fan.
What's up, guys? This is Danny Rouillet here. I know that selling a home in today's market can be tough. I also know that 49% of homes, think about this, 49% of homes do not sell with their first agent. My friends, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams specialize in selling homes that didn't sell the first time. Their clients, Will and Jennifer, had their home on the market for over a year. Think about that. More than 1 year with 2 separate agents and no showings, not even one. Debbie and Sarah got their home sold fast and for top dollar. A big reason for their success is their list of 16,700 plus pre-screened qualified buyers. This gets you more money in less time with less hassle. If your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That is their guarantee. To guarantee that your home will sell. Think about this. To guarantee that your home will sell, call Reynolds and Power Home Team now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. One more time. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Welcome back to the Bayou Bar and Grill via your radios. We're Grant and Danny. We are in Philly. Sun's starting to go down, means we're getting closer to kickoff. Prime time tonight on Amazon Prime. 8:20 East time, balls in the air for the Commanders and the Eagles.
This one has so much buildup because, like, obviously Pittsburgh was a huge game because they're really good, thinking back to this past weekend. But it was always kind of with an eye towards this one to me. You know what I mean? It was like Pittsburgh's your first real test before Philadelphia because you're on a collision course. Philly's won 5 straight out of their bye week, which came at a great time for them, which you wouldn't have known before the season, but because of some of their injuries. Washington, I think, probably played their best a little bit ago. They've kind of gone to a slightly more pedestrian stretch, certainly not bad, haven't bottomed out, haven't given away the GOAT or anything like that. But, you know, Philly's stock is rising. Washington's is maybe a little bit stationary. They lost some of the momentum maybe that they had for a while when they beat the brakes off of people. So anyway, this is a huge matchup. Now, if they both come off of wins, the vibe might be different, but there is the eyes of the league are on this one, not just because it's Thursday night, but this is a huge, huge, huge game.
Logan Paulson is going to join the show coming up at 6 o'clock. Looking forward to chatting with him and just getting a detailed breakdown, scheming up Philadelphia, what they do, how they do it, why they've won 5 in a row, and how the Commanders can combat some of the things they're doing so well. Let's go to Stefan, who's in Rockville on G&D, wants to tell us what his wish is for tonight's game. You get one. What do you want to see tonight?
So, yes, it's actually going to be a 2-part, right? Just one wish. I want Benjamin St. Juste to have a shutdown corner game. But going along with what your wife said, I want him to be the one to catch the interception that Jahan Dotson is going to bobble and take that in for a pick 6.
I like it. You can see there's still a little bit of, I don't even think it's like an animus toward Dotson, honestly. I think it's just a pettiness that's healthy, right? Like, you want your GM to look good. You want the trade to be a success and a win. You want to come out looking and smelling good after you trade a former first-round pick.
Yeah, it's natural human emotion. I mean, like, I have I'm happily married. I have ex-girlfriends. If I happen to run into her, I'd like to look good. Duh. Like, that's not crazy. That's like human nature. So this organization said no thank you to Jahan Dotson. We thought at no point in the next 3 years will you be more valuable to us than a player that we don't have yet who's a 3rd-round pick in the future. Like, that's a pretty ballsy move. And so far, 100% correct. But it'll sting. Even if he has a great game tonight, it won't change the fact that that's true. But it's still, in the moment, that's going to be tough.
Sure it is.
Right?
And I think it has to be noted as well that if he goes on to have a great career, it'll look worse that you got rid of him.
Sure.
But right now, it looks like a massive win. Not like, oh, you got a base hit or you hit a double or you hit a ball off the wall. This looks like a 750-foot home run for Adam Peters because they've already packaged a 3rd-round pick that was made expendable by adding a better 3rd-round pick in the Dotson deal to go get Marshawn Lattimore. So, if so facto, you kind of package Jahan Dotson and John Ridgeway and a 4th-round pick together for a shutdown corner that you think is going to be your corner 1 for the next couple of years. By the way, just so you guys know, Dotson on the season, 8 catches for 98 yards all year. Not like in a game or in a quarter. This season, Jahan Dotson has 8 catches for 98 yards.
Less than half of what Grant Calcaterra has. Who's Grant Calcaterra? If you walked in here right now, would you be like, oh, there's Grant Calcaterra?
Not a Grant Calcaterra guy. I like his name.
Like, if you had a jersey that said Calcaterra on it, I'd be like, whose jersey do you have, man?
You always pick on all the random tight ends from the other team, by the way. It's like your favorite thing. I can't remember. There was another team where you're like, who is this guy? Like,
it was the Giants.
They just drafted this guy.
It was the Giants.
Why do you hate tight ends so much?
I don't hate tight ends, but it's like when we're talking about someone that hasn't produced at all.
Yeah.
And that guy has a huge game against Washington. It drives me insane.
It should.
Like, that's what tilts me.
But Jahan Dotson, 8 catches for 98 yards on the year. Noah Brown, 25 for 350. Olamide Zaccheaus, 22 for 230. Luke McCaffrey, 13 for 130. Even De'Ami Brown, 13 for 145, all more productive. And an Eagles fan might say, well, look, dude, we got A.J. Brown. We've got Devontae Smith. This guy's doing like a 13-point turn out here.
He's really struggling.
He is struggling.
Yeah.
Somebody help this guy.
On the backs and forths there.
But, you know, somebody somewhere is going to go, oh, well, he's the 3rd receiver, 4th receiver on the depth chart. What do you expect? Well, there was multiple weeks. I mean, there was a 3-week span where they just desperately needed someone to step up because Brown and Smith were nowhere to be found, and they still couldn't involve him, which is not a great sign.
It's not a good sign at all.
Let's go to Mark in Southern Maryland on Grant and Danny. What's up, Mark?
What's up, brothers?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
I called last night for the first time. I might have been a little aggressive or maybe just passionate. But
we love it.
We don't mind.
We enjoy passion.
I love you guys, man. And let me tell you, like last night when I was hearing all that, stuff, I just had to call. But I wanted to call today and tell you what I want to see tonight is discipline. Last week, they were not disciplined.
Agreed.
They made a lot of mistakes last week. That's a one-off. Tonight, if we see the discipline, and I'm a lot calmer and you know why I'm calm? Because everybody's so excited and the fun, and this new regime has made this team fun again. That's what it is. Everybody's excited. This is not like the show yesterday when I called in and was like, I don't understand why everybody's so pessimistic. We should be super excited about what we're seeing right now.
And I think people are.
Yeah, I think so too. And I agree that we want to see the Jaden Daniel run. But I can tell you this, I want to see the Brian Robinson signature run because he's so close every time. Like, it's like, oh, I want that boy. It's like a shoestring tackle, and he'd be gone. But he's like so close to breaking one. I really want Brian Robinson. But I'm going to tell you, from last night, I appreciate y'all listening to me, and I talked for a long time because listen. So, Grant, I do know who Grant Paulson is. I don't know the other Grants you guys are talking about, but I do know who Grant Paulson is. Okay?
I'll take that. You'll learn about Grant Calcaterra maybe tonight. Hopefully you don't.
Hopefully he doesn't get his name called.
If Al Michaels says it, he'll say it without energy. That'll be the good thing.
Here's Grant Calcaterra, touchdown.
And it's a 14-yard touchdown to Grant Calcaterra.
Sorry to bother you.
Can we edit it, just my name in there instead? One time, Larry Michael accidentally said Grant Paulson when he meant to say Logan Paulson. It's my favorite thing in the world. And Doc used to do it all the time on the sideline, too, which shout out, Doc, if you're listening. That was I don't know if he did it on purpose for his guy, but I love that. But one time, Larry Michael was like, caught Grant Paulson with a first down. And, why we don't play that as a rejoin or something, I'll never know. But I remember Doc at one point was like, y'all won't believe these tarantulas are out here being spiders, and you should see the block Grant Paulson just threw. And I was
that rhinoceros Grant Paulson. You're like, oh, my God, wow.
Me? I did it?
I
no
did?
way, Doc. Thank you. But Grant Calcaterra, Eagles. We don't want him to do a whole lot tonight. But no, don't you apologize for your passion. Do you think Eagles fans are aware of the perception? Do you think there's an understanding of we're coming up here and kind of going rolling our eyes that we have to deal with Eagles fans?
So not only are they aware of it, if they could put it on a T-shirt or drink it, they would. It's the source of pride to be antisocial. That is a great sign of some sort of mental deficiency.
I think we've got to talk to, really go behind enemy lines and at least talk to somebody and get some perspective on that. Maybe we can grab one of our guys here at the bar to just figure out why does it have to be this way? Why don't you guys do it like the other people do it? Can we try to do it that way? Also, we got to dive into the FanDuel props, play a little over-under with some of the props that are out for tonight's kickoff. We are now about 2 hours and 25 minutes away from the start of tonight's game. Commanders and Eagles on Thursday night. You're listening to Grant and Danny. We are live thanks to our buddies Condori and Murad in Philadelphia. We're at the Bayou Bar and Grill. We're going to the game tonight. You're listening to The Fan.
It is the Washington Commanders versus the Philadelphia Eagles tonight at 8:15 from the Link. Our Burgundy and Gold pregame show begins at 6:30 right here on the Fan with Denton and Toby. The Commanders announced that kicker Zane Gonzalez and defensive lineman Efe Obata have been elevated from the practice squad. Head coach Dan Quinn says Brian Robinson looked good at practice this week.
Good sign to see him and the rest of his teammates really get running. It was a kind of a ramp up as you go. Think of a slower on Monday, a little faster yesterday, but today's the day you hit the marks to go up, and so he did a good job with that.
Eagles starting quarterback Jalen Hurts on what he expects from a Quinn team.
Yeah, he's versatile. You know, he has a multiple approach to how he does things, and it's always available. So, like the best of them, it's about adjusting and being able to do what you see fit in that moment, you know, and that's what they've done a really good job of doing.
Capitals fall to the Maple Leafs 4-3 in OT. Nick Dowd did sustain a broken nose. The Caps are at Colorado tomorrow night on the Fan. Wizards at the Hawks tomorrow night. Tampa Bay Rays will play their 2025 home games at Steinbrenner Field, capacity 11,026. Free agent reliever Justin Wilson's going to go to the Boston Red Sox. The betting public is overwhelmingly siding with Mike Tyson in his matchup Friday against Jake Paul. Odds are drifting towards Tyson, with sportsbooks reporting 90% of the bets being for the underdog. Tyson is 58 and Paul is 27, favored at minus 225. Tyson has been hovering around plus 225 and plus 175. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back. We're at the Bayou Bar and Grill in Philadelphia. Washington's built a foundation of success on and off the field. We want to help you do the same, and we got a way you can do that. You got to hit up our guys, Condori and Murad, that law firm, which sponsors our show and brought us on the road to Cincinnati and Philly. The exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny's can help you update your last will and testament. You got to get that done. Nobody likes thinking about it or doing it, but it's got to be done if you got a family. Set up a revocable trust with them as well. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We're in Philly. We're going to the game tonight. We're excited about that. And the Commanders have a chance to get back in first place against the Eagles, which is a golden opportunity. One of the biggest games, frankly, they've played in the division, Danny, in years, kicks off in about 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Now, the Eagles do this annually. They've got a tilt with someone else at the top of the division. It's been Dallas in recent years. It was the Giants before. You know, here, there, and everywhere. They're used to this. This is uncharted territory for Washington fans and the organization, you know, but a rare flare-up with a December winning streak. This is pretty new for them to be in a game this meaningful.
We're live all over D.C. on our flagship 106.7. We're live in Richmond, Virginia, and surrounding areas, AM 910, FM 105.1, and we're global right now on our 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You can listen to us anywhere on the Odyssey app. But we were just talking about how we wonder if Eagles fans know the perception that's out there and how legitimate they find it to be. So we figured we'd ask our guy Paul, who's been awesome today out here at Bayou. He's helping us and taking great care of us. By the way, have any three people ever eaten more than we have since we got here?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Now, you guys had the wings on Monday and Tuesday. They are 25 cents. So we did a lot. We sell about 2,000-3,000 a night.
We picked the wrong night.
I know you did.
Sounds like. Hey, Thursday night football, not Monday night football. We'll have to work on the schedule next year.
Indeed.
You had the cheesesteak.
Yeah, I'm going to put in order wings, by the way. I want that crab stout. That looks amazing. That's Buffalo and Old Bay. I need to experience that.
That sounds like
but cheesesteak was a 10. Really, really good.
Well, so let's talk cheesesteaks for a second. The best cheesesteak other than in the Bayou, like downtown or whatever, the big debate is all these places. What is your preferred cheesesteak location?
Well, here in the Roxborough Manayunk section, there's a place called D'Alessandro's that I grew up in this area, and I've been here.
That's famous, right?
Famous,
famous, yeah.
It's now become a little bit more a tourist spot, but it's packed all the time. But there's a ton of cheesesteaks around here. Angelo's down there near the stadium on I think it's 9th Street has been rave reviews about them. I had that maybe a few weeks ago. Fantastic. John's Roast Pork.
John's Roast Pork is
really
famous,
good.
yeah.
Too. But their pork sandwich is probably a little better than their cheesesteak, but their cheesesteak's still good.
What's
as well.
different about a Philly cheesesteak? Because there's cheesesteak places everywhere. Why is it different in Philly?
It's the love. It's the love. The love for food. It's the love. Much we might not give love to other teams or the other sports.
I thought you guys weren't capable of love. No?
Well, we are the city of brotherly love. We have to.
that is. I thought that was just ironic.
You thought it was ironic?
Yeah, I thought that was just supposed to be.
No, I like you guys are here. I respect the team.
You're very nice.
I might be the only one, but in the area, but I do respect it. But people, the cheesesteak's number one. It's people put a lot of love into it, and they're consumed by tourists. They're consumed by athletes that come in town here. So it's pretty well famous.
Didn't you do the? What was the one you were going to do? Like the can of cheese, right?
The whiz.
The whiz. Yeah, people. It's like the order with or without with the whiz. I'm not a big fan of the whiz. I like just the basic American cheese or provolone cheese, whatever cheese you want, with fried onions.
It's a play. I think that's
the way to do it. The adventurous types have done whiz and regular cheese.
Correct.
Also,
yes.
Right.
Yes, and it's some people like to add pizza sauce to it, mushrooms.
Pizza sauce.
Yeah, like a pizza
It's
steak.
a pizza steak. Again, I think you may as well then go somewhere else if you're going to do that.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah, go to a pizza restaurant and get some steak on your pizza. Don't go to the cheesesteak place and they get pizza sauce on your pizza. You know what I mean?
On the outside looking in, and Danny, you cut me off if you disagree.
Okay.
I think the two things you guys are most known for is cheesesteaks and having fans that are terrible to people. Is that pretty fair? Or is there
That's a
anything
pretty
else?
fair assessment. I got friends like that. If they're listening to me right now, they're going to be in a lot of trouble later tonight.
Like you had the DC Sports Show in your bar?
Your bar?
Yeah, I'll hear that later tonight with a lot of text messages and stuff that way. But it's okay. It's
Do you
it's fun
think that the reputation is earned?
to a degree. Yes.
Okay.
There's every fan base has fans that are just obnoxious. There's fans that are gracious. I was in New Orleans for the Eagles Saints game. There couldn't be a nicer fan base.
They're so nice.
After they lost, the Eagles won that game late. They're hugging me, buying me shots, having a few beers with you. And one other thing, you can't find one ugly woman in New Orleans.
That's true.
I turn around, there's not one ugly woman, but every fan base. I guess I don't know if it's they drink a lot and they do get when their team's not winning. You can hear the fans booing. It gets really loud.
Comes through pretty quick.
It comes through. Look, Sirianni, they were on him about 5 weeks ago. Now they've the Eagles have won games, and all of that turns into cheers instead of boos now.
So I went to GW in Washington, D.C. A ton of guys from New York and a ton of guys from the Mid-Atlantic and Philadelphia. So it's basically half of the entire – it was in D.C., but 80% of the people that I encountered or dealt with were either Philly fans or New York fans. And just a constant antagonizing thing. The Philly fan, to me, was not only aware of the reputation, but seemed to lean into it and relish in that. You know what I mean? Where it's like, fine, I'm the villain. If you want to make me the villain, watch me behave like a villain.
Well, that's the perception it is. We like being the villain.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody likes us. What Kelsey said, nobody likes us, et cetera, et cetera. But it's the way it is. We relish it. The fan base is very passionate, and all they do is want to win.
Yeah.
And Philadelphia's been not very good at winning championships. You look, Eagles have won 1 Super Bowl. Phillies have won 2 World Series. They've been in 120 years of existence. Sixers haven't won since '83. Flyers haven't won since the mid '70s. So this fans, I guess, it's a little angry at times.
Angry at
times
when they're awake.
Now, yes, like now Eagles are 7-2, so we're looking forward to and they've gotten better as week is going on.
Does it feel like the collapse is coming to a lot of Philly fans? Because they're good.
No, they're good, but I don't know. We don't want to experience what happened last year.
Yep.
I think there was some inside turmoil with the team. I don't know what it was, but you can't go from that good to being that bad.
I watched Sirianni from afar, and I think he is a boob. I mean, do you guys like him at this point?
I don't particularly like him, but
Okay.
what is the second year he took him to the Super Bowl, and they were basically 2 plays away from winning that Super Bowl.
They've won a lot of football games, but they had to blow out both coordinators. Nobody in the building had anything nice to say about him last year. It seems like Jalen Hurts is not a fan, but I guess it's easy to say on the outside.
I almost put him towards when Barry Switzer took over for Jimmy Johnson. He was basically a puppet, and everybody around him, the coordinators did everything. They did the game planning. They did the play calling. And Sirianni's just roaming around the sidelines like he's a fan with a headset on. That's basically what he looks like.
Well, that was the other thing is when you're losing and you don't call plays, like what do? He's not an offensive coordinator in terms of play calling. He's not a defensive coordinator. You watch him on the sidelines, and he does get animated, but there's kind of this feeling like, what do you say you do here?
What is it you do here?
Well, he yells at the fans. He's got nothing else to do. He yells at the fans, and they're billing him. I mean,
that was the one time I was in lockstep with him, I think, was when he was really angry with Philly fans.
That's who he is. I don't know if they have a collapse, he won't be here next year, and it'll be interesting to see. But right now, I think they're playing about as good as football as they played in a year. Their defense is playing well now. The competition hasn't been great. They'll get into some tougher teams as it goes on, especially tonight with the Commanders. I mean, who thought they'd be 7-3? But they look like they've done a really good job drafting the quarterback. Jaden Daniels has done a really, really good job. So we'll see tonight.
So what advice, what tips would you give us? What are the things we need to know? I've been to the link many, many times. I've always sat in the press box with a credential.
He's protected by plexiglass security.
Us three. You see Darius, you see Danny, you see me. We will be in the crowd with some of the worst of your fan base.
And now, look, one other bit of information. We're dressed in neutral colors, very nondescript, or sit on our hands. There are two fans that are going to have bright, shiny, crisp Washington jerseys on. Eyes are going to be on us. What do we do?
Try to ignore it as best as you can. Right. I don't know what else. I don't want to see you guys get in a fight in the stands and then things of that nature, because they're going to be hostile, because you got to figure they've been tailgating since 9-10 o'clock this morning, probably yesterday.
So they'll be super friendly.
I don't know about super friendly. If the Commanders are winning, you could throw out super friendly.
Okay.
Now, if the
Let's say the Commanders are up 10. They'll just say stuff like, "Congrats to you guys, good job."
No,
good
this
touchdown.
team looks fun.
No. You'll get a couple F-bombs. You'll get a couple things of that nature.
Curse words?
Yeah.
What about like?
You might get a beer spilled on you.
Okay.
Sandwich thrown at you accidentally. Yes.
But let's say Jaden Daniels rips off a 23-yard touchdown run. I'm impressed by that rookie, something like that.
He's good.
They'll tell us you guys are lucky. You got a good one.
There could be there'll be a few fans like that. I'll give you props for a play like that. But there's the hardcore fan in Philly. Absolutely not.
Oh, no, you won't do that.
They won't do that.
Oh, no one exhibits sportsmanship.
So we went to Cincinnati. Our buddies who sponsored the show sent us on the road. Our buddies Kandori and Murad. And so we're hanging out with them in Cincy. And before the game, during the game, after the game, the experience is kind of what you talked about with New Orleans, where we're sitting there and they're like, we're telling them, we're from DC, whatever. And they're like, dapping us up. They're like, we would score a touchdown. They're like, good play. Like, you guys are really fighting, you cute little Washington. And you'd tap us on the head. And after, Washington wins the game, they're like, man, inspiring effort. Like, way to go. You're saying it's not going to be like that at all.
No, you might take a right cross or an uppercut or something like that. Yes.
Something like that.
Something to that effect.
I'm only laughing because I'm afraid.
Daniel Day-Lewis was in a movie. What was the movie called?
My Left Foot?
No,
the Boxer?
There Will Be Blood.
Oh, I was going through this whole catalog.
There Will Be Blood. Yeah.
I mean, if you want to take me, I can sit around you and protect you guys if you want.
You actually, you know what? You played college basketball. Didn't you say you coached Kobe Bryant?
I did in high school, yeah. He was in high school for sophomore and junior year.
So where was he at?
Lower Marion High School.
And where is that at?
It's about 10, 15 minutes from here.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's close.
Wow.
Right outside the city.
And I'll bet you had no idea he was any good at that point.
No, I didn't think he was any good. I didn't see Hall of Fame credentials, 5 NBA championships. I didn't see that at all.
Didn't see it coming even a little bit.
At all.
Wow. All right. Well, it's good insight. I think that's some of the intel that we need.
That's what we're looking for.
Last thing I would ask is, what are the expectations from the locals and the guys that come in and out? Are they expecting a big win tonight, or are they nervous about the Commanders?
Well, you can never hope. You don't want to lose. You're very confident. You're at home. You should win the game.
You mean Washington?
Yes, Washington should win the game, right? I can't take that back now, can I?
It's recorded. It's out there.
Yeah,
but I think they're pretty confident. The Eagles are playing well
right
now.
Really well.
They had an easy week last week, and we all know the Cowboys are not very good.
Yeah, let's bond over that. How bad are the Cowboys?
We can be together on that.
The Commanders played the Steelers, who are a physical team, and they were in the game. And after a couple weeks now, I know what a Hail Mary was 2 weeks ago, so it's a tough spot 3 days later to play a game on Thursday night. But I don't know if they're an older team, the Commanders, or they're young.
There's a lot of spots there.
People say they're young. They're actually, they signed a lot of veterans, so I would imagine if you line it up, they're probably middle of the pack in age. But Jaden Daniels being young, the fact that you've got a big draft class that they just brought in that's good, this is sustainable, ideally.
It's nice to see, Eagles have been Cowboys, Eagles. It's nice to see Eagles and Washington having a renewed rivalry in the division.
Having the games matter, man.
Yeah, it does. You're 10 games, 10, 11 games into the season now. It's nice to see that, because this is basically tonight. I heard you guys say earlier, this is, Commanders win. They're in the driver's seat for the division. Eagles win. They'd have a game-and-a-half lead. It's still pending game in DC.
Right.
And the Eagles' schedule gets a little bit tougher down here, because I know they still got Baltimore and Pittsburgh, and there's a couple teams in there like Carolina they got to play, but it should be interesting. I think they're 2 playoff teams. It'll just feels like it just be a matter of one team's going to be on the road in the first round, the other team's going to be at home.
This will be a great opportunity for Paul to just completely turn heel on all his buddies. So when they're listening to this later, you want to become a Commanders fan?
I don't have a problem. I have a bunch of friends that are Commanders fans. I like all teams. I don't.
But
what everyone to have fun.
What if you started hating the Eagles and rooting for the Commanders like religiously?
I don't know if that's in my blood.
Okay.
Outside like this, I can tell you I'm a Commanders fan, but deep down inside, I'm still a Philadelphia
You'd be
guy.
lying.
I'd be lying. Yes, I would be.
Well, the hospitality's been awesome.
You guys are great.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Good
Thank
chicken
you.
wings. Thank you, buddy. That's our guy Paul, who's hanging out with us today and taking really good care of us out here at Bayou Bar and Grill. I just wanted to touch the people a little bit in Philadelphia and just get a little vibe for you know.
But you can hear the confidence.
But I mean, like, it doesn't have to be this way, right? Like, you don't have to do it the way you do it.
Well, here's the thing. For every, and this is now me putting shtick to the side. I'm moving shtick over. For every handful of Philadelphia fans that I met, they're actually very pleasant people. Like all the time. Pleasant all the time.
Yeah.
Hey, I grew up outside of Philadelphia. I like the team. Or I grew up in Camden, New Jersey. I like Philadelphia. That's a normal thing. For everyone that's like nice and kind, it's like, yeah, I don't love the fact that this is said about my fellow fans. You never want to be the embarrassing thing. Like I'm sure, the Raiders fans over the years that have had people like beaten up in the parking lots are probably not thrilled about that. There's probably a lot of very reasonable people. But there's enough apples that are rotten and bad where it happens enough times where enough of the fan base leans in. It's almost like nothing you can do anymore. So the kind folks just kind of throw their hands up and go, hey, what are you going to do? I can't defend that. So the perception has won, and the perception comes from somewhere.
No, but I will say, I mean, by and large, not only today, obviously, out and about, but just generally, I think every fan base has bad apples.
100%.
That ruin everything.
Of course.
But I don't want to let them off the hook before we go to the game, because I do think you go to a Bengals game like we did or a Saints game like he did, just different than going to the Link, where, just as an example, you want to walk into that stadium in a jersey, you're going to get yelled at and cursed at and screamed at, and stuff's going to be thrown at you. And that's not necessarily going to happen walking into Northwest Stadium.
Right.
And then it's an earned reputation to an extent. But they're confident in their boys. They feel like they're going to win this game tonight. And the flip side of that is, I don't necessarily think the same confidence has existed the last couple of days in the nation's capital, but I do think there's a growing excitement for tonight. There's a little bit of a opening up the curtain and peeking out and going, maybe, just maybe. Like, what if Jaden Daniels does the Bengals 2.0 performance? What if this is Monday Night Football in Cincinnati all over again, where you and I are just kind of looking at each other with our hands on our heads at the end of the game going, what was that? That's definitely a thing that could take place.
It's on the table. Again, these big games. And I know a lot of folks in the analytics world will sort of close their or roll their eyes to this rather. But there is something to be said for players performing a little extra, stepping up in those kind of huge moments, and then not showed up on a data sheet. But there's something to that where you go, this superstar, when the world is watching, when there's doubt, when everybody else is kind of nervous and puckered, that guy's loosey-goosey, and he's playing his absolute best. That's on the table tonight. And I think, honestly, not to put too much pressure on the kid, I think it's what it's going to take. For them to win tonight, I feel like Jaden Daniels has to have that game where at the end of the season, when we look back, we're going, what were your favorite games? And everybody's answer is that Philadelphia game.
Logan Paulson's going to join the show coming up in 40 minutes, right at 6 o'clock, where we'll break the game down and preview the matchup with him. Nobody smarter or better to discuss this game with. He's been watching the film on the Eagles throughout the week. That's coming up in 40 minutes. Next, though, Darius has our FanDuel props for player props for the Commanders tonight. We will play a little over-under. You're listening to Grant and Danny live from Philly ahead of tonight's Commanders-Eagles game on the Fan.
This update brought to you by Commuter Connections, guaranteed ride home. Washington Commanders and Philadelphia Eagles within 3 hours. Marshawn Lattimore and Austin Seibert won't play, but kicker Zane Gonzalez and defensive lineman Efe Obada have been elevated from the practice squad, and Brian Robinson is good to go. Eagles starting quarterback Jalen Hurts respects the Washington defense.
They're a disciplined football team. They have great coaches. Obviously got a lot of familiarity with them, and they got great players playing hard, the way they are able to create problems up front.
Our Burgundy and Gold pregame begins at 6:30 with Denton and Toby. The Chiefs are signing kicker Spencer Schrader off the Jets practice squad and placing kicker Harrison Butker on the injured reserve because of a knee injury. Tampa Bay Rays are planning to play 2025 at Steinbrenner Field. Get a free ride home for an illness, unexpected emergency, or unscheduled overtime when you share the ride to work. Get started at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Live from the Bayou Bar and Grill in Philly, getting ready to head on over to Lincoln Financial Field in 1 hour. We're Grant and Danny. You are locked into The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. Logan Paulson joins us in a half hour. It is time right now to take a look at some of the player props on FanDuel for tonight. Play a little over-under. This is our way to try to develop our game script, see how we think this thing's going to play out. We bring on producer Darius, who's got some of the props for us.
Boys, our friends at FanDuel have Jaden Daniels passing prop set at 224.5.
This is right about where I think it's going to end up. I'm going to say under, but by a yard or two. I think he's right around 220 or 220 if you were JP Finlay.
This is over. This is an over for me. Jaden Daniels is going to be throwing a lot because I think Washington is either going to be chasing or in a shootout. They're going to be over 220-plus yards. So he has not surpassed that total in either of the last two games against the Steelers or the Giants. In fact, you got to go back to the Bears via the Hail Mary and the Ravens as the only two times he has surpassed that total really since about week 6 or so. But I think he goes over. We talked earlier today with Hugh Douglas, who covers the Eagles in Philadelphia, is on the radio at our sister station here via Odyssey. And he basically said there's one flaw with this defense. It's the secondary. There's going to be some opportunities for some chunk yardage down the field. I believe that Jaden Daniels is going to go over that passing prop.
The opposing quarterback is Jalen Hurts. They have him set just 3 yards above Jaden Daniels, 227.5.
Under. I don't think they're going to need to throw the ball nearly as much as Washington's going to need to. I think Saquon Barkley is going to run very effectively. Jalen Hurts is going to put up numbers. Don't get me wrong. I think it's going to be 210, 215, 217. It's going to have probably 120 or so to A.J. Brown. I think he's going to have another 75 or so, maybe 65 for Devontae Smith. They'll do the heavy lifting on the outside. There might be another 20, 30 yards to be had for their other receivers, but I think those two guys will make some plays. I do believe, though, Saquon Barkley is going to be the bell cow. They'll be able to run the football and move the ball that way.
He's going to go over. He won't be able to help it. It won't be the game plan or the design, but it'll be too effective. He'll have lots of catches and runs as A.J. Brown runs roughshod through the secondary. I got him around 235, 240.
On to the rushing props. The return of Brian Robinson. They have him set at 50.5 in his return to the field.
Over for me on this one. I think win, lose, or draw, this is how they're going to go down. Or if they go up, or if they win. The whole game plan here to me is going to be to thump, and the best defense is when Washington has the football. That's how they're going to play this thing. They are going to feature Brian Robinson early, middle, and late.
He's going to go under that total. They're going to be throwing the ball more than they want to be. I think he'll probably run for 45 or 50 yards. I think you're going to see Eckler probably run for 20 or 30. I think you'll see McNichols 10 to 20. They're not going to bring him back and just hammer him into the line of scrimmage 25 times, though. They might want to do that, but they're going to have to be in this game and or probably ahead to do that. So, again, I see them playing from behind or in a situation like they were in Cincy where every single time you get the football, you got to go get points. And when you're in that kind of a game and there's that kind of urgency, you end up throwing the ball a little more.
Earlier in the show, you guys said you wanted this to be the game where Jaden Daniels has his major big explosive run play. They have this over-under set at 43.5 rushing yards.
Over. I always go over for Jaden Daniels rushing, and about half the time I'm right. Last week I certainly was not. 5 yards. The week before that I certainly was not. 35 yards. It's been back-to-back weeks where he has not been that aggressive as a rusher. I think some of that has to do with the rib. I'm not really sure how we got here where he's been in the pocket more and a little less willing to run around. That is the secret sauce for me. That is the mystery potion. That's the cape that he wears, flies around as Superman. So he's got to get back to that. He's got to be willing to scramble. He's the leader in the league in scrambles and yards. He was doing it too much early in the year. Last week he didn't do it enough. There's a sweet spot, though. 5, 6, 7 times for 30 or 40 yards. I think there's a big play in here somewhere, 20 or 25-yard back-breaking run to keep a drive alive. And if he does that, he's a good chunk of the way there. So I will say he goes over.
Under again. Continues to go under. Goes under all the time. The under itself gets lower and lower each week because of the rushing totals going down. Hasn't run for more than 52 yards since, I think it's week 4 or 5 against Cleveland. I think defenses have figured it out. They're taking that away. That is their big focus because that's the backbreaker, and he'll be effective, but it's going to be in other ways, I think. Under.
When we found out this guy was leaving the Giants, we did not hope that it would be with a division rival. Saquon Barkley set at 93.5 rushing yards.
So that's a huge total. I actually think it goes a little bit under that. Doesn't mean that he's
thrilled if that
doesn't mean that he's not effective and awesome. He'll be just fine. But I think this is that's what they're going to sell, try to stop. I think Washington will hold him to right around 88, 90 yards, somewhere in there. He'll still be over 120 total yards because he'll catch the best out of the backfield. This, to me, is going to be a game where Philly tries it, but they'll find their yardage and points elsewhere.
That's an over pretty easily, I think. I mentioned this a couple times today, kind of one of my favorite stats. So in addition to Saquon Barkley being number 2 in the NFL in rushing yards with over 900 and in scrimmage yards with over 1,100, his best career numbers are against Washington when you line up every opponent that he's faced. He's had 9 games against the Commanders, and in that time he's got more yards, more touchdowns than he has against any NFC East foe, any other opponent. That, to me, leads to his comfort, his confidence. He sees this team, his eyes light up, and now you add in one of the best lines in the league. He's running better than he ever was in New York. I am in on Saquon Barkley being over. I think he goes for $125 or so in this game.
Jalen Hurts can run too. They have him set at 41.5 rushing yards.
Over. These will be dagger runs. These will be infuriating. These will be blood boiling. When you think they've got him down, he escapes and he runs and runs and runs. He has a massive, massive day, and I'm pretty furious.
Under 41.5 for Jalen Hurts. I will say under. There are times where he has absolutely made huge plays against Washington with his feet. But Jalen Hurts, for the most part, is it's early in the season, especially, it was kind of tush-push season. There was a yard here, a yard there. This past week, he ran for 56, kept a streak alive of back-to-back 50-yard games. You look before that, though, he had gone 5 consecutive games without 40 rushing yards. In fact, 37 was the high water mark in a 5-game stretch all the way back to week 2. He's got a total of 3 games this season with higher than 37 rushing yards. So he's been under the total you're giving us in all but 3 of the 9 games that they've played. I'll say under.
Receiving props time. Let's go with the guy that's number 17 on the field, but number 1 in your heart. Terry McLaurin, 56.5 receiving yards.
This is always right down the middle. This is always really, really close. He's basically under half the time, over half the time. So this is as close to 50-50 as you're going to get. I've got an over today for Terry McLaurin. I think it's about 65 yards. He makes a couple tough catches, but Philadelphia's going to be geared to take him away. I don't know that they can entirely, but they will limit him.
I got Washington throwing a lot, right? I got Jaden Daniels going over in passing, right? Well, then I got Terry McLaurin going over in receiving. He actually has some of his biggest games and best performances against the Philadelphia Eagles. In fact, this is the team he has the most success against when you look at the numbers. I gave you the Saquon Barkley digits. For Terry McLaurin, it's a very, very similar story. If you look at his numbers against the Eagles, remember his debut game with Case Keenum at quarterback? He caught a 75-yard touchdown against Philly. His entire career, he seems to make big, big plays against this team. His yards per catch against them higher than it is in almost every other game, or team rather, that he plays. So I'll go over. I would also point out he's on pace for 1,200, and he's got 4 100-yard games. About half the time this year, he goes for a bill. You're talking about going for 60-some. He's been over in 3 of the last 4 weeks by a lot, like not even close. 98, 125, 113, Carolina, Chicago, Pittsburgh. I'll go over.
I remember that McLaurin touchdown from Case Keenum like it was yesterday. Some would call this the Zach Ertz revenge game. Is Zach Ertz revenge game? That sound right?
It is.
Yeah.
I'll
He
call it
was
that.
here.
I'll call it
They
that.
said goodbye, although he did have a pit stop in Arizona. So that kind of takes away. I think he played against Philly with the Cardinals. So it's kind of like you're doing it again with another team. It's like
in the division this time.
two
Revenge game.
girlfriends ago.
It's a revenge game.
All right, revenge game. They didn't name him the captain this week because it's not a revenge game.
Right.
I'll tell you that.
32.5 receiving yards for tight end 1.
Ugh.
You can do it, Dave.
Right at this number. Again, because there's no yards after the catch. It's no yak Zach. I'll say over 33 yards on the nose. Like, this is as close as it gets for me. There's nothing dynamic there. It's catch and fall.
Under. I should go over because I think they're going to involve him because, as you said, it is an emotional game for him that means a little more, and you're trying to, just take care of your guy. But I think this is a McLaurin, Noah Brown, Luke McCaffrey, De'Ami Brown kind of outside-in game. I think you're trying to work on these kid corners. First-round pick, Quinion Mitchell, second-round pick that they got as well. It's now in the nickel.
Cooper DeJean.
Cooper DeJean's good, by the way.
Yeah,
he's
a good player.
I wasn't sure what he would be. I mean, he's just an awesome nickel corner. I mean, it's been a nice, easy, smooth transition. So, I don't know. I'll say under. Probably should go over, but I've lost a little bit of confidence after the last couple of weeks in Ertz.
In Ertz's one career game against Philadelphia, he had 6 receptions on 10 targets for 48 yards. That was back in 2022.
How dynamic. Blow your socks off right there.
6 for relax,
That's
guy.
8 yards a carry. A catch. That's amazing.
6 for 48. You would take that every single week from your tight end.
This tight end, yes.
Any tight end. It's an 800-yard season.
6 for 48. You're excited about that?
For a tight end, a 90-catch, 800-yard season? Yeah, I'm excited for that. It would mean you're a top 5 tight end in the league every year.
Noah Brown has his over-under set at 38.5 via FanDuel.
Over. Noah Brown will get some of the targets I just said Zach Ertz won't. It's the in-breakers, it's the digs, it's the 10 to 15 area. Can you catch the football for me, buddy?
Hey, bud.
I'm going to need you to. Jason Bateman, this thing. Hey, pal.
Hey, bud.
You want to catch the football, buddy? Huh? Do you want to do it? Let's go. Noah Brown over.
Under. Second straight game where we're going to leave the game thinking, damn, they could use another playmaker at receiver.
Oof, that's tough.
What was the number on Noah Brown? Give it to me one
38.5.
Yeah.
38.5. He has gone for 33. Week before that, 60 against the Giants. That's an easy over. 73 with a Hail Mary.
That's a big chunk of that.
I'm going to say that would have been an under, but
That's 3 for 20 or 2 for 20 outside of that.
yeah, but he was 7 or so away probably before the Hail Mary. So he's hit the over in 2 of the last 3 and in 3 of 4 because he had 58 against the Ravens as well. Really, it's about targets. I mean, he has every now and then he has the 1 or 2 target game. For the most part, since he got here, it's been 5-6 targets. But there's just no Daniels plays point guard. He is basically reading it out, and they don't seem to ever go into a game planning on involving anyone other than McLaurin.
The guy to be scared by tonight, A.J. Brown. He's torched us in the past. They have it set at 80.5.
Oh, over. I thought you were going to say 800.
They have it set at 110. No,
Over.
80.5.
This is over.
Earlier, you had him. You said you had him under 100.
No. AJ Brown?
Yeah.
Me? I said that?
You referenced that earlier in the show.
You doing a bit?
No.
If I did, I was wrong. He's comfortable. He goes over.
I don't know what. It was when we were doing our wish segment. You're like, I think A.J. Brown, it's 80 or so yards. No? Maybe I'm making
talking about
this
a
up.
wish? Like a wish that it would happen?
No.
Like I wish that he wasn't going to
During
kill
that
us?
segment. I could be making this up.
Maybe it was one of the callers.
Do you remember this?
I remember one of the callers
Someone's
saying
that
BSJ should have a big
locks up
game and lock
A.J.
up.
Brown.
Maybe I'm making it up.
Like-
I thought you were saying you had A.J. Brown having a quiet night.
No. No. If I did, maybe I've changed my mind since then. I don't remember saying that. I'm not trying to
Does
go
it
full.
sound like something you would say?
No, I'm not trying to go full Cowherd here and not be accountable for anything I say. But
Yeah.
I don't. If I said that, I take it back now. Here's what I think. He goes nuts.
I could have made up a memory.
It's totally fine.
Like maybe I'm having deja vu. We're in a Philly bar. We're in the corner.
Yeah.
There's an Eagles logo right over your head.
Yeah.
And you're like, I think these guys stop A.J. Brown.
These guys tonight step up.
I don't know why now you're the Philly guy either. My dream was very weird, as you can tell.
It's a strange dream.
The most over.
Yeah.
How much is over? A lot of it.
Yeah. This one, the odds have to be super low for it on FanDuel. Saquon Barkley, 13.5 receiving yards. That seems like a lock.
Is that per catch? Yeah, he's going over that. He's going to catch 2 screens and rumble.
13 and a half.
13 and a half.
It's a weird one.
Yards.
Maybe they think he's too busy just running it.
So they're clearly of the belief, number one, that they'll just be able to do whatever they want with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
But it seems like they have not really – I mean, I will say they don't involve him in the passing game basically at all. Last week, 1 catch. 2 weeks ago, 1 catch. Week before that, 2 catches, 11 yards. Week before that, 2 catches, 7 yards. And he's had 30 yards receiving 2 times this year, and he's been under 15 5 times.
Wow.
So it's not really a big part of what they've used him to do. I'll say over. That was a lot of words to say. He's going to have
He'll go over this one.
He'll have a screen for 15 yards in the first drive, probably. So there you go. A little over-under. Props via FanDuel. Thank you to producer Darius for guiding us through that segment. We're closing in on Logan Paulson at 6 o'clock and some of our predictions. Let's give you a little Commander spotlight next on G&D. Taking you up to 6:30, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Remember, while we are out and about in Philly tonight at the Bayou Bar, we thank them for the hospitality. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing it DC style in the DMV again. We're going to be at Third Hill Brewing Company off of Georgia Avenue in Silver Spring. We're like a rock band, dude. We are just traveling we can't say the country. We'll call it the Mid-Atlantic.
We're traveling the region, right? Playing gig after gig.
We're on trains. People are spilling coffee on us.
It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll, my friend.
We're doing live shows in Philly one night and in D.C. the next.
We also speak with the old school British accents as well. You know what I mean? You play one tour, you've seen them all, right? Every venue's the same. They all bleed together.
We're going to start calling ourselves artists and talk about our process. You know what I mean? Like,
I know exactly what you mean, mate. I mean, creative process. You can't force it, you know what I mean? You get me.
But hopefully we see you tomorrow. If you're in Silver Spring, stop on through Third Hill Brewing Company. Whether the Commanders win or lose, we'll be out. It'll certainly be a more fun show if they win, no doubt about that. Logan Paulson at the top of the hour, right at 6 o'clock. Looking forward to hearing what he has to say about this matchup, and we'll make our final predictions coming up in just a few on Grant and Danny. Let's get to a Commanders spotlight, though, as we get ready for kickoff tonight. The ball's going to be put in the air in about 2 hours and 30 minutes from right now. So, Danny, you start us off. Who are you putting under the spotlight?
Brian Robinson has been close to going for a couple of weeks. Wasn't able to. Now he is back, and he's such a focal point here of this offense. You need him in a lot of games. I mean, they haven't played as well without him. That's obvious. When you have good players, your team tends to play better. But this is a huge one for Brian Robinson to step up, control the line of scrimmage, control the ball. Not necessarily all the breakaway runs. I don't think that's in the cards, but those 2s into 4s, those 4s into 5s, staying ahead of the chains, keeping time in possession.
How about Andrew Wiley?
Yeah, welcome back.
Andrew Wiley at right tackle, who missed last week, and this is a sign of the times. This is indicative of just how far he's come in a short time. Last year, enemy of the state #1 within this fan base. It became a perilous pregame situation last week when people found out he might not be able to go against TJ Watt. They get him back. The Eagles are a very good pass rushing team, despite the fact that they don't have great sack totals, but they can generate pressure. They've certainly done that quite a bit over this 5-game winning streak where they're leading the NFL defensively.
Spotlights. Defensive ends. Dorrance Armstrong, Dante Fowler, whoever else ends up rushing the passer. You got to be good tonight. This has to happen. You've got to get a sack, maybe a sack fumble. You've got to hit Ertz early. When you hit Ertz, when you hit Jalen, I almost called him Ertz, Jesus Lord. When you hit Jalen Hurts, not Jalen Hurts, that'd be a different player.
Yeah.
Jalen Ertz.
I don't want them to hit Ertz.
That'd be a mistake.
That would mean that, like, Zach Ertz caught a ball, like, ran onto the sideline, and then, like, while they're near the bench, they just started hitting him.
Now, I can't.
Or we'd have, like, a Deron Payne, John Allen situation.
Oh, yeah.
He
Put his finger on his face. The whole thing's awkward. To me, now, I can't prove this, but this is just a feeling I've had. If you hit Hurts early on in the game a couple of times, he becomes a worse quarterback. Some guys that rolls right off, and it's not a big deal. To me, if you knock him around a little bit, then he's a little bit more tentative with his throws, doesn't step in, maybe doesn't trust what he sees anymore. He's been real comfortable over the last handful of weeks. I'd love to see what happens if you rattle him a little bit. Defensive ends, early, please.
I want to drill down on something you were just talking about with Dante Fowler. Fowler is not getting the national attention he deserves. He's in the top 5 in sacks.
He's third in the NFL in sacks, man.
Which is pretty amazing, considering the contract he signed, when in free agency he signed that deal, and just the expectations for him coming into the season. He's got 8.5 sacks. He's got a sack in 5 of their last 6 games. He's got 4 sacks in their last 2 games, a couple of multi-sack games. And he is on pace for 14 sacks this year. The only players in team history who have ever had 14 sacks, Dexter Manley, Charles Mann. And it was 3 seasons between those 2 guys. That's the entire list. Manley did it twice. Ryan Kerrigan, 13.5 as a max at one point. Chase Young never got close. He's barely got that in his career. If you talk about like Montez Sweat or Brian Arakpo or any of the recent edge rushers that came in here to be the ace pass rusher,
nobody close.
Nobody in that vicinity. So it's pretty easy quickly to fall off that pace and end up at 10 or 11 for the year. But if he were to go out and have another sack and a half tonight or a 2-sack game against Hurts, now you're sitting at 10.5 on pace for 16, 17. You could pretty easily see a path to him getting 12.5, 13 this year. And that would be a huge payday coming for him, whether it's an extension here with his guy Dan Quinn, who we followed from Dallas to come to D.C., or whether he would leave and go break the bank somewhere.
Yeah, what a crazy thing. I mean, they usually, remember now this is a couple years ago, this hasn't been updated, but remember going rate was $1 million a sack in the free agency market, in the open market. Well, how about he's got 8.5, and I think he's making 3 this year? You've already got your money's worth and then some. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Give me one more.
Spotlight's on. I'm going to pick Zach Ertz. We talked about him. I also misspoke and called Jalen Hurts Zach Ertz, but whatever. Revenge game. This is his night. He's been named a captain. His time. Redeeming himself from last week. A huge drop. Falls short there on 4th down. Really tough play that everybody remembers. I'm sure he remembers it too. This is another huge opportunity for him and for this team. And there's a reason you go get a veteran like that early on in free agency. It's for games like this.
We're going to ask Logan Paulson about Zach Ertz and some of the subtleties to his game, the things he's doing that fans or even media members like us are not going to give him enough credit for, that maybe go under the radar as there's frustration when he drops a pass or doesn't do something after the catch. We can put that on the list with Logan coming up next. We've also got our players to lock in on and eventually our predictions all before we say goodbye. We are at Bayou Bar and Grill in Philadelphia on Grant and Danny. You are locked in to 106.7 The Fan.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Pregame shows coming up next. It is game day. Washington Commanders against the Philadelphia Eagles. Denton and Toby at 6:30 with the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. Marshawn Lattimore and Austin Seibert won't play, but kicker Zane Gonzalez and defensive lineman F.A. Obata have been elevated from the practice squad, and running back Brian Robinson is good to go. Head coach Dan Quinn respects the Vic Fangio defense.
Their 5 down fronts, the 4 down fronts. I thought safeties down when they're back, the disguise. I thought Coach Fangio does a very good job and has for a long time, Kendi, into that space. I love the aggressiveness of their corners, playing tight coverage onto people. So there'll be a lot of contested throws and catches.
Eagles starting quarterback Jalen Hurts previews his opponent.
They're a disciplined football team. They have great coaches. Obviously got a lot of familiarity with them, and they got great players playing hard, the way they are able to create problems up front. Their linebackers are really good players, smart players, instinctual players, fast players.
Chiefs are signing kicker Spencer Schrader off the Jets practice squad. Harrison Butker going to injured reserve with a knee injury. Tampa Bay Rays are planning to play 2025 season at Steinbrenner Field. It seats 11,026. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Curb on the Fan.
Taking you up to the bottom of the hour, it's Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. Denton and Toby are in the bullpen getting loose. They are ready to go for Burgundy and Gold pregame at 6:30 this evening. Washington has built a strong foundation on the field. It is time for you to think about your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Kondorian Murad. Those are the guys, Danny, that have brought us to Philadelphia to deal with Eagles fans all night.
And our wills and trusts are in order thanks to those guys. That's
right.
the deal, right? That's the right group to travel with.
They squared that away for us before we go to the game, which is nice. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. On the guest hotline, our buddy Logan Paulson. Nobody smarter to break this game down with than Logan, who will be on the sideline tonight. Logan, it's an NFC East clash. Eagles, Commanders, first place on the line. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm as ready as I'm going to be, man. This is going to be a really exciting matchup, obviously divisional. And, I think Philadelphia's playing some pretty good football, so can't wait to watch the Commanders kind of go toe-to-toe with a really good football team.
How good are they, Logan? They've done what Washington has done to a degree and beaten up on teams that are, towards the bottom of the league. You give them credit for that. They haven't slipped up. They've beaten some teams pretty soundly here since the bye week. What does the tape tell you? How good are they?
Yeah, I think like person for person across the roster, this is probably the most talented team that we've faced or the Commanders have faced this season. And I think, specific on the defensive side of the football, obviously, like you mentioned, they're not playing the best teams in football over the last couple of weeks, but over the last 3 games, man, they're playing excellent. I think they're the number 1 defense over the last 3 games in the NFL, and it shows up. They're doing a great job in the back end. They're creating pressure with 4. They are a problem. They're a problem defensively, and they play fast. They've got great athletes, and they're starting to buy into that Vic Fangio defense. And on the offensive side of the football, it's a lot of the same. You're not going to find when Jordan Mailata is healthy, if he does play tonight, you're not going to find a better offensive line in football. Saquon Barkley, everyone knows what he can do. The 2 outside receivers are some of the best and maybe the best duo in football. I think the weak link offensively is Jalen Hurts, but that's not an indictment of him. That's just speaking to how good every other position on that offense is. So it is. They are legit. I think they're starting to buy in schematically to the new coordinators, and I think that's starting to show up.
Logan Paulson on Grant and Danny here on the Fan, getting you ready for the Eagles and the Commanders. An NFC East collision tonight under the lights at Lincoln Financial Field. I want to drill down more on that defense. You mentioned Vic Fangio. It seems like everywhere he goes, success follows. What is the Vic Fangio defense that you just referenced?
Yeah, it's kind of like, everyone's talking about, everyone's kind of freaking out about split safety or too high. He's the guy that's really kind of brought that to the forefront since probably 2018. They play kind of this split safeties, so 2 safeties in the back end, and it's kind of a quarters, cover 6, maybe a little cover 2. And the whole idea is that you don't really know what the coverage is. They kind of play the same structure at the beginning every time, and then roll or stem or take some quarters and play match underneath. And so it becomes really hard to throw the football against it. And traditionally it's easier to run the football against that kind of defensive structure because you got guys out of the box. But the Philadelphia Eagles and other places he's been, when I was with him in Chicago, they get big, hulking defensive linemen that can take double teams up and be disruptive in the run game. And I think Philadelphia, at least right now on tape, is starting to have the makings of that type of defensive front. So he's kind of got the perfect environment. He's got a really good nickel player in Cooper Jean. He's really come on over the last couple of weeks, and that's a really key part of it because that player is really stressed. They've got to blitz, they've got to cover, they've got to fit the run. And so when you get a guy like Cooper DeJean playing good football, it really elevates that defense. So lots of elements that have been recently acquired to Philadelphia, young players starting to play better, really maximizing what he wants to do and making it tough for opposing offenses.
Logan Paulson with us here on G&D. So you pointed out with Cooper DeJean, since he's come into the lineup, they've just been much better all over the place. The pass rush is interesting to me. They're middle of the pack in terms of sacks. A couple years removed, Logan, from being incredible in that area where they were record-setting. They were a juggernaut getting to the quarterback. Last year, a bit of a step down. This year, again, kind of middle of the pack. But it's a lot of different guys that have sacks. It tells me there's pressure from all over the place. You sort of never know who's rushing, who's not. Just give me your analysis there of how they try to get after the quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, they don't blitz a lot. I think they have one of the lower pressure rates in the NFL. Obviously, when they do blitz, it's kind of a design, kind of fun pressure package. But they got guys that can beat you up front. I think the sack numbers to me, I don't know why they're low because when I watch, I see a bunch of guys that can win one-on-ones. Josh Sweat does a great job. Jalen Carter does a great job. Milton, their other kind of 3 technique, number 93 for them, wins in one-on-one passing situations inside. Nolan Smith on the perimeter is starting to figure it out. And, they've got a nice rotation there at that left defensive end spot. So and Brandon Graham's still playing good football in terms of being able to compress a pocket. So I think they've got a lot of pieces there. So it's surprising that the number's low because when I watch the film in passing situations, I see guys that are capable of winning one-on-ones. And it kind of reminded me a little bit of when I was watching the Steelers. Like, they don't blitz a lot, but they got some guys that, like, for example, I think that's a really good comparison now that I'm thinking about it. They had one of the lowest pressure rates in the NFL, but they had one of the highest sack totals in the NFL when rushing with 4. And it feels like that Philadelphia would be in the same bucket for me.
Logan, how about Washington's offensive front? A few-parter here, if you could kind of assess how some of the guys are playing at tackle, but it sounds like maybe Andrew Wiley's going to play and Cornelius Lucas could be available as well. Brandon Coleman and him have split reps and looked good at left tackle kind of interchangeably. What do you make of how those guys are playing at this point?
Yeah, I think Wiley's doing a fantastic job, and Cliff Kingsbury has done a great job of making sure that he's not leveraged to the hilt like he was last year. I think he's a competitive guy down in and down out. He's a fighter. He's a scrapper, and that shows up in the run game. His ability to bend and kind of take those good angles and be an athlete to the second level has really enhanced the run game. I think he's done a good job improving as a pass protector, and I think Big Luke does a great job in pass pro. Obviously, as a run blocker because he's so big, at times struggles, but I think that's where kind of Coleman's development is so important because Coleman has the athleticism as a pass protector and the bend in the run game. He's just got to see more reps and develop. So I think overall, those guys have done a good job, and the offensive line coach deserves a lot of credit for their development. But I also think Cliff has really found ways to maximize that entire group. Everyone talks about the chip help that he uses, but Cliff also does a really good job of kind of using pullers in unique ways, different play action looks to kind of deleverage those guys, and obviously running the football. So I think they're playing well in what Cliff is asking them to do, and I think if they can run the football tonight, I think they'll be A-okay.
Logan, what impact will Brian Robinson have?
I mean, that's like the easiest question of all time. I mean, he's one of the best runners, in my opinion, in the division. Like, his ability to keep the offense on schedule is just unparalleled in terms of the backs they have. Obviously, Austin Eckler is explosive. McNichols runs hard. He's a great pass protector. Even Chris Rodriguez has shown some power at times, but B-Rob is kind of the best combination. He's big, he's fast, he's got great vision, great contact balance. He can kind of keep you in those 2nd and 6s, 2nd and 7s a little bit better than those other guys can because he can kind of make his own his own space. He can bring his own blocker to the party. And I think that keeps the offense on schedule. I think last week was a good indicator of why he's so important. Last week they had 9 negative plays, that sacks included. Some of those were runs, and that's something that B-Rob's been really good at not doing this year, not taking his negative runs. And then that keeps the offense on schedule, on rhythm. And one of the things that they've been excellent at offensively is just staying on schedule. Staying on schedule, whether it's quick game from Jaden Daniels, scramble from Jaden Daniels, runs from B-Rob. And so not only does he do that, but I think he gives Cliff a lot of confidence that they can do that and still be effective running the football. So if he plays tonight, he's going to have a huge impact on the confidence of the play caller and the efficiency of the offense.
Nobody's going to have a better view for this game than Logan Paulson, who's going to be at field level on the sideline, joining us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. This past week, the game against the Steelers, a lot was made out of how they did a bang-up job keeping Jaden Daniels in the pocket. Is any part of that replicable? And there have been now 2 of the last 3 performances in varying degrees. The Bears game, they actually moved the ball brilliantly, but they scored 12 points before the Hail Mary. Now the Steelers game, where they actually scored points, but they couldn't move the ball on some short fields, kind of the inverse performances. But the 2 really good defenses they've played, the results offensively have been very different than the rest of the season, I would say. And now they're playing maybe the other of the 3 really good defenses they're going to be facing here in this stretch. What do you make of whether or not something's been solved at all?
Yeah, I don't know if anything's been solved. I think those teams deserve a lot of credit. I think the Steelers came in with a very specific plan. They're going to rush 5. They're going to stunt the front. They're going to find ways to maintain control of the pocket integrity, rush lanes. And I think when they did rush 4, those guys have rushed together for a long time, and you could just tell they knew each other really well and knew the spacing. And instead of creating gaps in their rush lanes, the pocket just kind of would constrict like a noose around Jaden Daniels. And so that's all just good football, and everybody comes in with that type of plan. I do think that having 2 good interior pass rushers for Pittsburgh and for the Chicago Bears helps with that, because I think Jaden Daniels wants to step up and find those creases. And when you get that press on the interior of the pocket, it makes that a little bit harder. So maybe that's kind of something that's repeatable. But I do look at kind of what Pittsburgh did, and they played a lot of man on first down. They played heavy boxes on first down. I don't think Vic Fangio is going to do that. I don't think that's who he wants to be. He's never really been that way. I think he's going to rely on his front to kind of maintain control of the pocket, rush with integrity. And as we've seen, in the Ron Rivera era and other coaches we've had here, that's easier said than done. So I think there's an opportunity for Jaden Daniels to get back to kind of some of those, little scrambles, getting first downs, things like that. Versus this defense, who's going to play a little bit softer coverage structures. And I'm excited to see that. Again, they are a fast, physical group. Don't get me wrong, they're going to present a bunch of different issues for him. They're going to be confusing in terms of the coverage structures they present. What are we in? It all looks the same. We're in match. We're in 4. We're in 6. That's going to be challenging. But in terms of stopping the run, Vic Fangio has never been a guy who's going to sell the farm to do that. He plays the analytic game pretty hard, and he's been at the forefront of that for a long time. So I don't think you're going to see the same plan that you saw from the Bears, or you saw from Cleveland, or you saw from the Steelers. It's going to be he's going to do what he does. And I think that is a little bit more favorable for Jaden Daniels.
Logan Paulson was with Washington, Chicago, San Francisco, Atlanta, Houston. Lengthy career as a tight end in the NFL. That's why I want to dive in on the tight ends with you quickly. A lot's been made about Zach Ertz's inability to make plays after the catch, lack of yards after the catch. We kind of knew when they signed him. At this point of his career, he's a catch-and-fall guy. But where are you at on his role in the offense and his importance to Daniels? Should they be looking to send it a little more? He's got 3 targets all year, and 2 of them came with Mariota in a half when Daniels wasn't out there, including his first 2 catches of the season.
Yeah, so I think that what Zach does is never going to show up on a stat sheet because we don't really have an analytic driver for it. Obviously, there's a separation rate, which I think kind of shows what I'm talking about a little bit. But he has the ability to identify coverages at a high level, create space versus all coverages, whether that's zone or man, and it's a friendly target to the quarterback. And I think all of those things are things that fans and people who are film watchers tend to undervalue. And so when I watch Zach, I think he's been absolutely fantastic for Jaden Daniels. He's a guy that can consistently win versus man coverage. He can trust him to be in the right spot. He knows how to find spaces and zones. He can run choice and option routes and things like that. And I think that while Ben Sinnott is an explosive, dynamic athlete who, was very prolific in college. He's still learning some of that nuance, and I think as he gets better in those areas, sure, he can get a larger role in the offense, but he's just not there right now, and it makes sense because Zach's had a long career of doing that. And so I think people who are like, oh, we need to get more explosive at the tight end position, my argument would be, why? He catches a ton of balls for first downs. He finds ways to be explosive, even though he's not running after the catch. And I think he's a special football player, even though he's 34 years old. And does he run the same way he used to? No, but it's the other stuff that he does that's so special for the position. So I think that's where I'd say, I don't know if he's going to do this for the next 5 years, but this year, right now, I feel like he's the best option in terms of catching the football at that F move tight end position. And hopefully Benson it grows and can learn from a guy who's going to be a Hall of Famer one day.
Terry McLaurin's going to get his, and Logan Paulson with us here on G&D. Terry's going to get his targets and make his contested plays and do the Terry McLaurin thing. Who's the second receiver tonight in the receiving corps? Maybe not Ertz, but someone opposite Terry that has a nice game.
Yeah, I was going to say Zach Ertz. You kind of took the words right out of my mouth. In this, I think it's going to be about how Cliff creates space and how he does that. So I would say that, Terry's probably going to be the guy that's going to sell that vertical element. And when you're playing a Vic Fangio defense, it's about stretching horizontally, the zones, and stretching vertically the zones. So Terry, I think, will be the vertical stretch guy. And then someone who can work underneath at a nice level, I think, is OZ. And Noah Brown. I think both those guys are on deck for maybe a big game tonight if the offensive line can protect and kind of allow the concept to distribute the way it needs to. So, yeah, I definitely think OZ could have a big day today because he's shown in games where teams do play a lot of zone, he can find those spots and make explosive plays, taking advantage of the stretch zones based on concept.
We're closing in on kickoff. Logan Paulson with us as we get closer and closer to the start of the Commanders and the Eagles. You're listening to Grant and Danny here on The Fan. What about Olamide Zaccheaus as a punt returner? You just mentioned him. Are you surprised they're sticking with him after he put 2 balls on the ground last week?
Well, no, I think he's done a great job outside of that. And I think when you go back and watch the film of the Pittsburgh game, and when I was on the sideline, I don't know if I would have noticed. Let me just say that. I don't know if I would have noticed this if I wasn't on the field. The punter for Pittsburgh was kind of doing like a drop punt like you would do in a backed up situation, or like when you're punting into from the 50 into the kind of a red zone punt, basically. And one of the things I was surprised by is he kind of was getting like a little bit of a knuckle action on the punt, the way he was striking it, which is a little unusual. And I could tell that it was kind of like knuckleballing in the air a little bit. So I just think that was a little bit of a tough stylistic matchup for OZ, and one that he's going to learn from, because outside of that, I think he's done a really nice job in that role, and hopefully he grows, hopefully he learns, and hopefully doesn't make that mistake again.
I'm going to ask you to put your defensive coordinator hat on here, Logie. This to me, you've forgotten more this morning than I know my whole life, but this to me is like the nightmare scenario for Washington's defense, trying to deal with an offense like Philadelphia's. They've got every element that scares me matching up against Washington, especially without Marshawn Lattimore. 2 receivers that, if you don't pay a lot of attention, will kill you. Saquon Barkley can do it. And then if you get everything else right, Jalen Hurts can make you wrong, right, by escaping and running it in his own right. What's your game plan here tonight? How do they slow him down, even stop him at times?
So for me, I think it's all about bending and not breaking. I think you want to play kind of softer zone structures, and I know everyone's like, well, Saquon's going to kill you on the ground. But to me, that's the lesser of 2 evils in this case. And I know Saquon's got all these highlight reel runs and these big time, mile per hour numbers and explosive runs down the field that have gotten them back on schedule. I understand that. But his down-to-down rushing efficiency this season, obviously against the Cowboys, it was fine. It was like 4.7 yards a rush. But prior to that, it was just okay. It's like, 4 here, 3.5 there, depending on the game. And they haven't been uber efficient down-to-down running the football. What does that mean? That means they're getting stops. Defenses are getting stops. Stop means we're at 2nd and 10, and that means Jalen Hurts has to throw the football. And Jalen Hurts, while a very good player, has not shown the down-to-down consistency in some of those 3rd down, 2nd and long scenarios that makes me super afraid. So I'm like, let's play a little bit of coverage. Let's not get beat with the explosive play. They're not going to be able to maintain the rushing efficiency down to down. Ideally, this is all hypothetical theory here. But I think make them go on a 12-play drive, and then if they are in the red zone, Jalen Hurts has 4 turnovers in the red zone this year. So he does kind of tend to hold the football a little long. He tries to force it in the tight windows. And can you take advantage of those opportunities? And I really think that's your best formula, because you don't want them finding explosive opportunities, whether that's to the receivers or to the backs. And the only way I know how to prevent those, given our personnel at the moment, is to play softer zone coverages. And I think that's what we'll see tonight.
Logan, we'll let you out on this. Let's get your game prediction. We're closing in on the start of Eagles Commanders in Philly. What do you got?
I think it's going to be a slobber knocker, but I do think Philly wins. I'm going to say 27-20.
All right, very good.
Appreciate you, man.
Logan, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
We'll give you our predictions in just a couple of minutes, but first it is time for our player to lock in on. We give you this before every single Commanders game. It's presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com. Danny, who you locking in on?
Easy one for me. Zach Ertz, revenge game, right? This is a former Philadelphia Eagle, played here for a long time, torched Washington. Now he's back in his old stomping grounds. They moved on from him. You heard Logan singing his praises, and he's right. I mean, he's still a very valuable player. I don't mean to say that he should be benched or released or cut or anything. It's frustrating when you catch and you fall, and that's it. There's never anything dynamic, and he drops a lot of passes, or more than I care for, certainly, over the course of the season. But this is a huge game. This is the kind of game you need that veteran, calming presence, a guy that's been there, a guy that's done it, a guy that's looking to do it again one more time against his former team.
I will go with another former Eagle that we just talked about in that interview with Logan, and that's Olamide Zaccheaus. Last week, he put 2 balls on the carpet as a punt returner, which is not acceptable. He has been very good. I actually think he's been terrific as a punt returner. They have ranked very high in yards per return. He does a really good job wasting no movement, no space. He gets right up the field. He's mostly been sure-handed, except the times when he hasn't been. But this is now a really big deal. It's going to be on his mind, obviously, as he drops back to return punts. It's going to be chilly. It might even rain tonight. It's going to be windy. It's going to be cold and under the lights. You're going to have a tough environment. He's used to practicing against a left-footed punter in Tressaway. They brought in right-footed punters this week to boot the ball just so he could get more looks at that, which I think is really smart from this coaching staff. But in a game like this, and it's the same as the Steelers game, frankly, when you're playing a really good team or a team a little bit better than you are, probably, with a fully healthy, short week, at-home Philly operation locked and loaded, you can't
afford those
negatively on special teams. Pretty simple. The other guy I'm going to lock in on is Jaden Daniels, and this one's easy. We haven't done him in a few weeks. We try to avoid it. But I said before the Cincinnati game, Danny and I have similar feelings as I've said today. That Monday night game, it felt to me like maybe this is the coming out party. If he's special, we're going to find out because the whole country's watching and you're a little more juiced up and motivated. And in his college career, he always played his biggest games, prime time, under the lights, in conference in the SEC. Maybe he just goes out and balls out against the Bengals. I kind of have that same vibe tonight, where maybe in the division, standalone game, everybody watching, national TV, chance for first place, going into week 12, Jaden Daniels just puts the team on his back. And so I'm locking in on seeing if he's got another one of those in him. He's only thrown the 2 picks all year. He doesn't put the ball in harm's way. He does not play like a rookie. But there have also been a few fewer of the dynamic moments offensively over the last few weeks. I think maybe we get back to seeing more of those tonight.
Would be massive. So I think you said it very well. You need those, right? Like saying, oh, but they took away this. And instead of saying, oh, well, shrug your shoulders. No. They need those things. I don't think they can match Philadelphia player for player, talent for talent, right? It reminds me of when the old ACC, when Maryland would have a good team, they go up against Florida State. Well, the 7th guy on Florida State is better than your 7th guy. Your top couple can compete. When you start getting down, you needed something magic to happen. And that's what Daniels has. He has to be the equalizer, right? He has to, think of the Cleveland game where a blitzer runs free, has him dead to rights, and then it turns into a 40-yard rush because Daniels just made you wrong. You need something like that to happen tonight, I think, for them to overcome.
All right, final predictions. You go first.
I don't like it. I don't like this one. I didn't like the previous game, and they end up losing my point, but I think this is the worst of the 2 matchups, just in terms of personnel, not having Lattimore. I think Philadelphia wins 31-21, 31-21.
Okay. I also have the Eagles winning. I think Washington plays them close, though. I even think there's a chance they cover 3.5, and it's a field goal game. But I'm going to say 30-24 is going to be my final prediction here. Got all 22 of their starters on offense and defense playing in this game. They are healthy. I can't underscore enough how big of a deal it is to be at home on a Thursday rather than on the road. It's not arduous travel. We just came on the train today for a couple of hours and sat in a nice chair, and it wasn't the end of the world. It's not like they're flying cross country on a Thursday, so maybe that's not as big a deal as normal, but I like your chances if you're Washington to split with the Eagles. I think the two teams are close enough together. I'm also not completely sold on Philly as much as everybody else seems to be. These 5 straight wins with the number 1 defense in scoring and yards over those 5 weeks. They've played quarterbacks like Deshaun Watson, Daniel Jones, Trevor Lawrence, and a couple of ham and egger 9-to-5 jobber backups for the Cowboys. They have not seen an offense like this one. They have not seen a quarterback like Daniels out of the bye. The last time they played a really good team, they got doubled up by the Bucs. So I'm just not as convinced, but tonight could change my opinion on that. And we got into the bar here at Bayou Bar and Grill in Philly, and we were let in by Joe, and he said to us, he goes, you guys are good again. Like, what do you think about tonight? And I said, well, we're going to find out.
We'll find out a lot.
Just how good we are. And I feel like there's been a couple of those games where they've had a chance to use a stamp to say, actually, we're legit, and we can win playoff games. Baltimore played well but lost. Pittsburgh had a 10-point lead and lost. At some point, you got to win one of these if you want to announce your presence with some authority.
Yeah, especially on Natty TV, as you pointed out. And it's, it's, dispel any negative stuff that might be creeping in, dispel the yeah buts, right? The shouty shows are all sitting there going, okay, they haven't beaten anybody. They're good enough to be bad teams, but are they good enough to really compete at the highest level, beat playoff teams, etc.? Again, here's one. They're right there. It's for the division. Doesn't get bigger than this.
Time to head on over to the stadium, Lincoln Financial Field, where we'll be watching the game with the unwashed masses tonight, Danny. Last chance for you to back out.
Out with the peasantry. That's right. Left hand in your pocket. That's how we should be doing it.
Are you going to signal first downs?
Never one time. That's the most obnoxious thing you can do. Michael Irvin started that. We shouldn't be copying it. Hand the ball to the referee and go back to the huddle. Go back to the huddle.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much harassment do we expect to take from the locals? And how much how many times will we be punched in the face? Over under 1/2 of a time.
I'm going to say under on punch.
Okay. Good. Will we be thrown up on purpose by one of those gross people who does that?
I'm going to say no to that.
Okay, half throw up. That's good.
But verbal harassment and harangues when we're discovered.
Will any batteries be thrown at us? 1/2 of a battery.
No.
Okay, good.
No.
So you think it's just a lot of verbal harassment?
I think it's regular harassment.
Okay.
The normal harassment.
I can accept
Not
that.
like law-breaking harassment. Just the normal chirping.
Big thanks to Ryan back in studio for making it all work. Darius for making the trip up here with us. It is time to go watch some football. Enjoy your evenings. 106.7 The Fan keeping you company as we get closer to kickoff. Grant and Danny saying so long. Thanks to the folks out here at the Bayou Bar and Grill for making our broadcast possible in Philly. Let's go watch some football. As a reminder, Danny, tomorrow we're in Silver Spring.
Third Hill Brewing is the spot. Come on out and see us. 2 post-Meridian. We'll be either celebrating a win or talking about coming in second.
It would be really, really nice if we're celebrating a win. Friday field trip series, Silver Spring, our first stop out there in years. Come see us. Burgundy and Gold pregame with Denton Day and Toby Altizer comes your way next year on The Fan. We will talk with you at 2 o'clock.
Thank you for coming. Under the lights tonight for the Commanders. They're in Philadelphia. This is the biggest game so far in the NFC of the season. No Linnell tonight. You get Denton Day, you get Toby Altizer, and you get the biggest game that the Commanders have played in November, Toby, since at least, I don't know, 2016 to be safe, probably more like 2012.
Yeah, it's been a bit, and I mean, this is going to be a fun one. You're going up to Philadelphia. You've got a lot of opportunity tonight. You've got the chance to take control of the NFC East. Your schedule the rest of the way is not incredibly difficult. So, I saw that B. Mitch and Finley were kind of talking about, this is the biggest game of the year, but is it like it's not the end all, be all end all for this season. But if you can win this football game, I think this is one that you feel like you can ride the wave, maybe to an NFC East title, and you feel like this. They've had good wins. They've dominated bad football teams, but this would be their signature win if they can win this one. They've been in some football games. Danny was talking about on G&D just a little bit ago. It feels like this team was riding a high. They've hit a little bit of a rut. It's not like they're playing bad football, but you've got a Philly team that's playing pretty hot right now. So if you can find a way to go to the link and get a win on a short week when you're banged up and Philly's feeling really good about themselves, I think that's going to put you in a really good spot to finish this season.
I like how you say they're in a rut, but they're not playing back. So I think you're 100% right, and I think that adds to the dramatics of this game and this outcome. We have not seen this team lose 2 games in a row, and it's November. That is new for us. We are not used to that being the reality of what this season is. So I think you're right. This is the biggest game, but it isn't the be-all, end-all. But the reason that it is the big game is because if you do lose this one, there starts to become separation between you and Philadelphia, and you lose, as it relates to the divisional race, you lose the element of potentially being able to control your own destiny. And no matter what, in November and December, you want to be able to control your own destiny. And now January too, because we do 17 games. But you want to be able to control your own destiny and be in charge of what's going to happen at the end of your season.
Yeah, and especially with this football team, this is a team that feels like it can handle that sort of pressure. A team that can handle everything being on the line for themselves and not worrying about everybody else. I like the fact that this football team has gone out there every single time that they've had a challenge and gone out there and met that challenge with a really good effort. They might not win every time, but, it's a heck of an effort last week. You get a few plays another way. They fought really hard. And so, teams in the past on a Thursday night game going up to Philly, I don't know that you'd feel good that they were going to go out there and give a great effort, that you felt good that they were going to go out there and give you a competitive game. I feel good about that. I don't know that they're going to win tonight, but I feel really good about them going out there, giving themselves a chance to win. And I mean, the beauty of all of this then is like, you've got people on ESPN talking this week about, well, I think that Jaden Daniels might already have passed Jalen Hurts and all that. We can have that discussion. We don't really need to. The point is, you trust the quarterback. And so to me, we talk about this all the time around the National Football League with other teams, but we can finally start having that discussion here where when everything starts to even out, you can trust the quarterback. And they finally got that here in D.C. And so tonight I'm intrigued if this is going to be Jaden's signature performance. If he goes out there and balls out, I think they win this one.
Every time you get a big game, right, you see like the side-by-side comparisons and who has the edge here, who has the edge there. And I think most people would still suggest that Philadelphia has a very slight edge at quarterback just because Jalen Hurts has been proven. I would take Jaden personally, but I think most people will say that Jalen Hurts is a little better. But it's the first time in forever where it's at least a conversation.
Yeah.
Because for decades, it is not even like whether it was McNabb or whoever it was in Philadelphia, it was always that Philadelphia had the better quarterback, maybe with the exception of like 1 or 2 of the Kirk years, but really that's about it. So now, as long as you have a quarterback, like this year has been living proof to this point that if you have a quarterback, you are going to be in every single game, regardless of the flaws that you have elsewhere. And this team has a lot of flaws at different positions. We know that. We'll talk about the cornerback spot and how they're going to handle that today without Marshawn Lattimore. He's not going to be able to go tonight. Hopefully, Marshawn Lattimore is going to be able to go next week. We had Ben Standing on the Kevin Sheehan show, and he said he was talking to people that cover the Saints, and the tentative plan was that they were aiming for him to be ready to go for their game this week, which was on a Sunday. So hopefully he's going to be able to go next week. And you do get Brian Robinson back, which is huge. And one of Brian Robinson's signature games was 2 years ago to the day when they, with Taylor Heineke, beat Philadelphia, who at the time was unbeaten on Monday Night Football. That's a game that we certainly remember.
Absolutely. And I think he's going to be big tonight because I think a lot of the game plan is still similar to what you mentioned 2 years ago. It's going to be keeping the football because I still don't trust Washington's defense, although it seems like they've somewhat turned a corner. It's not like they're great, but they're better than they were at the beginning of the year. I still don't trust them that much. But if I can have my offense with the football and leave it in Jaden's hands, pound the rock with Brian Robinson, you feel like you still got a good shot. Now, I'm interested to see, Brian Robinson being back. Is it something where they give him a normal 18, 20 carry workload, or is it something where maybe Eckler and McNichols are sharing the lead back role and Brian Robinson comes in and gets 10 carries? I would assume that it was something where they looked at Sunday and Thursday and said, we can use him full go for one game. And so they chose Thursday. And I don't blame him at all because I think it seemed like he was able to get some practices in for the Pittsburgh game.
Right.
And you would lean towards him maybe playing in that game. But because it was a short week, I think they wanted him for Philly, and they wanted him because they're going to ride him today. I don't know that it's a 20, 25 carry, but I would not be surprised if you still see that 15 to 18 range.
And I think that'd be a perfect spot for him. We'll dive a little bit deeper into that. In fact, that is going to be our question when we get back. How should they handle Brian Robinson? How crucial does he need to be if Washington is going to pick up a win? We got a number of great guests coming up. Kevin Sheehan at the top of the hour. JP Finley's going to join us live from Philadelphia at 7:15. The Junkies are going to swing by. We got bold predictions at 7:30. If you haven't given us your bold predictions yet, you can do it on Twitter at The Denton Day, at Toby_Altsizer, or if you're watching us on YouTube, because we're on YouTube now, playa, you can get on the chat. We'll go through some bold predictions at 7:30, but coming up next, we're going to continue that discussion. What is Brian Robinson's day going to look like tonight? How crucial is he for a win for the Commanders? Don't go anywhere. It's a Burning Gold pregame show with Denton Day, Toby Altsizer, 106.7 The Fan. Great news for the Commanders. Great news if you're Brian Robinson, Austin Eckler, Jaden Daniels. Full inactives list just put out on social media and made public. Corn Lucas, active. Brandon Coleman, active. Andrew Wiley, active. Poetry snaps. We love that.
Love it.
We love all the tackles being active. That, to me, is a great sign for things to come if Washington is going to be committed to the run game.
They have to be. So something that I found really interesting is looking at some of the advanced numbers of what Washington faces.
Mm-hmm.
They're a running football team. We understand that. They face the third highest light box rates in the NFL at 54.6% because of the way they like to play horizontal, because of the threat of Jaden Daniels, because of the quick passing game to the outside. They don't load the box. That's why Brian Robinson is so important. If you're going to run Brian Robinson into a light box, you feel good. Eckler, you still feel okay. McNichols, you still feel fine. But if you're going to have one less defender in there with Brian Robinson, they're going to have to either make a change. They're going to have to bring someone in and change their defense. You heard Logan talking a little bit earlier with G&D about the fact that Vic Fangio is going to kind of run his own thing, and he's not worried about what your offense is looking like. I'm not going to sell out to stop the run. Well, then that means that you need to just be committed to the run game today and hand the ball off to Brian Robinson. I'm assuming if you're going to let him go, we've seen Dan Quinn already be extra careful with Robinson in a game where he probably could have gone. He sat him. If he's going today, I would assume he's at least 85, 90%. Ride that dude. Hand it to him 20 times. See how many yards he can get, but pound the rock up the middle, and having those tackles back as well is going to be big.
Yeah, Brian Robinson's going. He's going. And a light box hates to see Brian Robinson in the football game because that means somebody's going to have to make a one-on-one tackle.
Yeah.
And you don't want a one-on-one tackle Brian Robinson. It never ends up well for the defense. He has really become, Toby, a good, solid back. Borderline, I would say, great back in the NFL. He I need to see him break a couple, to break those big long runs. But some of the games that we've seen from him so far this season, he is demonstrative to an opposing defense. Now, he hasn't seen a defense like Philadelphia's. He didn't play in the game against Baltimore. It would have been great if he did. But he hasn't seen a defense like Philadelphia's because they got some dudes on that defensive line. Like half their defense played at Georgia when Georgia was really, really good in the SEC. But Brian Robinson also played against Georgia when Georgia was really, really good in the SEC. So I'm really excited to see not only that he's back, but that you're going to get Corn Lucas back. You're going to get Brandon Coleman playing healthy. You're going to get Andrew Wiley back. I thought not having him last week against Pittsburgh was incredibly challenging. But now my question is, are you going to do the rotation bit at left tackle that they had been doing with both Corn Lucas and Brandon Coleman healthy? Or have you seen enough from one or the other to say, all right, we're going to stick with, let's just say hypothetically, it's Corn Lucas. We're going to go with Corn Lucas until he gives us a reason not to.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be intriguing to watch. And maybe is it rotating on the other side too? If Wiley's not fully 100% healthy, is it something where you want to limit his snaps? So that is going to be something to watch tonight. But you're right about Brian Robinson. I think, Jaden Daniels is the most important because he's the quarterback and he runs everything. But I think you can make a real argument that the number 2 most important guy is Brian Robinson. When he's not out there, it's a totally different offense.
Totally different.
It's just, what is a big part of this offense? They're never behind the chains. Never. It's always 2nd and 8, 2nd and 7. It's never 2nd and 12. And with Brian Robinson on the field, you never get those 2nd and 12s. You never get behind the sticks because even if the run play is blown up, you're going to at least get no gain versus losing
you're at least
yardage.
getting to the line of scrimmage. I don't know how many times he's been stopped behind the line of scrimmage.
And he just always falls forward. And, he's not, to me, he's never going to reach a spectacular, game-changing kind of back because he lacks that breakaway speed. He's never going to break off a 70-yarder. Just to me, that's not going to happen. But what he does get is he gets you what is blocked and just a little bit more because he doesn't go down at first contact. And you can't say that about a lot of backs. He's dependable. I think Cliff has done a great job of scheming up the run game this year. And in turn, with Cliff scheming it up, Brian Robinson makes the most of it. I think that marriage between those guys, running between the tackles, pounding it, keeping that extra guy off the edge with the threat of Jaden keeping it, I think it's just been a perfect marriage of, Jaden being able to run, Cliff calling the plays, and Brian Robinson pounding it up the middle. I think tonight, him being back is a huge bonus for Washington. And honestly, if they go on to win, I think he's going to be a big part of the reason why.
Definitely. Most certainly. And I'm glad you bring up Cliff for a couple of different reasons. One is that when Brian Robinson is not in the game, you can see a schematic and a philosophical difference in kind of the way they want to approach things. But one of the knocks about hiring Cliff Kingsbury was that midway through the season, his offense becomes easier to prepare for, right? And that's because of the days at Arizona when he was the head coach, but also running the offense, and his quarterback was 2'6", where Jaden Daniels is not 2'6". I do think this is a very big game for Cliff Kingsbury, though, because you started to see a very, I would say, earned raise in popularity of the Cliff Kingsbury system because of the early start to the season. I need to see them kind of continue getting better and continuing to be explosive. I thought they played well enough against Pittsburgh to win. They just had a couple of mistakes, a couple of misses that ended up costing them the game, and then the ref spot at the end didn't help, right? But I think this offense is still very much good enough to go up there and score, 35, potentially 40 on Philadelphia. I mean, Philly's gotten better on defense because they have guys that can actually run on the defensive backfield. But I'm going to be very intrigued to see how Cliff schemes up against this Philadelphia defense and going up against Vic Fangio, who's one of the better defensive minds in the game.
Well, and I think a big part of that is Brian Robinson, but a big part of it as well, I think Jaden's got to get involved in the run game as well. If
100%.
If you think back to what they've played so far in the AFC North, you think back to the Browns game. Early on, that offense struggled a little bit before Jaden got things going a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
They contained him well in the run game. Early on, the Browns did. And then he ends up finishing with 50 yards because he started getting things going,
right.
And then in turn it ends up in a blowout. You think back to the Baltimore game. There just wasn't a whole lot on the ground. Obviously, no Brian Robinson in that one, but they contained the run game well. You think to Pittsburgh. That was another one where the run game, Jaden finished with 5 yards. You've got no Brian Robinson. I think Jaden getting involved in the run game tonight is going to be key. It's not like something he needs to go for 70 or 80, but it's something, to me, it feels like when Jaden is at his best, and maybe this is something to do with the ribs, who knows, he gets about 40 yards. It almost feels like guaranteed 40 yards. It can be on 6, 7 rushes. It could be on 1, but they're going to need something on the ground tonight from Jaden because the edge rushers did such a good job for Pittsburgh.
So good.
Highsmith and Watt are so good. Philly has good guys on the interior. They don't have those edge rushers like
they don't
Pittsburgh.
have the speed at the because like if you look at like the way Pittsburgh's defense, I mean Patrick Queen is a missile.
Animal.
I mean he is a bat out of hell. Philly does not have that. You look at Baltimore, they got Roquan Smith, right? Yeah. Same kind of deal as Patrick Queen. It was like his mentor. Those dudes are fast. You should be able to take advantage of that tonight. You
Absolutely.
should be able to utilize his legs. And I think some of that is on him as well, because it did look like at times in the Pittsburgh game, there were opportunities. And then he decided he wants to continue looking down the field, which I'm not going to be upset about that. I certainly think there's a major difference in the first 2 weeks where it felt like he was tucking and running every time his first read wasn't there versus now where you can see him going through progressions. But I'm with you. Like, you got to utilize his legs, and you kind of got to be like, hey, Jaden, like, we drafted you because you're a hell of a thrower of the football, but you also have an athleticism that makes life hell for the opposition and their opposing defense. So go run the football.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is he's still a rookie. And I don't know if I feel like yet that you can just say, if you were to take the complete run game away, that he's going to win football games. He's a heck of a passer. And if there's a team he could do it against, I think it is Philly. And honestly, it might be less on Jaden and more on the receivers and trusting that these guys are going to create the separation to win through the air almost solely. So they're going to have to win tonight, I think, mixing it up. They've been a run-first sort of team, about 50-50, but more so on the run side. I think they're going to have to lean on that run game tonight. You get Jaden out and running, I think it just opens up so much. Having the whole complement of guys, having B-Rob out there and having Jaden, it's just a perfect mix of power and finesse getting to the outside. And then you mix that in with, if receivers make plays today, you feel good because Noah Brown, I like his chances against some rookie corners. Terry obviously had done really well against big play Slay in his career. So, like, I'm not worried about this receiving core against this secondary. It's just when the opportunity's there. I said this back in the Chicago game before, ultimately, the Hail Mary. I said it. You saw it last week in Pittsburgh. Jaden has made plays for guys all year long.
Yeah.
He's made plays. It's time for someone else to step up and make a play for him. He's clearly not 100%. He's not feeling himself. Maybe he plays better tonight in terms of just running around and doing stuff that we saw early in the year. But he clearly hasn't been fully 100%. Even if it's like 90, it's held him back slightly. Someone step up and make a play tonight, whether it's Noah Brown, whether it's Luke McCaffrey, whether it's Zach Ertz in a revenge game. Someone step up and make a play in the pass game. But I think the big part tonight is going to have to be on the ground.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Terry, by the way, is going to see a lot of Quinyon Mitchell. I think they're done with Darius Slay on Terry McLaurin. They understand that's a bad matchup for them, and Quinyon Mitchell's been really, really good. All right, coming up next, the godfather of the Team 980, Kevin Sheehan, going to jump on with us. We'll get his thoughts on this game. Does Washington get to 8-3 and take back the lead of the NFC East? Don't go anywhere. It's Bernie Gold pregame with Detonate Toby Altizer, 106.7 The Fan. Burning Gold pregame show. Denton Day, Toby Altsizer with you on 106.7 The Fan. We're about an hour 15 away from kickoff. Biggest game of November since I don't even know when for the Commanders Redskins football team. Joining us now is our guy Kevin Sheehan, breaking this down, hoping the Commanders can get to 8-3. Kevin, we're just reacting to the injury report, the inactives, and not seeing any of the tackles on it, which means Corin Lucas, Brandon Coleman, Andrew Wiley all going to hopefully be good to go and start at their positions today. How much of an impact do you think that makes for the Commanders offense?
I think it's a big deal. I think they struggled, on Sunday against Pittsburgh. They were banged up front. Trent Scott went instead of Wiley. I think that made a difference. Brandon Coleman struggled with Highsmith, and I think a lot of people have struggled with Highsmith. The issue with Philly is more the interior of their defense, Jalen Carter and Davis, more so than the ends. But, having a healthy offensive line, having Brian Robinson Jr. back, and really needing to run the football tonight, I think it's big.
Well, and you mentioned Brian Robinson. He's back after he's missed last week, and he maybe could have gone last week but didn't. Is this something where you expect the full workload, or is he still going to be a little bit limited? How do you feel they're going to use B-Rob?
I mean, I hope, Toby, because he's had, some time off, that he's ready to roll. I mean, 26 carries 2 years ago on Monday night, two totally different teams, but I'd love to see them get into position, whether it's with Jaden as part of the run game, whether he runs it or not, some of those zone reads and giving Brian Robinson Jr. a chance to get downhill. And if things go well, it should be 18 to 22 carries tonight. That would be a really good sign. Eckler's going to get some too, but I think if he's active, I think he's ready to roll.
You think we'll see Eckler get more touches in the pass game with stuff out of the backfield or potentially line up in the slot?
Did you ask me if Eckler would be in the slot?
Yeah, because I think we see him. I think in the early season we saw him once or twice in the slot where you had both guys on the field.
I mean, Fangio does so many interesting things, but ultimately he wants to keep everything in front of him. So it'll be interesting to see if Jaden's patient. If against pressure you go deep, but against that too high look, you end up throwing underneath a lot. You end up throwing checkdowns a lot, and that's okay. I mean, any way they can move the football is fine with me. But I think it starts with if those safeties are deep, they got to be able to run the football.
Well, and part of running it too, you haven't seen Jaden run as much last couple of weeks. Last week, just 5 rushing yards. How important is it to get his legs involved, even if it's just in the scrambling game? It feels like he's maybe been a little bit tentative recently. I feel like tonight, especially like you mentioned, up the middle they're stout. Maybe on the edges they can find some stuff. Maybe on some of those zone reads, Jaden pulls one, runs one for 15. How important do you think his legs are going to be?
Well, you only pull it if they're playing the back. If they crash on the back, you pull it. And I think he would have done that last week had Pittsburgh not played him more than the running back. I mean, some of the runs that Eckler had that were productive were read option plays in which Jaden had the option of keeping it or leaving it. And Pittsburgh played the quarterback last week, and they did a good job in rush situations too. We saw him run more against the Giants and the Bears in those two games. I mean, he made, a couple of blitzing situations look silly in the Giants game, had obviously a couple of big scrambles in the Chicago game. I really think more than health, I think we just saw a team last week that, plays Lamar Jackson, prepares for Lamar Jackson, and did a really good job on Jaden. We'll see what happens tonight. Philly's good. They've got more team speed than they've had. Zach Vaughn, number 53, has been as good as any linebacker in the NFC. I mean, he's headed for, a Pro Bowl season, which is a surprise because he didn't have anything really remotely approaching that in New Orleans. But I think if it's there, he'll keep it. And on the scramble stuff, if there are opportunities to get out and hurt him with with his legs, I think he'll do that. I just think Pittsburgh did a great job last week.
Talking with Kevin Sheehan, host of the Kevin Sheehan Show on the Team 980, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Time. He joins us on Burgundy Gold pregame with Denton Day and Toby Altsizer. Kevin, is today going to be a revenge game for Zach Ertz playing in Philadelphia?
Yeah, I mean, Brian Johnson and Zach Ertz, and those two names sort of jump out to me. I mean, it would be great. Ertz is not what Zach Ertz used to be. I know a lot of our fans are like, "Oh my God, there's no yak, there's no yards after catch." Guess what? There's probably not going to be, but he is a big target. He's where he's supposed to be. There have been a couple of big drops, including last week, but I think he's been a reliable, outlet for, our young quarterback. And, their corners are good, Denton. I mean, Cooper DeJean and Mitchell are rookies, but they're playing well. And Gardner Johnson's playing well. They've got more team speed than they've had here in recent years. And so I have a feeling other options other than Terry will be where Jaden's, process takes him.
Kevin, looking at the defensive side for Washington, obviously it's all going to stem with stopping Saquon Barkley. But how worried are you that if you're going to sell out to stop Saquon, that A.J. Brown's going to go off with this secondary?
Yeah, that's the most interesting thing to me, Toby. That is, Denton and I were talking about it this morning. The most interesting thing to me is how will Quinn and Joe Witt Jr. play it defensively. Against the Ravens, they sold out to stop the run. Against Pittsburgh, they sold out to stop the run. Baltimore shredded them through the air and then started running in the second half. Pittsburgh hit on enough, deep balls against that man coverage and that single high as they sold out to stop the run. But Philly's different. They can run it against a loaded box because they've got the quarterback in the run game. So I wouldn't be surprised if they play more bend, don't break. And they force Philadelphia into 10, 12, 14 play drives and then try to come up big in the red zone. That to me is going to be the most interesting thing to watch tonight, because it is a pick your poison situation, and neither one of them seems like a good answer to me. And I'm just a fan. Hopefully they've got a good answer. Offensively, keeping the ball, moving the ball, and having those drives end in points, that's your best defense tonight.
Does Dante Fowler get another sack today? Get closer to double digits?
I mean, he's almost, it's almost even money now that he's going to grab one. He's had one in every one of, 5 out of the last 6 games? Sure, he gets one tonight. What's the over-under, a half?
I'm pulling that up now. I think the over-under would be a half, and I bet that money would be pretty darn close to even with the run that he's been on.
Yeah.
Looking at the secondary, we're going to do bold predictions coming up in just a little bit, and a lot of people are on a Benjamin St-Juste play, whether it's a pick, coming up with a big-time PBU late in the game. What's your confidence in BSJ going into tonight?
I don't think he's as bad as the fan base thinks he is. With that said, he's not a number 1 corner. That's clear. He is, maybe a number 2 corner. He'll benefit from Marshawn Lattimore, who can, take the X on one side, and he can be involved in some zone coverage, with Sanders still and with, Igman Ogeni, et cetera. He just hasn't played with a number 1 corner. He's long, he's tall. There are some physical attributes that you like. He competes. I mean, I'm rooting for him. Tonight it is a tough spot, man. It's a tough spot for all of them. Unless they sit back and say, throw it underneath, run it underneath. And we'll try to come up with a play, or we'll hope that you self-destruct before the red zone or in the red zone. But I don't have a lot of confidence in anybody covering A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith or even Goddard, with what they have out there. I personally don't, but I do have a lot of confidence that Jaden and the offense are going to have a successful night.
All right, Kevin, how confident are you? What's the final score? Do they win? Do they move to 8-3?
I think they can win. You and I talked about this morning. You picked, we both picked close games. I think Washington wins 24-23. I mean, I think they're going to have a chance to win. I think it's a close game. If it's not, but it's not going to be defining one way or the other. Philly's schedule is brutal coming up. They play again late December. I just don't want to see them outclassed. I don't think they will be, because I think the quarterback's good enough to keep that from happening. But I like their chances.
Yeah, you feel good about your chances, right? And does Sirianni do anything? Does he hurt Philadelphia tonight? It feels like Sirianni's just kind of wanting to hurt his team.
He's begging each week for to have somebody let him take points off the board. Let's hope he does it tonight.
Let's hope.
Kevin, appreciate the time. Enjoy this one. Hopefully it's a victory Friday tomorrow morning.
All right, guys. See you in the morning.
Thanks, Kevin.
That is Kevin Sheehan, host of the Kevin Sheehan Show, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday through Friday on the team at 980. All right, when we get back, Toby, we're going to Philadelphia. JP Finley standing by. We'll get his thoughts, kind of his take of what the environment's looking like. It should be a fun one out there. JP Finley on the other side. It's Bernie Gold pregame show with Denton Day, Toby Altizer. Burning Gold pregame show about an hour away from kickoff. Toby Altizer, Denton Day with you on 106.7 The Fan. We're also on YouTube, so you can see our beautiful faces. I did my makeup today, Toby. I hope you did too.
I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
I still think you look good.
Oh, don't lie.
We're going to go out in a couple of moments to Philadelphia. JP Finley is going to jump on with us. And, one of the things I'm really curious, we haven't touched on this yet, is the temperature in Philadelphia. And I bring that up because Jaden Daniels does not have a long history of playing in colder environments. You play your college ball at Arizona State. Now, there were some games where he played, I'm sure, on the road, going to some of those northern schools, Cal, Oregon, where it was a little bit on the colder side. But I looked at the phone. It's 45 degrees as we welcome on JP Finley, who's live in Philadelphia. So, JP, that's where I'm going to start. Just what is it? One, what's the environment like? But how is the temperature like? Jaden Daniels not a guy that's played in a lot of cold weather games. Do you think that could be a problem today?
No, I think there are storylines that we in the media and like as fans maybe blow up too much, and I think that's one of them. Like it's cold. It's cold to me. I'm standing out there since 4:00, but dude, they're gonna be running around. He's gonna be sweating, and he's an elite physical athlete. And like I think, remember the Chiefs Dolphins playoff game that was like -6, and then like -40. That cold matters, but it's 45 degrees. He's a football player. He'll be all right.
Yeah, and
I think TJ Watt hitting him in the chest last week mattered. I think the temperature's not really a thing.
Yeah, and the environment. I mean, you talked about it all week. I mean, this is a guy that's played in big games at LSU, on the road, and SEC environments. It shouldn't have a big factor on him. You think it's a veteran football team with some young guys mixed in? Any concern about going into Philly and performing today?
No, I think they'll respond to it, honestly. That's just kind of how they're wired. Dan Quinn talked about it earlier in the week. He said, these guys understand that the short week sucks, but the short week sucks for both teams, and they'd be ready if it was Wednesday. They'd be ready if it was Friday. And a lot of these guys, and some of the vets too, I think Eckler, Wagner, Hurts, those kind of guys all kind of operate with a chip on their shoulder. And I think, you'll thrive under the hostility of a Philly crowd on a short week. You know what I mean?
Yeah. JP, obviously the tackle's going to be good to go with Corn Lucas, Brandon Coleman, Andrew Wiley, all of them active. But I got a question about Tyler Biadasz. Philadelphia's defensive line, their interior is really the strength of that D-line. And Biadasz was on the injury report with 3 different injuries. What's the feel with him? Do you think he'll be able to kind of withstand Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, whoever gets put in front of him?
Yeah, it's a great question, man. I think he's really been kind of the centerpiece of that rebuild offensive line. I mean, obviously the position, but like he brings a mentality and a toughness. And I made a point of watching him in the locker room this week, and then I watched him warm up today, and he's hurting. He's ginger. Last week he had to come out. I think the fact that he's starting and going into this week, he knows kind of where he's at and what he can withstand. And it's interesting because last week I struggled maybe too strong, but Cam Hayward was a lot for them. And consider that Biadasz was able to shut down Dexter Lawrence twice this year. You wonder if the injuries were part of that. But I also think with Carter and Davis, those guys are. I don't want to say they're not pass rushers because obviously they are, but those guys are more like run stuffers and just kind of disruptors than like getting directly upfield. So it's just a little bit of a different path. I also wonder how much having Brian Robinson helps a banged up O-line. You know what I mean? When you can try to establish your hammer in the run game that you haven't had for a couple weeks.
Well, and then at the tackle position, you got Wiley, you got Coleman, and you've got Corn Lucas. Do we expect to see that rotation back at left tackle? Is that something we're going to see again today with both those guys active?
With Lucas and Coleman?
Yes.
Sorry, somebody just ran by me. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't want to say I know, but Coleman's been playing really well. Now, he ended up on the injury report, too, with his shoulder. But the plan has always been for Coleman to eventually cement that left tackle job as his own. And I kind of think the performances have been such that he's done that. I also think Luke, that ankle was pretty jacked up. Now, he's active and can play for you, but I don't know that you necessarily have to get him in there on a rotational basis. I do think you get Wiley back at right tackle, which is going to help them. And then I think you're in a much better situation if you have Wiley and Coleman, and then you have Luke available as a swing tackle, and then Scott is back to your fourth tackle than last week when Scott's starting,
Well, and how healthy is Wiley?
I watched him warm up. I watched him in practice this week. These guys are warriors, dude. We call out of work when our throat hurts. These are different people. And I think this offensive line has been really impressive. Being in that locker room after the Steelers game, you could tell. Here's what's remarkable is Cosby and Allegretti are quite banged up too. They're just not on the report, but they're all beat up. And that's going to happen in pro football by the time you get to mid-November. And I think they'll all be very ready. Listen, you got to play this game. The short week is what it is, but they'll be very ready for a weekend off, a little extra time.
JP, when I look at the defense and I look at how they match up against Philly's offense, Philly has so many dudes on offense that are playmakers. What is the plan on trying to defend all of these different guys while also stopping the run?
I mean, you tell me, Denton. I think you got to pick where your vulnerabilities are. I'm standing outside of the Commanders' locker room right now. There's a whole lot of yelling going on. It seems about like half the team is already out on the field. So I'm curious what position group's about to come out because they're making a racket. And now you got the Eagles are walking out too. So this is a busy tunnel here. You got to pick your vulnerabilities because Saquon can gash you. A.J. Brown can just go over the top on you. I don't know what they'll do. We didn't get to talk to Joe Witt this week. But if you look at kind of some of the past games where you had similar caliber opponents, they sold out to stop the run in the first half against Baltimore. Zay Flowers carved them up. Then they wanted to slow down Flowers, so Derrick Henry carved them up in the second half. I think you could see something similar. I think the threat of Brown and Devontae Smith against a secondary few people are built to go against A.J. Brown, but damn, Marshawn Lattimore's one of them. You would have loved to have him available tonight. If it's me, you play a lot of too high. You're willing to give up underneath stuff and then hope in the red zone. Jalen Hurts has turned it over a little bit this year. Maybe you hope to slow them down in the red zone, and you hope your offense can keep you ahead. Well, and with B-Rob back, maybe they can stay on the field a little bit longer, control possession a little bit more, get back to what they were doing early in the year with the third down efficiency stuff.
Do you have any confidence they're going to be able to stop the run tonight? I mean, this is a team that hasn't stopped the run very well, but is it a time where Daron Payne steps up, Johnny Newton steps up, and they're maybe able to play the run a little bit better tonight? Or is it something where Washington, if they're going to win tonight, just has to outscore the Eagles?
I think it's more likely the latter, but I mean, I wouldn't say I have no confidence. I like their linebackers. I think they can make some plays. Football's a funny game, and these Thursday games tend to be grinders. So maybe just both these teams are beat up, and nobody's able to really get their offense going. I'm not sure I expect that, but I certainly wouldn't rule it out.
All right, JP, final one from me. Who wins? Did the Commanders get to 8-3 tonight?
Yeah, man. Gonzo with the walk-off winner. I'm calling it.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Real quick, JP, who's the other receiver that's going to step up today? Is it Ertz in a revenge game? Is it Noah Brown, Zacchaeus? Who steps up outside of Terry if they're going to win tonight?
It's a great question. So I don't know if you guys can hear that now, but if you recall, I was saying there's a whole lot of noise coming out of the locker room, and it was the O line and then the D line were having themselves a little
getting fired up,
getting riled up in there.
Love it.
The second receiver tonight, dude. I think everybody's kind of waiting for a Luke breakout. It keeps not happening. I think Zach Ertz, every time he was asked about it, played it very cool about this matchup. I do think this has got to be emotional for him. He's played against the Eagles since his time here, but he's never been back to the link. He had a ton of success here, won a Super Bowl here. It's got to matter. And then I kind of like Eckler as a receiver. I think B-Rob being back on the field, his receiving chops, it should open things up a hair. And then really, I think what would help this team a lot is if Jaden can get back to having some success on the ground. I think that's when this offense is at its best. Pittsburgh, they got none of that. I do worry about these Eagles linebackers because they're both quite good at Dean and Vaughn. So Washington's got their hands full. Doesn't mean they can't win. They can compete with anybody. They've proven that. But they got to play. I think to get the dub tonight, they've got to play their best game of the year. And I think after the way they kind of coughed up the Pittsburgh game, they understand that and they are prepared to kind of take back a win after maybe giving that one away last week.
JP, appreciate the time. Enjoy this one. Hopefully the press box food is good.
It is. Philly does it right. Thanks, boys.
That's JP Finley. He is live in Philadelphia. He's kind enough to give us a few moments there, as you heard from right outside the locker room. Guys getting fired up. I'm getting fired up. I loved his last answer. I think his last answer was the best answer, and I agree with him. I do think that because of the way they lost that game last week to Pittsburgh, this is a group that understands they have to bounce back, and I believe that they will bounce back. On top of that, Jaden plays his best in prime time.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Like, it might not necessarily work out in a win, but I think they're going to go out there and play their best because they understand last week they gave one away. Pittsburgh played and made enough plays to win, but they also had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity and let them all go through their hands metaphorically and literally. And so I think this is a week they come out and play some good football. And if they play their best football, I mean, we were talking about it in the break then. This is a team that in Philadelphia that it feels like, okay, everything is stacked against Washington, but it was stacked against Washington 2 years ago. It was stacked against Washington last year. And you've seen this team go and play well at the Link against the Eagles. Why should it be any different this year when it's a much better football team?
Much better football team, and this Eagles team is not the big bad giant anymore. You're kind of looking eye level with the team that's been really good for a long time in the NFC East. All right, when we get back, if you haven't already, tweet at us your bold predictions for tonight's ball game. We're under an hour away from kickoff at the Denton Day, at Toby Altsizer, at 106.7 The Fan. Give us your bold predictions. We have a couple for you when we get back. Don't go anywhere. The pregame show continues. Washington in Philadelphia. It's a Burning Gold pregame show at Denton Day, Toby Altsizer. Burgundy Gold pregame, Denton Day, Toby Altsizer on 106.7 The Fan. You can watch us on YouTube as well on 106.7's YouTube page. Follow us on Twitter at the Denton Day, at Toby_Altsizer. We're getting into our bold predictions. I asked for some of yours on Twitter. We will get to them. There were a lot of them, and there were a lot of bold predictions, Toby, that revolved around Benjamin St. Juste.
Well, and there's a reason, because it is bold to assume that BSJ is going to play well tonight against A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith. So
it is bold. It is horrifying to think of that matchup. I am hoping that Dan Quinn does not take the fairy tale Disney Channel approach that Ron Rivera did, which is just stick a guy out there and hope that something amazing happens, like he did with Emmanuel Forbes. He shattered that guy's confidence in like week 4 of the season last year. But I'll let you start. I don't know how many you have. I got a couple, but how many? I'll give you the floor. First bold prediction.
Yeah, I'll start with one. Jaden goes for 340 through the air.
That'd be huge.
I think that this defense can be had with some rookies, and I think Terry, he has games against the Eagles. And I know the numbers don't stack up great for this, but I know how big the run game is. We've talked about it. I don't know that they're going to run well with a banged up old line against that interior. And Jaden maybe gets some on the ground if I think they're going to probably play similar, like Kevin said, to what Pittsburgh did. And they're going to play the quarterback more than the running back in the read option game. I think Jaden gets going through the air. I think he finds that second level. I think he finds guys behind the linebacker. I think Terry has a good day, but I think you're going to see some guys step up. Maybe this is the McCaffrey game. I think Ertz maybe has 50 yards, even though none of it's going to come after the catch. I think they get him involved. I think Jaden is going to be good through the air today. So I'll go. He has his career high and goes for 340.
I like that. I'm going to stay for my first bold prediction in a similar lane, but slightly different. I think he has a career high running day.
Okay.
I think he has success with some of the option stuff, and it's because I think Philadelphia with Brian Robinson, in a perfect world, I'm envisioning that Brian Robinson is really going to get the bulk of his carries, or not the bulk, but he's going to get a lot in the first and second quarter to just kind of start the process of them having to respect Brian Robinson in there. And I think eventually there's going to be linebackers or DNs that are crashing in, and they're crashing in too hard. And then eventually Jaden's going to keep it, and he's going to do the work himself. I'm not saying that he's going to have that classic like RG 375-yarder like he did against Minnesota, but I do think that Jaden's going to have some really big plays with his legs, and he's going to go over 100 yards today running the football.
I love it. So maybe we combine ours.
If we combine ours, the Commanders are giving their own Thursday night massacre to Philadelphia. Like 10 years later, they're giving it back to them.
Yeah, my other bold prediction, and it's going to fold into some of our players to watch as well, is I think they keep Saquon under 100. And if you want to get real bold, then maybe you go under 80. I think he finishes around that 70 to 80-yard mark. I think they're going to sell out to stop the run. The big part for me is if you're going to sell out to stop the run, I don't mind giving up a 10-yard completion to A.J. Brown. It just cannot be a 45-yard touchdown. It can't be a 60-yarder. And I think maybe if they combine a little bit of run blitzing with Luvu, trying to fill some gaps in there and maybe get some pressure off of that if they go play action or if they end up passing it. If they can keep it from a huge play, I think that Philly's going to score tonight. If Washington's going to win, they're going to have to put up points.
Yeah,
I think they're going to score regardless, but I think they're going to sell out to stop Saquon. I think they keep him under 100 yards.
So my second and final bold prediction on the defensive side, Dante Fowler gets 2 sacks, and he goes over double digits. He's at 8.5. That's third in the NFL right now. I mean, he has been on such a tear. Hilariously, Aiden Hutchinson is still at the top of the leaderboard, and he hasn't played in like 3 weeks.
Wow.
But Dante Fowler has, I'm not going to use the E word. I think elite is kind of overused, but he is starting to become a guy that is a bit of a game wrecker. He's forced turnovers. He's getting after the quarterback. I think he's going to make Jalen Hurts' life very, very difficult because this, I know this. If you're getting 2 sacks, odds are you're getting to him a lot more than 2 times. It's just the 2 sacks are the ones where you actually bring him down. So I think Dante Fowler goes over double digits and gets 2 sacks today, which would give him 10.5 for the year.
Yeah, I think that would be, if they can get some pressure on Jalen Hurts and you can stuff the run. I mean, it's a tall task. I mean, this is one where you've got to give a credit to the coaching staff because everything roster-wise points to Philly tonight. But
yeah,
I think you feel good with the way that this team has played and the way that they've been coached. So if Dante Fowler can get going again, he's been really good coming off that edge, especially not necessarily in the run game as much, but in the pass game. I think those guys being able to get home with 4 or 5, because I think they're going to play the run, maybe guys in the box, but they're going to play over the top as well. It's going to be intriguing to see if they can find any success against that offense tonight.
That it certainly will be. So we asked for some of the listeners on Twitter to weigh in here. Here's one of my favorite. Judd says he thinks Benjamin St. Juste is going to have a pick, which
Love it.
Love it. But he adds a special team score. That'd be great.
Okay.
I mean, Austin Eckler has been so close.
Can I be okay with Zacchaeus just catching the punts? Like, just catch it. Fair catch everything, just catch it.
Just catch it and don't let it hit the ground.
Is that a bold prediction that Zacchaeus catches every punt on the first try?
That should be a normal prediction. that should be the bare minimum, but unfortunately it has not been. Kwame says Jaden's going to throw for 400.
Love
so
it.
He's following you. He says he's going to have a big game from Jaden. My guy Dish says that Benjamin St. Juste is going to get a pick while guarding A.J. Brown.
Okay. That'd be big. Do we think that Jahan Dotson gets involved as a revenge game? We talk about Ertz.
God, I hope not. Oh, my God. I think Twitter would implode after everyone has spent, 10 weeks into the season, just flaunting how Adam Peters fleeced Howie Roseman. If Jahan goes for 90 and 2 tutties, life is going to be miserable on social media.
I kind of feel like Sirianni's the type that might be a little petty and might try and get Jahan into the end zone. So please keep him out of the end zone tonight.
Please. Brendan says 3+ turnovers in this one run-dominant game. Washington wins by multiple scores. And then my guy Arun tweets at me and says that he thinks that Jaden's going to have that RG3 kind of run. Maybe not the 75-yarder, but a big run that's going to help the Commanders get a big-time win. So I like a lot of these bold predictions. We certainly had some bold ones here. But it's time now, Toby, to lock in. And we're going to do that with Baldino's Lock and Key player to lock in on. Baldino's Lock and Key is your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com. I'll let you take an offensive player and a defensive player. Who are you going to lock in on for tonight?
Well, defensively, I'm going to start because I think it's going to be key. I talked about under 100 rushing yards. I think Daron Payne needs to play big tonight. They've moved him all around that defensive line the last couple of weeks, whether it's at edge rush or leaving him as normal defensive tackle. He needs to be a monster alongside Johnny Newton, but specifically Payne. You're getting paid a lot of money. Make a big impact tonight, specifically in the run game. I think if he can play big, then you feel better about your chances. Offensively, it's got to be Brian Robinson. It's got to be B-Rob. I know I talk about Jaden really airing it out. I think partially that's because I don't know that they're going to be able to get B-Rob going. But if they can get B-Rob going, I think there's a clear path to win this football game. You hold the ball, the same kind of game plan that you've had the last couple of years going to Philly. I think it still applies here, even though you're a much better offense. Hold the ball, let your offense do a lot of the work and the heavy lifting. And if they can just turn around and hand it to B-Rob tonight, I think they'll do that as much as possible. So defensively, I think stopping the run, Daron Payne, I sound very Chris Russell-ish. Stop the run and run the football. But I think that's the key tonight. Stop the run with Payne and hand the ball off to B-Rob.
So for me on defense, I'm going to give you the same player that I gave out last week. I'm saying Quan Martin. When you look at the way this Philadelphia team is set up, if you are going to commit to stopping the run, you're basically asking Quan Martin to be the center fielder out there and be over-the-top help on both A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Now, I don't know that they're going to stack 8 in the box every single play to stop Saquon Barkley, but I know that Quan Martin is going to have a very important role because you do not have Marshawn Lattimore and because you do not have a guy that you can look at and say, lockdown number 11, lockdown number 6. Although I do think Mikey Sanderson will play very well against Devontae Smith in the snaps that he gets against him. But I'm going to say Quan Martin is the guy I'm looking at on defense. And then I'm gonna fall into the storyline here, Toby. I'm saying Zach Ertz on offense.
Love it.
I need a revenge game from Zach Ertz, but I also need a bounce back game. I really look at that drop that he had late in the ball game as that was kind of a defining drop. I think if he catches that football, Washington scores a touchdown there rather than a field goal, and you lost by 1, you left 4 points on the board. That's basic math. I'm not a great math guy, but I can do that math. So I think Zach Ertz has a big bounce back game in Philadelphia. I'm going full-blown revenge game for Zach Ertz, so I'm locking in on him.
Yeah, I think Ertz is going to be fun to watch tonight, and I think he's going to be a big part of this offense, working inside the middle there. You got young corners on the outside. I'm curious what they're going to do, but Zach Ertz work in the middle of the field. If they're able to get some pass rush, he can be that security blanket for Jaden, and I think they're going to try to get him some stuff. This is an emotional game, whether he wants to downplay it or this is an emotional game for him going back to Philly where he had so much success. I'd love to see them get him heavily involved today.
All right, when we get back, we will do our windows of opportunities. Plus, the Sports Junkie is going to swing by. We'll get their thoughts on the game and whether or not Washington jumps to 8-3 on the season. 30 minutes away from kickoff. It's a Burgundy Gold pregame show with Detonate Toby Altizer on 106.7 The Fan. It's a Burgundy Gold pregame show on 106.7 The Fan, the Odyssey app, and the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. Denton Day, Toby Altizer with you. 30 minutes from kickoff, Washington with an opportunity to get to 8-3. That record doesn't even seem real when talking about the Commanders, but the opportunity is there. All they got to do is beat Philadelphia in Philadelphia on Thursday night. We'll have our window of opportunities coming up here in about 12 minutes, as well as predictions. But it's time now to get the junkies involved here. Have the fellas step in here, talk to us about what they see playing out tonight and whether or not the Commanders get to 8-3.
All right, boys. Biggest game of the year. Washington in Philadelphia to take on the Eagles. Winner in sole possession of first place. Of course, the Commanders coming off the tough loss against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Eagles have won 5 in a row. They're starting to roll, Cakes.
But I questioned some of those teams, actually a lot of those teams, 80% of them in that 5-game win streak. The only team that's a really quality outfit of those 5 is the Cincinnati Bengals. So you can beat up on teams like the Giants and the Jags. I'm not going to be that impressed. If somehow the Eagles just handle the Commanders tonight and dominate from start to finish and somehow beat the Commanders like 31-17, I'll say, okay, really good win. But I'm raising my eyebrow at this current win streak by the Philadelphia Eagles.
The thing that I'd worry about is Marshawn Lattimore's not back.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they trade for him. Right. I know, but back from his injury.
Yeah.
So he's not playing, right? We saw last week that the Commanders and their secondary will allow big plays.
Mm-hmm.
In the league, I think they're 26th defensively in terms of allowing big plays. The Eagles are 3rd. I'm worried about what A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and those guys will do against this secondary.
Here's why I'm slightly optimistic in that regard. There's no chance Emmanuel Forbes is taking the field this season. And we saw what a big mismatch that was last year. Now, is Benjamin St-Juste a much better option? Only because he's bigger and more physical in stature than a little shrimp like Emmanuel Forbes. So I think he'll at least be able to slow A.J. Brown down a little bit more than Forbes could. If I'm Philly, I'd be worried about Devontae Smith with a hamstring injury, even though he doesn't have a designation heading into tonight. Dallas Goedert's been dealing with an ankle injury as well. But the main thing for Philly is we're just going to run the ball down your throat. The Commanders have proven, for the most part this season, they can't stop the run, though they did a pretty good job of it this past week against the Steelers. They're going to have to stop the two-headed monster of Barkley and Hurts tonight to have a chance to win.
Listen, I think that the Eagles rightly should be favored. There's certainly nothing I could say to really diminish the team other than Cakes' point about who they've beaten. But you could say the same thing about the Commanders. But I just feel like we're going to play better than we did last week. I feel like they have something to prove. Jaden had a kind of a rough first half. There were so many drop passes. I think Johnny Newton kind of had a moment there at the end of the game. But I think they're going to come together. And look, I think it's going to be difficult. I think the key to the game, like it often is against great teams, is how many punts can we force?
Mm-hmm.
How many times can we get them like in a 3-and-out situation in a perfect world? If we can do that 3 or 4 times, I think we can win this game. I think we're going to score. I'm very encouraged that we had an off week last week against one of the best teams in the league, and we only lost to them by a point, and we scored 27. So if we play our A game, we're basically averaging 30 points a game. So they're going to have to score probably more than 30 to beat us. Are they capable of it? Sure. But I think it's going to be a very, very close game, and I think it's going to go down to the wire.
We haven't talked about the return of Brian Robinson. I think that's a big factor for Washington's offense. I think they're going to want to try and, dominate the time of possession. I just think it's going to be tough. When I look at this matchup, kind of in a simple version, I think both teams are going to score, but I do think that Philly's got the better defense.
Mm-hmm.
So I like Washington. I like Philly to win and Washington to lose their second straight. I think it's going to be 31-21. I think Washington's going to have a tough time stopping that Eagles offense.
I think Washington goes on the road, pulls the upset. I have the Commanders 31-28. This is the type of spotlight game that Jaden Daniels just looks like he was born to play in. Like island game, national TV, prove yourself against, one of the better teams in the NFC. And I think he hasn't scored a rushing touchdown in 6 games. I think that changes tonight. Cliff Kingsbury and the offensive staff know that he needs to be able to run the ball effectively for this offense to hit on all cylinders. I like the Commanders to upset the Eagles tonight.
Cakes, I'm going to go against what I've said all week. I'm going to be right there with you, baby. I'm going to take my boys. 34-31, high-scoring affair. I think both offenses are really, really tough to slow down. And I just think there's something special, something magical about Jaden. I think this team has something to prove. I'm going to take my boys 34-31.
I like the positive heel turn from EB.
I just changed my mind right before the game.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I think we'll call it a bickle. You can't be wrong. He picked the Eagles on one show, and he picks the Commanders on another show. That's how we see it. Back to you, boys.
All right, EB. I like it.
I like it.
I like it. Question I had for you. I was thinking about this as we were listening to JP Finley. Do you think this is the week where the Commanders maybe look to take the ball first? It feels like every time they win the toss, they elect to receive in the second half, which I like because I think it provides you an opportunity to double, and it can either blow a game completely out of the water or still keep you in a game. But do you think because the nature of this one and what Philadelphia's offense is, they might look to take the ball first?
I don't think so. I think the way that Dan Quinn coaches his football team, every game is the same. And
I hope you're right, by the way.
I think he looks at it, even though we're looking at it as a big spot and they all understand it's a big spot, I don't think they're going to change anything that they've done. I think they try to go about business the same every single week. And in turn, it allows the players to get, not go too high or too low for each game. I think they'll still be the same, but I don't know about you, Denton. You got Bobby Wagner showing up looking like the Penguin, about to kill the hopes and dreams of Philadelphia tonight. I feel good. I feel good.
I mean, if he sets a metaphorical fire to Philly tonight, I'm completely all for that. But I think you're right. I hope that is the case. One, because I love the idea of receiving in the second half. I think it gives you a lot more power than starting the game 7-0 because you can easily kind of rebound from that. Whereas if you take it as a 3-point game, I feel like you have a lot of opportunities there on the back end.
I think too, like, yes, you're right about the advantage you get, obviously, of having the ball in the second half. But if you can get a stop early and then score, that's even more of a momentum shift than just an early touchdown.
Right. 100%. That even keel mentality, that starts, I think, with the quarterback. But then you mentioned the coaching staff as well. Everybody seems to be on the same wavelength. And with that, it makes them very, very difficult to beat. When we get back, our keys to the game, and then we're 15 minutes from kickoff, baby. Don't go anywhere. 15 minutes from kickoff in what is the most important game in certainly Commanders history, but the most important game in franchise history, Toby, in at least 8 years, probably more close to 12 years.
It's been a long time. I mean, the Commanders are in a driver's seat for a playoff spot already, but if they win this game, they're in the driver's spot for a home playoff game because they're going to win the division possibly. And so this one's a huge one. You go up to Philadelphia, you're banged up. If you can win this one, this isn't just a huge boost in terms of your ability and positioning. This is a huge boost in morale. If they win this one with some extra time off going into the next game against Dallas, you feel really good about your chances of having a great season.
I'll take it one step further. They win this one, they're still at least in the conversation for the potential of a first round bye. That's likely gonna be Detroit, because I don't know that I can find 3 more losses on Detroit's schedule.
Yeah, especially when they can throw 5 picks and still win.
But you're at least in that conversation still if you're Washington. A home playoff game, I mean, we haven't seen a lot of those before.
No.
Not a ton in FedEx. It would be nice in the first year Northwest Stadium to get one there. All right, let's get to our windows of opportunity, our keys to the game. It's presented by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no-pressure in-home estimate or at thewindowman.com's Fairfax showroom. All right, Toby, keys to the game on offense and on defense. Let's start with the offensive side of the football.
Yeah, you can't turn the football over. I think a key defensively is you're probably going to need to get 1 or 2. This team hasn't turned the ball over, but you cannot tonight. You can't start turning the ball over. They've done a really good job, and this goes to special teams as well, OZ. You cannot turn the football over. And so if they can keep it so that Philly has to drive the length of the field, you give yourself a much better shot. So no turnovers tonight. I think you have to establish the run. I think you need to get B-Rob going. I'm giving him 18, 20, 22 touches, whatever it takes. I mean, this is a guy, he's going to get some extra rest. He's playing tonight. Ride B-Rob. I think B-Rob is the key to a win tonight. I think that Jaden's still going to air it out. I think it's going to be a lot of longer passes. You know, my bold prediction earlier, him throwing for 340. I think a lot of it's going to be through the air deep in the passing game. But I think it still runs through B-Rob tonight. So get that run game going, but do not turn the ball over.
Key number 1 for me, I need to see some hands on offense. Last week, half the roster showed up with their Walmart hands. I need some Dick's Sporting Goods hands, some Modell. I don't know if Modell Sporting Goods still even exists, but it did when I was a kid. I need some Sporting Goods hands. I can't see no Dollar Tree, Dollar General hands out there. There were too many drop passes last week, and it really hindered their ability to score late in the game. I mean, it felt like everybody not named Terry McLaurin was dropping passes. Now, Terry's making crazy catches, but I need guys to, when they are throwing the ball deep, they ran something on the pregame show on Amazon. It said that Jaden is completing 59% of his passes that travel 10 or more yards. That's second in the NFL behind only Lamar Jackson. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty darn good. You got to help your quarterback out. There were a couple of times last week he was delivering some dimes, and whether it was penalties or drops or whatever, guys were not making plays for their quarterback. You have to make plays for your quarterback. Everyone that we have had on today has said if the Commanders win tonight, they have to play their best game of the season. I agree with that, and that starts on offense with catching the football.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we talked about earlier, someone needs to step up. We know Terry's going to show up. Who is the other guy? We don't know, and neither does Philly. So that gives everyone an opportunity to be that guy tonight, whether it's Ertz, whether it's McCaffrey, Noah Brown, De'Ami Brown, Zacchaeus. Someone step up. That's 5-6 guys right there that can make a big impact tonight. One of them needs to step up to help out Terry.
All right, key number 2 on offense.
Yeah, I think that keeping Jaden upright. They're going to get some pressure up the middle likely, but if you can keep him comfortable, I think he can carve it up. Like I said, I feel like they're going to be able to throw the ball tonight. I know they've got rookie corners on the outside, and their numbers look fine. This team's done well through the air against Philadelphia for whatever reason over the last couple of years. I think they can find success once again. It's keeping Jaden upright so that he's going to have to figure out what Fangio's doing. Don't make it so that he's also having to worry about where those pass rushers are coming from. Keep Jaden upright. Give him the time tonight. It's a banged-up O-line, but if they can give him some time, I think Jaden can carve him up.
My second key, I need long drives. I need long, sustained drives, keeping Philly on the sideline, but the long, sustained drives almost always result in points. And if you look at the drive chart from last week against Pittsburgh, they had that start where it was 3 and out, touchdown because of a short field, 3 and out. They only had 2 drives that were 7 or more plays, where it felt like in the beginning of the season, and what really made them such a bastard to compete against was because they were consistently having 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 play drives. And when you're doing that, you're also eating up sometimes 8, 9 minutes of clock, and you're scoring touchdowns, and you're scoring on almost every single drive. I need to see that version of the Commanders tonight. And that kind of takes into consideration what you have said, what I have said in terms of catching the football, running the football, allowing Jaden to make plays. But you need to have long, sustained drives. Philadelphia is one of the only teams in the NFL, and certainly in the NFC, that does have the offensive firepower to compete in a track meet with you. Because a lot of the other teams on Washington's schedule, if you're scoring 35, they're not touching you. They just don't have that kind of offense. So that means you need to limit their possessions. You do that with long drives. So if they can get themselves in a position where they have multiple double-digit drives in terms of plays, I think they're going to put themselves in a really, really strong position to win the game. It's easier said than done on the road in Philadelphia, but I think the offense is very much capable of doing it.
Yeah, I mean, that's when this team has been at its best this year, is when you're having those 10 to 12 play drives. It's eating away at the clock. It's giving the defense some rest, and that's leaning on the run game. And I think those things go hand in hand. I think that makes a lot of sense tonight. Those long, sustained drives help out both sides of the ball equally.
All right, I'm going to shift to defense here, unless you have any more on offense.
No, I'm good.
All right, let's shift to defense. What's your first key of the game here for Washington to jump to 8-3?
Yeah, to me, the question I asked Sheehan earlier was, who you more scared of, Saquon or A.J. Brown? Or who you defending?
Yeah.
To me, it's Saquon. At least with A.J. Brown, there's a chance Jalen Hurts throws an inaccurate pass. There's a chance there's a mistake. Nope. I am going to make sure that Saquon is not getting off.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot have him wrecking the game. And so I'm selling out to stop the run. I'm not going to put my guys in jeopardy, but number one to me is stop Saquon Barkley. Find a way. He's going to get his yards, but it can't be 140 on the ground. If you can hold him to 80 or 90, you like your chances.
And please, for the love of God, don't go viral.
Yeah.
Don't get
You know
jumped
what?
over backwards.
If you get jumped over backwards, I can't even fault you, man. He's unreal.
If you see him leap, you have to make him pay for it. If your 2 feet are leaving the earth, you better come down with a thud, and not because you're doing the splits in midair. So
Yes.
don't become a viral meme. My first key on defense is you have to play disciplined, and that's a couple of different things. That's rush lane discipline. That's making sure that when you're playing contain on a Saquon, you're not crashing too much to let him bump it outside, whether you're a DB, a linebacker, an end, whatever your role is. You got to play disciplined football, but on top of that is the penalties. There were a bunch of bad penalties, poorly timed penalties last week against Pittsburgh. Obviously, the Johnny Newton thing, that's something he's going to learn from. But even in the beginning of the game, the Jeremy Chin roughing the passer on Russell Wilson that takes it from a 3rd and 10 where they don't really have a rhythm offensively in Pittsburgh and then gives them a new set of downs. They go on and score. Those things matter. So you have to play disciplined football. You got to avoid pass interferences. I can't predict what the refs are going to do in terms of the ticky-tacky calls situation. Some crews are going to let you play. Some crews, as we kind of saw last week, are going to be a little bit more nuanced about that. But you got to play smart. You got to play disciplined. You cannot give this Philadelphia offense free plays, new sets of downs that they didn't earn. So you got to play disciplined football. You are limited talent-wise on defense. We knew that from the jump. We've known that the entire season, right? They're 7-2 because the quarterback's awesome, not because defensively they're a juggernaut. You're limited talent-wise on defense, so you have to take advantage of plays, and you can't just be giving things away.
Yeah, my number 2 key defensively is, and this is the Dan Quinn and Joe Witt Jr., don't put your guys in bad spots.
Mm-hmm.
We saw that all the time, and you think back to last year, Forbes is one-on-one with A.J. Brown. That was always a bad spot. I don't care who it is. I don't care if you had Sauce Gardner right away as a rookie. That's a bad spot. Don't put your guys in bad spots. Don't have BSJ on an island tonight against A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith or Sanders Still or Igbenogany. Doesn't matter. Don't put your guys in bad spots. Guys are going to have to make plays tonight because you're going to have to try to defend Saquon and Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. People are going to get open. People are going to make plays for Philadelphia. But don't allow the backbreaker, and in turn, don't put your guys in position to give up those plays. So I think tonight you play conservative in the passing game. I think, like Kevin said, this is a bend, don't break sort of game. You play conservative in the passing game, but don't let Saquon get off in the run game, and I think you like your chances. They're probably still going to score 30, but you just hold them from getting up into the 40s and maybe even the 50s.
Yeah, this is not a Disney Channel game.
No.
I don't need some hero coming out off the bench, Emmanuel Forbes getting no. I'll take a Zach Ertz revenge game. I don't need an Emmanuel Forbes redemption game. That is not what we need here. Ron was into the fairy tales and he wants great stories. No. So I'm with you there. I don't want any of that. What I do want is turnovers. This is the obvious one, but they did a good job last week of forcing turnovers, albeit that fourth down thing, that wasn't their decision. That was just because a guy dropped a pass. But Chin was picking Russell Wilson off. You got to find ways to force turnovers. And when Jalen Hurts got his contract in Philadelphia, it's because he wasn't turning the football over. He got paid. He started turning the football over. Can't fault him. You got paid. That money's guaranteed. It's coming to you. And he's been doing a good job turning the football over this year for Philadelphia. It's one of the reasons they have been in games that they really shouldn't have. I mean, they should have shellacked Jacksonville. That was a close game where Trevor Lawrence had an opportunity to win it towards the end of it. So if you can force Philadelphia to make mistakes and really force Nick Sirianni to use his brain. If Nick Sirianni is going to use his brain, you're in a really good spot because that brain is not exceptionally big. Yeah, he seems to be a very low IQ person.
Yeah, just keep this game close and let Sirianni blow it.
If you give him the opportunity, he will. He'll be talking to a fan. Maybe he'll see Grant in the stands and he'll be talking back and forth with Grant. He's going to find ways to make things a lot more difficult for Philadelphia than it needs to be. But you have to force turnovers, and then really what it comes down to is you got to capitalize on the turnovers. If you're going to get a short field, it has to result in 6. It can't result in 3. Not this week. When you're playing Tennessee in a couple weeks, you might be able to escape with 3 points because that team is atrocious. Philadelphia is not. This is one of the best teams in the NFC. They're playing like one of the best teams in the NFC. If you force them to turn the football over, you have to make them pay for it. And I do think there will be opportunities. Also, I guess key 3, catch the football if Jalen Hurts throws it to you. I mean, I don't want no Carlos Rod. Again, this kind of goes back to my first thing. No Walmart hands out there. I know defensive guys aren't great with catching the football. No Walmart hands. I need to see some interceptions out there.
Yeah, I mean, just take advantage of your opportunities when they're there. I mean, last week, if they take advantage of just one of about 6 or 7 opportunities you can think of, then they win that football game. When the opportunities are there, make the plays. That's what winning football teams do. And they were just short last week. They came up just short. I think they're going to have opportunities today, whether it's to catch a deep ball from Jaden, whether it's to pick off Jalen Hurts, make a tackle in the open field against Saquon Barkley. Guys need to make plays. And, looking on paper, this Philadelphia team is better than Washington. There's no question about that. This Philadelphia team is right up there, in my opinion, in terms of talent with the Detroit Lions type of team in the NFC. But this is an opportunity. If you're one of these guys, go out there and make the plays that are in front of you, whether it's finding a way to get Saquon on the ground. It's just go about, do your responsibilities. I think Dan Quinn of Joe Witt, specifically defensively, have done a good job of at least giving their guys the chance. I don't know that they have the dudes. That's why I think they've struggled. But I think structure-wise, scheme-wise, they're fine. These guys just need to make the plays tonight. You're in the spot, make the play.
They look clean and they're all whites.
They look good. Nice
uniform game. All whites. You got the Philadelphia, I guess, midnight green or whatever the hell they call it over there. Pretty good uniform game.
I like the Kelly greens.
I don't mind them. I think they're black uniforms for Philly are my favorite. I do like these all whites, though.
Call me crazy, but we were talking about this a little earlier. It's on my bucket list to go to a game with the Link. A little crazy?
A little bit. But you got to do some things that scare you to live a meaningful life, right? I think that's
right.
I was told that once, so I guess that would make you trying to live a meaningful life. All right, here we go. It's prediction time. We are a couple minutes away from kickoff here. Our predictions are presented by Miss Utility. Remember to contact Miss Utility before you dig. Every dig, it's the law. Visit missutility.net or call 811. Toby, who wins?
EB stole mine with his positive heel turn. I'm going 34-31 Washington. I think this one's close. I think it's going to go up and down the field, back and forth, but I trust Washington's offense. I really do. I think they're going to find ways to move the football all game long. Those long sustained drives, like you were saying, I think can be a key if they want to make it a little bit larger of a margin of victory. But I think they find a way to get it done. JP said a last-second field goal. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. 34-31 Washington.
I wish I was as optimistic as you. I hope I am wrong. I don't think it goes that way. I think this Philadelphia team squeezes one out. I do think it'll be close, but I actually think the number is going to be kind of short in terms of total points. I think it's going to be 24-20. I think Philadelphia wins. God, I hope I'm wrong. I hope Jaden hangs 21 in the first quarter and we're just balling out. We were on the receiving end of the Monday Night Massacre a couple years ago. It would be very nice if we were on the delivering end of a Thursday night. I guess massacre doesn't work there. What's a T? Thursday night teardown.
Takedown,
yeah. Thursday night takedown. Something where you just obliterate somebody inside your division. I hope that comes tonight, but I'm not feeling optimistic. I think Philadelphia gets this one, and Washington falls to 7-4 on the season. When we get back, we will have kicked off in Philadelphia, Washington, Philly. Battle of the NFC East, biggest game of the year so far. Don't go anywhere. Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live continues. Underway in Philadelphia, Burgundy Gold Game Day, Dent Day, Toby Altsizer on a Thursday night. Washington looking to get to 8-3. This is a battle of the two best in the NFC East, two of the best in the NFC period. And I think we kind of expected something like this to happen, Toby, but naturally on the first play of scrimmage for Philadelphia, they give the ball to Jahan Dotson. It's their biggest play of the first drive. He gets 8 yards on first down.
I mean, what'd you expect? Nick Sirianni's petty. I mean, I probably would have done something like that too. But I mean, come on, 8 yards. I mean, that might be the only time he touches the ball today, though, Den. If we're going off of what has happened so far in their season, that might be the only time that Jahan touches the ball.
I think you might be right. I mean, we'll keep an eye out on him. They're only running 3 receiver sets, and he seems to be on the field. I don't know how much he's normally on the field, but he sure seems like he's on the field a bunch so far today. They do end up getting a first down on 2nd and 2. Jalen Hurts looks for Saquon Barkley, doesn't find it, but on 3rd and 2, they run it with Barkley out of the shotgun. But a big injury on that play. Landon Dickerson goes down for Philadelphia. Now, he did walk off on his own power, but that's a pretty big loss, a significant loss if he's not ready to go for the remainder of this game, Toby. You bring a rookie in, or a second-year player, rather, who played at Alabama in, but Landon Dickerson has been a really important piece on the interior of that offensive line. And if you look at Washington's defensive line with Deron Payne, Johnny Newton, and all these guys, that's kind of their strength. So without Landon Dickerson, that could be an opportunity for Washington to take advantage of.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a heck of an offensive line. So anybody that goes out, especially with them getting Mailata back, any chance you can to get an advantage against that O-line is going to be good. I would think that he might return. He was able to walk off, like you said. It looked like he got rolled up a little bit there. But if he's not able to return, that's a big opportunity up the middle for this defense to have some leverage with Newton and with Payne and guys making a difference in the run game.
And they are running the football well with Saquon Barkley. He has 2 carries for 7 yards. He picks up 40 yards on the ensuing first down. That gets him to a 2nd and 6, which, again, Jalen threw to Jahan Dotson. So we're getting some Jahan Dotson love from Jalen Hurts. They pick up the first down on 3rd and 6 with A.J. Brown. He's going to be a nightmare tonight. I'm not looking forward to it at all. He just had a huge play for 25 yards. I'm not looking forward to the A.J. Brown experience tonight.
Well, and this is stuff that they're going to run all night. It's a little bit of a zone read, RPO action with a slant in behind. Look like Sanders still is in man coverage. He beats him inside, hits him on a slant. This is why I think it's so important that they play disciplined, like you were saying earlier. Just find ways to eliminate those big gains. If you can hold them to having to, as much as you talk about long drives for Washington, make Philly have to put together long drives as well. No long explosive plays. And they, for the most part, have done that this drive, but then you get A.J. Brown in open space. Nobody wants to tackle that guy in the secondary.
Nobody.
They're going to have to do a better job on him. It's already just one drive, and you're already seeing that this could be a big night for A.J. Brown.
I mean, I love Mikey. I think Mikey's a hell of a football player. I do not want to see him on A.J. Brown. And it's nothing to do about cover skills. It's none of that. It's the fact that A.J. Brown is a legitimate animal in comparison to Mikey Sanders. Still, Mikey's a great player, but I mean, the guy is legitimately nearly a foot taller than he is.
Yeah, he's
I don't know what you're supposed to do against him.
Yeah, he's a small guy, and I mean, honestly, the dude that matches up the best to A.J. Brown in terms of body type is Benjamin St. Juste. Dare I say it?
I don't know how much we want to see that one.
I just think you've got to be careful today, and to me, this is one where the defense just can't lose this ball game. You know, there have been chances for them to win it a couple of times, and today, this is an offensive game. The offense has been kind of the driving force of this team all year long. I think today, if they're going to win, it's the offense. They're going to have to outscore Philly, and that's why it gets key here. You know, they're down getting inside scoring range here, just outside the red zone. You've got to hold them to 3. If you hold them to 3, you like your chances. But if you're going to give up touchdowns, I mean, it could be a long night.
Washington stopped Saquon Barkley for a loss of 2 on a first down from their 23. And then on the very next play, Philadelphia gets called for a holding penalty, which forces them to a 2nd and 22. That's crucial. Like as good as A.J. Brown has looked on this drive so far, Toby, when Jalen Hurts is not throwing to A.J. Brown, he kind of looks a little flustered.
It looks like Jalen Hurts. Like, I mean, I think Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback, but he's not a great quarterback. And so don't make him look like one tonight. I mean, whenever he's had to hold the ball, like you said, past his first read, it hasn't been anything spectacular. It's just you've got to take care of the simple stuff. And if you make Jalen Hurts beat you through the air, if he does it, you shake his hand, you tip your cap. I would take my chances of Jalen Hurts having to create and win this thing himself.
I think I would like those chances as well. It brings up a 3rd and 22 because on 2nd and 22, he's unable to find. I don't know who he's looking for. It looked like they were setting up a screen.
Yeah, an aborted screen to the right, nothing there.
And Washington did a really good job of reading it, which kind of speaks to the discipline. They run a draw on 3rd and 22, which means they're going to bring the field goal unit out here. And Washington potentially holding Philadelphia to 3, which, given how dynamic we thought this Philadelphia offense was, that's a pretty decent start for the Washington defense.
Anytime you can hold them to 3, you're going to feel good. I'm serious. It doesn't matter where the drive starts because I don't have a whole lot of confidence at all in this defense, Denton, against good football teams. You know, even looking back to last week against Pittsburgh, I didn't think Pittsburgh was particularly good offensively. So, you know, it wasn't shocking to me that they were able to hold them in check. This Philly team is good offensively. So this is a real test for them today. Anytime you can hold them to 3, or in this case, a Jake Elliott miss.
Yeah, I was going to say they're
better.
good offensively. They could use some work on special teams. Jake Elliott, 44 yards, hooks it left, baby. 0-0 the score. That's a huge win for Washington's defense. That holding penalty on Philadelphia completely squandered any chance of them to put points up.
And that was a heck of a defensive play regardless, because Jalen Hurts had plenty of time. He rolled out. There was nothing there. Obviously, get the holding penalty, but he dumps it in the flat. One-on-one, Sanders still makes a tackle on the running back. Obviously, that could, was negated regardless by the holding penalty, but that was something that you could have almost considered declining for Washington because they played it so well. And those are the sorts of opportunities, one-on-one, even if it's not Saquon Barkley, it's Kenny Gainwell, someone in the flat. You're going to have to make those tackles today. Jalen Hurts, to me, he's a good quarterback, but if you make him go out there and beat you, he doesn't like to throw over the middle of the field. He tries to never put the ball in harm's way, but he does occasionally. I mean,
he almost turned the ball over on that second down. He just he's YOLOing it, but he doesn't get it out of the field of play.
Yeah, it just seems like everything on paper looks great for this Philly team. But I don't – we were talking about this in a break. It feels like Washington should be intimidated going into this. It feels like that.
It feels like that.
I don't think they are.
They are not.
I don't know as a fan if anyone feels like that, because this is a team that, like you mentioned last week against Jacksonville, who's one of the worst teams in the NFL. It's not like they blew them out of the waters. It's a short week. You like your chances. You got Jaden Daniels. Like, as crazy as it sounds, Jaden gives you confidence in any matchup you go into.
Any single matchup.
Anyone.
They were in it with Baltimore, couple penalties, right? It does not matter who is on the other team. I don't care what color. I don't care what player. I don't care who their coach is. If you got 5, you're in a game.
I don't know if I felt this at least in 12 years, maybe not even in my entire life, Den, when it comes to this football team. You go into games and sometimes you feel like there's a shot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I think they could win. Anytime that Jaden steps on this field now, there's a confidence.
It's different.
It's different. It's not like, oh, they could win. It's like, oh, they will win.
Oh, I'm expecting them to win.
Exactly. The expectations have changed. I think Barry Svrluga wrote a great lead in his article the other day, basically saying that, look, last week was disappointing because the expectations around this team have changed.
Mm-hmm.
If this were last year and they played Pittsburgh like that, it would have been, woohoo, they played them close. Not this year. It's changed, and I think the expectations carry over. I think a lot of fans, despite the line all week basically favoring Philadelphia, and you said moved even a little right before kickoff.
Yeah.
I don't think it mattered to Washington fans. They feel like they should go in here and win.
And I agree with them. We'll see what the offense can do. They're starting at their own 34 because of the miss, so pretty decent field position. Our first look at Jaden Daniels when we get back. Nothing. The score 10 minutes to go in quarter number 1. It is a Bernie Gold Game Day Live presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Jake Elliott, 8th year in the league. Plucked him off the Cincinnati practice squad back in 17. And the kick is no good. Elliott has missed a few this year, and the crowd lets him know it.
Already got some boobirds out there in Philadelphia.
I love it. Keep it coming.
I'll take it. I hope Jake Elliott misses a few more today. He missed the 44-yarder. Unfortunately, Washington's offense did nothing with it. A quick 3 and out. These are becoming a little too common now, Toby. On a 1st and 10, Jaden found Austin Eckler for a gain of 5. I thought it was a great play by Eckler to get some yards. It shortened up the 2nd down, made it a lot more manageable. But then the problem was on 2nd and 5, B-Rob only gets a gain of 1. Puts you into a 3rd and 4, and Jaden's looking for Noah Brown. I think it would consider a turnover-worthy throw because Zach Vaughn gets his hands on it. Thankfully, Jaden threw it a little bit behind Noah Brown. If he threw it in front of him, he was going to get decapitated. But still, not a great start for Washington. 3 and out, they give the ball right back to Philly.
Yeah, 2nd and 5, there was just no push. Brian Robinson running right into a wall on the right side there. There was nothing there. So you're right. This is where it's been difficult. This offense, early in the season, what they were so good at was there was never a 3 and out. The ball always moved. It felt like every single time they touched the ball, they were into a scoring position. It's been far too often now that they're throwing out these 3 and outs. And to start a ball game after your defense, I wouldn't say came up with a stop, but at least you had a chance for some momentum there with a missed field goal. You're not able to at least pick up a 1st down and flip some field position. Not great. Tressway with a nice punt to pin them inside their 20, but you'd like to see the offense start a little bit better. It seems like early in the season at times they would start a little bit slow and Jaden would look a little bit, I wouldn't say just uncomfortable early.
Right.
And I don't know. I mean, we'll see how it goes, but you've got to get something going offensively.
You just can't put the defense back on the field quickly.
Exactly.
I mean, that drive took 1 minute and 15 seconds.
The way to win this game is not by putting the defense out there all game long. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, no, it certainly is not. Now, they played relatively decent so far today against this Philadelphia offense when they're not throwing to A.J. Brown. I mean, Philadelphia started at their 9-yard line. They did get Landon Dickerson back. He had exited on that first drive with what looked like a lower body injury. They showed a video of him squatting on the sideline. He's back in for Philadelphia. They picked up a couple yards on that 1st down with Saquon Barkley. They picked up 8 yards on it. We did see a tush push because of it on a 3rd and 1. But now Washington, Toby, has gotten themselves in a position for a 3rd and 8. If they can get back off the field here, you're winning the field of possession battle.
Yes, absolutely. This is a big opportunity for them. And it looked like they were pretty close to stopping him on the tush push, honestly. It really seemed like there was a chance there that they could have gotten him short. So defense, though, has come to play early on, though. I mean, they've given up some plays, but I don't know, man. If this is how the defense is going to at least make some plays out there, you like your chances. Philly hasn't looked great offensively yet.
They have not. If you're listening on YouTube, throw up your ones in the chat. The tribal chief, Frankie Louvu, with a big sack there on a 3rd and 8. That's going to force Philadelphia to punt. The Washington pass rush, Toby, has been doing a really good job of getting after Jalen Hurts so far today, and that's the first sack of the game. I'm thinking we're going to see a few more on defense.
You called 2 from Dante Fowler. What I liked about that sack is Frankie Louvu lined up outside of Lane Johnson. He rushes up the field, but doesn't open a huge lane for Jalen Hurts. The lane was there. Jalen steps up, and Frankie Louvu immediately grabs him.
In on
That's how you're supposed to rush, especially against the running quarterback like a Jalen Hurts. So they've done a good job so far. Offense needs to go out here this drive and at least pick up a 1st down and get things rolling. I mean,
you got to build momentum. You got to get in a rhythm.
This is why I think it's so tough. I think a key to the game is going to be running the football. I don't know that they're going to be able to. Like, those guys up the middle are the strength of this offensive line, but they're also banged up. You talk about Biotish.
And on top of that, Philadelphia's defensive unit is strongest right in
Exactly. And you talked about Biotish. It's one thing to show up with 1 injury. When you show up with 3 injuries,
I didn't know a guy could have 3 on the injury report.
Yeah, you don't feel great about that. And Cosme, like JP was saying, Allegretti and Cosme aren't on the injury report. Doesn't mean that they're 100%. Like, those dudes are banged up as well. So I think they might have some rough sledding. They're going to have to find some ways to move the football through the air, and then maybe that'll open up the ground game a little bit.
Run to the outside, utilize some motion to get guys moving and build a little bit of momentum behind the line of scrimmage. But the most important thing here is you have to get a new set of downs. You cannot just go 3 and out. A punt takes a very nice Washington bounce. So Washington is going to start at their 42-yard line. So you're already basically at midfield. You get 1 first down, you get 2 first downs. Theoretically, it's windy out there in Philadelphia, but theoretically, you're then in field goal range already. So you have to get at least 1 first down to keep the chains moving here. Build a little bit of momentum offensively. If that's Jaden's legs running the football, maybe you run to the outside off of Coleman or Lucas, whoever's in, off of Andrew Wiley. That might be where you have to get things going offensively in the run game, because as you mentioned, like that interior is going to be tough. That's a tough wall to break.
And it's only 3 plays, but it looked like Philly had guys up. Like they were going to play the run and make them beat them through the air. I mean, they're going to feel the same game plan that we're talking about with Hurts. They want to make Jaden beat them through the air. I think Jaden could do it, but they're going to take their chances of that over B-Rob being able to get things rolling and letting Jaden win with the legs. I think that's the way that they're looking at it. So it looked like early on that they were going to pack the box, but the tough part is you only get 3 plays to kind of read off of to make an adjustment. So get some plays going. Cliff did a good job last week after a couple of, rough start. He got things going with some adjustments. You got to get some plays, though, before you really understand what they're doing.
Let's hope the offense does that when we get back. They're on the field, still scoreless in Philadelphia. Washington starting 1st and 10 from their 42 when we get back. Don't go anywhere. It is Bernie and Go Game Day Live, presented by Rude. Is your coolant system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Eckler lives in the end zone, but this time they give it to Robinson, and he pushes his way in, and will they give it to him? They do. No forward progress whistle. Touchdown, Washington.
And that's what this offense has missed over the last couple games.
Yes, they have, Kirk. We were a little bit more enthusiastic during the break in our studio than Al Michaels was. But Brian Robinson, welcome back, number 8. What a drive from Washington. They go up 7-0 on the road in Philadelphia, 3:26 to go in the first quarter. This was the kind of drive we were hoping for, Toby. Not a long drive, didn't need to be. On first down, they set the tone. We talked about it. We need to see this offense get into rhythm, get a first down. They do it. Jaden finds Austin Eckler out of the backfield, a really creative design, sending him in motion out of the backfield, kind of almost like a jet motion, if you will, to the right, and then swinging him back to the left on a route. And he picks up 34 yards, and Washington, just like that, was knocking on the door of the red zone. And, man, their run game took it from there.
Yeah, it was beautiful. That first play, it's about players, not plays all the time. You just get the ball in Eckler's hands. That's probably a 5-yard gain for most guys. He breaks a tackle, gets it down there to the 24-yard line, and that run game was huge. They ran a little quarterback power in there, Denton, which I don't necessarily love seeing Jaden run between the tackles, but that time he didn't get hit real hard. You get inside there, and then the run to Brian Robinson to get down to the 1-yard line was beautiful. Running it to the right side, sees a lane, cuts it upfield, and then just does Brian Robinson things and pushes the pile down to the 1. And the beautiful thing that I really liked about that possession, Denton, was I think that entire drive, they had both running backs on the field at the same time, B-Rob and Eckler. And I love it because both of those guys have unique skill sets. You have a guy that's going to be a bruiser up the middle, and you're going to have to defend that with Brian Robinson. They're already seeing that. Eckler can catch the ball out of the backfield. He can run to the outside. And when you have both of those guys out there, you have no idea what's happening. I love that they are involving both of those guys at the same time.
And I'm glad you bring that up because they were both on the field for that Jaden designed run. And that's the kind of quarterback power I'm open to because they gave the illusion that they were going to give it to one of those guys. They used a little bit of movement to open up the defense, which then allowed an avenue for Jaden to not get destroyed, right? This wasn't just like a designed, you're going to run into the mass of humanity. It's moving the defense and then you taking the opportunity. And he picked up, 5 yards on the play. The very next play, Brian Robinson picks up 18. And then he ends up scoring. I actually kind of thought he scored on the 18-yarder, but whatever. He got in the end zone regardless, and Washington's up 7-0. That was like an identity drive.
Yes.
Like, this is what we are. And I don't know if you noticed this. The offensive line is playing mean.
Yes.
They're playing mean. They're playing a little scrappy. I love it. I love what I've seen from them.
Yeah, I mean, Cooper DeJean, after the long Eckler play, is getting up in Biadash's face, and he was having none of it. I think this is going to be a bit of a chippy one. I love the fact, though, that you were able to get the drive started, and then you got back to the basics. You got back to what you're built on, and that's the run game. Jaden up the middle on a power play, and you got Brian Robinson a couple of carries. That's what they're built on, and that's a way to establish things. They didn't have anything going on that first drive, but like we talked about, it feels like if they're going to be the most successful, it's going to be on the ground. And once they were able to get the things kick-started through the air on a simple completion for Jaden, which, by the way, Jaden throughout the season, when he's had those easy completions early on in the game, he settles in, and that's when you start seeing those intermediate throws. That's when you see those deep throws, and that's where you see the offense really start to open up. And that's what you want to see more of now that you started to, it seems like, get him a little bit going on that drive.
Defense back on the field. They kick it. They got actually a pretty nice return from Will Shipley to the Philadelphia 36. That's their best starting field possession of the game. Jalen looking on first down to throw the football, incomplete. They run it with Saquon on second down. He picks up 6 yards. I mean, Saquon is having a pretty decent game so far, Toby. And a lot of that is because the Philadelphia offensive line is getting a lot of push at the point of attack, which is, so Saquon's not seeing a defender oftentimes until he's 2-3 yards past the line of scrimmage. But then on 3rd and 4, they're looking for Jahan Dotson. Jahan drops it.
Walmart hands.
I mean, I like it when they got the Walmart hands. If they got Walmart hands, I'll take it. But that's a 3 and out for the Washington defense. They're hanging in there with Philadelphia. This is very impressive.
Yeah, they're playing great. This is what you wanted to see out of them. And, I mean, the beauty is Jahan's got to catch that ball for Philly, but Sanders still's right there.
Right there.
Right there. And I mean, you'd love to see him a little closer to bat the ball down, but he's there to tackle him immediately if he makes the catch. This defense is playing well. They haven't given up a huge play yet. The biggest one they gave up was the long play to AJ Brown, a little bit of an RPO. Jalen Hurts is already sitting over there on the bench contemplating life. That's what I want to see. More of those images. He's already thinking of what inspirational quote he's going to share in the postgame presser, how many cliches he can fit in one postgame presser. I love it. I love it.
So they punted the ball away. OZ caught it.
He caught it.
Boom.
That's a big win.
We love that. We love him catching the ball. Washington did get penalized for a block in the back on Noah I. So the field positioning is going to be a little bit deterred because of that. But you get the offense back on the field up 7-0. They had a lot of success running the football. I imagine that is going to be how they continue to attack this Philadelphia defense, at least in the early portion of this drive.
Well, and this is what we were talking about earlier in the pregame show. Light boxes, you face that because of the horizontal nature of the offense as well. And when you have both backs in there, that's what you create. I mean, the first play of the drive, just to give you an idea of what they're doing, the first play of the drive, you talked about the motion. Eckler goes out to the right before swinging out to the left. That's horizontal. That's outside. That's guys having to get out wide. The reason that Eckler's so open, the middle linebacker doesn't get out there. Bond doesn't get out there. He breaks a tackle, moves it down. What do you do the rest of that drive? Right up the middle. And so that's the beauty of this offense. When it's going at its best, you spread them out and then you pound it up the middle. So that's what I want to see more of, is just finding ways to spread that defense out and then take advantage. Because the other thing, too, Bond's a big dude, but Nakobe Dean is not a big dude. If Brian Robinson can get one-on-one with Nakobe Dean, I'll take my chances. I'll take my chances all day of B-Rob against Nakobe Dean.
I certainly will, too. That block in the back hurts. Washington's going to start at their own like 7-yard line. Not great field position for the Commanders. You never love it when they're coming, breaking the huddle out of their own end zone.
No.
It's going to put a lot of pressure on this offense.
No, and you don't want to see Jaden standing in his own end zone having to throw out of there. So find a way to pick up some yardage if you can, even if it's just for a punt, because I think you're going to be playing some of the field position game as well.
But yeah, this is going to be tough. On first down, Jaden looks for Austin Eckler, and he finds him, but he loses 2 yards in the process. Now, thankfully, on the 2nd and 11, he picks up about 6. So that's going to make it for a much more manageable 3rd and 5. If you pick this 3rd and 5 up, I mean, you're rolling down the field here with an opportunity. I don't know if they're going to go 94 yards against Philadelphia. That seems like a lot to ask. All it takes is you start with 1 first down.
I mean, it's only the 3rd drive of the game, almost nearing the end of the first quarter here, Denton. At some point, I want to see something down the field. I don't know that this is the drive for it, but let's see if they're going to give Terry one-on-ones. Let's see if they're going to give guys a chance. Throw that ball down the field to back them off a little bit. Look how many guys are up the line of scrimmage on just about every play. They're playing the run. See if
they're showing blitz a lot. Now, Philadelphia has guys that can tackle. You mentioned Nakobe Dean. He stops Jane Daniels running the football for a gain of 1 on 3rd and 5.
Well,
he might not be big, but he can tackle.
But I think he's going to be used a lot like Patrick Queen was last week. He's not Patrick Queen. He's not as fast as Patrick Queen, but he's a smaller linebacker that can move. I mean, you remember when he was coming out of Georgia, he was one of the best linebackers in college football. You know that more than anybody.
Yeah, definitely.
But the reason that he wasn't a first-round pick is his size, or at least a second-round pick is his size. But he's someone that I think they might put on a spy on Jaden today. And you saw last week that Pittsburgh was able to have a lot of success with their pass rush combined with a spy that they didn't let Jaden get going much at all. On that 3rd down, Jaden looked like he might have had a lane to get the first down. Nakobe Dean's right there, able to get him down for just a gain of 1.
They did send Terry deep on that play, by the way. We saw it in the replay. Terry's going deep down the field. The problem is there was like triple coverage. He had 2 high safeties. It's really impressive what Philadelphia's defense has been able to do. They got the 2 high safeties. They got a man on Terry, and they still are able to have a spy in there as well. Like, you got to think that if they're going to run that sort of thing, you're allocating 1 guy to the quarterback, you're allocating potentially 3 guys to 1 wide receiver. Like, somebody has to be open.
Well, and earlier in the first drive that didn't amount to anything, there was a play where they had the 2 safeties kind of down a little bit, and they were playing press man on the outside. I think those are your chances where maybe you can find a big play. 3rd and 5, they're playing a little bit off Washington in a bunch formation, and we're not able to get anything there. But I think at some point they're going to have to throw one deep down the field to open things up, because I think Philly has the same game plan where they're going to sell out to stop the run.
Yeah.
They want to make sure that Washington doesn't get things going on the ground because they understand that Washington runs on the ground. That's their offense. It runs through the ground game. If they can contain them on the ground and make Jaden win as a passer, Jaden hasn't done that yet. He's been in games like Baltimore. You think back to that. Baltimore, they had a chance to win, but Jaden wasn't able to pull it out. They haven't had a game yet where Jaden just strictly won it with his arm.
Mm-hmm.
I think I think he can do it.
I think he can do it, but you're right. It's a lot more difficult.
If I'm Philly, that's what I'm selling out to do is say, you beat me with your arm. Same thing like Washington's going to try to do with Hurts. We'll tip our cap.
Tressway's punt was not the greatest in the world. I think he's kicking into the wind, which certainly played a factor into that. So Philadelphia starts at the Washington 48. They get a pretty decent return from Cooper DeJean for about 8 yards. That's obviously their best starting field position. This is going to be the defense's toughest test.
Well,
short field, come away with something.
And that's how Washington got their points. Short field, able to take advantage. Just can't give up big plays and hold them to 3. And maybe Jake Elliott gives you another gift. Because it feels like Jake Elliott's never missed against Washington, and he missed early on.
He missed early. He also hasn't kicked a field goal over 50 yards this year.
Wow.
Which is something to take into consideration. I mean, it's November, right? Like, it's not like this is week 2 or 3. Oh, he hasn't kicked a 50. It's November. They've played 9 games, and he hasn't made a field goal, or maybe he's kicked him, but he hasn't made one from over 50 yards. His long for the season is 49. So that's something that could play a factor into the way that Philadelphia handles situations on 4th down as they are approaching that sort of range on the field. First quarter over, Washington up 7-0. How do you feel after quarter number 1?
Defensively, I feel fine. Offensively, you're backed up on the 3rd drive. You didn't get anything going. You've got the 1 drive where you're able to get things moving, but you feel fine. You're happy where you're at because defensively, you like what you're seeing early on.
Mm-hmm.
It's Philly was able to move the ball on that first drive, but they didn't end up with any points. You even stalled them, even if they make that field goal. So you like that defensively. Offensively, you've got to find something. The 2 3-and-outs after 1 good drive in the middle there. You feel okay. You don't feel great. You feel okay.
Right. Being up 7-0 is a huge win, but got to have sustained drives.
Yeah.
On offense. Got to have sustained drives. The defense right now is holding their weight. It's unfair to think that they're going to be able to maintain that for the entirety of the game. Philadelphia just has too many guys on offense, and eventually they're going to start throwing to A.J. Brown yet again. The offense on the field for Philadelphia. We'll see if the Washington defense can come away with a big play here. It's going to be 2nd and 3 for Philly at the Washington 41 when we get back. Washington up 7-0 as we start quarter number 2. Don't go anywhere. It's a Burgundy Gold game day presented by Ruud. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Ruud and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
an attempt here by Elliott, who has not made a 50-yard field goal this season. And this one from 51. Missed earlier from 44. He's missed 3 from 50-plus this season. So can he make it from 51? Kick on the way. Nope. Again, 0 for 2.
Jake Elliott giveth, Jake Elliott taketh away.
Did I hear some more booze in there?
You heard some more booze in there. Jake Elliott 0 for 2. He attempted a 51-yarder. The Eagles are one of 3 teams, the Packers and the Jets, the other 2 that have yet to make a 50-yarder this year. Washington's defense holds. They're up 7-0, 11:35 to play. They're going to get the football back at their own 41-yard line. That was a massive defensive stand, Toby, and it started and really ended with Frankie Louvu on a 1st down and 10 from Washington's 36. I don't know what Philly was doing. It was like this end-around double reverse flea flicker that they were attempting, and it gets blown up by Frankie Louvu, who sacks Jalen Hurts for a loss of 13.
I'm curious who they were going to, because remember last year there was like back-to-back games. Like Laporta had one, I think Kittle had one, where they ran a similar style play and the tight end leaked out for a touchdown. This one didn't work, though. Louvu lined up at his regular inside linebacker spot off the line. And then he was looping around. It looked like to maybe stop a read option or to stuff a run so the guys could slant. And in turn, it worked out perfectly because he just kept going for Jalen Hurts after they ran their little fakes. And he was right there when Jalen got the pitch back. Jalen looked a little bit woozy after the hit, but it ruined their drive. To me, Denton, I cannot stand, this is just a philosophical football thing. When you're inside field goal range of the 36, which for Jake Elliott tonight maybe is not inside field goal range, but when you're inside field goal range, why are you running something exotic like that? You could easily take yourself out of field goal range. Now, they got back in field goal range, but they dropped all the way back to the 50, basically. And that derailed their entire drive by running a trick play in that sort of situation. Now, works out for Washington, misses the field goal. They got back in there, but you like what you're seeing defensively. That goes back to what you talked about before the game, discipline. They've been playing discipline so far.
That they have, and I'm with you. I don't know why you're running that kind of trickery in that scenario. And I mean, you have to love that play, like love that play to get it done. And once Frankie Louvu came away with that sack, the drive was basically dead. They tried some underneath stuff. They got a couple yards back to at least give them the attempt at the field goal, but it came away with nothing. And Washington offensively back on the field now. We want to see Jaden win with his arm. The offensive line is getting brutalized right now. He's been sacked twice on this drive, and they're getting brutalized.
This is tough because this is a Philadelphia team that isn't necessarily the best at sacking the quarterback. They can get some pressure, but they're more so, like JP pointed this out earlier. We talk about Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. They're a heck of players, but they're more run stuffers than anything. Right now, those guys are just wreaking havoc on everybody. You had Jalen Carter just win right inside against Cosme. Jaden's running for his life. And then who was it that finished that off? Was it Sweat? Or who finished that one off?
I think it was Josh Sweat who finished it off.
They're having a heck of a time up front right now. Washington's defense is going to have to go back out there and get another stop because offensively, outside of the one drive, they've got nothing going.
They got nothing. A loss of 4 on the first sack, a loss of 8 on the second sack. The first one was less on the offensive line. That was just Jaden holding it a little too long. The second sack, he had no chance. I mean, they lost immediately at the point of attack, and you had Jalen Carter right in Jaden Daniels' face. This is becoming a defensive showdown, which is not what I think anybody anticipated. Washington's going to punt the ball away here. They run it on 2nd and 32 with Brian Robinson for a gain of 6. This is a defensive showdown on Thursday night.
And sometimes it's hard to factor in because, I don't know how you factor it in, but people that played football and were in the building understand better than us. Logan had talked about this a little bit earlier. It's a Thursday game. As much as we can break all this stuff down, this isn't your regular full week of preparation. These guys didn't throw pads on this week after the Sunday game. These guys didn't run a real practice at all this week. It was all walkthrough stuff. So it's difficult to get a full read. And also, too, you can't really throw new stuff in. Obviously, it's a division opponent. They understand who you are. This is the first time Jaden's facing Philadelphia, but you can't really throw new stuff in, so you kind of understand what's coming. You just got to be able to stop it. So far, Washington has done a good job of that, but Philly's also done a good job with the exception of one play. but other guys are going to have to step up and make some plays. I don't know if Jaden back there hasn't looked super comfortable yet. I don't know if it's something where the guys aren't getting open. I can't really see that down the field, but someone's going to have to step up and make a play. The only time they've scored so far today, Eckler has a heck of a play where he breaks a tackle, turns a 5-yard gain into 34, and Brian Robinson turns about a 4-yard run into an 18-yard run. Guys are going to have to step up, make some plays.
Yeah, that's my big question so far is, are the wide receivers getting separation, or is Jaden just not seeing them? Is he not confident with some of these tighter throws that you're going to have to make? Because he had time on that first down, and it just looked like there was nowhere to go with the football. So you got to be better there, whether that's on him or on one of the guys on the outside, Noah, Terry, Luke, whoever it is. You got to get separation for your quarterback if that's not what they're doing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's something that we can't really see on the game broadcast, so
Right,
I'll be
they're not
curious
giving us
after.
great replays
I'll be
there.
curious after, but yeah, someone's going to have to step up and make some plays. And luckily, defensively, it seems like they came locked in and they were ready to go. They haven't allowed them to get anything big through the air, and really, they've kept people in check. I mean, Saquon hasn't had a crazy long run. He hasn't hurdled anyone backwards yet. There haven't been any viral clips yet. So it's a Thursday game, though. You never know with these things. They're wacky. They're very wacky.
Frankie Louvu is playing his.
He's an
tail
animal.
off. I mean, he is absolutely filthy right now. So Philadelphia got the ball back. Washington punted it away. They got it at their 26-yard line. Jalen on a design run picks up 5 yards, met by Bobby Wagner. But I mentioned Frankie Louvu because on 2nd and 5, you stopped Saquon for a gain of 1. I thought we were going to get like this jinx here where you're talking about how he hasn't broken one off and then he was going to break one off. But Frankie Louvu said, He said, I'm protecting that announcer jinx for us. So I appreciate that, Frankie. But that brings up another third and long enough to not do the tush push.
Yes.
Which for Philadelphia, like that's kind of what you're looking for. You want it in those 3rd and 3s or longer because they can do the tush push thing for about 2 or 3 yards if necessary. So that brings up a 3rd down. And I mean, how many throws are we away from A.J. Brown having a complete meltdown on the sideline?
Well, and Jalen does not look comfortable because it looked like Devontae Smith might have had an open on a slant there. Or they were coming underneath on a bit of a pick route, and he just didn't turn it free to Devontae Smith. It looked like he had a shot on him, and he just didn't throw it. Also, Jeremy Chin falls down covering A.J. Brown, and he just throws it out of bounds. I mean, Jalen Hurts is not sharp tonight. Not sharp tonight at all. One thing, too, I wanted to talk about real quick, Denton, is 2 things. Adam Peters deserves a lot of credit because when you bring in a guy like a Frankie Louvu, you need to bring in a true middle linebacker so he doesn't have to play that normal inside linebacker, Mike, calling out the signals. You need Frankie Louvu to be shot out of a cannon on every snap wherever Dan Quinn and Joe Witt decide to line him up. And they've done that because Bobby Wagner handles that responsibility and allows Frankie to play free. And also, I think, too, they talk about the Micah Parsons role coming over from Dallas with Dan Quinn and Joe Witt. They talk about that Micah Parsons role, and you've heard that Frankie Louvu plays a little bit of that. I don't think Frankie Louvu is the pass rusher of Micah Parsons because not many are.
Right.
Frankie Louvu is a way better run defender than Micah Parsons. He is incredible wherever you line him up, and he has been so good this season. And it showed up twice today, multiple times today. 2 sacks, great play in the run game like you laid out. He has been so pivotal for this defense.
Yeah, he has been the player of the game on defense so far for Washington. Now we just need somebody to step up again on offense. They're getting the football back. If Jalen is going to be flustered the way that he is, Jaden has to step up for Washington.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you're approaching the point in time. You need to get a good offensive drive in, certainly. But you're approaching the point in time where if you go up 14-0, I mean,
and you're going to start with the ball in the second half.
There's 8 minutes left in the second half.
Yeah.
If you go up 14-0, odds are you put together a long drive to get there. You then give yourself the opportunity in the second half to go up 3 scores. You go up 3 scores on Philadelphia. They are not a strong enough team to come back from that.
No, and you want to see this drive. 17 hasn't touched the ball yet. Get the ball to Terry any way possible, whether it's a slant, end around, something. Get the ball to Terry McLaurin, get him involved. Like I said, I want to see a deep shot at some point. If you get that look where it's a press man and you're able to go down the field, maybe you audible to or hot route something down the field to Terry and see if you can take your shot. But they've got to find some traction somewhere. You know, the one drive they found some traction up the middle. They haven't found any traction there the rest of the time. It felt like if they were going to find success in the run game, it was going to be more to the outside, get both those backs on the field at the same time and present some different looks to the defense. but they've got to find something. You know, the one drive they scored on, it wasn't necessarily that they found a rhythm. It was guys made plays.
Right.
They've got to find something
That's a
that
great way of
they're
putting
able
that.
to get. They got to find something where they can get on track and get the ball moving more consistently.
And that's utilizing Eckler and Brian Robinson and get those guys involved. Like I understand where if you're backed up, you're going to want Jaden to utilize his arm, but on that previous drive, you called 2 dropbacks.
Yeah.
Run the football.
Yeah.
You know, get the offensive line moving forward, and then they'll start to. I feel like they will get into more of a rhythm and start to be better with the pass block. If you're going to allow these big dudes on the defensive front for Philadelphia to pin their ears back, you're gonna be sitting in trouble here. So Washington getting an early start. Oh God, Diami's fighting, man. I'll give him that. Dyami Brown is fighting. He picks a screen that should have been blown up in the backfield.
Well, and
gets 4.
I was curious if they were going to get to the screen game because we hadn't really seen that yet. They motion him across, throw it to him behind the line. Heck of a job to pick up 4 yards because it really should have been a 3-yard loss. But heck of a job by Dyami Brown. Someone's going to have to step up and make some plays. And I just don't know if it's going to be something with that stout interior defensive line. The idea of running up the middle, I just don't know if it's going to be there.
But, you know, it's funny. It almost feels like it is. You know, Brian Robinson has had 2 really good runs up the middle. He just had another one where he picks up 6 for a first down. Keep the chains moving a little bit. He picked up 7 for the first down on 2nd and 6. It almost feels like they're getting some push in the middle when Brian Robinson has the football.
Well, maybe it's just double team some of those guys, get them out of the way, and find a way to make it work. But they've got to find something consistently on this drive. Luckily, they're able to pick up the first down on 2 plays. They're in another 2nd and short situation after a throw to B-Rob. This is what you need. These are what you talked about, those long, sustained drives. It doesn't have to be sexy. It doesn't have to be deep down the field. But give your defense a rest. They've been good in this first half. Give them a little bit of time off here. Drive the ball down here. Punch it in the end zone. Go up 14-0. You give yourself a real good shot, like you said, to maybe go up 3 scores. And then you really like your chances.
We're under 7 minutes away from halftime. Want to remind everybody we are the only live interactive show during the Commanders games. You can call us 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. We're going to be commercial free for the entirety of the half. Washington up 7-0. They're at midfield looking to extend their lead. It's Bernie Gold Game Day presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Man, missed opportunities. Washington's best drive of the game so far, Toby, in terms of a long drive. Getting across midfield, they had a penalty on a 2nd and 1 that made it a 2nd and 10. Normally when penalties take place, you're like, oh, great, here we go. It's going to blow the drive up. They're able to get back into the good graces of the chains. Zach Ertz picks up a big first down, and then they get a new set of downs. Jaden misses an open Noah Brown on 2nd and 9. And then I don't know that he misses Austin Eckler. Austin Eckler drops a pass on 3rd and 9. It sure looked like Austin Eckler had a chance to get the first down.
Yeah, he's got to make that catch. It got slightly tipped, but you got to make that catch. And it was going to be one-on-one with the backer with a chance to get the first down. He was at the line of scrimmage. You need to pick up 9 yards. You'll take your chances. Austin Eckler breaking one tackle, making a dude miss to get 10 yards on a play. But the killer on that one was Jaden had his most time in the pocket he's had all day. There was no one in his lap. And Noah Brown's open on a crossing route from the right to the left. And for whatever reason, it seemed like Jaden threw that one on a line. That's when maybe he lofts out to the left sideline and Noah Brown runs under it pretty easily. He beat Slay inside on a play action. That's got to be complete. That's NFL wide open, and Jaden just missed it. He's looked uncomfortable today. The only passes he's completed, basically, he's been underneath in that 3rd down to Zach Ertz. There hadn't been a whole lot down the field. That was your chance, and he just missed it.
Yeah, that's one that you're going to look at and say, we want this one back. Because you complete that play, not only is Noah Brown open, he's like 15, 20 yards down the field, and he has a step on the defender.
Well, you're easily in field goal range at that point, and you're feeling good. You're inside the red zone probably at that point, because if you put that on him too, he's got a chance to run, and I don't know that there's anybody deep that's getting to him outside of the 5-yard line. And Noah Brown being a big dude, maybe he runs that in. So that was a real missed opportunity. One of the real times this year that you've seen Jaden just miss a layup.
It's happened a little too frequently over the past 2 weeks. I'm still confident that he's going to start hitting these throws in the second half, but man, like that opportunity to go up 2 scores was there. And then you come away with a punt, you give the ball back to Philadelphia, they can march down and score and make it a completely different game. Now, admittedly, the defense for Washington has really been the bright spot so far in this one. Philly's going to start at their 10-yard line. Cooper Jean called for a fair catch. It was a pretty good punt by Tress Way. You just got to continue the momentum that you built up on defense. But that was a drive. At least you get into a rhythm. You have 9 plays, pick up 27 yards on those 9 plays, but you have 9 plays. So it is an extended drive that got you into some bit of a rhythm, but then you kind of lose it at the end there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a missed opportunities. This is what we talked about last week, is you had opportunities to make plays and they didn't make them. And you have chances to overcome mistakes, and they've got to take their chances when they're there. And, you missed the 2nd down throw to Noah Brown. You've got the 3rd down catch to Austin Eckler, and he can pick up a first down. You make up for that 2nd down mistake and missed by Jaden Daniels. They're just not making those right now. And this is what we were talking about earlier. It's not that this team is playing bad football, but they're in a little bit of a rut where if you had this happen a couple of weeks ago against the Cleveland or, back towards the beginning of the year against Arizona, they make those plays. They make them pretty easily. They just haven't been executing at as high of a level these last couple of weeks. And it's difficult when you play a good football team like you did last week in Pittsburgh and you're playing this week in Philadelphia. Luckily, you've still got the lead, but you've got to take advantage of those opportunities on offense.
In Philadelphia, on their first 2 plays of this drive, 9 yards to Saquon Barkley on a short pass out of the backfield, and then 7 yards to Saquon Barkley on a handoff, running right up the middle here. So Philadelphia's offense is starting to move a little bit. On the very next play, he finds A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts does, and now they're approaching midfield here, Toby. So this is Philadelphia getting into a rhythm. You knew they weren't going to be able to get held down offensively for the entire game here, which makes that final drive that we just talked about all the more almost painful.
Yeah, I mean, it is painful when you have opportunities, take advantage. And defensively, they've played well all game. So, you're putting these guys in bad spots. Luckily, Tressway is able to pin them deep, but they've already got themselves out near midfield with some good plays. And you get A.J. Brown involved on a simple 10-yard stop route at the sticks, and Benjamin St. Juste can't do much about it. They haven't allowed the big explosives, but this is the best drive Philly's probably put together. They're just moving the football methodically. We'll see if they can keep it up. Washington's got to find a way to, just
got to get sacked. You got to get, that's how you've been derailing drives in the past, is is lost plays, plays for a 2-yard loss or a sack. And instead, what's happening is you're not getting guys in the backfield. Saquon picks up another 9 yards on 2nd and 7. He's really quietly, Toby. He's having a pretty decent game so far. Not a great game. I mean, certainly not what other guys have done to Washington on defense, but he has 12 carries for 49 yards. He's averaging 4 a pop.
Yeah, I mean, it's been nothing spectacular from Saquon, but you worry because Saquon's a home run hitter. And usually when you get these home run hitters that are just taking small runs after small run, eventually it turns into that 60-yard touchdown to break open the game. He hadn't had one of those yet, but they're also not exactly being overly effective, like you're saying. It's not like he's had the big run, but he's also being effective. They're going to have to find ways to stop him. And I don't know. I mean, it's crushing when your defense has played as well as they have, and you only have a 7-point lead.
It's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking, crushing, both good ways to describe it. We're at the 2-minute warning. We're going to be commercial free for the entirety of the half. You want to weigh in on the phone lines, you can. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067, the only interactive show in town for the Commanders games. We're also on YouTube. You can jump in on the chat. We got a couple guys in there with us enjoying the football game here. I need to see, Toby, I need to see them hold Philadelphia admittedly, it'd be nice to get no points. But if they are going to score, you got to hold them to 3 again. You got to put Jake Elliott back on.
You got to have something happen quick here because you got all 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. You got to come up with something if you want to get the ball back here before the half with a chance to maybe double dip. Also, just a quick update on some things. JP Finley tweeted that B-Rob took a shot on the 1st and 10 on their last drive and didn't come back in. That'll keep an eye on that if B-Rob's out there the next time they take the field. Also, after that catch by A.J. Brown on this drive, Benjamin St-Juste checked out. Nicky Javala saying he was stretching and massaging his right leg. It looked like a hammy when I was looking. So that's going to be something to monitor. Michael Davis has been out there a lot more than he has been in past weeks, been following A.J. Brown around, which honestly, Michael Davis is a big physical corner, might fit with what they are trying to do, but something to monitor. BSJ and Brian Robinson.
Yeah, no, I saw Michael Davis out there a little bit, and that's one of those things where we didn't talk about him all week. We talked about Emmanuel Forbes, we talked about Benjamin St-Juste, Noah Mikey Sanders still. There's kind of a reason we didn't talk about Michael Davis, so that is something to monitor. Again, there's not a lot of guys that I love in a matchup with A.J. Brown, but I don't know that I would have had Michael Davis high on the list. Although, as you mentioned, I mean, his physicality and his length is something that certainly gives him some sort of opportunity to pull off a miracle, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you're just praying anytime you send anyone out there from Washington secondary against A.J. Brown. So
yeah,
much less a reserve, right? Much less a guy that has a play. But if you're going to, you want a guy that's big and physical that could match some of that physicality at the catch point. Michael Davis is that guy.
Michael Davis is certainly that guy. So the back from the 2-minute warning, they run with Saquon. Johnny Newton, a little bit of suplex action there.
I love it. I love it. He's been so much better recently, and it's big on those guys to have an impact.
It was really unfortunate that he was the guy that jumped off sides last week, because I thought last week was the best game he had played. He was really impactful at certain times in that, and all you remember is the fact that he was the guy that jumped off sides.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because, I mean, it's one of those things where you need to work on some situational awareness with him, but that's unfortunate. He was playing well. He's been playing much better recently, but that's a tough situation for a rookie. You talked about having a little bit of a tell on the center. You got to understand in that situation that they can use those little tells and veteran things against you. Unfortunately, they got him.
They're getting into a rhythm. Philadelphia is offensively. Jalen Hurts just found Devontae Smith for 21 yards. That was an easy slant, right? He beat Noah I. You get him 21 yards down the field, and then he does get hit pretty hard by Quan Martin.
And that's what I don't want to see is them find a rhythm in the passing game. They're going to find some bits and pieces, but the way they've played against the run game, Saquon's 13 for 53. You'll live with that. You'll absolutely live with that. You pick up 4.5 yards a pop. That obviously is going to even out to a first down, but they're not going to run it that many times with Saquon for it to be, you'll live with that, just not the home run. I don't want to see them find a rhythm in the passing game because they really haven't found a rhythm at all. It seems like they haven't found something that they can go to. They're going to have to find something that they can go to, but if it's something where, Devontae Smith won easily on a slant, the big play earlier to A.J. Brown was a simple slant across as well and a RPO, they're going to have to defend that a little bit better.
Mikey Sanders still just got called for one of the worst penalties that you're going to see all game. He got called for illegal contact because he touched A.J. Brown, which I guess is illegal.
No, it's not. That's pathetic.
That's a pathetic call by the officials. It gives Philadelphia a new set of downs after Jalen Hurts scrambled for just 2 yards. They get 5 yards from the penalty, but you get a brand new set of downs. Under a minute to play, Philadelphia is doing their best to make sure that if they do score here, Washington does not get the football back with any sort of time to where they can do anything, which theoretically is smart. I mean, it's probably the smartest thing that Nick Sirianni has done in recent weeks. But they're really not I have a feeling, Toby, that in the next play or two, they're taking a shot to A.J. Brown into the end zone.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know that anyone can cover them down here, especially throw up a jump ball to A.J. Brown.
Now Dan Quinn using his timeouts.
Yeah, as he should. First timeout, 51 seconds. You should be able to get the ball back here. Even if nothing else, you get the ball back and kneel it out. You want to at least make sure that you've got a shot to touch it, because if they score a touchdown quick here, you'll have 40-some seconds with a couple of timeouts. Give yourself a shot to at least get in field goal range. And sometimes, honestly, you know how it is, Denton. Sometimes those end of half drives where you go no huddle, you go simple stuff on the outside, sometimes that gets your quarterback in a rhythm. So maybe get the ball back for Jaden and see if he can get himself into a rhythm late here in this half.
Do you think they're taking that shot to Brown here coming up? They got a 2nd and 8 inside the red zone of the Washington.
They might hand it off to Barkley. If they get the look they like, but Sam are still out there. If they get the look, maybe they will.
It looks like it is Sanders still. I mean, Washington looks like they're playing a little bit more zone, but he's looking for A.J. Brown. Okay, Mikey. Looking for Devontae Smith there.
Samra's still so good, man.
I said this during the offseason, and it was kind of tongue-in-cheek, but it was like one of those jokes where you mean it. If he was 3 inches taller, I would sign him to a long-term deal now. Like, I know legally you can't do that in the NFL, but he has every other thing that you want in a cornerback. Is just that he is short.
Yeah, no, he's fantastic. And you know what I really like is
he knew they were coming to him too.
Yeah, well, and so
prepared for it.
Personally, for me, and the beautiful thing there too is that was a switch release, and they understood who was taking who. How many times we see miscommunications in the secondary for this team, not just this year but previous years? That was nice to see some good communication, understand who they're taking. But Sanders still just so solid. He's just a really solid player, understands what he's doing, and I think he's going to be a really good player. I like the fact that you're kind of cross-training him as an outside DB basically all of this season. Will be interesting to see with Lattimore, hopefully back next week, if he gets bumped back inside or if he stays outside. Maybe BSJ goes to the bench.
I would keep Mikey on the field.
I would.
I would keep Mikey on the field.
Well, it's more so to Noah I in the slot or BSJ. And personally, I would keep Noah I out there. Also on this one of the first times you've really seen a bad rush integrity. And Jalen's able to break it for a first down, 3rd and 8, able to run for 9 or 10. Nice block outside. It looked like Kenny Gainwell out there. They've got to be better. They've got to understand. You're playing Jalen Hurts. He's a willing runner and he's a heady runner. He's not going to do anything unnecessary. But in that situation, 3rd and 8, you open up a huge lane. You got to play smarter than that.
That's Dorrance Armstrong just coming way too wide.
We call that the Chase Young here.
we call that the Chase Young. And he just steps up there. That would have been huge. And I was about to say, I was like, Washington needs some sort of sack here. I think Armstrong's been good. Fowler was on the opposite side, so it's not like that was something he could have done. But that's just that he pulled a Chase Young. I mean, sorry to chase it. That's a verb now, but it is.
Well, and Philly's done a heck of a job. Washington's got no shot now. They got 2 timeouts. There's about 30 seconds left. I don't think that Dan Quinn's going to be super aggressive with the way that the offense has looked and Philly having some timeouts. Philly's going to end this half with the football, hold them to 3, and honestly hold them to 0, because chances are down here, Sirianni's going for it.
Yeah, he is a little ballsy. Although with 33 seconds, I mean, sheesh, this has been Philly's best drive. This is one of the things you definitely did not want, momentum right before the end of the half. But now you're going to start to force Philly to call their timeouts. They just ran it with Saquon on a 2nd and goal. They clearly really trust Saquon in that spot, because you would think that this would be more of passing downs now, given the clock and the situation. But you're right. Now this is going to bring up a 3rd and goal. If Sirianni is in one of those moods, he's going to want to go for it.
And if I'm Joe Witt and Dan Quinn here, you got 3rd and goal from the 4?
I'm sending a little bit of
I
pressure.
might send some pressure because if they get 4th and goal at the 1, that's 7 points on the board.
It's a tush push and you're going in there.
That's what makes Philly so difficult to defend. If they can get within a yard and a half, maybe even 2 if they really want to push it, you can guarantee they're going to pick up that yardage.
So are you going to send Louvu? You sending somebody else that maybe Jalen Hurts isn't looking for?
Oh, Louvu's coming. I might send someone else too. Get that ball out quick.
Yeah, you want someone that is screaming off the edge. Louvu's been that guy so far. Maybe if Dante wins a matchup, they're definitely going to run some sort of pick play though. Maybe they're looking for A.J. Brown on a fade with Mikey Sanders still. But, I mean, yeah, Hurts is looking
They just ran it, and the Philly players ran into each other. Devontae Smith was going to be wide open across the middle, and he ran into whoever was running the mesh concept with him.
Jalen Hurts gets tackled. He smartly pulls a shovel pass to one, stop the clock, but to also then avoid the sack. He's hurt. I mean, he's hurting.
Watch this, Den. You got Devontae Smith running across the field. He runs right into A.J. Brown.
Hey, I'll take that friendly fire.
One of those dudes is going to be, matter of fact, 2 dudes were still wide open.
Oh, you got to wear a little bit of a face mask there, but that's a great play. Is that Louvu again?
I don't know, but that does not feel good.
That
2 players landing on
good.
top. Yeah. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith ran into each other running a mesh concept. One of those dudes is going to be wide open.
So that brings up Jake Elliott. He made the 21-yarder. If he would have missed a 21-yarder,
he knocked it through from 21.
They were going for it on 4th.
You
and
doing
whatever.
anything here? 19 seconds left. If Philly maybe kicks it out, you maybe get 19 seconds, 2 timeouts, starting at the 30.
If you can start at the 30, maybe a big return. I don't know. 19 seconds with 2 timeouts. I mean, you got a guy that can launch it. You know that. Maybe I would take a shot.
If you get the ball here with 19 seconds, they don't kick it to you and you have to return it. I'll take 1 pass play. Try to pick up 15 yards. If you can't get anything, you run it. Run the clock out.
We're going to be commercial free for the entire half. 800-636-1067. We start our halftime coverage when we get back. It is Bernie Gold game day. We are presented by Rude. Don't go anywhere. The halftime portion of the show when we get back here on 1067 The Fan. Just like we planned, still in the second quarter.
Yeah.
Washington moving the football a little bit, attempting to put some points up. Some more drops. Don't love it.
Yeah, someone make a play, please.
You don't love it. Do not love it at all. Jaden looking for De'Ami Brown on his 2nd and 10 that picked up 12 to get to Philadelphia's 40. And it sure looked like in the replay, Toby, that he let that football hit the ground.
Oh, he did, and they're going to overturn it. But
come on.
But again, not comfortable from Jaden, not his best ball, but De'Ami hits it both hands. You got to make the catch.
I mean, you got to catch that one. That's a couple of big drops for him.
Looks like
is that Jalen Hurts in the?
I think it's Jalen Hurts inside the medical. We talked about this earlier. He looked woozy after the hit on the trick play. He's been playing since.
Here's something I do want to point out. 3rd and 10. It looks like your traditional Hail Mary. They're gonna run it.
Timeout, maybe.
You had 5 seconds there. Like if you're gonna run it, I would have run another play to the outside for about 3. Take 3 seconds off and give Gonzalez an opportunity. Maybe they didn't think they got a guy that can get down 12, 15 yards in 3 seconds, but with the drop, you got extra time on the clock. I would have attempted another throw there.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough because maybe you just try to find something to pick up like 8 yards to give yourself an easier Hail Mary. I don't know. Either way, I don't know that you were getting in the field goal range. I don't necessarily have an issue with it, but you've got them once again, like last week, opportunities were there. You got a missed 2nd down that maybe could have turned into a touchdown. Definitely would have got you in the red zone. Missed 2nd down pass by Jaden earlier in the game. You had a drop by Eckler on a 3rd down, even though it was tipped. Make a play. And maybe the easiest play to make out of all of them would have been this De'Ami Brown catch, and you didn't make it. You would have at least you would have been in field goal range, giving yourself a chance for 3 points there. But Washington goes into the half up 7-3. Yes.
Yeah, up 7-3. They're going to get the ball back to start the second half. So you're still in a pretty decent spot as a team with an opportunity to go up 2 scores.
Yeah, just
over Philadelphia. You just have to capitalize.
Haven't played well. Defensively, you've done what you need to. Offensively, they just don't.
They're not in sync, and there's nobody helping.
Correct.
Outside of Austin Eckler and Brian Robinson.
So we were talking about this. Looking through the box score right now, there has been 1 completion to a wide receiver. That's De'Ami Brown on the screenplay. That was heck of a effort by De'Ami. Should have been a 3-yard loss, turned into a 4-yard gain. Outside of that, 1 completion to B-Rob for 9 yards, 1 completion to Ertz for 9 yards, and Austin Eckler has 5 receptions for 61. They have not gotten anything going through the air at all. Everything that they've gotten through the air in all of 83 yards from Jaden have been created by Austin Eckler after the catch. You got 34 on the one. You got a nice pickup on this one, throwing underneath and letting him create on this pass drive. There has not been anything through the air. There just hasn't been a whole lot offensively today. Nothing. There's no rhythm. They don't look in sync. It just has not looked very sharp. And Jaden himself has not looked very sharp. There have been some throws there that he's missed, and there have been some reads it feels like he's missed as well.
You can jump in on the phones at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Halftime in Philadelphia. We are the only live interactive Commanders show in town during the football game. Big number here, Toby. Big number. Terry McLaurin, 0 targets.
Yes.
Has to change.
Absolutely.
Has to change. He is far and away the best player on this offense, not named Jaden Daniels. You have to get him involved. He's been so good lately. He had such a good game last week against Pittsburgh. He's really had a good season to the point where he's top 3 in yards. He's top 3 in touchdowns. Like, he's playing really, really well. You got to get Terry McLaurin involved. And the lack of involvement right now, I don't know if that's more a credit to Philadelphia's defense or more of a knock on Washington's offense and not getting him involved. But I suspect in their first drive, they're going to take a shot to Terry.
Well, and even if it's not a shot, it might be something simple like a slant or an end around, something to get the ball in his hands, because, you know, we saw this happen all the time in previous seasons. They've done a really good job of this not happening this year as much, but you can't have a whole half go where your best weapon on offense outside of your quarterback doesn't touch the football. Now, it's a heck of a half by Eckler, B-Rob with a couple of nice runs, but Terry McLaurin's your top dude. And look, credit to Philadelphia. They're clearly trying to take him away, and they've done a good job of that. But you've also just got to find a way to get it in his hands.
You have to. You cannot go an entire half without getting Terry at least a look. Like not even a look. They're not even throwing to him at all. I mean, I knew Quinyon Mitchell was good.
He's not that good.
I didn't know he's
not right away. Not right away. He's not.
Not right away. So, a couple of numbers for the first half. Jane Daniels, 8 of 13 for 83 yards. He's been sacked twice. That all came on one possession for a loss of 12. Brian Robinson has 6 carries for 38 yards. I would continue to give him the football in the second half, obviously. The team has rushed 11 times for 53 yards, so those numbers are still pretty good, but there was the one Brian Robinson 18-yarder that really kind of impacted those numbers. And then, as we just mentioned, Austin Eckler is the leading receiver, 5 receptions for 61 yards. Everybody else has a combined 22 yards.
Well, and to add back into the Terry McLaurin thing, Nikki Javala just tweeted this out. Terry McLaurin wasn't targeted in the first half. It's only the second time in his career that has happened. The first time was the 2021 opener when Fitzpatrick got hurt. It's the 5th time McLaurin hasn't been targeted all in a half, but just the second time in a first half, Terry hasn't even seen a target. That just can't happen. It just can't happen. If you're going to get De'Ami Brown involved in the screen game, go to 17.
Involved.
Go to 17.
Got to get Terry, Noah Brown, whoever it is. De'Ami should not be the only wide receiver that's getting targeted unless it's a preseason game.
Yeah.
I mean, that is preseason kind of behavior right there. So that's up to Cliff. Like, Cliff got to get in there, and he got to get in his bag a little bit, because you're right now, I think what's frustrating, and it's hard to be frustrated up 7-3 on the road in Philadelphia, right? Tough environment, young team. You like where you're at. But what's frustrating is that your defense has held Philadelphia to 3 points, and you've only been able to put up 7 on offense. They're playing so well, so much better than everybody anticipated they were going to play against this particular offense, and you only have 7 points on offense. Your defense is winning it for you. You have to help them out.
Washington held Philly without a touchdown in the first half of a game for the first time since week 4 of 2015. This defense is doing something they haven't done in almost a decade, and you're only up by 4. You've got to do a better job of turning those drives into points. You've had good field position once, you turn it into points. They've got to take advantage of their opportunities. They have not done that. They also haven't created many opportunities, to be frank. I mean, if you go through and see how many missed opportunities they have, it's like 3. They're not moving the ball. They're not getting first downs. You talked about long, sustained drives as being a key. They've done that once, really, and even that wasn't a long field. It was something where they were able to get a couple of plays. So they're going to have to find something on offense to click. If it's more of the run game up the middle, if it's more of getting Jaden out on the run. Jaden tonight has not looked very comfortable. It has been very much reminiscent of what we saw in his first 3 halves of football versus what we've seen since. This reminds you a little bit of Tampa. This reminds you a little bit of that first half in week 2 against the Giants, where he just has not looked incredibly sharp. He's missed some guys who were open. He just doesn't seem entirely comfortable in the pocket. That's something that can change
very much,
very quickly.
It almost feels like, we see Jaden walk around with the basketball, right? It feels like he's a shooter. Once you see that first throw down the field become a completion, I feel like the wheels start to go. The confidence starts to really rise up and build up. And then you're cooking with gas, and then you're seeing the quarterback that we've seen for the first 8-9 weeks of the season so far. He just needs that first one to complete, because right now it still feels like he's searching.
And to further that point, one of the things that sets Jaden apart is ball placement, and his ball placement today has not been very good.
No.
The De'Ami Brown catch that we're talking about that he needs to make a play on, that throw is probably 2 or 3 yards offline of where Jaden really wants that football to go. Now, some of that, you talked about the weather and whether that's affecting him. It is windy, it seems like, because Jake Elliott's missed a couple that it seemed like the wind had a part in. So maybe that's some of it, but Jaden just has not looked sharp. I'm curious if they can find something early on in this drive here to start the third quarter. Can you find something down the field just to completion? Like you said, I mean, we wanted to see them push the ball down the field. They really haven't done that. So they haven't opened that area up yet. But if you could get one down the field, or even just a typical Noah Brown 15-yard in.
And that's the one, though, because he had that and he missed it. And like, that's the one where you're like, you have to complete that one. Because you do that, and then they ended up punting on that drive, you're in field goal range. You're potentially keeping momentum and scoring a touchdown. Like, those are the ones that you look back at and say, this was a defining miss.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the one that they're going to look back on if they lose this football game and regret. And they just got to find something to get Jaden in a rhythm, because that has not looked like that didn't look like Jaden that we've seen really since early on in week 2. And so if you can get him in a rhythm in the second half, I mean, the thing is, you can feel negative all you want. You're leading at halftime up 7-3, and you feel like you've played what?
Awful.
C minus,
Yeah, I mean,
D plus.
You played awful on offense, and you're still winning.
Yeah, defensively, they've done a heck of a job. You know, they if Jake Elliott makes a couple of field goals, they could be trailing. But regardless, you know, they've done a good job of, you know, they bent a little bit, but they've also done a good job of stopping their offense too. It's not like, you know, Philadelphia, it's not like they have like 300 yards of offense in the half and they've just missed the field goals. No, they've done a good job of stopping them. You know, it's not been a very sharp football game on either side.
Yeah, some numbers for Philadelphia. Jalen Hurts is 10-19. He was in the medical tent at the end of the half. I don't know if that means we're going to see Kenny Pickett, but we'll keep you updated on that. He was 10-19, 101 yards. He was sacked twice for a loss of 15. As a team, they ran 21 times for 88 yards. A majority of those came from Saquon Barkley, 15 carries, 56 yards. Jalen had 5 carries for 23 yards, including that one run on third down that put them in position where they could kick that field goal. Because I don't know if Jake Elliott makes it if he doesn't run that play. I can tell you that. A.J. Brown has 3 receptions for 42 yards. He's been targeted 5 times. He's their leading receiver. Devontae Smith is 2 for 24. If you're wondering about the revenge game for Jahan, he has 1 reception for 8 yards. He's been targeted twice.
And a drop.
Yeah, the drop was, I mean, it hit him right in the hands in the middle of the field. He basically volleyball swatted that thing.
It looked like the 2023 Jahan Dotson.
Yeah, it was not good. That looked like he was doing one good for his former
I bet
team.
you Philadelphia wish they got 2023 Jahan Dotson.
I bet they do too. Or maybe 2022 Jahan Dotson.
They'd take any Jahan Dotson, but the Jahan Dotson that they got right now.
That isn't the one they have right now. So obviously the defense is giving up yards, but they're not giving up scores. And if you want to gain 500 yards of offense and score, 14 points, I'm cool with that.
But I mean, you'll live with this. Like just the total yardage, 174 to 124. You'll live with giving up $174 and a half to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
You'll live with that because that means that they've gotten a couple of drives going, but at most you give up $174 and a half. You're not giving up more than 17 points. And that's if everything's going well for them. And they've done a good job of when they get down in the red zone of coming up with a stop. So you'll live with what you did. I think they've done a heck of a job. The real issue is 6 first downs for Washington, 11 for Philadelphia. They've at least gotten some stuff going. Washington just really hasn't. Third down efficiency, 5 of 11 for Philly. So you'd like to see Washington get off the field a little bit better, but 1 of 6 for the Commanders on third down. It has not been very good on either side of the football. Yards per play, Washington actually has the advantage at 4.8 versus 4.1 for Philadelphia. But I don't think either team, let me put it this way, both teams don't feel like they played well in the first half, and both teams would take the position they're in at halftime.
Yeah, definitely. Because Philly, they moved it, haven't scored, missed a bunch of field goals. I mean, they're thinking in their mind they should be up right now, but it's only a 4-point deficit rather than a potential 3-score or with the opportunity to be a 3-score if Washington scores on their first drive. It would be nice, I'll tell you this, Toby. I'll take an Austin Eckler big return here.
Yeah, absolutely. You need something to kickstart this thing. And if it's something where this is an ugly game and it's Austin Eckler ends up with 100 yards through the air and Terry ends up with 1 catch for 5 yards and you find a way to win a gritty one like that, you live with it. Because frankly, this one, to me, it doesn't matter about the numbers. It doesn't matter if it's sexy. You just find a way to win this one. You get a couple extra days off. You get hopefully a little more healthy before a Dallas game. Just find a way. Find a way.
The win is the most important. Second half underway here. Washington starting with the football. They lead 7-3 more when we get back. Hopefully, they're marching down the field. It's Bernie Gold Game Day presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right.